That's the process of introspection. That's the only spark that I get to kind of like, when's the only time that it's only spark? When I sit. Okay, maybe this is incredible. That's really when this process is hard. When I can look at it right, I realize, oh, I'm deficient. I am shortcoming. I need to work on that. The subject says, the way to jump, start that off with introspection, moving without completion. We're going to pick up with this theme.
I feel the same way. Small text is actually making a difference in your energy. I do. You do. I really do. And the reason I know is because I'm not tired of being out. I'm still ready to go. This is the preview chat? This one says this is what we got.
All right, so okay, what is that?
One of your hosts, Nick Simmons. Hi, I'm Nick Callis. It's hard to edit 20 to 30 minutes per episode. And the hard part is there's so much footage that's like to figure out what to put in what time to put in is the hardest part. That's one thing about doing just like doing some small clips because like this is what I've said. We had Robert work Phil. He talked to us for like an hour about lifting and Phil kept talking and he gave us like before we even did the filming, we still filmed an hour just talking before the show, and he gave us so many gems in that episode. Like you're just like, what? I've learned so many little things, like how you hold the bar, like how like things you would have never known, but they seem like Michael Hearn's been building for 40 years. So he knows everything that's better. He says you have at 6 years old, and just you sit like when you see him in person, like you see him online, you're like, oh, this is crazy. But when you see him in person, you're like, what are you? What are you? And could it be an accident? I can't wait for people to see what he's really like on the episode. Like, that's insane. He also he threw up 405 on a one match during his walk like it was nothing. It was actually like it was nothing. Yeah, he's rather small. 57. He told me a really good bench press. I can't wait for people to see on the episode. So I've been using that for my numbers right now. I'm going to put 405 up. His mean, we're going to go for 405. We lived our way from 135 all the way up to 405. Give away. Just saying. You actually didn't use that as Randy right there? No.
Incredible power.
That's awesome. Like,
not the power of sin in a negative way, but I'm saying the power of sin in a positive way. I would say what that means. Because it's going to simply that when I'm making mistakes in life, when I commit that errors, so I understand.
His wife is like Soviet bloc. She's Russian. She has like a real Cold War accent. That's strong.
Because I would not exhibit the signs.
Yeah, I can't wait for this to come out. It's going to be so much fun.
Without becoming sick, I would never know what's going on. You know, something so compromising to be a internally and have my body not presenting physical symptoms. I would never know. I am ultimately showing myself is that
Talking to the woman, and once she is back on the walk around the bridge, he embraces her in a hug. Megan Owen recalls the story. The video shared by Nashville Police shows a woman in blue, highlighted in the left corner, standing precariously on the ledge of the pedestrian bridge over the Cumberland River, hanging onto the railings. Several people walk by, one wondering for that. A little further up, the rock star John Bon Jovi can be seen arriving with a camera crew. According to posts on social media, he was shooting a music video on the bridge. He immediately walks over with a crew member, waves and leans on the railing. He calmly talks to the woman for less than a minute before the pair leap over the railings back onto the bridge walkway. Bon Jovi continues to talk to the stranger before giving her a hug. They then leave the bridge together. The singer has been widely praised for his actions.
Often when I commit to that data, yeah, they are easy to be never just about. Yeah, but we're just people, and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit to that data, like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's whatever it might be, and I get data, and I think about my eyes, without using processes how it occurs. He goes on and says, you have a husband, therefore again, once I become a bit more self-aware, as a result of the commission of the idea, I should be able to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, ובזה מדוע מה שאמרו חכמים ישאו, הרוב שנרחב בזמס ומדינות מדינות בפרישתו משלמות הקדומוס, הישראלית, סוד שמעבירו את הסוף. Slow, right? So those two repeated acts of incest. Now, incest happens. How does that happen? How you want to treat that drug? You know, a lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. That's my pride. It's like a respect to parents. You know, it's interesting to know how when we speak about drunkenness, there's syphilis and there's just shalot. You can get drunk or you can get low drunk. Right? So most drunk is what Chazal terms for like when you're drunk, but you don't do what gives you right wrong. I will say, is those of us who have enjoyed a lot of time, maybe that kind of too many of time, maybe a Korean or some other time, this is there's certain things that no matter how drunk you are, it would not be more than a normal person. It's important. So yeah, other things happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then first thing you do in the act that is so wrong you make a sense to the point that it's clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of the basic normative the subject says that's what happened because his tribe Lot had issues with morality in general. But in fact, again, the person being down, that's one of the reasons he wanted to leave the show was because of the lack of moral code. So the subject says when you're struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of sin. So when Lot committed sin, the world now knows what Lot inner weakness is. And this is ultimately what the people are immorality. Because it's the thing that an example that sin is not just the sin, but in our Veda is a manifestation of your working on so let's say again, I just want to point out, praying for coverage means again, this is why in our Veda it's a gift. Because just like when I get physically sick, that I know what's happening inside of me, so the physical symptoms or a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit to that data, and that's a very encouraging. When I commit to that data, I know what's good. I know what's good to repair. Look, commit to action. It says it becomes clear that you need to go ahead and work on it. By the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in roads up until this point in time? Nothing. I just want to be clear. Like, Logan hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been neutral, that he could have unfortunately committed these things. Nothing. But the public understands that they are nice and intelligently and below Rashi and Eno Sadik with Gary Gabazet, though you need to know it's about Alexander is the one who has shown his family in the other nationality in the Ivan. The Catholics and Church, all the Hallelu, to recover the answer, to be the overall idea of the spirit of the Paris out of the other. And here was the great spirit of the time. Therefore, sometimes I was really witness, I guess, sometimes the reformers were notorious rascals and certain circumstances, which were not so easy to sin. In order to bring them out, the thing in the Catholic Church, they said, sometimes I come in that day, all guilty again, because those are those are represented by the people. And sometimes the reformers for the Olam causes me to fact-checking the circumstances, or create impossible situations, because I can fire from the itself a little bit, and the fire from one thing, it was an event in Egypt. Figure out in the Catholic Church came for next well, this is really weird shit about him. This kid said that there was a message on a house. Like, I have to look at it. If you look at the cast on that, you see the murders of Poltergeist. Is that Poltergeist? Without Poltergeist, was positive. I would never not the type Curse of Poltergeist. No, Curse of it was like that's the end of the verse. And again, it was one of you're thinking of Poltergeist. So in one ocean study teaches us that in any given moment in life on both the sides you can around such a life of that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. On both the sides we can on both the Russia. This is good or bad. It's bad but it's also good because I'm not a Torah. The Baruch Hashem, I have a simplest inside of me. Ultimately says the study. A person's only commission on the in an area for which he has something on the Avira is the manifestation of something which is in his case of which is the gift of the Avira. The Avira tells me exactly what I have to do. To the point that sometimes the Rebbe will solve this warrior's last circumstances, which will enable me to sin in order that I do what is in a state of function, so I know what it is that I should. We'll stop over here. So I have to pick up here to Shabbat. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Alright, anyway, what else you got? Show me that. Try that thread. Show me that thread. Yeah. So 2 people died. 9. Everybody. You got me beat. Real fast. Did you see Matt Rife bought the Conjuring house? Yes. He bought the Conjuring house, which is fucking crazy. Did you see that? Into that shit like I am. If I had his money, I'd be doing the same shit. Weird haunted shit. I'd be like, Brent, you're Charles Manson. Here. No, I don't fuck around with that shit. I love it. I can't get that. I mean, I wouldn't touch anything in the real world that has to do with it. No. You need to go to Zach Bagans' haunted house in Vegas. Is it like a haunted house? No, it's like historical facts of like haunted history. So they have like these ski masks that killed somebody. They have. Wait a minute. Is it part of like a haunted thing in Vegas? Because there was a guy who was in Vegas. Some weird magician walked in the green room. I was on stage once they were at, and everyone, it was very weird. Me and Nick really were in being the
And
scientist
this
and
guy's
being
talking to us.
restaurant
We
is
don't
not
like how he got us the bag. He's like, yeah, we wanted the ghost story. And we're like, oh, tell us about it. He's like, yeah, it's very ones. And he's like, tell us all about it. And then we asked the staff afterwards, like, what the fuck is that going on? I know you're talking about. While you're on stage. But we all question because Brian always has weird people in the room, so I guess I'm sure that would be possible. This is a Tennessee school. He was referring to some girl as hot.
So again, the good news is, although we made transgression, that's not the good news. Although we made transgression, certain ideas, at the end of the day, most of us often have ideas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not. Therefore, putting to public, that's an area in which versus the areas that we are actively transgressed, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. Those areas I cannot look at certain probably not at any given moment in life. I'm simultaneously tragic and Russia all at the same time. All at the same time, in the same personality. The other goes on and says, I'm picking up the left hand paragraph of the area of Seagulls.
So basically, they wanted him fired. I don't
Right
think he's fired.
in the middle,
It's
right in the middle of the
before you say you're hot, like,
the hanging.
that's what I wanted to say.
About 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up at the bottom. Left hand column of the the other side, so the Ian
You would never say that to a kid. No, watch them an hour away.
the other that is out there, ready to lead you to. The person is simple. Make it out there. Yes, it's not killing them in Papa. Aburo. Uno la family but they did this.
When you put your arm around it, that's weird. That was kind of tricky. I mean, just picture you're having your kid.
And the food that I am not able to
he doesn't know that it's good. He don't know that he's in front of the board. So just picture this. He's an older man.
So we're
How old is she? She's in high school right now. Okay. So if somebody did that, everybody would go. Everybody would go. If you're
whatever the idea,
but you'd still be like, excuse me, what the fuck did you just say? Are you out of your mind? Like you grabbed her and said you're out, like that's crazy. You have that you're already, I get the outrage because you can't do that anyway. My guess is he was saying a part of who I am, otherwise
no, not necessarily at all. So it says, when a person commits an idea, even if it's accidental, that's shown because the element of that idea is embedded inside. And this is incredible. He says, in the park, Shogi, the Mukha Ba'adeva, Kalidas, Mikra Bikora Bikshuri, okay. Therefore, we'll say, what happens? What does the Torah for accidental sinner? Okay. Let's say of a carbon that you bring to the accidental commission of an Avera. So what does that show you? What does that show you? It says, motion and life. Never catch them each other. It's our kapara. And we see most of the person requires atonement, even for an Avera committed accident. Motion of Kinu, Shechayim, Makarbon, Shechayim, Look at this. Why is that the thing that's why does the Torah hold you liable for accidental commission of an idea? Just to give you a very contemporary example of it. A person is the life difference, right? Which, again, I think happens to everyone. So, it happens to most of us. At every given point, we'll say, will be the halachic actions, or the life, which can affect us. I just accident happens. A student that learns for any practice that a person may have. Why is there liability for a hacker? Why is there liability for a showgate? There's subject conduct because a showgate is part of who and what we I commit on there of the showgate. What that shows is that there's something deficient inside. There's something deficient inside. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same way. He goes on, look at his example. He says, after Shalachim Yado, Shashem Izmin Yado Mitzvah, for example, a charismatic example of this is someone who kills someone else to show you. I was looking at a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben climbing up a ladder, he falls off the ladder, he falls on top of Shimon, he throws Shimon, what's the halacha? He has to plead for accident. Reuben does, he never lets him up on his life. He doesn't get any level of negativity. So it's Shimon at all. And then he falls up the ladder, falls on Shimon, Shimon dies, what's Reuben's halacha? Your mikvah, your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Oh, it depends on the same government. You hope and pray that in other words, you get a bad food and you get ailing health. Because when the same level is death, that ultimately becomes the food. So the two individuals tie it like upended wine, that's a mistake. Why is a mistake be the case for you? Which the subject says, because mistakes are representative of some dysfunctional system. If I commit a mistake, what that says is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. It's a mistake could occur. Let's say, and it's a nice thing to call wrong. Whereas, this comes up very often. A person, I say something to someone. I say something to someone. And then I realize afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was really inappropriate to say. It was hurtful. Whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. It's like, where did it come from? And then I was like, if I'm exactly where it comes from, I realized there's something wrong with me. There's a deficiency. There's a disconnect. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to act. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some need, but again, it's still kind of a reflection. Halacha, the Rebbeinu holds us accountable for mistakes. Because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I could commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of it. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And also, by the way, if you see me going back to the Shabbos thing, you like to flipping the switch on Shabbos, you use the example of this. Also, what happens if I realize that I put the switch on Shabbos? It's something wrong with my shopping away. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, there was like there are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness. Like no one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk. He's like, oh, I thought this was my bed. Right? No one has that because I have an absolute work with it. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, there's a lack of awareness. So that's what subject says. Look at this such an incredible show. So therefore, even when I commit an idea of the children, even when I commit an idea accidentally, the subject says that shows that something that's broken. So whatever goes on, so I'll get up to the door. I'll get up to the door. So it's about to the street. So it's almost like you stop over here, pick up the answer from this class. But listen, so put up contact with the subject of group. So there's 2 layers so far. So layer number 1 is up until, I know personally, up until I learned first name class in the subject, I always assumed that either you were a subject or a left. There's no child, there's no between. The subject says, that's uncritically untrue. And most of us are always the subject It's always a rush, right? I'm a tzaddik in the area in which I am not sinning, and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote a Russia, although we're gonna mitigate that sin a little bit. I'm a Russia in those areas in which I'm transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which is what is incredibly redemptive state. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up and right, in any given moment, I still have that reach as far as I can out. Lesson number two that said that the teaching us well is responsibility to children. Why is responsibility activation of always responsible for accidental commission of others? Because the accident happens. We are reflective of some internal state of discontent. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what God says about where I'm actually taking it. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up a new episode with that last week for the conclusion of opening.
That's the funniest part of it. All our comments are like, this guy's a legend, he's from a legend, this guy was a one-handed deal. She goes, you didn't tell me you started to talk to a girl. She's crazy, of course. And they both know. He was pulling two girls. Same school. He's telling them on his resume. He's like, you're significantly outside 6 girls. Teachers look like horrible. Those figures not bad. It's so funny how this stuff's double standards, guys. I definitely is a double standard for sure. When I tell you, read the messages anyway, this lady is that's
in a particular area of life. This is black category when we use the word Russia, but it's not really what that's referring to. There's the tzaddik and the non-tzaddik. So the tzaddik is one who never experiences meditation in a particular area. But an area in which I struggle, an area certainly in which I fall, and I like fail, so one has to put themselves and think of themselves as in that particular area. But the other sense comes in moving. That's what in life, in any given moment, I think simultaneously is struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe gives an example of this. He says, picking up on which Kochman, in the Uriah the right-hand side, right inside the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up in the bottom. The Indian says, the Choshev with tzaddik rakut over Echad Yomes, in Gam Legabi Shara in Nefshat. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Russia, which is actually part of Harashma to be used up to me. So if you don't do it, let you burn it. So if you understand me, look at my phone, Chazal al Hazimoli, Rok Ve Gimel, Shukubim Yisrael. The Gemara says, camel drivers. All camel drivers are Yisrael. The king She'ovin al Yisrael Yisrael. So what's the issue with the camel drivers? Camel drivers, right? If you look at footnotes, involved. So he says, we have Gimal Rochve Gimalam Asur Nefal B'Shuma, Tiny Red, Tiny and Rafi, Rochve Gimalam Sulam Mishkan. Says, those who camel riders are always trying. Why? Rashi, Rochve Gimalam Ebevehem Mishamne B'Basa Hagamal Umotzian Zera. So actually, sometimes the third of the year, the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately, again, the ego rubs against the camel, and it leads to constant, emission of zera, emission of sleep. Because that will end up producing an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, it says because of that, all those donkey drivers are the sharks. Okay. Now watch this. He says, not Shadashba. Rashba is the Kashba. What's the Rashba Kashba? And always people have Gemara that is great from the Rashba. But there's another Gemara, Gemara Mishach Solution. And what is the Gemara? The left-hand calendar Hasidus. East of the Mishnah. Shahad Gemalim, the Ruban Sherif. First, listen to this. Imam Shafi'i says that the Gamalin, the camel drivers, the majority of them are shaykhs, righteous people. Why? I know that the person in the boroughs who are Muslims with Judaism, they Restream, the Iraean Menacham in the Shadim Vibam Lamaka. He was listening to this. They actually said, why is that? Because where the camel drivers have to travel, they have to travel to the desert. Right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the one from the desert. They are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to do all of these uncertainties. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something that often brings a person closer to that authority. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Lanu Amili Shine Ella Alavinu Shalashmai, I can depend on no one except for the Ribono Shalom. So it's a really tricky chapter. On one hand, Imam Shafi'i says, camel drivers, they're always shy. Why? Because of the nature of their profession, nature of riding on the camel all day, so they experience what Sa'as is down about Kala, waiting of sea. Imam Yisrael's Kedushin, Luban Kisherim are the camel drivers, that is a from Chazra. Why? They're ma'amin, they're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Once you know, there's no atheists in the foxhole. So when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Ribono Shalom you are, that engenders a certain level of frumkeit and personal piety to ask the Ashba. So the Ashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers who shut in, or are they ksherim? We're tied to Rashba. Rashba says it's so profound. Shadvan inum sosum zelazekla. Rashba says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emesi delagabe inyan zeh shalashvasas zera nechshavim rofe hagimalim l'rishayim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to Rashvasas that are wasting the food, so the Gamal and Rishayim, they commit this adera. However, the Gemara says, "Ulam the those the Gabi and death from the stabbing to Yibam, the Muslim bring a subtle and nothing true." So the Rashi says it's very simple. It's very simple. They are shut in one area and tzaddikim in another area. So there is shut which is issue of but they're tzaddikim because they have incredible ability. They have incredible responsibility. They have incredible responsibility. They supplicate. They petition to God with a broken heart and incredible responsibility. It's made to Hagdoras Tzaddik or Russia. Eno be'efer koleles es kolpake hamitzvah. So they'll say that the Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a Russia is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a Russia? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a Russia. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a Russia in other areas. So that's what the Rashba is introducing to us. And what the Torah is doing, I think is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a Russia, is not an absolute state. It's not either I'm one or the other. Because I will say the truth is, almost no one fits into that. Or just regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or Russia? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas. There are areas that I'm doing greatly, and then there are areas that I'm really profoundly failing. So what does that mean? What's my status? Who am I? Who's the subject really developing it from this Rashba? Because at the end of the day, the Roch Vegimori could be restrained and could be training in a sense.
You know I don't like the Iron Patriot in the movies. I don't like the Don Cheadle, the War Machine. I'm Norman Osborn, the one that fought against Green Goblin. I'm the comic book Iron Patriot. It's the thought that
but how can you see that? You're starting in this area, staying in this area, and it's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression. Each side of me is and also, it's kind of like a fighting idea. Because so many times, we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like, if I'm going to be a Rasta in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a Sadiq in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Like, what is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Rasta in areas A, B, and C? What is that? So that's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this valley. Yes, I could simultaneously be a study in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Russia. Look, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where the subject gets this one. The concept expressions in the spirit in the second Nida of the Nida and Tradition and the Paris of the Rashba, and the emphasis will develop with more innovation.
The guy that made the costume for me, we didn't even know it was going to be there. For a minute, it was kind of a shock when we saw they changed the story up, because we were so in love with the story. So who was in love with this story?
Normally, I got to think we are starting to experiment on new old human I just post new text.
People run the light.
Yeah, and the WhatsApp chat is really beautiful stuff we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. So I'm pretty sure. And then, ultimately, the red light is following the people we have to do this right-hand column. Loser. Shikov La'adam. Yismana Uristara de Polibo al Katal. So, the level rose, I skipped over what I'm trying to do. So, after a person.
Like you're going to possibly be able to keep an eye on this shirt.
Yeah, after Shikov La'adam, Yismana Uristara de Polibo al Katal. After it's important for a person to establish what's managed in the design, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go out to but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced overnight, right? When one has to live with the Torah, the symbol, the Agmasnefesh, the difficulty of recognizing in the truth and believing in it. So after you've spoken about this concept, also you talk about this idea that this Gehenna in the Old Hajj actually has a profound impact as well. I love Ladas, this is a very profound idea. After Sheshav B'Tshuva, after making those Tshuva for a particular idea, for Mitzvah the Sheshav Alav B'Tshuva, the seeing the Chacham, She'ino Nati L'Chalutin L'Teitzia. There's that video is very interesting, which we're going to have to kind of cover a little bit. So listen to these words. It's like after a person stumbles and commits a particular idea, that's demonstrative that he is not fully learned that idea. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, Simon Gal getting on not the that's demonstrative that I'm not playing. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular case. Okay, so if that first ground, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. Let's see what he uses in this moment. Tahare, Bizvar Adela, the Davar Va'adela. Ta'adam Nakra Nakri when you're gambling. And look, when it comes to a certain area of pure Adela, then a person is totally nothing. That a person is totally blank. So, the only thing in the deal, you shoot from nothing. It's incredible idea. Because if there's a particular idea with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular idea in which I am totally clean and pure, says, Vishim Taivala Aderai, I'm sorry, Vishim Taivala, I have no desire in this particular idea. Hari Mikra, the next of Adam Zeba Shamaim, Sadik, living in Osa Dava Osa. Okay, it's such a beautiful idea. See how clever I never developed it. If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, a particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea for which I have no desire, I am called a Sadik in that area. these are the two parts in the subject of life, of my personal life. The areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, it's like looking at it, right? It's like looking at it, and I do tshuva with that idea. What's my status now? What's my status? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik in the tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik, because the tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. So the other is not a tzaddik. Not a tzaddik. That's when tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desires, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular ideas. And also, he goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting book. He goes on and says, I already said this. The Indian death, because he's tzaddik in Gava, is a tzaddik, tzaddik in Gava, Echad Bilbao, done in the Gadi Shayna. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of the tzaddik understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Big money. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say that's but in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "V'osita lecha ashera." Don't plant an ashera to worship it. Good news. Never did it, had no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the union of Ashera. I will say the chicken is good, you can go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about it for a moment. Even in the areas of morality. So there are certain types. There are certain certain relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even if in the same area, even if in the same prohibition, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, okay, what this means is in any given moment in life, this is how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the Indian zest, is choshev. וצדיק, רק לדבר אחד דובר, גם in the Gadi Shayna Nefesh, and this idea that in one area I could be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, the derech shekasav harashba b'kiddush of Genida. Close over here, it's very interesting in the second Genida. Close over here. And actually, we're going to stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start back on time right second. So this just points out the evidence is this dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But this is a new definition. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So to certain averas, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averas, I'm a rasha. Certain averas, I'm a tzaddik. No taiba for it. No desire for it. No cyphers for it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active data transgression, I may have to but again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, it's also interesting about this that you don't have to stop. According to the approach of the Rebbe, you will say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. You can't go to a person in recovery is You never what? If you think of people in recovery, don't ask, people don't really think I'm recovered. I'm recovered. If they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible disorder that's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is that this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The subject says the situation is safe. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Okay, if you think about this in life, it's not usually just that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And Kanon Kadosh, borrow the time, like you struggle, nothing to think you'll struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So there's a sense that suddenly, in your areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no choice in this particular case. I become a Balshula. And that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string along, or string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. I go to stop over here today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece of life also in different ways. We look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. There's this to be continued tomorrow.
That's who the real me is. You had this crazy mullet in a white beater. It's a character.
All right, so that's a good morning. Let us begin. We are going to, in your concept, complete Ostrom Zion. This morning, I'm going to investigate the very profound last piece of the Bible. David Amaya telling them, "Dan Kirila to do Talmudas, or Ira Rashi Yato Imadi." So the subject of this is the idea that the gates of Marvel is actually a reference to Gehenna, which is incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. The David Amaya saying, even though they go to Gehenna, I'm not scared to your witness. Which your subject said, David Amaya, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David Amelech ultimately again is the paradigmatic example of the class of the power of Shiva. Furthermore, maybe you're considering some Yidro case, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. I'll keep that terrible stuff on. It's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think, it's not the way that you approach your life. Which the Tzaddik says is the Gehenna, which David Amelech refers to, is the Gehenna of all of that, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the heaven, as a result of the turmoil, of the stress, of the pain, of the imbalances of fate. David Amelech says, Dan Tzidek Tzidek Talmudas. I have experienced my Gehenna in the answer to this. The Gemara says,
I saw two armed witches on that one. It was really excited. He bought this $4,000 suit, right? It's amazing, yeah. And it was shipped from what country?
David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David Amelech is saying, the punishment is Nisa, but it does put in that golden harbor. But on the values of Haveiro Beradim, when one gets directly described in public, famously has no portion of worship. This is David Amelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the basement. So here we have the external element that he made. So Dan Kirila to give Talmudas. I walked into heaven. This is the nature of my life. And also was the subject. He began to speak about yesterday a little bit. Like he began to reflect on the test. which Bill Plummer says. Look at the bottom right of the Oya He says, שהיכולת בעצמוס ומורש שכל מלוא קרות על חטאו, הרי על ידי עצמוס evil. I feel like we began, I believe, to see that this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the subject has been so power ultimately of Rishon, and the power of Atma Shepherd, and the power of human single. We've been extolling these things because the Rishon representatives of a person who is human. But at the end of the day, Simple Shepherd was another conscious the possibility that as a result of the destruction of this stagnant, one doesn't have the signal in their life. So that the subject says left and currently program says, Karina Tuna Sola Elements of the Art Mahma Karabel. So look at this, giving this incredible almost sound dialectic. But on one hand, as much better, the group now, the sadness that is the result of things is so powerful and cathartic because it represents Shubha. That emotional reaction tells me this is not hard. This is not who I am. I am not a culture. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. But look how I feel when you ask me that something like that's the performance. Yet the subject said from the singer, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the emotion. A person needs to simple in order to go ahead and in order to go ahead and force your issue with that thing. So David Amalek says something amazing. God, he left the good sound level. Even though I walked in Gehenna in this world, I experienced profound sadness in this world as a result of the Averas that I've committed. Lo Tirara. If you look in the subject, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, left-hand paragraph. היינו באסוס על חטאי, לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי. Somehow, some way now, Tzaddik gets into different or more specific ideas as to what the Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our theme right now. But Tzaddik is saying over here something so profound. What David Amalek is saying is, even though I experienced the busha, the agmas nefesh, the visceral emotions you hate in this world, nevertheless, I am not worried about spiritual downfall. Why? Because ultimately, again, somehow I found a way to be balanced. Sadness of sin. Yes, we need to go ahead and maintain a positive sympathy in life. But you know what happened over here? This, I think, is one of the most profound things that I learned in my life. The Tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the Adonai and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you can lose yourself. I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done with that loss, that I give up hope. I just lose myself in that eviction sadness. So that's how the other side of the coin is, yes, I like my method, I have Misha, I have Harapta, I have all the things that I think, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better, I can be better, I can live better. These are the two sides of the coin. The Misha, Harapta, I have hope, Optimism, the progress of the system, and that sense of subjectivism, blah, 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 the same. In this one page, God he left the gates unlocked. I live in the Gehenna of all of my death, the Gehenna which is also the avenue of fate, where I recognize that I messed up so bad. Didn't read this is not who I am. The Look it up, okay, someone else says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself. Why? See, I tell you why. Because I know, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you leave emotional, you don't leave me. You don't leave me, why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. First of all, you believe in me because you see the people that I present. And if you believe in me, that gives me the power to believe. Therefore, again, as much as I have to live, is the food show that I must have. And that's necessary, and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to think, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it, but you are lost. I won't lose myself in it. Yeah, you want because you don't lose. You lose. Ultimately, the people want to makes this one.
All right, so what do you guys say we get this thing started, huh? Yeah. Let's do it. It's all happening. Our first comedian tonight for 60 seconds is Rob Russell. Here we go. It's all happening. Rob Russell. That was very aggressive, and I love it. Rob Russell on the black list. All right, our first comedian tonight is Jessamine.
On a specific level, when a person commonly says something that can often refer to a particular aspect of their life, a particular aspect of their personalistic contribution. Because what differentiates us from the animal world is the ability to speak. But it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate inner or innate holiness in the way that the rest of nature cannot. That's the godliness now. That when a person constantly says something, you want to admire the love of Hume, or Radio Inish the Havila Nema, something that people commonly said, that is often understood to be, according to Rebbe, an expression of a person's inner ruchnius. And what we left off yesterday is not only an expression of my ruchnius, but an expression of my core identity. And not only an expression of my core identity, but sometimes in and of itself an expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to do?
All right, well, that was something.
This is it that I am in my life. So we'll just end off this post with two examples. He says, come on page Kuf Kuf S, left hand color. Ukahai Gavna, still in the middle of the color. Ukahai Gavna, and this is the $25. And the publish Adam Ayuday. If you could see the singularity of man through his speech, and I gotta go through it one more time. Not just seeing the singularity of man in his place in nature, but the singularity of man, in his essence, who he is, what he is, with his speech. Give an example, this is play. Go to Imam Zakir Sofin. Hello. So it's not what Imam says. Very Sofin. I'll be the Omar. Don't lose whenever you have an issue, you always get those motivations. That's motivation. That was like, you learn that kind of issue of everybody has I know sometimes people try hoping to sell their machines amongst themselves. This particular guy never felt the real need to sell his machines amongst him. Like the guy again was coming back to the actual, there's a bit of agent, we'll settle it in days, we'll have others go and help us. So the Gemara says, that on the day of God, we're going to use the Dabar, Master Martha Shalom. Anytime you have a business, you speak to someone, how you open, coming forward this. You say to someone, why don't you come to dinner? Come to dinner, let me know Nishma the Dabar, other, Allah Pidayim. And in general, this individual would never be satisfied, and that's of course a particular reason why to live by his diet. What happened? Amru Chazal, Namino, gun call.
I don't get what you're saying there. Like it sounds like a joke that Hitler would write. I only say the following is, are you saying that you don't want black people around? Are you saying
right? And his need ultimately to resolve everything through mechanism of sedation. The Gemara understood meant that he was going to shave the gun. Take a look in footnote Test 12 on the bottom. So footnote Test 12, Jay Tamuda Amar Dongu, Amishmani not his gun cost. Says, Don Yodin Amor, the upper should say strong. So the Gemara tells another story. How rules the Halakha Azra Ba'amar, Akip Yama, Asisni Biyarasa. Watch the last two things in the series. That's why there's another story. There was another guy. His lifelong dream was always to travel the seas. Right? He was going to travel the seas.
I totally agree with what Vinny was just saying. Conversation, you were just explaining very important insight into you with that just corporation become an effort before
all right, so they found out that he is from the Shaven school. Remember again, the school as the Pasuk says, Ruben look both young and Muslims. This whole
we know nothing about you or your backwards from it. Like anybody's
with the Rebbe
interchangeable. So there's that. There's joke writing, and there's also just nerves because you're new. So it's very hard to process.
Ultimately gave you a little bit of a hint.
So just stage time.
So because of things come together, what comes out from this
have you ever considered writing an Iron Patriots?
incredible. Remember how the journey began.
Just kidding, Patriot. Jesus, that
So
death
that was
clear
like,
giving me.
and
That left arm so solid, not twitching at all.
Marvel like the
Thing is a wall right
and
now.
now will often quote common sayings of individuals. And that subject was intrigued by that. Why does it
Just a minute.
why
I
does
love it.
something
You
that
gotta
people
project
commonly
this.
say,
Okay.
why does that trying to
You
break
gotta really push
the
your
which ultimately again, spiritual subject said, step one is to understand that the nefesh, the soul of the Jew, ultimately again, his wording was, Yeshua, he said, the King Torah Miyukadah. The Neshama of the Jew has a particular connection. Torah is embedded inside the Neshama of the Jew. And that's according to the project, the Jewish of the Jew. Even if it's just a little like even if a person hasn't been there, at the end of the day, Torah is embedded in my life. How is it that to me, Torah is so the subject of it, it also explains itself to us.
Heck yeah, Jessamine, everybody. She's on
That when
Twitter
it
at
talks,
Real,
it
but
does
no
a little
Real
bit of a window
underscore
into how
adorable.
it makes
Yes, that's her
so
actual
it's
Twitter
that
handle.
manifests itself in a couple
Gerard
of different
Carmichael nailing it from 3-point range,
It manifests
everybody.
itself, you know, with the,
Fuck
my
yeah.
core identity. That was
Jessica's
the
got the
last
mic,
two
the mic
examples
stand. One more
of
time
the
for
guy from
Jessamine,
Gun,
everybody.
the guy from or it manifests itself in the
Real adorable.
creation of my core challenge, my core mission, my
I
core
think,
belief.
I don't know that she
So
said it wasn't her dad, but maybe she just
that
goes by the
one
name Jessica. She
go
doesn't
ahead
rep her
and
last name,
get
you know what I'm
a
saying?
window into their or with meals into their innate good meals
She was quick
by
to say
how
no,
they
it wasn't that.
So those are incredible lessons for us because you know we all have things that we constantly say or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting how you break it
You're
down
so fucking
and
dead on
look
that,
at what are the things we
holy
constantly talk
shit,
about.
fuck
What are the
yes.
things we
I'm
constantly
so
verbally
glad to have you
focus
guys.
on?
This is so
And
exciting.
if we look at those
You
things,
fucking two are unbelievable. This is great. Paige,
what
you
is
having
our
fun so
innate
far?
goodness? What is our innate good like? I think sometimes It's a trick. Sometimes it's easy to tell us. Sometimes they're not always focused on the right thing. But what the subject tells me is that even if my deed was kind of highlights a little bit of a broken choices on level, the fact that there's kind of transfer to leading the goal of indication that I would be broken to spiritually use it. So what is that what we're doing? I'm taking note of the ability to come Monday. Monday night is going to please the next week doing the things that I'm speaking with that would be a really good topic very precise. We use this Savior, the quality gas to like a little bit of the other. Nissan haven't chosen the safer yet that will come out after 5 years. But we're happy that maybe we'll skip around a little bit. That's going to be our goal. Because we ended up over here in Air Session and Saudi. And Air Session will pick up with this package after this session. Or a star for local peace. And then we have coming up on peace in the world, switch. All you guys here will be millionaires. And we're not, we don't have websites, computer accounts, so we can have open business. But they're so scared. They're like, all you guys have $10 million, all the banks are, all the banks are, they go to the bank trying to put out, $1 billion all the time, all the banks fail. So there's so many things that very neat, that's its time. Will you guys allow me to go first? I love every second of life. My ability to speak and once we get to the bottom, whatever you did to your daughter, you guys only has all this stuff. Anything that you can handle it. Ella, I think what we did is very good. There's no distinction between us everything we're alive and everything who are dead, except for speech. And those distinction of the economic structure says the tzaddikim are called living even in their death.
Whatever you want, it's not like
being behind the legacy. The tzaddik is behind Torah. The tzaddik is behind
you can tell by your look in his eyes, that's not like trying, that's life coming at you fast.
I never seen somebody that looks like a cowboy and an Indian before. Sometimes you're rolling that up. Like I've heard of the game Cowboys and Indians, but you can be besides all at once. You can play that like solitaire.
But then if I would guess, like,
give it story my even shows now that I understand he's got the from the animals, but it's speech that represents the very manifestation of my life force. It's speech because represents
and he just squeezed another bit in.
Yeah, the other thing takes
He knew the bear was sleeping for
Even if you were to have a
got it out there.
regular over the benefit versus the
Got the bear off guard.
speech is the very essence of my life, and speech is the very manifestation of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, when I speak, especially things that I'm accustomed to say, those come like the from the essence of myself. The essence of myself. Hari Nimsa in the keyboard Jayoshi coming with this, you call her other misforms and animals, Mahmoud Torah level of consequence. It turns out that if they largely the people, or the larger image, something you normally say, something you normally say, something you often say, so that gives the person a window into their body. Into their room, their storage nutshell. The essence of it, something that is normally said, something you normally say, that means that speech, which in and of itself is the manifestation of your holiness, that speech is coming from somewhere within. Which means, and this again, let's say I want to be clear, so that is not saying that every single thing we say is a manifestation of our listening. I mean, all of us know this very well. plenty of stuff to say that not really. That's not what he's talking about. So many of us we have our attitudes. Right? We have the things that we say. Just ask people that they'll tell you the things that we always say. So yeah, many of us have the things that we often say. So what's the shock with that?
So you just take
The
off
other
the
says,
undershirt, you keep the jacket and the
speech,
scarf
again,
on.
it's the progression. Speech is the manifestation of my internal holiness. And therefore, when there's
You're
something
banging
that
a lot
I
of girls.
communicate, that is a principle that is emanating from my neshama, which means that by definition, it has almost a total holiness to it.
If you have the condoms, they can go. That's an interesting motto. Give this guy a condom, he gets an option. It's awesome. All right, well, I like your style, Keith Christian. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Finds its way out in the interesting attitudes that a person says. He goes on and says, and this is the case, the deeper that Yoti coming with his left hand power is the contact unit. Take a look at something that a person says, you can't a lot of sometimes that's daily attitude, right? So that's common attitude that a person does is incredibly raceful but that's not in your know. It's not still how many people all around you know what is my purpose, what is my opinion, and what is my purpose in the level that now this is not something else. Now that is the marvel of the Kumo. Not only
Well, there you go. So it's Keith Christian has said, good job,
the
Keith. Thanks for coming,
of
buddy.
my holiness
Yeah. Does he have a Twitter or this is your official Twitter at Hessing?
Of a Renaissance. To be a little bit of a
At
hint.
Pete Hessing, everybody. Follow him on Twitter. I'm surprised. You don't seem like the kind of guy that would have a Twitter.
The things that I always talk about, or the attitudes that
well, when you always forget your password, you have to do that.
They what's coming out of that?
That's part of forgetting your password.
You also think people to talk about that.
It's 100 conspiracy. It's 160 characters.
Often anchored in a common thing.
Oh my god.
A certain
I fucking love it.
over and over and over.
He also doesn't seem like his name would be Keith Christian.
Husband of
Either, right? Doesn't that sound like
why always say
that?
that? The way we says that came from inside. That's
the one that he found. First day here in the newspaper because I'm Keith Christian Hessing, the obituary.
Which the subject says, first of all, it tells me I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And now it's people have
Another thing that I love about that is there's three spaces.
I'm always talking about the same thing.
A lot of them don't
The
fill
Navy
out
says
letters.
the
They don't
subject.
know what they're going to
That's
talk about.
necessary. Like that's not in your know.
And what
It's
Keith
not
Christian Hessing referred as the topic was weddings, economics,
what is that
and
purpose?
something else. There's a hand logo and then his handwriting was too big.
Shut up is that color of the Kuba Kushida speaking of a mission.
You wrote three things.
Every single person has a mission. And every person has a mission in particular areas. Of course, we all have to have the same stuff. We all have to share general. That's a shared general mission that each one has. But then each person has a specific mission. This mission, the world needs me to do. So I need to do me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And it's incredible. He said, it's a high value. So, actually, we'll stop over here for today. But I just want to point out that something is coming. I think it's
never stopped to get some
news. There's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speaks about often quote, Mark the love of community? This is what people normally say. It's like a regular addict. Who cares? Right? Or how about the radio? People normally say. The topic says, that which we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness. Speech, in and of itself, is not just what speech is actually animated, but speech is the way they determine that we articulate an innate sense of Torah, an innate sense of looking for how we communicate our innate holiness. And what I'm trying to introduce you now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over, right? This is, I always say, like, it's always interesting to know, hear how people reflect on a loved one. And for me, it's always fascinating, especially when children are able to go ahead and say, my father always used to say this, my mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is bad and pathetic. But sometimes, a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom. And it's dramatically hear that. Because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And something says, where did that added come from? The fact that children remember, okay, because the mother said it a million times. But on a deeper level, the children are recognizing our father, our mother, our parents, because their grandparent was articulating the truth. And that truth stems from their inner workings, from their inner workings. What I'm saying nowadays, which will have to happen today, will continue with tomorrow, Mir Hashem, is that inner truth sometimes actually reflected when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal or the same security, like the service, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourselves what your mission is in this world and what the world is truly for. So we'll stop here for today. We'll pick up the mirror from the rest of the world. Well, to conclude, hosting the mirror session tomorrow.
I only have 1 minute to come on. So it's part of this whole thing about picking up your own cars. So I only have 1 minute, so I said the first part of it. I have before. Really? Yeah, man, like, if I see a girl now, I don't give a shit. Jesus Christ. That's something you need to be talking about. If you want to hear that, no shit. You need to say, you need to come out and say, I'm a fucking douchebag. Here's what I did. This is why. And then that other stuff will make sense.
A beautiful idea.
Just like, why are you creeping on women is what we're wondering.
Go ahead and searching expression of place off from the speech. Regular expression of the expression by someone doesn't have to be someone of incredible reputation, and you can derive
what do you think when you look out the fucking window and tapped up all of our girlfriends?
so it's not the any show, it's not the kid.
We hear about it almost like once a
We
week.
actually brought down
Your girl tells you that too. Some guy trying to get on me. This he like Ray-Ban glasses and he sort of looked like a white ninja.
So how you the have a
I know Ray-Bans when I see them. Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like something like
a number of different state inspectors said that individual, and then some of those
and then he did an impression of a cool black guy and drove away.
then the Gemara was supposed to cut in order to back up that thing. So I just say one example of this, which is fascinating. If you look in the corridors of the sea, if you look on the footnotes on the bottom, so notice on the left-hand column, it's actually footnotes to days. But in the left-hand column, it's just sort of the duration of the days. About 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. So we cultivate the problem. What is the manifestation? How is the coverage of the author? It's an individual who used to say, now this is a children, he's just a regular guy. Just a regular guy who used to say college. Irachamisis Hava Aziza. He writes, when my mother, myself, and my wife was intense and passionate, we say this Shahira Shahiva. He said we could have slept together on the edge of a sword. Meaning that when the love was passionate between myself and my wife, we didn't need any distance. Right? And we could simultaneously together occupy the space of the edge of the sword. Obviously, again, it's a very narrow space. He says, Hashta, the law Aziza. So now, the Hashta, the law Aziza, Now you think, oh, but the passion is not that intense, the love is not this intense. We are by eating by media love sagila. So you can literally again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. Listen, so there was a man who used to say this, then the Gemara goes on, I'm not sure, like, look, we said the two things, this is a possible, like the possible. They call it, how to feel a passion. If you buy it, ultimately, again, the mission is supposed to be eaten. After the Torah who says, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the oven. And we know again, the lid of the oven is only 10 fucking high. The kind of horror of the pizza, the horror of the horror kind of sorrow. So the height of the lid of the oven is 10 fucking off the ground. Covered in a taco, horror shack, the Torah of the master, the master, that starts fucking some of the taco. What we brought out of the two because we were sent, if you don't show them, we'll go ahead and rescue, we can come fucking up the ground. They have been interesting enough to see it. The Habayis, Hashabon, the Hamala, Shola, Hashem, Yishim, and the Arko, the S, Rockfall, the Person, and the Commercial, with the Bashot, Stick, Koama, Hashem, I need to see what are the ones what we got to wait to see what is the dynamics that happen in the relationship. It's connected to the part of the body, so it's trying to keep on top of the couple. It seems how do you think 10% of the earth? Then what somehow flows to much larger structure than that. And then what happens? There's some issues with Detroit, and the Bible says, and Shemayim is the heavens is where I reside. You see the progression in the beginning of the Torah is right there with us on the top of the oven. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to how you do it. Then things change a bit more, and the machinery ultimately is the Shemayim. You have to understand. When this guy, so he's just making us experiment without life. Like when we were young, and our love was passionate and intense, we could sit together on the edge of the sled. And the edge was a little bit older. He's not very large that he's not large enough to encounter that. There's a similar dynamic to relationships. It's like what the being that gets stuck very passionate. And close proximity to one another, this principle. We'll take this just an example of what that's consequence is for. Here you have an individual who just does a statement. He's not quoting a passage. He's not quoting the right stuff. He's not quoting all he's quoting. It's a dynamic way. A dynamic way. Just the way kind of a relationship go. And we'll finish with wow. Because by simple statement of the truth, we're certainly absolutely truth of the relationship between real and the back up top of the subject. Look at, if you're looking at footnotes, by the way, footnotes take your days. There's a whole bunch of examples from this schema, a really, really wonderful example. Fascinating. So the subject goes on, it says, what's the shot? Look, you can take a look where it's ultimately and please put up on the left-hand paragraph. In the area of the what do we learn from here? He says, you can never truly slow. I feel how other many by this knows the shoulder that sort of this I feel that the things they tell me. So this is so incredibly beautiful. So this is what we learn from here. That even the simplest the essence of the soul is rooted in Torah. In other words, the notion that regular people are espousing wisdom. And then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a plus. That's the dynamic. That's the bright stuff. Tells you that even the simplest Jew is rooted in Torah. He doesn't like to speak in Torah. He doesn't like that he's saying Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. So listen, again, I want to point out, when the Tzedek of the Yedim, is less from what you said before. In other words, when the Tzedek said, in those days, why is instantaneous change possible? Why is instantaneous change correct? Why is there the ability for a person even who has made catastrophic life mistakes. It's very important. I know what so it says because the method of the lead. You learn ethic. You learn ethic. This is going to write us about time you say. It's fun. The mitzvot and the king and the person focus is unthinkable. There's a piece of us that is really wants and it's a piece of me that literally isn't related to from God. That's like, how about that mess up in life? It is always possible. Because that one piece is never finished. There's something, by the way, even the simplest talks Torah, but maybe you never learned Torah. Or maybe if you learned Torah, you didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe you never, how is the subject that's because again, not so. You just going to start okay, this so the different Torah in your presence. The method is so what the Jew has an as a whole, is really Torah, which is what our faith says. That's why the Gemara is two good examples. Marriage of love that we make. Oh, you have a large opening to ammunition. Like people say, this cares what people say. Because it's important to know what he says. Because at the end of the day, if you soul is rooted in Torah, and if the Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's really Torah. No doubt, turn the page. No doubt, move on the river. Because I told us how to come into people. Because from the miracle of the King, Shuragila Omer with this, the sugar on the shoulder. So the guy told us that, then we started now struggle with things. So okay, so this is really incredibly beautiful in this show. It says that seven, this is what I refer to this as miracle of the King, right? Miracle of the King is a jewel. Right? It's a gem in a person's life. But again, the phrase of the Amiruti people say, according to what people say, what people say, because the idea of miracle of the King is that the jewel in the mouth, the jewel as a whole piece. Also, you gotta use all the time. So we're like the culture. The subject says this soul that the jewel has an idea. As a whole container is the celestial of the innate holiness of the Jew. It gives the ability to speak words of wisdom that are effective of the Ribbon Shalom. Only wisdom that is realizing what it is that he is saying with the whole individual. He goes on with subject says, the day of is that he could call a Khadiba, but if he took up that right hand column, the floor around there, he says, the day of is that before Khadiba to the other, in the source and echo, Rahiyus. So the subject says that the Korach Hadiba, like the power of speech that is within a person, is the soul and echo. Is the essence of the soul, and the essence of the speech, and also the meaning of the concept. Remember again, the will itself, the fact that the soul was created now. So what does this really say? Now you talk about how far you are. The person who calls this true light into the milk. And then we get into this. And the connection on Ruach Minallah. Speech. That speech is the greatest manifestation of the richness of man. In fact, again, you need this idea that speech, right? And this is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the Bria. That's reflective of man's nature. That's reflective of man's soul. Man's soul, part of the bonus of the ripple, it makes sense. How long will stop you? I'll pick up this tomorrow. But there are some things that make sense that man's innate nature is expressed through that's like a module of the penis. Sometimes the person will say something, not even realizing that what it is that they're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the people has the ability to express the most innate use of that. But we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this again tomorrow. Of course, conversely, that's fascinating. That man's, one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is through speech. Yeah, which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for sinner, of cultivation. So if evil is going to be the way that I can articulate, not to express my most innate result, is always the way that I can express my most innate as well. All right, well, we'll both pick up a marriage session with this piece tomorrow. So.
And that would make you finish. You could climax to that. It's great. It's just lazy. It cleans it up. It just sucks it dry. I only did that a few times. I was pretty crazy back then. I'm a lot more normal. And you started fucking the vacuum. It's so crazy. Just dump the bag in there. How many dogs did you go through until you started fucking the vacuum? Alright, let's keep the show moving along. Good luck to the comedian who has to follow that. Put your hands together for Michelle Westford, everybody. Alright, guys. Recently, I'm celebrating something. I got engaged. 3 years ago yesterday. Moving on fast track. So subsequently yesterday, I wrote a letter to Match.com and canceled my membership, right? Because I'm not really in now. Match.com, you guys are familiar. Maybe they should, I don't know, maybe they should rename it to something more realistic, like circusfolk.com or the previous assholes you ever met. That's the service where you put in your zip code, and then they scan the area. They do like a 15-mile radius and bring you back every sex offender and broke turd. And yeah, these are new matches. I went out with the guy dancing, Dave, with his name. He's this bingo dancing. But to me and everybody else in the club, it looked like he was getting electrocuted. We're playing an imaginary game of Friendly Aggressive Tetherball.
So credit is going to deposit an individual singularity. Personal singularity initially comes out ultimately against you as well. First time I wrote it, which is also continuing from the previous post, meaning on the days, Southern highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate delusion, which is not subject to change. And there is an innate delusion.
I have been engaged for 3 years. Yes, I have.
The idea is that there is a delusion which is a personalistic woman who rents its identity to their another one to see each day. We're going to see now in the demo that the productivity is built on that website. After the deeper shell help is really a beautiful observation. After the deeper shell help, I'm working with you. Even just because deeper shell help, general speech,
Okay, we've been on Match.com. I'm on a podcast now.
okay, they're going to tell you, this comes to people to the Chamber of Victoria, general speech, for instance, teaching every day, not for the Torah, just in general what he calls sichas regular mundane talk. And so it's a piece of Ragalaski, that is talking about something. So sometimes she was saying that there are common attitudes, a common trait, that we often share. This is Moshe Hazal, Martin Historically going back, Margola Bikina, Tony Gemara, Margola Bikina, literally Margola is a jewel or a gem, 50 made in the mouth of. So that's the Hazal, Margola Bikina is a common expression. That is the Hazal uses. They often use it not because it's a common expression, but a common expression which possesses so Margola Bikina, you know, a jewel in the mouth of people, common expression which possesses much wisdom. Gover Zat Ragil Bikid, and it's a mistake of science. So Tzaddik, goes from Rashi and Rashi. What does it mean, Margola Bikina? It means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Ab, she divides feelings. Because those, the next shot will give a Torah. That was here, the Tzaddik has something absolutely. Because sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola Bikina, right? A jewel, a common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not just quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression. And they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see it becoming everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara, and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halakhic point, shkafic point, given once there's such an amazing. I'll actually do it, even though again, the statement that the Gemara is quoted, it's quoted, it's not, it's, the statement that's being quoted, it's not quoted. Nevertheless, the next chapter will give way to ultimately again, if the quoted is going to look like American, we actually just have this everything going so in that building. The Gemara quoted in context, what makes it context is before I can start on the Gemara says that is silence. I'm sorry, if a word is worth one seller, then shikar is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last mission, the other stuff. Right, the last mission, we spoke about the individual, remember again, this was the case, yeah, this was the case, they lost the Kabbalah. One of the federal went out to go ahead and find the Kabbalah.
That's how I brought on stage.
Yeah. So we're speaking about the idea that you have a Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah goes ahead and uses the Pesach. They send out one of the members of the Kabbalah to go ahead and look. Remember, we had this whole stuff. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, testing a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about, which animal is used for the context. Pesach uses what? So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say, the Kabbalah has the Kala Pesach. They lost the Kala Pesach. Reuben goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Kabbalah appoints a new carbon. Identifies, sets aside a new carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Kabbalah. They're saying that he acted unilaterally. The Kabbalah didn't say anything to Reuben. So what's the halacha? Reuben uses the Kala Pesach that he found. The Kabbalah uses the replacement Kala Pesach and Shalom al Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent.
I've already given you permission to bang my daughter for eternity. Isn't that enough punk? Now you want me to pay for it?
This was on Saturday Castle Down saying, Chayim l'chachamim, Yosef shita l'chachamim, kaba kaba l'shipshim. Right? So from here, the wise man said, so Simon is good for the wise men, kaba kaba halakas come all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of that. Is that a statement of freedom? Is that a religious statement? It's a life statement. It was quite fascinating about this, and you find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it will quote it with the margin of the Gemara, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halakhic discussion, and of course, as they called it the proof for halakhic discussion. The Tzaddik says, what do you see here? He says, even Zibor Hazeh, Halog Yotisa Hamonim, Nachoshet Yosim Yisrael. See again, it's a simple statement. It's not happy to limit and to more quoting cases. The medicine you might does it's not quoting the state, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, mindful of this, they may be interested in different things that people say all of the time. He goes on and says, behind the Komos Kameh. We find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is Magda Omri Inchi. The Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Regilim Yom. Who's Divrei Torah. And ultimately, again, when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the Christian act in the Muslim Divrei Torah. Netiva Shechomim Chachma Da'ami Inchi. Rak Shechachma Amitis Uspas Emes. Hiram Zabato. Ukimoki Muban Tarakam and the Sanhedrin. How they discover shall how who the Havat Amar Va'azir. So, for example, quotes over here, we'll see some examples of this. That the Gemara Restream Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quotes many sayings. This quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Echad Haya Royal, Haya Royal, Lomar Kiskam Kaf the Kaf, Va'amar Shmuel Ala Kiskam Ahu, Krok Siv, Sha'akari Sha'av Mishvik Shumalan, and Sha'av Shabala Kiskam, Lo Yotesh Vich Dvara Shabatora. This is fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it's because it quotes from the Gemara Second and the Gemara Second quotes just a number of pishkamim, right? A number of sayings of these regular people. Like regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. If Shmuel takes these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so you see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margul of the Tumeh, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa, Torah, that support these various versions. So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people, and then we'll stop over here, we'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand that something is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in previous posts. The other building where I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop over here. Because that's not as that's the minority. So let's start to continue really on this fascinating subject. Take a look. So we cook up bugs. Let's pick up with the people who see this on the left of the left-hand house. To Lael, his buyer, he called Echad Lebron people who does our trustee. The bonus gas going on so one thing is struggle with ceasing. That one struggle is very of my existence and people to be in the passion to go ahead and address that struggle that I have become my greatest. So thank you for getting Henry Craig from you others that you others to you tell us to them signals and works of what I think that. So thank you for the others that individual singularity. Personal singularity comes out ultimately against through this huge outcry. First time I will say, which is also continuing from the previous days, Penguin days, the product cut out of the idea that a person has a certain innate solution, which is chance of the kitchen. And they make the chance to get it. As a result of the confidence that you do. The idea is that there's a to do shots. It's just a personalistic holiness. The rest, which by definition is where one is one decision to be made. The goal is to see now in my demo that the code is really going to build on that. After the people show up, it's really a beautiful activity. After the people show up, I'm going to see that. Even just because people show up, general speech, single speech, which a person with which people talk every day. Okay, goes on. I know this comes to the people who Shingo Divitora. It's like my general speech, like what a person talks each and every day. That's what the Torah. That's general what we call Sichas Tumi. Regular mundane talk. And so these are the regular. That's what he's talking about. Sometimes that are common attitudes. Our common crazy, common stupid. That's the often share. He says to Moshe Chazal, Machmin discovered going back, Margala Bikine. So in the Gemara often has this expression, Margala Bikine. Margala Bikine literally means Margala is a jewel or a gem. Bikine, in the mouth. So that's the Chazal. Margala Bikine means common expression. That is to be when Chazal uses it. They often use the message of the common expression. But a common expression is presented must reset. So Margala Bikine, a jewel in the mouth of people. A common expression is people must reset. Discover that you are your befit in the case of compliance. To the tzaddik, also not to the others. What does it mean in Margala Bikine? It means something that a person is accustomed to. I'll ask you to divide feelings. Because those the next chapter will give a Torah knowledge.
So you may notice right off the bat that I have a lot of tattoos, right?
He says sometimes when Chazal will quote Margala Bikine, right? A jewel, a common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah. Right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. That's the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression. And they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So to see something amazing, you see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out the halakhic points, the hashkafic points, giving muster, something amazing. Halach Shekulim, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoted is quoted, it's not the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, the next chapter will give Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted because it looks like remember again we actually just had this. We had this just a week ago or so in that series. The Gemara quoted what was the contact? What was the contact? Was before I was talking about the Gemara said that is silent. I'm sorry. If a word is worth one sarah, then shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case was the last one. Before I was talking. Right, the last one we spoke about the visual.
No, it was like 1999 when I was like fucking
If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case. They lost the conversation. Right, one of the federal went out to go ahead and find the consent.
Where were you raised? Tucson, Arizona. What's your relationship with your dad like? It's alright. Yeah, wow, that was a really high tone you got to on that one. It's alright, sweet
So he's speaking out the idea that we get a Hadura, and Hadura goes ahead and reads the Hadura. They send out one of the members of the Kabula to go ahead and look. Unfortunately, we had this whole stuff. There was a discussion, and then they end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the context. It's not who uses what. So this can be the case where let's say the Chabura has the Karabeta. They lost the Karabeta. Reuben goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new carbon. Identifies a new carbon. And the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Chabura. There pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuben. So what's the halacha? Reuben uses the Karate that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Karate and Solomon uses that. So we do not point out the idea as there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk. And there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was outside the chapter now, it's saying, Hanan the Chachamim, Yafet, Yisrael the Chachamim, Habakam the Kitchen. Right? So here the wise man said, so silence is good for the wise man, Habakam Halacha, all the more so for fools. Again,
Teacher, what do you think about him having a tattoo?
It's a light state. It was quite fascinating about this. You find this all the time. Where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it will quote it with the marvel of the people. A tool, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. The Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of light movement. Yet, it just made up, remember, it's brought down in the midst of it, halakhic Islam. And of course, as they because of the proof for halakhic Islam. So it says, what do you see here? He says, it's not like, I see these words on there, I love your feet, now, what does your feet go? Everything is a simple statement. Not they have to be listening to most great and then something you might like it's not really true. It's not for anyone of particular piety. Often martial law is the things that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, he was near the hand of Thomas Muhammad. You find him very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is not the only issue. The Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anashim Yedilin Roma. So it's Divrei Torah, and also the Gemara, quoted by the Gemara, is quoting the context of the creation. Actually, the Divrei Torah, Mechriva Shekomir Chachma Dahami Shach Chachma Hadidus Chachma Irami Shabbat. If you don't see the one that coming to Shabbat, how they running, so how he the Habak among the Hadidus. Because when the Gosha Hill is that the Gemara has the idea of many sayings. This quote sayings in the name of people. Like this was something that people were accustomed to say. Argab Echad Haya Royal, Hagi Haya Royal, Lomar Tiskan Chak Chak. Va'amar Shmuel Ala Tiskan Ahu, Krog Sid, Harik Sha'ab Tiskan and Sha'ab Shabala Tiskan. Lord Yotas, East, Vara, Babakola, Afa Tiskan, Yiddish, Murat, Mahadi Snap, and the Kodesh Barney. It's fascinating. So the quote over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it's because it quotes from the Gemara Second Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Second Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pictures, right? A number of sayings. Are these regular people? Right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what's really done is very fascinating. It's used to these regular sayings of ordinary people, and they would say, oh, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk that supports this idea. So as Tzaddik says, so such a fascinating development. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary everyday people, what we call Nigel of the Tibet, a tool right again from the mouth of an individual. You see again Imam Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements, what you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a mitzvah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and Torah. That support is very important. What's the source of what does this mean? Like, what's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, we learn, hey, from regular people, and then from the top of the world, we don't take this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand the topic is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous host, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop at
I
here.
spent an hour at a strip club last week because I don't know which way my dick swings, and I guess having money pisses me off. So I think the
Just to happen a little bit, get a few words of inspiration from that. So we're picking up in OSPA 85. Remember again, Lever talked about the idea yesterday that when a person thinks that he's accomplished a great deal and that he's reached elevated levels of spirituality, that is often indicative of how little one has accomplished. In other words, represents us. The more you have actually accomplished, the less have you accomplished. The more I've accomplished, the more I realize how little I have truly done and how much more there is to do. Again, not making a statement with a lack of taking, with a lack of appreciation of what I've done. Everybody has to have an appreciation and a high recognition of what they have and what they have accomplished. But at the same time, what I've done should ultimately inform the reality of my knowledge of how little I have truly done and how much more I actually have to accomplish. So the rabbi goes on, he says, if you take a look at page Restream, and if you go ahead and see this, the left-hand side, about halfway down the paragraph, the Amru Chazal B'Zohar, the Shom HaMelech Omer. So Chazal quote the idea, we see this in the Zohar. Shom HaMelech said, Solomon said, Simin V'lo Yodol Klum Shabuchay. The sign that a person really knows very little or knows nothing. Shabuchay is ultimate again that a person praises himself. Self-praise and self-aggrandizement and a feeling of how I've arrived and how much I've accomplished is often indicative of how little I truly know. So we'll say, so again, the idea of being the one coin in the receptacle makes a lot of noise. Makes a lot of noise. But our dafka shabuchay, so the shabach, the kol ram, the gastrach, the nabios, lakam nishnasik, the yola, the asma, the we'll say, by the way, so the Rebbe also is very interesting. Those things that we're talking about, a person who, let's say, is arrogant or boastful about his spiritual accomplishments in the eyes of others. We're not even talking about that. Even someone who doesn't say anything to other people, but in his own mind feels that he's accomplished so much, that that's his detrimental mindset. A person in his own mind thinks that he's arrived. A person in his own mind thinks that he's accomplished. A person in his own mind thinks, look where I've gotten to where I need to get to. That, says the Rebbe, is where the true personalistic beings arrive. If you take a look at Footnote Gimel, he says something very interesting. Quote to the Bible. It sounds like when someone comes out, Ezu Chacham, he is one who is truly wise, and was an essential profound idea. Amakir Esmakomo, someone who knows his place. Who is one who is truly wise? Someone who knows his place. Now listen, what does that mean to know your place? So who Makir Kaslo, knowing my place, I know what I am, but I also know what I'm not. I know where I'm deficient. I know where I am lacking. I know where I am imperfect. Zeh Tachlis Hayidiyah Shalom Nada. About Istira, the Gina Kish in the sky. It's such a, we're often used to Israel Chacham about it. Adam, who is wise, someone who runs every person. All of that is true. But Israel Chacham is Hamati Esmakomo, knowing my place. Knowing my place. Specifically, says the Tzaddik, knowing my place means I know what I am, but I know what I'm not. I am fully cognizant of my deficiencies and my shortcomings. I'm fully cognizant of the fact that as much as I have accomplished, it is only the tip of the iceberg. During the day, you have to say, the Iker is very interesting. The Iker pursued Hagaiba, who rolled behind Hagas and Harry's pocket foot. It was a distinct sound scheme. The ever says, the most destructive form of Gaiba, the most destructive form of arrogance, has nothing to do with how you interact with others. Ella, the Gaiba has experience for the Gaiba. Rather, the most destructive form of arrogance is arrogance that I maintain and maintain with me. Now, what's the last thing? I think, we often think that the most destructive Gaiba is the Gaiba kind of visited upon others, external Gaiba. External Gaiba, right? The person who acts in a boastful, arrogant fashion towards other people. Rebbe says that's bad. Don't get me wrong. Rebbe says that's definitely bad. But the truth is, the most destructive of Gaiba, the kind of Gaiba that really pulls the rug out from under yourself, the kind of Gaiba that erodes the person from the inside out, is a Gaiba Benoliat small. Benoliat small, a personalistic Gaiba, a feeling that, hey, mostly, there are a lot of times a person could project, right, an air of humility, klaphikos. Right, to the outside world, that can look very humble. To the outside world, that can look very pious. But there's a gaiva that's inside. That internal gaiva, central gaiva, it really is a person from the inside out. Because that inner gaiva takes away the need to grow. That inner gaiva prevents me from moving myself forward. That inner gaiva that makes me go, oh, I'm right. I'm good. It takes away any traction for growth. He says, what does the pasuk say in Mishnah? The foundation to Hashem is profoundly one who has an inflated, right, or arrogant heart. It's interesting. It doesn't say, Hashem, gaiva that you express towards others, profoundly. An inflated feeling, or I should say, a feeling of self-inflated, feeling of overinflated self-worth, a feeling of I'm alive, a feeling of look, I'm good, I've accomplished. That ultimately is the greatest abomination to our control. Now let's think about this, by the way. That's a pretty strong statement. Really, that's the greatest abomination. Inner gaiva, inner arrogance is the greatest abomination. I think a lot of stuff is much worse than impersonalistic gaiva. But Elamai the Rebbe says, why is it considered to be an abomination? He says, ultimately, against which is suffer ha'atom and the damali atzma, shuva emes king. Because at the end of the day, when a person possesses gaiva, when a person possesses arrogance, and they feel demoralized, they feel they're happy, they feel there's nothing more for them to do, that's the end of the life. That's the end of life. That is the greatest affront to that other part. When a person feels like there's no need for growth, when a person feels like there's no need for improvement, when a person feels like there's no need for personalistic development, that in and of itself is the greatest affront and greatest abomination to that other part. I'll go stop here for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow, finish the oath tomorrow. Another has been very, very powerful about timing, and the original mistakes of timing, and the answer that'll help explain this concept. So we'll just stop here.
I love it. Yeah, but no, this is great. Thank you so much for having me. Oh, Gerard, such a pleasure to have you guys. Absolutely. I stood on the patio earlier. I go, you guys, give a whole announcement sometimes about the guests. And I go, these are the two funniest guys, funniest young guys that I know. So only be a signing up. I'm so happy to have you guys. So thank you so much. The Comic Patriot, as always, he's the Iron Patriot, but on Twitter, he's the Comic Patriot. Huge episode for you, my friend. You were fucking hilarious. Catch Redman and I in Phoenix on September 26th, and then the following day in Columbus, Ohio, 27th, go to DeathSquad.tv. Yes, please go to Columbus on the 27th and join me at the Ohio State Game.
learning is going to get in a couple minutes here to be sure to sit next to Saturday. So we are picking up today in post 85, which is page 3, Gimel, and sit next to Saturday, so I'm going to follow in the paper, post page Gimel, and send out the PDF on the chat yesterday as well. So look, we have to get highlights, and I think it's fascinating. Let me take this out. Let's follow along doing it with the way I can see this. It's the other culture international. When a person begins to think to himself that he has already accomplished much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You understand, when a person begins to feel he's got to be accomplished in their Yiddishkeit, he's got to be accomplished in their service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Then it says, that in and of itself is the greatest indicator that I've accomplished something. That's a very strong idea. For the moment that I begin to think that I accomplished something in my Avodah Hashem, it either says an indication that I truly accomplished nothing. כמו שאמרו חז"ל, בסימן לגס השבוע היא הניוס. What's really wrong with this is quite beautiful, that sometimes the sign for arrogance is poverty. Now what is that? It says in the Gemara, the Gemara means that when we say that the sign for arrogance is poverty, it doesn't have to be referring to one's financial status, but rather again it refers to a spiritual poverty. Sometimes again it's spiritual poverty that ultimately engenders or creates a sense of arrogance. This requires a little bit of explanation because it's quite amazing. So the other says again, the moment that a person begins to feel that he's accomplished so much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, actually highlights the idea of how spiritually impoverished I truly am, because the idea is a feeling that I've accomplished a lot, is a form of arrogance. And arrogance often masks certain arrogance is people who are overly arrogant. They're usually masking something else. There's something else that they're hiding. And very often it's sometimes there's inadequacy. So in normal spirituality, when a person has spiritual arrogance, thinking that I've accomplished a lot, often what that masks is an incredible inadequacy, that I'm truly deficient. I'm truly spiritually incompetent. He says to me, he quotes over here in Gemara, that is so profound. Kemru Chazal, Marshal Shoni, other Megillah Roman, which is a marshal that people often say is great. Asura Yeletina, Kish Kariya, which means literally, Sala Echa B'Kli Hares, the Kashkish Mashmiya Kol Chazal. He says, if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes a lot of noise. As opposed to Mashmiya, if you have a container filled with a lot of coins, ultimately Shema Mashmiya Kol. So this is the down bucket. You can imagine if you have a receptacle filled to the brim with coins, it makes no noise like shaking. And if you have a receptacle with one coin, it makes a ton of noise when you shake. The idea is that if a person makes a lot of noise, is very confident and is very boastful about their spiritual accomplishment, and feels like they've accomplished so much, not only says that there means only one coin in there. But if a person ultimately against let's say, isn't this a great anomaly in spirituality? We're having this one comes to that from Michael Langbaum a long time ago. This is a number of years. But we're going to see how he started. And you're like, how? And like, this like, you find this in every history book. This idea that the moment the person begins to feel accomplished is the moment that, unfortunately, that tells me that gaiva is something, arrogance is something, and then reality that feeling of accomplishment actually bespeaks a certain level of arrogance. So it's not really things, so is that like when is it ever enough? When is it ever enough? When does a person say, I'm accomplished? And of course the answer is, you can't hear this interesting. It's always and never. Meaning, today is not suggesting that a person shouldn't feel accomplished. Of course, it presents the feels. Let's say if I never feel accomplished, then most of you think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished. Chances are, at a certain point in time, you just give it up. Like, just give it up. But most people don't move down a road in which they feel no level of success, no level of accomplishment. So that is not saying that you shouldn't feel accomplished, but what that is saying is you shouldn't feel finished. See, what that is describing over here is supporting the natural shekvar asa, ba'avodas Hashem. The Rambam describes over here a person who says, I've made it. I've made it. I've now reached the level. And I'm good. The moment that a person hears, that's why his Russian is past tense. Adam Koshe Binafsho, Shekvar Asa, the Histik Harbe Navodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it. I did it. I did it. I've accomplished. That, as I said, unfortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. When a person takes pride in his spiritual accomplishments, absolutely unequivocally yes. And I should take pride in those pieces of accomplishments. But I should recognize, they will say, the anomaly of spirituality is, I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today does not mean it's yours. Like spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that Restream works. There was an epic describing over here is a person is never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person who rejoices in the day-to-day accomplishments of his spirituality can never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure, in the bag, and irrevocable. Rather, a person, again, rejoicing in the accomplishments, to recognize that I have not arrived, I haven't made it, I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, to be clear, should I celebrate my spiritual accomplishments? Of course, we have a beautiful scene in Mary Session this coming Wednesday. Right? We're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments. But the next discussion over here is the person who celebrates the spiritual accomplishments in a boastful, arrogant fashion. A celebration of, look what I've locked in for myself. Look what I've done. Look how I've arrived. Right? I'm good. I'm done. That says whatever. That means there's only one train rattling around in the picture. Right? There's only one train. When there's a lot of trains, they don't make a lot of noise. Because the more I amass in listeners, the more I realize how much I do. Also, no, isn't it interesting, by the way, how some people say actually do that? Right? You finish the block tomorrow. This is one of the things a person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and contentment, having finished a block tomorrow. Hopefully you do. But I know the greatest thing you have is, oh my gosh, I have so much more to do. Right? All this effort, all this brain power, this whole hour went into this gap, went into this block, there's so much more. You didn't get this, you didn't get this. And it's like tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg. So I feel there's an accomplishment. There's a block tomorrow locked in. And they also feel beautifully overwhelmed by what there is to do. So let's not stop over there. We'll pick up in Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible yisod. Celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've locked in some elevated state. Because that's the moment I begin to feel like that is the moment that Gaiva sets in. And the moment that Gaiva sets in, Gaiva really precludes any future accomplishment. We'll continue with this one like I did tomorrow.
He's a great guy. He's got a great power, and I guess the one and only Rudy Stevens. Taking the reins to be with us here tonight. notes because we were adding and helping out. It's the same show. Yeah, it's the same show. Yes. That's a different type. Easier to spell. Gotcha. Kill Tony. Easy. Boom. Push. Hashtag it. Hashtag it. You know, comment Patreon mentioned that it's a different energy here. I think it's probably because of a big guy back home here in the belly room wearing shorts, glasses, and all access badge. The oddball coming tour will be that road Thursday. Is that just amazing or what? You are on what seems to be the coolest mountain.
All right, so we'll take
Currently on that is probably not even a season, right? What is that? What is that? Feels good traveling with stuff. Feels good to be honest with you. Going to the venues, going to the close to 15,000 to 10,000 on last night, right? But yes, it's kind of cool. For many of it, you'll get there at 9:30, 8, 5, and they're out tailgating in the parking lot. These are con-fans. They're right on it. They're listening. They're supporting everything. And it's kind of like a lot. I would say it's a Lollapalooza. So we went to that growing up. It's kind of that feel. It's all the animals for the most part are pretty, they're all the same. They all play together. Some of them a little different than others. And that's what's kind of fun. Getting out, walking on the lawn, while Jeff Ross will host the show. And we have intermissions. We'll walk around. It's a great thing. There are around 50,000 comedy fans. They're all,
it could be more often than not.
fighting conflicts are all equally more so than others in the different acts. So hopefully the shows will go on. They'll be more like this. And I would highly recommend get your tickets. It's something that
Because
it does feel good to say
many of them are
there
born.
are some
The founding after this store with my bigger double, the low unknown is
there are 4 shows. We have Denver on Thursday. Tickets still available. Denver on Thursday.
it is
On Friday, we're up in the Bay Area. Saturday was Vegas. Sunday Phoenix. So it's, you kind of just
it is
do
possible
the
that
show.
you are to go
For
ahead
example, we'll
and
do San
30
Francisco.
seconds
We'll fly into San
without
Francisco
any
Friday morning.
let them know that
Gonna
this
shuttle
law
down to San Jose where the gig is.
for
And
anything
again,
that we cover throughout
gig
our
ends at
entire
11.
life
I'm there
regarding
from
this
4 to
job.
12. So
We'll
I think bring it there
round
from
the
11
leverage
to
this way.
12.
And
After
similarly,
12,
these continues to
take me
step
to the hotel.
in the
Everybody
world
can,
of
everybody
the
a little after party, hanging out with comedians. It's a fun little thing. If you're on the road with these guys, just like abroad, you do that. And then you hang out, and then you're up to the next morning, get the shuttle. They're very good transportation. San Francisco, boom, fly to Vegas, get to Vegas, shuttle, airport, maybe have ample time to get there. Some of the most graphic,
Tomorrow, in normal of us, but I was unable to find success. Don't believe such a person. Why? You want to be yourself. If you put some effort, you'll find success. So the person that has put so much effort but couldn't succeed, those who are don't believe it. Don't believe it, you didn't really get that. Maria Ganti, y'all come to the person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful. Also don't understand that there's no such thing as success without effort. I had such thing as what we successful about seconds. Yagasi Kumasaki, that a person says, I put in effort, and I found success. Time, maybe see, Yagasi Kumasaki, the Gemara says, the one time, I put no in I said to him, how did you do? Because I told him, I really wanted to. This is matter of spirituality. but not so much when it comes to business. Seattle grew unified. This is incredible. When it comes to business, this whole model is not true. Right? In other words, the model of Yagat is not fast. I put in effort, and therefore I was successful. That's spirituality. The level of spirituality just because I didn't put in effort, but I was successful, or I put in effort, but I wasn't successful. Don't believe them. Don't believe them. But if a person says, Yagat is doing my success, I put in effort, I was successful, and that's tomorrow. That's only the spirituality in business. People are successful all of the time without the person. Whatever you're bringing over here, in terms of understand. In other words, in order to understand something, this model is valid. I put in effort, I understood. I didn't put in effort, I didn't understand. And our effort to do everything, that's the opposite. I what you have, what you love, that's the opposite. But actually, you open it yourself, so that's what you never got to describe the issue about getting it. Instead of what's like, watch this back up now. Just for a moment, we'll have to do one of those things. I got I'm doing no, yeah, that's una salsa out I that's what did I just say? What I just said that just making it really fast. Sometimes the world of looking sometimes that goes into very high levels, you know, I said that I know what you're going to say. What about the Imam Saxon Gila? The Imam Saxon Gila, Oya Bata Imam Saxon Same game. Eğitim you can say that but if a person says I didn't put in effort and I was successful for reasons, and that's the case, I think that a person can reach high level of spirituality without any type of effort. Pardon my scars, I can know it can. I'm using Hakbara Amin, Rocks, Tiffany, Teachers, Hakbara, that is going to the Wikipedia. And I will take your song, this for Hakbara, to take this Yaksha. That is just very simple. That is like, the verse of every discussion. The verse says, when you speak about transaction, that's the only one you self with effort. That is what you want to understand. You're only going to understand something in the way you're only going to understand the law. If I find that all the time, it's not going to scale. But retention, that's a process. That's absolutely right. So listen, what do you think? You the people in the realm of spirituality, when I look at it, what things that could occur even without so therefore, again, this mindset realize that doesn't actually like said. You want to actually back it up. Now, while it's true, but for understanding Torah, if we don't put in effort, we're not going to understand. So memory, that's the that's a pleasant stuff. You see that even in the Bible, there's certain things that could occur even without even without that. But tomorrow, okay, whatever next time we do that seven, we introduce yes. There was a notion that one could reach Christ's spiritual level without effort requires us to understand number one, what level is talking about, what level are they talking about, and what this level means in the actual no. All right, we have that chance.
Last night I got physical for the first time. I don't want to go over guys with baseball terms. I run first and set my band close. Okay, guys. You want to jump in? I like it. I like the hernia had hernia surgery. No, it takes around 6 weeks. And they go through laparoscopic there. Oh, wow. All right. Well, you're going to be okay. That's the joke is pretty good. I like that. And then I play baseball.
All right, what I did this morning is I thought to let us begin. It's just really want to finish 2 minutes before we have to get to the dots. Just because it slows down both kids. The system of targets, so really the target field particularly has been the way in which the weather has really taught us how to deal, how to contend with the number of difficult and challenging needs. So specifically, again, we saw at the beginning of this section how to deal with Kas. We spoke about Taiva, and now again at the end of the oath, we focus on the Tuchsadik Dalit, the Tikkun Mekaf. Amazing. What happens if a person struggles with couples? With couples, with honor. I must say that interestingly enough, the way Rav Tzaddik understands, or the way Rav Tzaddik explains it, if you take a look in the Be'orei HaChasidus, he writes over the end of the right-hand column of Tzaddik Dalit, the Tikkun L'Mishum Mikshal B'Tavas HaChavos. So the remedy for one who has stumbled with a desire for honor, he goes to Tavas and Silarasa Shofadira. So it's interesting to say that Tzaddik is explaining this is a situation or the case where one has stolen or one has taken the honor due to his friend. So it's interesting that the Tzaddik frames it that way. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit and just focus on the idea that sometimes we desire covet. Right? People are people, and often again the desire for recognition, the desire for honor, often causes us to make terrible mistakes. So what does the person do if ultimately again they require covet, right? And the type of the covet, the desire for covet. So then what do? Shinui Hashem. Change your name. Change your name. Okay? So that it says again in the Shinui Hashem. You should change your name as we will discuss. This is now time. Now why now each person what change your name, what is that mean? Look at it else. The Zad time, Shishina has been loyal of Kola. We saw the Guru Ifua. You know, you speak when you see that name changes. Interestingly enough, because the man is not what it is, that person is person is the change your name will add a name. If you should start a log Shiyamuk Kayo, given to a Spanish smoke, and who also adoption is Gala. Okay, what's the idea of a name change when it comes to people? So we say as follows: you have to show there's a decree upon this particular person who should die. Has to show as a result of his illness. By changing the name, the person becomes someone different. Right? By changing the name, now. Applies to this person. Where else do we find Shinui Hashem? Is the Rambam in Hilchos Tshuva. Right? The Rambam says in the second chapter of Hilchos Tshuva that I think was reviewed also in the it's in footnote Shin Samech Vav. Re'ei Rambam Tshuva, bless you. Parak Beis Halacha Dalit, bless you. Second chapter, the fourth halacha. Nidarchei Tshuva Lios Hashad Mishane Shmo. One of the things that a person does in the process of tshuva is a person changes their name. K'lomar, ani acher ve'eni osa ish asa osa hamas. When it comes to tshuva, I changed my name because what do I say? I'm a different person. I am not the same person who has committed these particular deeds. Interestingly enough, 2 examples of name changes. One in a case where a person is ill, and one in a case where a person is doing tshuva. In both cases, the theme is the same. A person is constantly someone ill, then there's a zila, there's a decree against that person. Like when you're changing the name, you say there's a decree. The zila shouldn't apply to this person anymore. Tshuva, I did something, I now want to become someone different, I changed my name. So of course, the name change represents things that I can see. It looks like something that somebody can tell them to actually believe. There's a person right after something. Like when was the person, let's among friends. Like when does a person run after topic? The truth is, when a person is horribly insecure, and the person doesn't feel good about who and what they are. You see, if I'm well adjusted and I'm really happy with me, first of all, in general, number one, I don't think others to agree with me, which is incredibly important because people who try to voice their opinion on others often are insecure. And if they're insecure, I need others to build me up. And others to build me up. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not comfortable with who I am. So I need others' approval. I need others' coverage in order to be safe and secure in who I am. So whatever says, something amazing. First struggles with coverage. Versus struggles, ultimately you're going to tighten it down for coverage. What do you have to do? Change your name. Readjust your identity. Figure out who you are and figure out how to be comfortable within your own persona. Now, sometimes that means I have to become someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I feel secure is because I know deep down there are profound personality flaws. Deep down there are things which are really significantly broken. But sometimes consider the person who I am is not the person I need to be. There are times when I need to affect some dramatic changes in my life in order to be productive, in order to be a happy human being. Because ever says the desire for coverage comes from insecurity. The desire for coverage comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the coverage, says the Rebbe, sooner I say, make the adjustments, make the tweaks to your own identity. Figure out what is broken. Figure out what is in a state of disrepair. Change it, modify it, do whatever you need to do. Ultimately, find a sense of confidence, to find a sense of happiness, and to find a sense of fulfillment in who and what you are. That's what the couple of for today. So we officially closed out. Okay, Aleph again. You look on your own there for people. The subject does get in the topic of coverage. He does get into this idea of taking coverage from someone else. Which again, you'll see such another example of what we're learning. But I think what we're able to accomplish is discussing coverage in the most global sense, and it's approach to do it.
And all of a sudden, the major and it really just shocked him so much that his tricks melted. It's just cracking up. I watched the video of it the other day because I couldn't wait to see the video of it because I knew I was on this side of it. It was just as funny as it was. It was just the look on his face because he's like, fuck, still drink and laughing at the same time. Anyway, so the blacklisting, that's what happens. Tony, Josh's number, I want to change my word. Still not big laugh by Tony.
Alright, so just like good morning, let us begin. Can I just take every 2 minutes of the subject? A little bit of kick off of topic today, also, we can get the full on the 10 minutes to cover it. Remember, when we left off last week in OK, and in OK, the level was talking about this concept of how one remedies the need of anger. So now on to Tzaddik Gimel, the other transitions, it talks about it called Tikkun Taiva. What is the Tikkun? What is the relationship? Taiva, desire. Now, of course, several related to inappropriate desire. How does one go ahead and fix Taiva? This is the $1 million question that one should look with throughout our entire life. How do you fix Taiva? Don't say, tell them, never devote 2 lines to it. 2 lines. You have 2 lines to fix Taiva. So whoever says to this, he says, Shiner myself. The way to go ahead and fix Taiva is to change your action. Shiner myself. Don't change your action. What does it mean? When a person ultimately, again, has the opportunity to sin, but doesn't do so, through this, any earlier indiscretions are fixed. well, what does this mean on the deeper level? So if you take a look at the area Hasidus, on the bottom left-hand column of Tzadikim, the Rebbe writes as follows. The Tikkun is the mitzvah ba'aderes ha'taiva. If a person is falling prey, taiva, the desire. Now let's remember again, the Rebbe is using taiva as kind of like a catch-all category. Right? So taiva refers to all of those things where I should be resisting the temptation to do something, but I fail to resist the temptation. So how do I fix that? You know, it's interesting because in general, we don't really talk about taiva, we talk about specific averos. Right? I fell prey to my desires in this or in that. The Rebbe says that sometimes in life is a general issue with lust. Sometimes I'm just lusting after all the wrong things. So that's a midah, said Rebbe. There's a midah of taiva. I am a desirous individual and have an inability to abstain. That's the problem. That's the midah. So it may manifest itself in a variety of different ways. But the midah itself is the midah kind of midah of desire, and my challenge is an ability to practice restraint. An ability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that midah? So the Rebbe says, but you have to see this bottom column, left hand side for Tzadikim. He says, very dramatic. Okay, so here I'm looking forward. So the Rebbe says as follows. He says, I be shooting my Dahainu, Sheyochia, the nice sister of Yosef of the Olam Lazarus on the Look, this is incredible. How do you fix taiva? How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. The abstinence by being faced with an opportunity to do something, but holding back. So I could be about taiva. I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. דהיינו, שיוכיח במעשה שלו יושב all the olam, לעשות עבודתי. So this blew me away. So that is, how do you combat taiva? You combat taiva by practicing abstinence. The only way to break a midah, most says how? To break the midah. You know, this harkens back to the Rambam. Like it mentions so many times throughout the years. The Rambam writes his local veils. Right? So the person has a problem with their temper. The person has a problem with past. So the Rambam says, how do you address the midah of past, terrible temper? What do? Stop getting angry. You really get I could have been around that, right? I could have come up with that one. I would say, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, it's interesting because we're always looking, kind of the same way of spirituality. We're often looking like schools. Everybody wants a school up for something, right? The school up for this, the school up for that. Sometimes it's not about school, it's not about practicing the right thing. So often we're always looking for strategies or for ideas. How do I overcome this trait? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So what Rambam says, if I am a Baal Tziva, if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want. I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of a general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. Listen, the Rebbe right here, it sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple. But Lamais, it is so simple. Sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight up. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe says, all you really need to do is incredible. All I need to do is do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, to show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there is what to build upon. The Rebbe says, Kigon, Shevad Dvar Azela, Kizuli Ago, Umana es asmo mila asoso mitolano. All because we'll say, you know the way life happens. The first one is about Haifa. It is only a matter of time until that Haifa manifests itself again. Right? Only a matter of time until that opportunity, that desirous opportunity manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? Umana es asmo mila asoso mitolano. And if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiva, minavira, but then in this time, gam ha'avon ha'kodim she'izgabra l'vataiva v'nitzkava v'ozika l'tafsa. So I want to say, the Rebbe says that when I exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular avera again, not only but I also have the opportunity to us to go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. Which I just point out over here, if this sounds familiar, it's because in footnote Shushan David Shushan Simo, it points out over here that this is the reflection of the Gemara Simo. The Gemara says, what is a Baal Tshuva Gemara? Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you have in the past. But in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires and passions. And now, from now, I find the Torah to stand up to them. That's called about Shiva Yemura. That's complete Shiva. So that's really what the Rebbe describes in the The verse that he really framing it. I think all of us encounter this tightness in different areas of life. Right? We all have those desires. We all have those desires that the truth is we often find difficult to exercise this trait. For some people, again, it's often it changes as we get older and in different stages in life, but we all have those titles that we struggle with. That is the only way in taiva, the issue of taiva is either an ability to exhibit restraint. And the Rebbe says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become dependent individuals who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability, showing myself that I possess that particular koach, and ultimately one is able to battle. All right, well, so let's stop over for today. We'll pick up, and I'm going to try to finish up post today. There's one more piece, and I'll say this. So far we've done Pas, so far we've done Taiva, and interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and there's that sense of art.
I saw him and the only question I said is, do you feel at all guilty for being somebody who was crying? Maybe, but then he said, no, he's an asshole. That's not finished. Well, yeah, we definitely know. Like, maybe when he's amazing, huge cult classic. Again, it's another comedian. Yeah, sure. Wait, no, John, go back.
All right, so we'll say good morning. We're picking up today. We're going to speak about with both states. We began with this particular post yesterday. The Rebbe's idea that tikkun of the past, the way to remedy, the way to rectify the need of past, the need of anger, is change one place. Change one place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was through the concept that the person who commits an act of murder is sent to go. Is sent to the local city of justice. The Rebbe says things that at the core of the blessing of the people is chaos, is anger. So speaking about this Sadiq Aleph, the Sadiq Aleph in the area of the Shubert, the right hand column, right side is black. The Hayah, Harosea, is overly because the system. What would happen in the person? That actually don't kill another individual, they would be exiled to the goodness of the city of refuge. Below, not the nod, the Arab, the old one. Job, hanging and keeping how you got that. That is very interesting. Now, what the Rebbe is really doing is putting together a number of different things. Because remember, again, the first act of murder was tying against Adam. And I remember Cain was sent as a wanderer. Not to have artists. That was his punishment. He was to wander the earth for the rest of his life. So that says that when a person kills his children, a person goes back to humanity, the sentence is not to drop him out. The sentence is not to wander. But rather, the sentence is to go to a particular place by itself, within the club. The Kama Gaba. What's the reason? What's the logic for the image? Why is it the way that Allah for the accidental murder is to go ahead and go to Gaba to the image, not to the city of Rahim? Beautiful. The Kama Gaba, with the MS, reached the blue shot, as we got Haka Yishma, she reached the blue shot. So that is how we know that there is a movement of Haka Yishma, that is a Yaakov of Yishma, referred to as Haka Yishma. What does it mean? So that is a different story. The need of there's a concept of the fire of holiness. Meaning what? La Hajj ba Yitzhak are Yitzhak Hara. I think there's a lot of things happening over here. So for me, that is according to the Imam Second Drop. Actually, I'm reading the lady with the direct connection with the straight down, and they teach about a topic actually being Jesus. The Imam Second Drop has a statement of the Olam Yarjit Adam Yitzhak Toba Yitzhak. A person is always being married to. Now, marriage means bloodhouse needs to get angry. So a person should fire up his Yitzhak Hatov against his Yitzhak Hara. That's the lesson of Yarjit. He is a sense of anger. So he says, what do you see from here? You see from here that he calls this leader the leader of Hakati. That anger has a destructive side as well. And in the concept, ultimately, you're going to fire up the Yitzhak Hatov against the Yitzhak Hara. He says, if you go to Yitzhak, L'var Ha'ish, the Yitzhak Hara. The goal is to make the fire of hope against Ra. That's the golden light. We've actually spoken about this concept in the study before. The idea being that sometimes the most powerful antidote to the Yitzhak is fiery passion for hope. This goes to a general thought that the most dangerous thing for a Jew is not the definition of sin. Everyone's sin. The most dangerous thing for a Jew is kind of like you're just blah. And you're just like, you're kind of just very even feel, nothing really, not a non-excitable person, nothing really gets you going, nothing really gets you passionate. It's a lack of passion, a lack of excitement is the greatest danger for the Jew. So the answer is, if you want to go ahead and combat the Yitzhak, how do you do that? And the Gemara says essentially, you fire up your Yitzhak. Fire up the good inside of you. Become passionate about doing that which is good. And by definition, that overcomes Yitzhak. So the Rebbe says, Shiva opens that, Kuro gets no. There's good anger. There is good anger. Now, we don't call good anger. What do we call it? Right? We call it positive passion. Positive passion. But passion and anger are two sides of the same coin. Anger is misdirected passion. Right? And you know this, by the way. People who are very bad tempered, if you're able to channel that in the right way, you can become passionate almost about anything and everything. Because anger represents that there's a fire burning inside it. Because anger is the wrongful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that, this is what it means when Chazal say, the Olam Yarji, see, so interesting. Because Chazal could have said, you really should just go ahead and do more good than bad. But that's not what Chazal said. It says, if you fire up, the Olam Yarji, Adam Yitzhak, Oha Yitzhak. Fire up your Yitzhak, Oha Yitzhak, meaning that many of us possess this is what is called Yivura Pachad Yitzhak. This fire, this anger, as Allah is telling us, channel. You don't have to get rid of your anger. You don't have to get rid of anything in life. You just have to go ahead and channel it in the right way. So that was just something like the Indian Mashal Chazal. So we'll say what Chazal says. Where do they say? What do they say? Haitzer me'avar d'rasa. That when a Talmud Chacham gets angry, Zed Ham Chacham Sawyer Shavali Zero. Yes, if a young Talmud Chacham gets angry, HaTorah hu meviya solita. What causes the anger inside of him? What causes the anger? Ultimately, again, the Torah tells us. Where does this Gemara happen to appear? The Gemara, yes, Tainus Daf Dalit. Today's Daf. Today's Daf. Right? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Literally, it's going to be 5 lines in the top of the Daf. Like, so what is Chazal saying? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there is often a fire of passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go awry and to become anger. And to become anger. So he goes on, he says, so remember, we're assuming that the act of Ritzicha, the act of bloodshed, even though again we're talking over here an accidental act of bloodshed, the subject says taking life in any form is a manifestation of Chas. That's the theory he's talking about. Right? Even though it's yet, we're talking in terms of God's purposes, it's talking about a very specific piece of action. But the Lord says, subject says in its essence, so the act of the tzivah is a manifestation of Chas, of anger. So what's the punishment? Right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's the punishment? Gullus. Now we'll say, what's the point of Gullus? So yesterday we spoke about the idea that Gullus itself is a reorientation. Right? So you look at the world differently. But it's taking that a step further. The goal of Gullus is anger management. Right? It's to go ahead and go somewhere new. And let's remember again, where do people fit in the clutch? Which cities are in the clutch? Cities of the Revere. Right? Remember again, who are the tribes who demonstrated the most intense form of Chas? Shimon and Levi. Right? Next week's Parsha. Right? Shimon and Levi go in and wipe out an entire city. Interestingly enough, what does Levi become? They become the seat of religious leadership. So what does Shevet Levi represent? Anger management. The ability to take the leader of anger and transform it from something destructive into something powerfully constructive. The city of Shevet that wiped out an entire city. Whether they deserve it or not, Yaakov Avinu clearly did not agree with that course of action. They wiped out an entire city. And yet they realized Yaakov Avinu gives them Musa on his deathbed. They realized he did the wrong thing, but the need is good. The passion is there. Remember what they say to Yaakov Avinu? Yaakov Avinu said, what did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. And remember again, what did Shimon Levi respond? Our sister should be treated like a harlot. First of all, what a question that I talk to you. I'm saying, like, you're talking back to your father. You're talking back to your father. That passion was there. That anger was there. But Yaakov was saying, you're using it in the wrong way. Channel it. So they become Shevet Levi again. Becomes the seat of all religious leadership. All religious passion is channeled through Shevet Levi. Now the Rambam says anyone who wants to be a part of Shevet Levi should be a part of Shevet Levi. I could adopt that midah. I don't have to be a part of the tribe to adopt that midah. But the idea says that study. Because now we understand why there's Gullus. Because the person who killed the Shogeg demonstrated Chas. Right? Oh, wrong Chas. You got to go to Gullus. Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something constructive. And where do you go? In Niklot, cities of the Levians, because they mastered this ability to channel this Chas, to channel this trait, channel this passion into the right way. So we'll say, so we'll have to stop over here for today. But again, to begin to see two things. The Tzaddik is teaching us how to deal with anger. That's many of us struggle with each and every day. How do I deal with anger? So number one, Gullus. Gullus on a basic level, Gullus means change your orientation. We talked about yesterday. We often get angry because things don't follow our plan. I had an idea, I had a conception, I had a vision for how everything was supposed to go, and life didn't follow my plan. Well, to get angry that life didn't follow your plan is gaiva, is arrogance, and if you suppose that life is supposed to follow your plan, this is your plan is the correct one. Gullus is a reorientation. The first step in managing anger, says Reb Tzaddik, is to accept the fact that the way you see the world, where I see the world, may not be the correct way to see the world. So sometimes you have to readjust the vision about how things happen, how things occur, how things unfold. On a deeper level, Reb Tzaddik says, how do you deal with anger? Rechannel. Rechannel. Anger represents a misappropriation of passion. Figure out what is your irritation. And both the ear mikvah to different people is different things. For some people, their ear mikvah may be therapy, because maybe a person just has a temper as a result of a whole bunch of life issues that happen, and you need to figure out how to resolve it. So for some people, the therapy could be their ear mikvah. For other people, Muslim could be their ear mikvah. For other people, Torah could be their ear mikvah. For other people, meditation. Whereas everybody needs to find that thing that allows them to recalibrate and to rechannel that passion into a productive and meaningful way. I'd rather stop over here for today. We're not going to spend one more day on class, and then here's Hashem. We're not going to go from there talking about Haifa. So this is a very powerful oath. We'll begin it tomorrow.
It's also interesting. This big song is Cheeseburgers in Paradise, which needs a condiment, right? So all goes together.
All right, so good morning. Let us continue our thought Hashem. Able to do the document of the some of the we're actually going to skip over a couple of oceans to Ocean. Because sent out on the WhatsApp last night, and again, I was certainly encouraged you for such a statement on my day, and homeless guy saying that he was under consensual rape. Again, if you can, it's too bad. There's that much to do with so the subject says it's kind of because the reason I want you to go ahead and fast forward a little bit to the first is because in the last topic we were talking about, we spoke about a number of profound and important things that are not happening, and especially in the realm of growth pursuit or growth setback. The subject of giving us something so now, what I want you to typically about this is the subject in this particular place ventures into the overcoming. But I'm going to deal with negative character traits. And specifically, what we're focusing on over here is how to deal with past. That person has problems with pain. How do you deal with it? So it's interesting because as you come to see the subject styles, it's a really incredible style. He also says things that sounds like very schoolly, but they're not simple ideas at all. So, for example, it says this figure task. What is the way to levity? Task is levity. Anger, change nothing. Change your place. Change your place. Okay. What is that? She's a very great first one. He goes to Gloria Hasidus. He's Sadik. The bottom left hand column. Two rooms in the nefesh. The niche next code is us. The way to creating the pattern. The way to rectify. The way to fix. One is nefesh. If one has fallen created us, who are you the healing makom hakavod? It's change your place. Change your makom hakavod. Now, this is going to mean many different things. The Indians have horoscopes. Now, where do we find the concept of healing makom, of changing your place and being a form of kapara? Of course, the Prophet says the kind of example of this that he's going to get into in just a moment is goals. Right? A person accidentally kills another individual, right? The Rotzeach B'Shgaga. What's the halacha? You have to go to Gagos, you go to the mikvah, go to the city of refuge. The Zek Moshe Amar says, listen, so before we get into the subject, thank you over here, because that comes from there. Just understand, the concept of Shinui Makom is a very profound idea. You know, we're often most, we often see Shinui Makom in halacha in our Vedas. Like, what's halacha when a person comes to Adel? So one of the halachas is they have to change their Makom Kanya. Like, you have a place in Shul, you have a place there. And by the way, it's true there, you have a place that you daven every day. So you have to change that Makom and sit somewhere else. What's the chance? Like, why do you have to change the Makom? So, again, the Kisra Time quotes different ideas. One of the ideas that he quotes is that when a person loses a loved one, it's going like a form of din, a form of divine justice, and therefore a person literally goes into governance. Which feels exiled. But I still actually the beautiful idea. I remember this is a question as well, that when a person experiences the death of a loved one, it changes your outlook and orientation of the world. You don't see the world in the same way anymore. And it's just, it's a reversal. You know, when you have a makom tavua, so that fixes your orientation, right? You live in the front of me and turns to the left of me, and there's a savior. That often upsets the savior. But it resets a new savior. There's a new order. So I believe if you get your hand things down, that the other moves to seat to really highlight this new orientation and this new outlook into the world. So in the Warriors of Southern, I was very taken by this idea that the remedy for cash is Shinui Makom. You know how to deal with anger? How to deal with anger is to change your place, meaning change your orientation. So let's think about it for a moment. Why do we get angry at things? More often than not, why do we get angry at things? Because people so good, right? I get it. No, sometimes I can't do that, right? You get angry at things because you have an expectation. I have an expectation as to how things are supposed to go. And when they don't go that way, I get angry. And I think, and it's true everywhere. It's true in career, it's true in family life, it's true. There's an expectation. People are supposed to behave a certain way, things are supposed to go a certain way, and when they don't, I get angry. So first of all, the key is to realize that's called Gaiva. That's called Gaiva, right? To think that things are supposed to follow the plan that I have for them. To think that people are supposed to behave the way I expect them to behave. That my day is supposed to go the way I expect it to go. That my finance is supposed to go the way that's people Gaiva. Right? To think that I know how everything should unfold. That's number one. But even leaving that piece aside, because again, this is fun. The Sifai Musa point out that anger really is the derivative of Gaiva. That's really what it is. But again, what Sadiq is highlighting before we get into the Gavas piece is often anger is a result of a skewed orientation. I see things a certain way, and that's the way I think they are supposed to go. It says that what's the first remedy to Gaiva? Shinui Makom. Sometimes accept the fact that just because you see things a certain way, and you think that they should unfold a certain way, doesn't mean that they're supposed to unfold that way. And again, that's Shinui Makom. That's changing your seat. That's changing your place. That's changing your orientation. So if somebody says, so I was like, this is what's incredible about this. So if somebody says, Shinui Makom. So number one, you want to rectify cause, change your orientation. Stop assuming that you know how everyone's supposed to behave and speak and talk and do at any given point in time, how the day is supposed to unfold, how everything is supposed to put into place. Shinui Makom, change the orientation. But once I change the orientation, don't need the cause. That's what the cause necessarily goes away. But if somebody says it's a tikkun cause, now the Rebbe goes on, he says something absolutely amazing over here. He says that the Shinui Makom, the changing of one's place, that is an accompanying cause, is like the Shinui Makom, which is changing of a place, changing of a physical, geographic place, that a person who kills the shogeg has to undergo as well. He says, Moshe Amar Torah, on my Facebook Tzaddik Aleph, into the area of Hasidus, Shagalus, that Galus, right, literally exile. Right? Once again, you know the halacha. So this is remember, Ruvain is climbing up a ladder. He accidentally falls off the ladder, falls down to Shimon, kills Shimon. Right? What's the halacha? He has to go to an Irmikla. Let's go to the city of refuge. That's the halacha. So listen, so the prophet says, why is he going? First, we'll get to it. He says, Varitzicha va'a matmas kas. He says, why does one person kill another person? So it's the result of kas. So the prophet is taking a little bit of liberty here and expanding the definition. Because remember again, the classic case of why a person goes to galus is for an accidental act of bloodshed. Like I said, walking up the ladder, and he falls down. This is the first example of galus. It's not really kas that really caused the death. Well, what caused the death? It's really negligence. Remember again, halacha, if it's only, if it's extremely circumstances, so practical purpose. Really, a person goes to galus because it's negligence. But the prophet is saying, let's drill down. Let's drill down. Why does one person take the life of another person? Because some things are ritzicha, ba'a, matmas, kas. A person takes the life of another person because their past got out of hand. Their past just simply was unchecked. And if you take a look at the way footnote shouldn't and says, Rambam, Midarke Tuvalios Golan in Komo, Shagalus Mechaperes Kavos, if they Shagolema told me the Torah. This is what's happening over here. So we'll leave that Rambam for just a moment. According to the Rambam, he says that the power of Galus is that Galus humbles. Right? So murder occurs because of kas. The murderer is then exiled. The fact of exile is that it humbles the individual. Now watch this. He goes on, he says, in the brackets, we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up the next episode, so at least I let your appetite a little bit with this. But again, I'm venture to say there are a few people who don't have to contend with kas. We don't have to contend with anger on a daily basis. I venture to say that for many of us, anger is something that we do have to contend with. And I think if we look at many of the greatest mistakes we've made in life, they're usually because of us. So to have an OCR of subject is going to tell us how to get a hold of this, and how to get a handle on this, and how to get a proper perspective on this. The Mir Hashem is a great support in the coming days. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up the Mir Hashem now as the intro. We'll pick up the community of the Mir Hashem tomorrow. I want to educate you on this. All right.
I saw you at the fight last night. You just doing the press conferences on this prize winner fighters.
All right, so that's concluded. Morning, let us continue. So let's have the next section. First time God. This morning, we left off with talking about live piece of this in the last first sentence. Now we do understand what is going to apply it appropriately. So let's begin with first time God. It's a really beautiful idea. I have started. We're beginning of this quick time test in the handouts for third on the last minute. And again, we really have to do this in the bottom left. There is Kishon HaAdam. And it's time when a person stumbles. Right? Kishon means stumbling or a stumbling. The time that a person stumbles is a person. Kishon is a metaphor for sin. The time that a person sins, Yeda, Yasher Yashlo, Sheba'ose Is Shalhanit, to know for himself that in that moment of fun, in that moment when I fall down, the inner Shabo, she's happy at this time. Let's look at these words. You ever says, at the time that a person fails and falls down, you should know that episode, that moment of falling down is hakona, is a preparation. You're also governed for that very thing in which I failed, that it will be turned around for good. Now, what does that mean? Remember, this idea actually is espoused by the Rebbe a number of different ways, which is, up until now, what we've kind of learned it as, that whatever I sin with, really, the Rebbe says, that represents my greatest fault, right? My greatest weakness is just the other side of the coin as my greatest strength. Because sin is a misdirection or misuse of personalistic energy. So if I can harness that energy and turn it around for good, by definition I can accomplish an incredible amount. And therefore the Rebbe says, when I sin, when I commit an Aveirah, the beauty, so to speak, of the Aveirah is I now know the Torah has possessed. I now know if I just harness it and turn it around, I can accomplish great things. The other day, the word she basically are similar, but a little bit different. The other says is the moment that I sin, my lowest moment, what he calls the moment of kisser, the moment of stumbling, the moment that I'm down and out. That moment, by definition, is ripe for a dramatic turn. The moment that you fail is the moment in life that is most dramatic for a positive turnaround in the exact opposite direction. Because it's anything that's a positive feedback. You see, most of us in life, when we're down and out, right? Most of us in life, when we fall, right? You feel like, okay, I've fallen and I have no options, right? I'm down. I'm in the pit of despair, the pit of failure. And ultimately, again, that's where I feel that I'm stuck. Rebbe says, in that moment when you are in the pit of failure, in the moment after I just stumbled and fallen, that moment is actually the ripest moment in life, turn it around and to do something great. In this gap, now we'll define why that isn't just a moment. In this scale, the also shop, and if we're able to take advantage of that moment, this hardship is just going over lots of la'avo, that's not really far off, to strengthen myself and my value, and to return to my friend. You shall ask la'alos for my greater gidol alone. I have the ability to ascend to a very high and lofty level. To go though, is fun with the loss of a rock. As deep as I've fallen as a result of my mistakes, if I capitalize on the moment, I catapult myself to an area that is equally as high. This is a fascinating idea. What the subject essentially is telling us is that the moments of failure in life are the moments that are ripest for dramatic ascension. See, I often think the moment I fail is the moment I'm most compromised, and that's the moment that I'm least capable of accomplishing something. There's a big one in this moment. I commit an idea. You kill in your own blood, right? You commit whatever idea. How do you feel in the aftermath of that idea? Where's in the aftermath of that? I feel like often I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I compromised myself. It's just an idea that's committed many times in the past. I pledged to myself not to do again. I feel incredible sense. And I just feel down about myself. Again, do I believe that at the end of the day I can turn it around? Sure, I believe it. Do I believe that I can affect a dramatic turnaround right now? I think most of us know. Because I feel really badly about myself. I'm really disappointed. I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm really disappointed in myself. The Rebbe says, the moment I sin and the moment I'm lowest, that is the moment that is rightest in life for dramatic growth. In that moment, I can literally turn it around and experience a meteoric rise. In that moment, not only that, I can experience an aliyah, an ascension that is directly related to the depth of my fall. So the further I fall in that moment, I can turn it around and catapult myself up. So okay, what's the shot? So I think what the topic is saying on a very basic level is like this. The moment in life that I'm most receptive to change is the moment I fail. Right? Meaning, most of us don't think about change when everything in life is going good. Right? If I'm having a good day, right? Everything in my relationships are good, with myself, with my spouse, with that kind of Baruch Hu. Hey, it's fine. Life is good. Everything is going fine. Not great. I know that it can be better, but at the end of the day, everything is just fine. Most of us don't think about change when everything is kind of just trucking along. When are people most receptive to change? When I realized that I need it so badly. And when do I realize that I need it so badly? In the immediate aftermath. In that moment, I will say, there's something to appreciate the fact that it's subject to wisdom. We speak about failure. And then if you think about it, big things in life. And so thinking about this a lot. Because I'm trying to examine my own failure. The failure is things that we so often encounter in life. Just what I described before. Struggle with a certain thing, pledge to be better, make the plan to be better. I am better for a while, and then I relapse. Like that moment of disappointment, I it's like I could have kept it together had I chosen. It's not the shock that there was so overwhelming penalty of the Sahara that caused me to sin. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I just didn't keep it together. But that feeling of like being demoralized in the aftermath of that relapse. Again, I don't mean a dramatic failure like a person watches that movie. I mean like that thing that I struggle with all the time and I couldn't keep it together. And I failed again. And I'm so disappointed in myself because I know I could do it. In that moment you feel so low about yourself. And ever since that moment, that's the moment of getting started. Why? Because in that moment, I recognize I need to change. Something about me needs to change. Something needs to be different. And if I capitalize on that desire to change, in that moment, in the immediate aftermath of things, that says, I can shoot that. I can experience this meteoric rise more than any other time of life. The reason I think like this is, I don't know, I was like, wow, it's a great video, right? Because I was like, what this does is, this, instead of wallowing in self-guilt, and instead of feeling bad that I can't believe I didn't keep it together, I have to feel bad because feeling bad is part of the human process. You can say, okay, I'm low. But as low as I am right now, if I accept that for myself to change, and tap into, so don't know how you tap into that power, you have an aliyah in this moment that is greater than any other moment. So it's those moments that occur in the immediate aftermath of failure, where we normally feel lowest and most powerless, and changes them into incredible moments of cathartic change. He says, "Kikafi godo ha'ches sheyit meskito, kaku godo ha'tova shiyucha u'shlot al ba'otav zaman." So this is the concept we've seen before. The Rebbe says, because the greater the sin, which I entice to commit, that corresponds to the greatness and intensity of the good that I could collect. Litlos al ba'otav zaman. In Yaakov Tishkut Gazu, Bechem Gazu, Shibyasa Lekishmo Yisol, Yisade Asmo Bashim Yisrael B'Saraso, and they're also in Nami Shea Bakishmo, who is Sugaz Lasabisot. So we have to stop over here for today. We'll expound on this more tomorrow. But the idea of studying is how do you do that? Right? How is it that I go from the depth of failure to the heights of accomplishment? And that is describing what how long does this process take? How long does it take? How is it? Well, it sounds like to a certain degree, part of it could be instantaneous. How do you do that? The most basic answer is identify the koach that led me to sin, identify the energy or the power that I used inappropriately, and figure out in that moment how to use it for something good. If I can figure that out in the moment right now, then I can experience that meteoric rise in the immediate aftermath. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the rest of the show tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different forms of comedy. There's different, the guys versus girls, this and that. I just feel I've studied so much on comedy. I always tell the new comedians, it's stage time and jokes. Can't go wrong with that, and that's what we're doing here tonight. I give you the overall
Good morning, let us begin. You are continuing in Mirza Hashem in Iron 8. In this next project, I left you off on the cliffhanger yesterday on which was covered. So remember, you know, you put Iron Zion in its footnote Reish Tzaddik Tes. And the subject is putting over here the Shiva of high growth. And the following Shiva was that the individual went undertaking a series of fast days, and then after he had undertaken those fast days, he wanted to know, could he sell his course? Could he sell the merit of those fast days to another? So if you see again on page Kufay and Zion, in the footnotes in the bottom left-hand column, second line in. האם שזה כל הנוער, we also שניתן אותו, ואם שניתן לאדם זאת על מנת שיקרא התורה, ותהיה זכות הקריאה לו. Oh, by the way, you can apply the same thing. Let's say I go over to Shimon, and I say, Shimon, listen, you come to share every single morning, you come to that morning every single morning. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month, and I want the course. I want the merit of your Talmud Torah. Because they ask the price, can you go out? Excellent deal, right? So, for $1,000 a month, I'll give you, but I want the merit of that word. Because I go, can you do that? Can you do that? Shuvah, right? This is incredible. Kas Ra'inu is Varim Eilu Divrei Hadal, in this small color. So the Haigon, according to the Haigon says foolishness. Foolishness, Divrei Hadal, absolute foolishness, nothing to rely on. The Eid Yala Ali, Yisharo Shozeh, so Maisin told him to also Zelozeh. How can you ever imagine that you could purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another person? How could you ever imagine such a thing? The Pasuk says, according to the Pesach, the righteousness of the tzaddik, the righteousness of the pious man, Allah will be upon him. Meaning, the righteousness of the righteous man belongs to him and cannot be, it's a non-transferable entity. That they are the same of the mitzvah, in the same way, interestingly enough, he compares in the same way that I can't be held responsible, or I'm not involved in the sin of my friends, I'm also not involved in the activity of my friends. Now, that comparison of Tzaddik should play a little bit. But the point of Haigon says is that you cannot purchase the merit of someone else. Whoever she has so Adam the Ego, the Elam to be speaking the Matan Code. That's what do you think? That merit from a mitzvah thing you carry around? That you can choose, okay, I'll give it to this one, I'll give it to that one. So he goes on to someone tries to purchase the merit of his friends through money or through a gift, lavud hu velad. This is a disparagement of the mitzvah itself. No, so we'll get to that in just a moment. But so he goes on, so it says that Haigon Paskin, in Shuvah, you cannot go ahead and purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another individual. Now, what about what Sadie was talking about suffer and to this is very different. So it's very important to understand what the suffer, right? So the suffer was learning, what the woman got from that was a partnership in the performance of the mitzvah. It's not the shot that the suffer got all of the sky, and then Zvulun purchased some of it. The Sachar and Zvulun were partners. In other words, Zvulun was able to do what he was able to say. The Sachar was able to sit and learn because Zvulun helped them. Zvulun supported them. That was a partnership. That was a premeditated partnership. And a premeditated partnership there is a sharing of merit. That's not what the Haigon is talking about here. The Haigon is saying is, I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, you come to share every single morning. I want to purchase that merit from you for $1,000 a month. I think it's better than consulting because for active partnership, I want to purchase it. This is transactional. The Haigon says, you can't do it. You can't do it. It doesn't work. Now look at, you see the difference? There's a premeditated partnership where, again, in this case, the tongue of the Hebrew enabled the suffer to go ahead and sit and learn. That's the sharing of reward. That's the thing that for actual purchase of or I should say, the network, the ex post facto purchase of the work does not work, says Reb Hai. I will say, well, why is it started bringing this down now? Because remember again, this goes to highlight this point that a mitzvah, when a person does a mitzvah, it becomes part of who you are. It becomes part of your essence, and because it becomes part of your essence, you cannot sell something that is inextricably linked to you. Like something that extremely, I can't go ahead and sell my heart. I think I just what's one way for a heart. Tell me what's willing to offer. I can't give that to you because that's a part of me that I cannot live without. My mitzvahs become a part of who and what I am. And therefore, by definition, they are a non-transferable entity. So again, remember, the subject is contrasting that with Avera. When I commit to Avera, and Avera, remember, in the imagery you had is the Avera, it sits on top of it, right? It sits on my neshama, but it doesn't permeate inside. So it's there, I have to rectify it, but it doesn't sit inside. The distinction that God is trying to make, Kedusha Domin, Kedusha Hagor. Financial sanctity, physical sanctity. Avera is a financial sanctity. Financial sanctity should be redeemed, should be renewed. The mitzvah is a physical sanctity. It's evolved upon the entity in its entirety. So whoever goes on, it's that on the top of the fire, goes to buy halal for my so this is Tarsha. I the Indian Messiah have a holy day. So, what about the fact that Easter is holy first, right? Not that this is Tarsha. This is Tarsha. What about the fact that Easter is holy first, right? Is this a birthright by definition representative of ritual, representative of traditional again, which a birthright represented biblically is not just simply a physical heritage, or the birthright represented again was an elevated status of holiness. He says of himself, if it is true that my ritual becomes a part of who and what I am, it is a part of my soul. And at the end of the day, how is Jesus able to tell the birthright? Let's be like, the Ian Messiah had a photo of the Haki Kabbalah. The Messiah governed for Kedusha. It seems like he was selling something that has by definition Kedusha. Tamaki is what I say, it's so beautiful. Tamaki the beach is high up apart. So you find that the video with all the evidence. The beach of oil Messiah is so beautiful. The subject says, Pizza was never really the fuck. He was never really the fuck. He was never as much as he was the fuck. The video means like imagination. Right? He was the firstborn in an illusion. He wasn't really the firstborn. And the subject again, in the footnotes will be there. This message is concept a little bit about what it means to be a part of the Virginia. When he begins the month of Rashi, that actually says that in reality, Yaakov Avinu was the first. Everybody gives the example of you put the item into a food. The item that goes in first comes in the last. So therefore, again, Yaakov Avinu actually created first. It came out of the womb second. The idea being the reason why Esau was able to sell the Torah was because of David Congress. He was never really good. He was never really good. He was the Bechad B'Dinah. But Finally, had Esau been the true and legitimate Bechad, the ability to sell the Bechad, which represents the entitlement to Esau, would not have been there. Would not have been there. So we'll have to stop with it for today. But again, I just want to highlight what we did inside. Actually, let's just do one more. Let's just do one more paragraph. The interesting enough, what the candy says with the subject is you can tell you actually know stop it. Okay, so again, you're just pointing out the subject constantly highlighting this yesod, right? Averos is like ultimately what we call Kedusha from the financial standpoint. It's there, it becomes part of who and what I am, but it does not take over the totality of self. A mitzvah, like Kedusha has this physical sanctity, takes over that complete and totality of what becomes part of who and what I am. Based on that, there's a tzaddik in halakhic sense. You cannot sell your mitzvahs. You cannot sell your mitzvahs. You cannot sell the mitzvahs because selling your mitzvahs would be selling a piece of who you are. What will end up with tomorrow is can you sell your averos? Can you sell your averos? Right? And if you can, what a market is going to be for that in your content. So that will be for me. Tomorrow, we'll finish up 6 posts. I will do tomorrow.
hot as hell. We're trying to tell you that you're so hot that you need to fucking not have your nipples in your pussy show because they want to hear your jokes. This is some hardship here because these people that are regulars in the show, it's absolutely true. We need Kimberly and Sarah to come up as being two of the best female stand-up comedians in the world. And if instead one of them looks like a stripper on stage, it doesn't work. It's taken a long evolution. I said it doesn't work if you're anyone that's successful. Alicia Michaels was. You just said once. Well, she stopped, she's anyone that's successful. Name the person and name the female comedian who's purposefully sexy on stage that is successful.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We're gonna resume. Good morning. All of that. For example, the Tuesday is this important. We're going to look at the Hasidics and the Muslim to start our day. Remember, again, we're picking up from where we left off a week ago now in Oath Iron 8, 75. So just to reorient ourselves a bit, in Oath Iron 8, the Rebbe was talking about the idea that when a person does an Avera, that Avera doesn't become part of doing what they are. The Rebbe was explaining a person commits an Avera, so that Avera is something that sits on me, or it sits on top of my Neshama, but it doesn't become part of my actions. And the Rebbe explained the muscle he gave us, I think it was a very powerful muscle, was a signal that something could be invested or invested with financial sanctity. Right? So something that's what we call in halakha Kedusha Summon. Financial sanctity. Financial sanctity, Kedusha Summon is different than Kedusha Haguf. Because Kedusha Summon, the sanctity is there, but the sanctity can also be removed through redemption. It shows you that the sanctity to be removed shows you that the sanctity has not devolved within the entirety of the item. As opposed to Kedusha Haguf, something of physical sanctity, that sanctity devolves upon the item through and through. So the Rebbe says something amazing. This is the fact that tshuva is possible. Like the fact that I can commit an Avera, and at the end of the day, I can then cleanse myself. I can then remove it from who and what I am. I can then become someone different. It indicates to me that although faith has an impact on who and what I am, Menachem was listening to me after we did this, because we always learn that what we do impacts who and what we are. To be clear, the Rebbe is not arguing on that idea, but there's a difference between impact and ultimately becoming part and parcel of who and what you are. Everything impacts us. Everything impacts us. Every other big or small impacts us. But the Rebbe is saying is, sometimes we think that when I commit an Avera, I'm fundamentally, comprehensively, and unalterably changed. Right? I'm damaged goods. I'm damaged goods. So the Rebbe is saying that's not true. That's not true. Have I changed? Have I been impacted? Absolutely. Have I been irreversibly or irrevocably altered? No. And the proof, of course, the proof to that is tshuva. That's the proof. And he says, the fact that tshuva is possible indicates that sin has not comprehensively and completely changed me. Now, let's pick up on page 2 It's the same PDF that I sent out a week ago. Kufayim Zayin. Avala mitzvahs, I'm looking in the Bihuria Chasidus on the right hand column. Avala zechuyos, yesh l'kol adam yisrael mekayim hamitzvos, shayotim lo lechalutim, b'nikrim be'etzem of his nafsh. I must say this is so beautiful. The Rebbe says, herein lies the fundamental difference between Averos and mitzvahs. When you do a mitzvah, says the Rebbe, shayotim lo lechalutim, that mitzvah belongs to me in an absolute sense. The nickname the etzem of and the mitzvah becomes part of the essence of who and what I am. So let's say, isn't this incredible? So what a subject just summarized for us is the fundamental difference between Averos and mitzvahs. Okay, these are obvious things we do not very easily. Right? Bad, this is good. That's an easy one. But L'maisa, a mitzvah becomes part of who and what I am. a mitzvah becomes an inextricable part of my spiritual persona. A mitzvah embeds itself not just like on top of my neshama, but in my neshama itself. He says, "V'lachein, in Tigavish Niskadish Kedushas Haguf, the Efshar Lahavir Mimenu Es Kedushaso, for the dose of the Chayfetz Achet Achra." So the Rebbe says in our Mashal, which is very beautiful, he says the mitzvah is like Kedushas Haguf. Remember again, an Avera was Kedushas Damim, financial sanctity. What happens when an item has financial sanctity? The sanctity rests kind of on top of the item, but does it permeate the item in totality? The answer is no. Maharaya, you could redeem something, right? You could redeem something from its financial sanctity. You could remove financial sanctity. But when something has Kedushas Haguf, when something doesn't just possess financial sanctity, but rather again what we'll call, for lack of a better term, physical sanctity, that sanctity permeates the item in its entirety. How do you redeem something that has Kedushas Haguf? How do you redeem it? You can't. Right? Let's remember again, this is why the severity of Tamura, right? If you take a carbon and you swap it for another carbon, what's the halacha? Who is Tamura so Kodesh Hashem? Both become sanctified. Because when something has physical sanctity, it's permeated through and through. That's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. A mitzvah is Kedushas Haguf, a physical sanctity. So then those are the things that happen. When something has physical sanctity, you can't redeem it. Redemption is only for financial sanctity, not for physical sanctity. So let's say it's the same idea with the mitzvah. Whenever you do a mitzvah, the mitzvah belongs to the neshama and becomes an inextricable or irremovable part of who and what you are. Which always says, let's say the comfort. First of all, the profundity in it in terms of the power of the mitzvah. Which means every single time I do a mitzvah, I alter my spiritual persona. I alter my neshama in a positive, irreversible fashion. There's Kedushas Haguf. Of course, the beautiful part of this is, it also tells me that no matter what I do wrong, right, I can't go ahead and lose the power of that mitzvah. So, hey, anyone can put on the habit to do a thing like here as well. And therefore, says whatever, this is the power of the mitzvah. And I will say, the model is such a profound model. Averis, Kedushas Damim, Averis are like financial sanctity. So they're there, they impact, they create reality, but they don't seek into my permanent sense of self. Mitzvot, Kedushas Haguf, physical sanctity, become an irrevocable or an irreversible part of who and what I am. And therefore, no redemption, so to speak, no removal. He said something very interesting. He said, I think Aaron thinks he's on the habit of saying that here as well. Because that's most of the couple, when you can eat us from home base for the hour of work, you don't do conduct with it. When you can see most of them come a moment, the Dahar Echa Minatola, Bon Yavozulo, the Israel Loya Avivu Lahem, the Israel Avivu Ba'at Kohol. And that's what makes the real deposit. You have to that even if someone was to pay you all the money in the world, right? It's contributions in the world. Even if the nations will take probably for all the money of the world. For the mitzvot, can you transfer a mitzvah? And transfer a mitzvah? And the answer is no. Because a mitzvah, the thing that makes it a mitzvah becomes an integral part of you. And therefore, by definition, it can't be transferred to someone else. I will say, I'll just point out something. He says, the iron, the truest of Hydro, is really not a lot of stuff. The Indian efforts to machar and closer. Okay, I'm going to mention this now, and then I'm going to stop. We're going to pick up this tomorrow. If you take a look on footnote side of the text, this is fascinating. A shaila that was asked to the Hydro, and he says, Zeroshano, Shalom to Hydro, Misha Noiglis Ano, Sheni Zokanishi, Ubiso Osa Hazman Amar, Makarti, Enis Zu Hashana, the Catholic Moses, the Kano opinion of that, Hayesh Mizet, Kuno Hanala Osa Kanishi. Okay, so they asked her Hydro on the following shaila. This was the situation. So once you guys went fast days, series of fast days, a bunch of the hop fast days, right? Monday, Thursday, Friday, right? Monday, Thursday, Monday, fast days. And then the guy decided at the end of the year, everybody called Ruben did the fast days. Shimon made him an offer he couldn't refuse. On a buy, there's the wheels of the fast days. And Ruben sold it. Ruben sold it. They sold it, they solidified the sale, they made it Kenyan, and then they came to the pipeline and they asked him, does it work? So I'll stop over here for today. We're going to pick up the Miracle Hashem with this Shiloh tomorrow. We're going to say the transferability of mitzvot. And the halakhic question is going to have a dramatic hashkafic impact as well. We have different things tomorrow.
You have a lot of guts when it comes to licking things. I heard you and Jerry Bezos talking to Jerry Bezos. You guys are lethal together. Well, I trust you. That's what I'm trying to say. I know underneath that are some hardest steel. Yeah. Now that he's done to do that, he's playing like a Batman. These Dirty Crabbers songs. I don't know if that's a special thing, man. Dirty Crabbers is an old band when he lived in Texas.
All right. Let us continue
They played music in the grunge era, and he said to us, yeah, that my band played in the grunge era. And I go, that doesn't sound like grunge at all. And he goes, yeah, we weren't successful whatsoever. That laugh is so creepy. It's my new favorite thing. It really is. I love it. The first couple episodes, we had the Patriot as head of security, or as I called the head of security. We didn't have a microphone before. We didn't realize how much violence was going on under the 60 pounds of armor.
That Avera is viewed as government decree. So the event is viewed as episodic or happenstance, and ultimately, again, does not fundamentally affect what he calls including atzmi. Because it's mikri, because it's episodic, it does not create continuing atzmi. It's personalistic acquisition. Meaning what? The tzaddik is saying that somebody trying to study a philosophy, and so this is about everything we always know. Right? We always know that what we do shapes who we are, and what we do has an impact on who we are. How does the tzaddik say that a big doesn't become part of who I am? In other words, the tzaddik is saying like the following idea. It is true, everything we do affects who we are, and everything we do is an effect on ourselves. So the tzaddik is saying as follows, that hate does not go ahead and fundamentally erode my inner core. There's an inner core that is always covered. There's an inner core that is there's an inner core that cannot be tainted by hate. Does hate believe in it? That's only a course it does. Of course it does. Because it impacts aspects of self. Stop.
So those two things are obviously, now that I see it, they must be connected together. Like a magnet. And that attaches your butt. Yeah, that Velcro strap is basically your gooch.
So that means unimpacted by hate. That is true. That's the piece of me, that's the piece about Kodesh Baruch Hu that can really never be tainted. Remember, we have to accept his kindness, because it's this kindness that turns out the source of Shiva. Right? If I believe that hate fundamentally undermines human totality, and that hate taints everything, then by definition, there's no ability to be Shiva. Because the ability to be Shiva has to start with some root, some spark of position. There's nothing that's there. There's nothing that's there. But at the end of the day, there's nothing, there's no platform. There's no springboard. There's nothing to start from. So that's what the target is saying. He's saying that therefore faith ultimately at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's inner Kenyan's us. It's not Kenyan us. So I want to go on. If we reach Kufayin Vav, the Tzaddik says, we're practically starting to do that. Therefore, again, there's the ability to redeem oneself from sin. Now, of course, the most basic example of Tshuva would be Tshuva. Why is Tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not fundamentally tarnish my entire self. I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not go ahead and totally undermine who and what I am. Therefore, there's redemption. There's something beautiful already yesterday, she got repeated. Moshe Katzuk, but we give to Israel, we call out on ourselves. Ultimately, again, we spoke who we redeem, probably so, from all of the others. Now, what's the other part about this quote? It becomes like all of the time. It's co-grounded in healing. What means what we give to Israel, we will redeem from Israel from their sins. What does that lashon mean? What should it say? But we use stuff to look all on ourselves. Right? So it means that the ideal here is you want forgiveness. The ideal here is that I want to be part of people to forgive me for all of my transgressions. What do you mean what we give to? What is the lashon of ego of redemption? And whenever there's just something really beautiful, because it's no direction having lack of Ishak Shamin. שאם יפות חודש אלף שעות, יתלבטות. Listen to what that is. It's so profound. What pickup? What pickup? What is it? What does it mean for you to pickup? Take a simple example. I go ahead and have an item that belongs to me. Right? A piece of wood that belongs to me. I would like to use that piece of wood to build myself a desk. That's what I want to do. Can I do it? Can I do it? No. Probably no. But what can I do? I can go ahead and redeem I could redeem that piece of wood by going ahead and paying its value to the business. And then what happens? The identity, or I should say in this case, the sanctity of the beam is removed and put onto the money. Removed from the beam, put onto the money. Now, why is one able to do that? Why is that possible? Why is that possible? Because the beam is not kula color. Right? The beam doesn't have complete and total sanctity. What does the beam have? We learned. What does the beam have? Kedusha Shamim, financial sanctity. And because it's only financial sanctity and not what we'll call total sanctity, the sanctity could be removed from the beam and placed onto the money. Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. When I sin, when I commit an avera, what happens? What happens? Okay, before you open up a Tzaddik, you assume that what happens when you sin? What happens when you sin? You become a sinner. That's what happens when you sin. Right? When you sin, you become a sinner. Which means what? That the faith itself defines the totality of who I am. I'm now a sinner. And the more I sin, the more reinforced that identity becomes. Tzaddik says, David HaMelech uses a lashon, but we get that as the son of our son. Historically, I could be redeemed from a dream, I could be redeemed. The same way that the beam could be redeemed from the base of Mikdash, because the sanctity of the beam is not total, and it's not complete, it's just quote-unquote Kedusha's stomach. There's a layer of sanctity that's there, but that sanctity could be removed. Lahavdil, when I sin and I commit an avera, there is a layer of faith that sits upon me. There's a layer of faith that I've now existed. Is that faith, does that faith overtake me in totality? Absolutely not. It sits there on my soul. It sits there on my heart. It sits there on my identity. But it doesn't overtake everything. And therefore what? I could be redeemed from it. Isn't it incredible? There's a concept of hatred. I couldn't fire up with you told them, redeem me. Because you know this is not who I am. This might be I might have done some really bad things. I certainly have to figure out why I did that, how I did it. And the impact that the residual impact that leaves on me, but it doesn't take over me in totality. It doesn't define me in totality. Therefore, I can horribly be told go ahead and redeem me from it. The fact that redemption is possible means that sin does not color my persona in totality. It is like a layer that sits on top of me that I need to be revealed. So it's such an incredible and overwhelming result. Now, conversely, I'll point that over here. If you take a look at footnote 8, Tzaddik Boss, he says something so beautiful here. He says, Re'ei ma shekasa Rabbeinu Tzaddik Tzaddik. He's coming over here from the Tzaddik in Tzaddik. He says, Lachal Yisrael El Hashem, כי אם השם החסד והרבה אימות חידוש. והרבה אימות חידוש. So says the Medrash, Moshe Rabbeinu Allah Shalom is passionate Master Hashem. Moshe Rabbeinu could not understand the concept of Master Hashem. Right, Rashi quotes this. Now, what critic wants to understand about Master Hashem or the Hashem or Hashem? Because Asher the Ishbin Ba'adashto, the His Yuchal Ha'adam Lutin Kofer Upigon, Nafsho, the Dava Kazan Kazat. So it's never again. What is Master Hashem? So we often think as of Master Hashem ultimately as a mechanism for taking a census. Like you can't count Jews directly, so you take a census right Hashem. That's partially true. But remember again, how does the Torah how does this describe Master Hashem? It's a figure natural. A redemption for your soul. Figure natural. Now, again, Rashi says, how is it a figure natural? Because remember, what we do in Master Hashem, what we do in Master Hashem, particularly Chagitin, remember again, do it by Kabbalah Tzibur. So the figure natural comes in the form of the fact that ultimately, again, we purchase Kabbalos. Kabbalos are used to affect a level of soul. Rabbi says, in its essence, Master Hashem was there as an opponent for Talmud, so there are theirs. There are theirs. Most of the message says, with testimonial Rabbi.
Wait. Whoa. All right, so I was coming from Chicago to Colorado one time with a group of friends, and I stopped at this restaurant in Iowa. It was a Christian-themed restaurant called the Garden of Eden. And the motto was, you can have it your own way. He knows what I'm talking about. Right? I sat... all the exercise at Exodus. I sat in the New Testament. And I was eating a little bit of crust pizza. Then my friend just started bleeding out of the mouth. There was blood and blood and blood and blood. We're all waist deep in blood because he was choking on the nails inside of his croissant. And then I said to the waitress, I want to speak to your manger. I said, I can't. I would if I was able, but I don't want to lose my job. Then it turned out the restaurant didn't even exist.
Wow. 60 seconds on fucking, he's got 60 seconds on church puns.
Different than last time.
Yeah, hey, I'm a fan of the pun. A lot of people try to hate on it. I'm a big backer of it. It's very religious. I get the feeling it may have been covered in the past 2013 years that those characters have been out there. You know, I bet somebody's, rhymed joke
All
or
right,
whatever.
so
But
good morning. Let us begin. We're picking
it
up
is
today.
interesting. It's funny
In
you
the
say
new
the
oath
pocket
in
on
the
scenes
cover.
like that.
So
Did you
we're
find
picking up
out your
the
hair get
oath
that
iron code 75. I sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp group. So we
I was hanging out on the box set, and I saw that it's
Valley,
Venice.
but I think I'll cover the dramatic theme. Today's idea that I started to people. So we're now find ourselves in Monday. This is a 2-week beautiful whatever. Celebration covers Ha'aderos. Ha'na'asim Israel.
Even the showers?
We're going to follow along in the Uriah. So that says, when a Jew commits an Avera. Now, the Russian over here is very easy. The Averas that are committed, the Nefesh and Israel. So the Averas that are committed, and then again, that leap around the position have an effect on the Jewish soul. Einam Kinyan Atzmi. It's not considered to be a personalistic activity, but it is. V'chivan she'iva and shayt
Let's talk about those shorts.
la'etzem
How
la'hushim.
long have you
Because
had
these
those?
Averas have no real direct connection to the essence of my soul. Ella nechshavim rak
I get the
l'davar
feeling
mitzvah.
that you've done
It's rather
mushrooms so
again
much
just
that like it's just
considered to
become part of
be
your
something happenstance or
you're just on the
exercise.
eternal
כלומר,
treadmill.
דבר שהשפיע עליהם מבחוץ, בדרך מקרא, Below the open was a sometimes outside. The public introduced just to incredibly beautiful
That's just what he
that
always,
when we
that's what you
sin,
gotta repeat to
our
yourself.
sins are our ways to not define who we are. So when I commit them at
When's the
Veda,
last time you went
the Rebbe
swimming?
says the way that I can refer to people is not a bad person, but rather as a good person who unfortunately, occasionally does bad things. So the Avera doesn't define you. He says in that discussion, the Avera is not what you call Kinyan Nafshi or a offense. Ultimately, rather, it's a Davar Mikli. Davar Mikli means something happens sex or episodic. So also, the perfect thing to do here is very important, very effective of self-confidence. How we view ourselves is one of the most important things in life because our self-perception drives so many other things. The way we act, the way we behave, the way we see the world. So how do we look at ourselves? We look at ourselves as a sinner, but we look at ourselves as someone who is inherently good, inherently beautiful, inherently rookie. But sometimes, and maybe even many times, I do things in life that are just
We like our piggies free range.
so that says the latter is true. The way we view sin is
Alright, well,
that good does not become part of you. He says doesn't have a shelter
seems like the material was supposed to
of my nefesh. Rather, it's something that unfortunately sometimes I engage in, sometimes I engage in, but it doesn't become a part of who I want to be. If you take a look at his footnotes, that is just incredible. It's footnotes
wow, the
page.
power of
He
Jesus
writes,
Christ.
so footnote
It's
says,
got a kazoo
Ray,
on him at all
Master
times.
Chesto Rabbeinu ben Sisi like that. There's another word called Sisi like that, which he writes. I'll read this on head. Marshal la'asa b'kain ze gnosis. Also shnei. In Shiri, so listen to this. It is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So if you go ahead, think about this just a moment. If you have a rose, whether it's just a gross, a myrtle amongst the
Your kazoo doubles as a
if you have
kite.
a rose, we'll go with the rose metaphor. See why. If you have a rose amongst the thorns, let's say there's an incredible amount of thorns. So you ever say, well, there's so many thorns, so the rose is no longer a rose. Right? It's like buckle the rose. Buckle the rose. So many thorns around, but we never get out, come on, what is one little rose in a whole bed of thorns? Really good or really beautiful. So the Rebbe says, you don't do that. Even if there is a voluminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. So the Rebbe says, what's the show? Like, what's the parable? כאילו החכם הסולו לאדם, וקוצים הסולו לששם. The avirus that we commit in life are comparable to the thorns which surround the rose. Right? I'm the rose. Each and every one of us is the rose. And the shum is the rose. And the avirus that I commit, those are the thorns. Ve'inam me'etzem ha'adam. People say, so there's two pieces here. Number one, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. And number two, interestingly enough, the thorns are not part of the rose. Right? The thorns themselves are not part of the essence of the rose. They surround the rose, they're next to the rose, but at the end of the day, they are not that part of the rose itself. But Sullivan, who might happen also inside the spot of the so it's an incredible and beautiful idea. So the thorns are there. Even if we do it better, not with thorns that are on the rose itself. But imagine a road that is surrounded by thorns. So the idea is no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. That's how it's the thorns themselves, they're not part of the rose. Like the thorns themselves, they're not part of the rose. The thorns are the thorns, and the rose still remains the rose. אבל מצד עצם נפש ישראלי אין בו חטא כלל. What a profound statement. But from the perspective of the neshama, There is no page. There is no sin that's there. רק המדרגות למעלת הדרגות. בזה חילוקים הוא בעצם הנפשות שמצד חומר היופי יש מדרגות אחרות. So it's changing people's lives and inspiration. We kind of be reminding ourselves that when we sing, when we play for Frida, does not become part of the message. Sometimes you don't talk about the material at all. It's very unorthodox. Anything can happen. My actual neshama. Rather, it's something that's next to me, something that's behind me, something that's around me. But it does not impact my inner core. The inner core always remains intact. The inner core always remains whole. Such an example is so. And listen, now why is this important? Go back up to the VRS. See why this is so important in such a meaningful way. Whatever I said, go ahead and therefore, this is why there is a concept ultimately again of pidyon. What does pidyon mean? Pidyon is redemption. That is redemption. So the Rebbe says, well, the Kaddish of the Esther is higher as the Pasha Israel, the Avaroseh. We have the ability to go ahead and we have the ability to go ahead and redeem ourselves. We have the ability to go ahead and do tshuva. Why do we have the ability to do tshuva? Why does the person have the ability to engage in video? Why is that possibility exists? The Rebbe says it's incredible. He was the concept of who he stands from the Kalabarosa. Right? So prophet can do all of this. Why is pidyon possible? Like, why is it that I can be redeemed from it? If he really asking me, why is tshuva possible? Why is the ability to overcome my ideas, no matter how powerful it is, why is that possible?
That's right, he's nervous about the LA podcast coming up.
We're not part of my essence. Because at the end of the day, the fact that there is faith does not go ahead and my inner core. My inner core is intact. My inner core remains. Who I am and what I am does not change even when I sin. That's right, what he's picking up on, we'll continue with this more tomorrow, but what he's picking up on is this question of, but we give that as Israel the color on himself. He will redeem himself. The Lashon of Pidyon, right? What does it mean? And that's something, you redeem something, what does that mean? You remove some aspect. Right? There's wood that belongs to the base of the church, and I want to go ahead and now use that wood for my own personal use. How do I do that? Pidyon. I redeem it. How do you redeem something? You remove a status and transfer it onto somebody else. In the case of basically, I remove the kedusha from the wood, I transfer it onto the money, and I go ahead and I give that to the base of So the fact that that government of Russia means that the oval, the faith can be lifted. The faith can be redeemed. The faith can be removed. There's only one way that happens. If it's not part of my inner core, if it's not really part of who and what I am, because once faith becomes part of who and what I am, then by definition, there is no way to go ahead and redeem it. There is no way to remove it. The fact that it could be redeemed, the fact that it could be removed, ultimately highlights the idea that when I face when I sin, it does not become part of my essence. The essence, the nefesh, the neshama, always remains intact. Just sometimes there may be layers of impurity that are superimposed on top of it. But just as easily as they come, it can be removed as well. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up again. So this is really incredibly important to show the peace, the way to tshuva, ultimately great circle, and you look at ourselves as well. We'll stop here for today.
I mean, I didn't taste the condom, but the whole rest of it was
Get the fuck out of here. Really? I love how casually you say that. Like it's like a daily thing.
He's right. I found a tampon in there that was in there for a couple of days.
Stop it. Oh, that's it. What sizes of vaginas are you guys dealing with? I shouldn't forget that there's a tampon in there.
American women.
Oh my God. That's just crazy. What's the most challenge? I never found two maxi pads. 4 months supply.
All right, so they say good morning, let me not ask you what else people. So we are continuing in this show this morning in Tukasatan in Ois Ayin. We began this particular oath yesterday, and we spoke with another introduction to this idea of what we call Tshuva Nishma. The Tshuva Nishma is a way to Tshuva in the type of Tshuva that is only truly complete when it comes to mistakes and to the same exact circumstances in which we initially believed. So this time around, he sums up the part of resist the temptation to sin. The truth is this, as we discussed, it's not a novel idea. Some of the codifies this English of Tshuva and just calls this a Baal Tshuva Gmura. I thought it was Baal Tshuva Gmura. What is it? Baal Tshuva. And again, everybody pointing to the same idea. Namely, that any time a person's Tshuva is difficulty is when it's satisfied. And I'm putting it in exactly the nature of this one and resist the temptation to change. So let's continue now. It's Kuf Ayin Gimel. The left-hand column in the Biblia. Now, what we have to point out, however, is, of course, one is not permitted to go ahead and place themselves in a situation of spiritual danger. Here, just in fascinating. So, remember, as we point out yesterday here, it's always interesting to see how this concept is illustrated with lasting immorality. It's immoral act. Obviously, if a man is doing a particular woman, it is unsettling to place himself in that same situation. The same mitzvah. Right? I want to place myself in the same situation because I want to show that this time I can resist the temptation. So what happens is, of course, that's awesome because A, this thing importantly leads to certain students, and it's also a significant roll of the dice. Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not ready. And again, if I end up sinning again, I created that situation myself. So this creates an interesting anomaly. Because on one hand, what we're saying is, I'm not really about Tshuva until I'm placed back in that same situation again. But this time I resist the temptation to change. And guess what? Here's what? I'm not allowed to put myself in that situation. So how do we reconcile that? So look at the left-hand column. Ubar HaDavar. Therefore, it says whatever it is here. שאין השם מספר מזמין לניסיון זה, אלא שיודע בו בדרך שלא ישחק עוד, ובוודאי יעמוד בניסיון. This is true here. But the Rambam also commentates in the Rambam relates the same idea as well. The Rambam says, you're right. You don't put yourself in that same situation. But you know who does? You know who does? And so the bonus of Olam will only put me back in that same situation if he is absolutely unequivocally clear that I have the ability to resist that temptation. So the Father will put me back, but only because he knows that I can be only to his son. But again, I can resist the temptation. ולכך, יד האדם, יד האדם, שכאשר שנתברך מזמין לניסיון, כפי שהיו רבותיו כתוב, דבר זה, וסימן חוב לו. This is beautiful. So this is so very beautiful. So that is therefore, basically, so let's follow the progression. Let's just use this example. I sing in a particular way. I committed Adira A. And now I've done Shul for Adira A with all the various steps of Shul. I know at the end of the day, my Shul is only complete when I resist the temptation after being placed back in the same circumstance. But I can't place myself in that same circumstance. Says ever what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu places me in that circumstance. The Ribono Shel Olam allows me to test my own things. So like, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't need this. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't need to place me back in the same circumstance. Why not? Why not? HaKadosh Baruch Hu is above and above us. He knows what's happening inside of my heart. He knows if my Tshuva is sincere. He knows how I feel. He knows what I'm holding. He doesn't need to put me back in that same position. You know who needs it? You know who needs it? Me. I need it. I need to show that I have the ability to resist temptation. I need to show myself that I have the ability to remain strong. I need to demonstrate to myself that I have the ability ultimately to resist that temptation. It's necessary for me. It says that it's something so amazing. Because Baruch Hu only puts me back in that situation where he knows that I have the ability to overcome the temptation. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu never sets me up to failure. And this is an incredible insight. He never sets me up to fall, never sets me up to fail. So if he's placing me back in that circumstance, that is because he knows that I have the ability to meet that particular challenge. And if you look at this lashon from the Lakach, Yeda Ha'adam, a person should know, Shekai Shai Baruch Hu Sayom, K'fi Shahayu Lo B'Shas Cheto, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu self-right creates and places you back in a difficult situation. Davar Zeh Siman Tovlo. It's a good sin for me. Why is it a good sin for me? Shekvar Niska Ne'avera Hagim V'Niskablo Shivasa Vasharai. Because what an incredible thing. If I find myself back in the same exact situation, which is a sin and tov, what does that show? That I can respond to believe in. That my children can accept it, and I can respond to placing me back in the situation because he knows that I have the ability to overcome this difficult matter. That's the sin tov in this entire thing. Let's say I'll mention something very interesting. It is very cliche and overused and quite trite. But you know that phrase that God never gives you any challenges you can't handle. So it's a very good thing. So someone actually said to me, it's not really the right phrase. The right phrase is, if a person never gives you any challenges that he can't handle. But anyways, perhaps I can't handle it myself. The good news is that the Baruch can handle anything. So the Rebbe Shalom never gives me any challenges that he can't handle alongside me. But not even if it doesn't, so perhaps, if this is so, really comes from here. So what Tzedek is saying, if the Baruch puts me in Makom Nisayos, he only puts me there because I have the tools to be able to overcome that challenge. And in fact, again, he doesn't need me to do it. He needs me to see that I can do it. And therefore, again, this lashon over here is Davar Zeh Siman Tovlo. Let's say such a person Yisod. We often think that when we find ourselves in the midst of a Messiah, in the midst of a test, especially if I find myself kind of in the same situation I've been in the past, we think that's often reflective of having made poor decisions. How did I get here? I got here because I made the wrong decisions. But sometimes that's absolutely true. And sometimes I've made the right decisions, but the Baruch chooses to put me back in this situation so that I can prove to myself that I have evolved and I have become someone different. And I feel that this is sincere. It's very interesting. He says, "Put the word inside the Indian, Hajarasan Shalsula. Let's say the Gemara talks about over here certain people who are hostile to evil, and certain people who are not permitted to give testimony. So, for example, we have a lot of examples of this. Misaki Kukulia, a gambler, or this emotionally traitorous, a person who goes out and vastly sells non-kosher, non-kosher meat. So there are examples of this. So the interesting part with being hostile to evil is what? How do you regain your festive passion, right? What does a person need to do in life to regain their festive passion? Which is a fascinating question. So whatever says, look at this. He says, he goes, Hazara Shalisha Hashit Hamishida, straight first last period. He says, for example, he says, what does a person do? Reuben sold treasures. Like Reuben sold treasures. Like Reuben went ahead and sold non-kosher meat. Okay, so that's awesome. Why did he sell non-kosher meat to us, right? Not because he doesn't want.
What kind of shoes the neuroscientists wear? I was looking at that.
Why? Money. Everyone knows there's more money to be fed, more money to be made in non-kosher meat than it is in kosher meat. He's so shakeless. Now let's say as a result, he's Pasala Abus. So how do you rectify that state? Right? How does a person go ahead and regain their festive kashrus? Yuksha laha'id ayideh, listen to this, it's incredible. Sheyaksir aveda lechaber imyinsa. Listen, watch this. You will have to stop. How do you regain your festive kashrus? Right? I was a mocher traders. I sold non-kosher meat to Jews, right under the guys, right under the people that was kosher. I even put on 17 FJ, right onto the package. Right? So now I want to do tshuva. It's not possible. You want to do tshuva. How do you do tshuva? You do tshuva if I become the kind of person who finds the lost object of my friend and returns it to me. Some people say, when you find the lost object, it's easy enough to pocket it. But if you become the kind of person who finds the lost object and returns the lost object, your Heskas Kashrus is returned. Now, what does one thing have to do with the other? It's so beautiful. So remember again, why does a person go ahead and self-save? Why does that happen? Why? Because I love money. But I love money in an unhealthy way. Unhealthy, right? Nothing wrong with liking money. Loving money is problematic. So now I'm selling places because I love money. So now I lost my festive kashrus. How do I get that back? I get that back by restoring a proper relationship to money. How do I demonstrate that I've restored a proper relationship to money? I find your lost object. I could just easily keep it and no one will ever know. But I don't. I give it back. And when I give it back, I thereby demonstrate that I have restored a proper relationship, a proper approach to money, to money. So also, to the point of what Tzaddik is saying is, well, let's play this out. How does this happen? So Tzaddik would say the way it happens is as follows. Some traces, I'm Pasala Avis, I do my tshuva. There's multiple steps to personal to tshuva. And then what happens? When my tshuva is complete and I'm ready, what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? What does Baruch Hu do with tshuva in general? He tests it. Because at the end of the day, not for God, but for me, the only way to really see that my tshuva is genuine is it was battle tested. So what does he do for the Mocha Shofas? He goes there, I'm walking down the street, and what happens? I find the big wallet. Even lost his wallet, no idea. He just is the box everything because the ATM right beforehand, right? It says easy enough for me to happen. But I don't. Ultimately, again, then my first distraction is restored. Then we go down and say, we'll have to stop over here. It says, Shebazemucha, Shebevadai. Talks about Machandas on Tyson. It's Yotzi Bazet. He goes to Yotzi Chepa Machandas of Java Passion. So we'll have to stop over here. But again, this point that that is making, and it's really incredibly profound, is this idea that while I am not permitted to put myself in the same situation in which I originally sinned, the person is not allowed to say, I'm ready to test my resolve. Let me put myself right back in the same circumstance in which I sinned. In fact, I must remember again, part of the David part of Shuvah is distancing itself from the actions and from the circumstances which led to faith in the first place. Failure to do so is a fundamental lack of Shuvah. But yet, my Shuvah is only complete when it's actually tested. So how do I reconcile that? HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts me back in that matzah when he knows that I'm ready to handle it. And I'm able to give me the opportunity to show myself that my tshuva is complete and my tshuva is genuine. Let's stop over here. We'll continue from one more here in Gimel.
I get the feeling this dog made you come since the night before that was a wind. There was only one time. You know, everybody has dark secrets from their childhood. I did that when I was 15. I didn't do anything. You know, it is an upgrading window. I give him that. If you just waited one more year, you could have had the dog give you roadhead while you drove. 15, what the fuck? You're supposed to like be a young man at that point, Patriot, not feed your dog poison on that day. You know, I heard that. Maybe I sniffed his grandma's panties. You did? What? You did? I heard that at your feet. I did not. How old was your grandma? You can't. I've never seen you know whatever this is that you're doing right now. By the way, whatever that I've never seen this side of him before. Whatever this is. Been friends with him for at least a couple of years, and I've never just seen him. That was great. So you sniffed your fucking grandma's panties. I'm sure you would do a little research. I was 7 years old, right? I walked in with my mom.
And you know, I think it's the right hand color. So ultimately, it's not so hard. When a person decides to fix, decides to rectify, decides to fix, that's in which he's seen, or in the way in which he's seen. Remember, so with level discovery, there's also the thing. And so what's interesting, by the way, that we're going to get into, in this particular also going to get into some of the dynamics of skill. And what it means to do is to follow through. It means to engage in the process of Shiva, and we often translate Shiva as repentance. But this is the aspect of speaking really only one part of it. It's very times before, the essence of the celebration discussion is, you know, Shiva is representing Shiva. We think that the essence of Shiva is the person return. Shiva, something like a shark, not a Shiva. So it's not like a part of it. It's like the greatest byproduct of faith is the fact that I create a distance between myself and other people. That's the greatest byproduct. Remember, the essence of Shiva is the ability to evoke the kind of bridging that gap between myself and the reborn of others. Therefore, whatever something is in the world, the sha'adam that you're talking is not sha'adam. And the person wants to fix that which is changed, and the person wants to fix that which is broken in the process of change. This is pretty wild. As the same Barak, Nazmi Lein Sayon Kazeh, Ba'osapay. So this Barak creates a situation where essentially a person is placed in the same exact situation in which he sinned previously. And when God comes puts me back in that situation to do what? Test my resolve and to give me the opportunity to this time make the right decision. But see how profound this is? The subject says, I want to go ahead and I want to fix that which I have broken. I want to go ahead and fix that which I have made mistakes in. Which Baruch Hu Mazmin Lo Nisayon Kazeh Ba'osapay. Which Baruch Hu creates and summons up to me and says, a challenge, in the same way in which I previously sinned, puts me back into that situation. And you think of here, Ba'osa Tekufo, Shiyuta Rova Allah, Ba'osa Mako Isha Allah Tasabira. And what the Baruch Hu often do is literally recreate the same circumstance. So to put me back in the same exact situation in which I sinned, in an effort to be able today, Shekiyah Shuvas Hamishka B'kach,
So you're saying the first thing, like the first thing,
and if the Baruch Hu goes ahead and allows me to engage in what he calls Shuvas Hamishka. Now, Mishka is very interesting phrase. What does Shuvas Hamishka mean? So Mishka literally means what? Wait. So the Baruch Hu allows me to engage. I guess, I don't know how the best way to say it. We'll call a weighted tshuva. What's a weighted tshuva? Tshuva says, in the world of tshuva, there are different levels. There are different levels of tshuva. Even the Rambam discusses this. By the way, this idea that the Prophet is talking about is actually, if it sounds familiar, because the Rambam quotes in this tshuva, but the Rambam is not the one who created it. This is the Gemara in the Sefer Yuma. In fact, if you take a look in footnote, Reish Pei Aleph, all the way on the bottom. She writes to the word of the Gemara. Hey, if you tell me about Shuvah, what's about Shuvah? Rabbi Yehuda, Kigon Shebasa, V'yado Dvar Avera, Hamishona Ushniya. A person sinned with a particular idea of one time, two times, and then what happens? The Nitzah him. And then ultimately, the third time, he doesn't commit the idea. That's about Shuvah. And the Machir Yehuda says, by the way, when is that true? Ba'osi Isha. Baal Shaparak, Baal Shemakel. So the Gemara is illustrating this with a morality. So the Gemara says, once I sin with a particular woman, one time, 2 times, I find myself in that same situation, right? Same situation, Osa Isha, same women. Now, Osa Parak is something very interesting. The way the Rambam defines Osa Parak is, I'm in the same stage of life. In other words, if I committed an Avera, that's the immorality of the woman, and I did that.
You're sort of like the irony patriot.
She's my walker with the tennis balls, and I have my little basket on the front, a little chair I can sit down on, and everything is great. So I say, you know what? I'm not going to sin with this woman. So I can't walk too fast, but Lamaisa, so you might as also Parak means I have the same level of physical vigor and vitality. That's what it means. Same level of, because again, in all seriousness, to not sin decades later, does it count for something? Absolutely. The Rambam says any time a person does tshuva, that act of tshuva counts for something, even if it's not quote unquote a perfect act of tshuva. Now, the Rambam, when he quotes this Gemara, he quotes a little bit differently. He says, Heichi Dami Bao Tshuva Gama. That's the Rambam quote. There's about tshuva, and there's about tshuva gama. It's about tshuva. What's about tshuva? About tshuva. Anyone who does tshuva, tshuva is about tshuva. And by the way, that's true even if a person does it in moments before they pass away. If you've barely seen it. One of the things I look at over the years are people who do tshuva literally again moments before they die. To be with the person, the chance to get the summer is an incredible bliss. And to see, like, a lot of times we go through life without clarity. And either we don't want clarity, or we just can't find clarity. When a person realizes that they're leaving this world, everything becomes much clearer. And it happens. People do children for all kinds of things in the moment before they leave the world. Is that meaningful? Of course. Rambam says as long as you have breath, your tshuva is meaningful. The Rambam also says that about tshuva gomer is literally one who sins in a particular circumstance, then is placed in that same circumstance again, but this time does not sin. That's the highest level of tshuva. About tshuva gemara, Osa Isha, Osa Muslim, Osa Rambam told on this a little bit. The Tzaddik calls it something a little bit different. He calls this tshuva, this type of tshuva, of being placed in the same situation, all the same circumstances. The first time, second time I sinned. Now I'm back and I resist the temptation. The Tzaddik calls that tshuvas hamishkal. What's mishkal? Weight. Right? There's a weighted tshuva. So it means the same thing, but the fact that it says weighted tshuva means that this tshuva carries a greater weight. All tshuva is meaningful, all tshuva is important, but when I literally summon up the courage to abstain from sin, when placed in the same exact situation that I was in before, but this time I resist, this time I don't. I will say, by the way, it's interesting. The Gemara always, and the Rambam also, always illustrates these cases of immorality, which is just fascinating, gives you an interesting insight into the way Chazal usually makes it. That's one of the greatest pushes and children of heart. Negative sons that we have ultimately, again, is immorality. So all of these cases, but again, I just want to point out, obviously you fill in the blank. It could be with chaos, it could be with anger. I always get angry in a particular situation. I find myself now in the same situation, and this time I don't get angry. I resist the temptation. I shrink back. I resist. I don't get angry. That's Rabbi would call that about tshuva gomer, highest level of tshuva. The Tzaddik calls that tshuva hamishkal, a weighted tshuva. That is a weighty. I don't have to think of a better terminology for it. That is a weighted tshuva. It's a heavier tshuva. It's a more substantive tshuva, because literally faced with the same circumstances, but this time I didn't see. Let's go back to a little bit. He says, "K'dei shetziyah tshuvas hamishkal b'kach she'izkaba al ka'ava, so b'kapshena b'makom shenichshav bo ba'ava." You'll say, even his Lashon is so incredible. I overcome my desire, I capture it. I capture it. This is the most preferred form of tshuva, the highest form of tshuva. The mitzvah, what's the problem with this? Now, if you would stop here, so a person might think for just a moment that what should you do? He said, well, let's see. בנצח האדם שיזדמן לו הדבר מהשמיים. שהרי ודאי יש דברים שאסור האדם להביא את עצמו לידי כך. So there's an interesting dynamic over here. That in order for me to be about Shuvah Gomer, according to the Rambam, or to be about Shuvah Hamid, what do I need? I need to change circumstances. So the Tzaddik says, hold on here for just a second. Because you might think, okay, no problem. Where's that situation that I see? Like, let me put myself back into that. Because now I think that I am strong enough to resist that temptation. Then the Tzaddik, no. We don't do that. A person does not place themselves in temptation's way at all. In fact, we say this in God every single day. We ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to not bring us slowly being somewhere. Don't. Certainly, I'm asking the Baruch to bring me. Allah has come and come up. I'm not allowed to put myself in a compromised position where I might sin. He says, you're not allowed to put yourself in a situation, a compromised situation like that. משום שיעבור בככה וסביבות. So somebody says, if I finish a particular woman, I am not permitted to go ahead and put myself back in that situation because I'll be over on you. Now, of course, you actually do that on the device of you, right? If it was just useless, I'm not in pretty good shape. But for myself, again, a human being. Rak Hashem, this is what we said, terrible this is. Rak Hashem is Yisbarach, Mazlum Lo, Gavrezeh. So it looks like this is how the Tzaddik says that the way Shuvas Mishka works is that it is the Ribono Shel Olam who recreates the circumstances. Oshi is Damin Eizu Inyan, who must be Yotibo to establish the Zarakotas. So it says of Tzaddik, on one hand, Shuvas HaMishko, Rambam called Baal Shuvah Gemura, requires a recreation of the circumstances in which I sin. On the other hand, I am not allowed to recreate the sin. Let's remember again, the great denominator, part of Shuvah is what? Azivas Achi. Not doing the thing which you say. Like in other words, leaving the sin. That's part of the dynamic of leaving the sin. So to place myself right back in that same circumstance is actually a violation of one of the tenets of tshuva. So I have this great tshuva paradox. I only fully actualize my tshuva when I resist the temptation to sin in the same situation in which I sinned before, but I'm not allowed to put myself back in that situation. In fact, it's a violation of my tshuva. It's a violation of my parole. It's a violation of my tshuva to put myself back into that situation. Like the Tzaddik. At the end of the day, if the Baruch thinks that I'm ready, and he thinks that my resolve is strong enough, my willpower is strong enough, and my tshuva is good enough, the Baruch will create circumstances in which he puts me back in that very same situation. I can't do it, but I can take that in order that it becomes the final step in my tshuva. So I'll have to stop over here. Again, this is a fascinating dynamic, and you have to come up with me tomorrow.
He's got a speech impediment, if you didn't notice. It's pretty blatant.
It's almost like you gotta change that routine to hot girls. They can do pussy, they can get anything they want. Talking about catch a predator.
It is, and you could do that. You technically could leave the kids out of it and just say you could rape a woman. Give her good dick. I think it's just better.
You don't want to rape jokes are like the worst thing.
Well, it is, yeah. Well, unless you're talking about raping babies, and then that's one level worse. Yeah. I think raping adults isn't as bad as raising kids, right? Josh leaving us the tough questions to answer up there.
I just think you should just take a shit with that junk outside.
All right, Kevin said, good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem in Shifra Chasadik in Os Ivy House. This is our third year on this particular ocean, and we'll finish it today. By way of review, we're picking up, which is probably on the end, but it says in the WhatsApp chat we're on Daf Kuf Ayin. In the Uriah Hasidus, we're going to begin in the bottom left hand corner. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. The subject to introduce this oath with the idea, first of all, of the concept of becoming Chachem, the way you become close to. The idea being, so people are good. People are good. But all too often, good people do bad things. And if we're saying about when we daven, we don't daven for the sin. We just daven for the sin. Again, it's going to be destroyed by Bruyo and Rabbi Meir. Okay. The thing that everyone has is interesting idea that one needs to go ahead and daven to Hashem to punish the individual who is Ra being Adam Lechavela. Right? Remember again, a person can have two levels of their persona. A person who goes ahead and is Ra, is in Adam Lemakom. Ultimately, again, a person should not happen for such a person to be for such an individual to be punished. Rather, for the example, like in marriage, it happens for the person to do tshuva. But if a person is Ra with real, if a person ultimately harms others, a person negatively impacts others, a person is compromised in their Adam Lechavela, then a person is committed God is for that individual to be judged and punished by his policy. Whoever proved at this point in the story with Avion, Elisha the Navi, also proved it from the beginning of Parshas Lechlecha. Interestingly enough, where we left off on Friday was the bottom of the bottom of Kuf Ayin. In the Bira Hasudut, the Uri Hasudut left hand column, last couple of lines. So then said, however, in order to do this, in order to damage someone who is La with real, someone who is bad, who is interpersonal presence, to be judged and punished by a responsible, in order to do that, a person has to have the complete understanding of who the individual is. I.e., Ruach HaKodesh. Elisha Ruach HaKodesh. Think it out, but you can go right to the Elisha look, it's nothing redeeming in these individuals. If you have Ruach HaKodesh, so you can go ahead and you can daven for HaKodesh Baruch Hu to go ahead and judge someone. Rule up. That's a couple of lines. Rule up. Misha in about Ruach HaKodesh is someone who does not possess Ruach HaKodesh. Which will not show to the monumental power. Such a person should refrain from cursing another individual. Al-Af Shenira Moshe Adam Zayran of Rios. It's just like hello, we were back here and so Shema After Shanagia Belibon, Mahmas Shiro Adam Zay, Sima Agarso, Umanas Mizeno Lishbot Kaloi the Imi Siblot, in Adam Zay Prima Lord of Rios. Maybe it's something amazing. Remember,
you're in the closet and all
let's
you have is
contextualize it a little bit.
everything
When you speak about the fact that I'm going to go ahead and daven for someone, that if one who should judge an individual who is lying with real, right? This person is terrible and it's a different concept. Who is he terrible to? The Constitution is terrible to? To me. To me. That's what's happening over here, right? Even the example of Alicia. Someone wrongs Alicia. Alicia ultimately brought punishment upon an individual. So the punishment says whatever, what we're talking about over here is someone really wrongs me. Objectively wrongs me. So we've now seen a concept where I am committed to go ahead and dive into my Kurdish policy, and then we go over to punish this individual because of the negative behavior that he or she is that is negatively impacting me. Just as an aside, you see from this, I'm trying to mention this last week, but it's the guys that repeated. The point is shown over here how seriously how Kurdish policy are being organized. That it is not just enough to to be sufficient in Adam Malaka between yourself and God. That's what the Baruch Hu really looks at, how we interact and how we treat one another. So if I mistreat God, the Baruch Hu can handle it. When I mistreat people, after the Baruch Hu says to a certain degree the stakes are much higher. When you hurt others human beings, hurt other beings, and the says something amazing. The problem, therefore again, in this model, I am permitted to God and to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the Ribono Shel Olam to visit punishment upon the person who is not behaving appropriately in making other mistakes. Says Rebbe, unless you have Ruach HaKodesh, don't do it. Why? Because Lamaisa, how do you know that your intentions are really correct? Especially if you are the aggrieved party, especially if you are the victim, especially if you are the one that is being hurt. How do you know that you're really seeing things for what they are? How do you know that as a result of your sin, the entire perception of things may become much so profound? He says, Efshar Shanigia Na'adarto. Your negios, the fact that you are personally involved in this situation, Na'adarto, blinds you. And who's to say that you isn't able to see this situation for what it is? Let's say what an incredibly profound thing on a variety of levels. First of all, again, just sticking to the subject of the yoke, whereas the letter introduces the model in which it is permitted to daven for another Jew to be judged and even punished by a Kodesh Baruch Hu for his misdeeds in the realm of being Adam L'Chaveros. This is practically all we do with the Ruach HaKodesh. Why? Because when we are hurt by other people, our entire perception of the other duties that is that person is skewed. Listen, we all know this. We know there are people with whom we all have this, with whom we've had negative interactions. And these people just they're nasty, they're mean, they've done something objectively that is just wrong. Every single time that person starts walking towards you, what happens? What happens? He stands up. He stands up. And every single thing that person says, right, it's heard through a certain filter. That's the way life works. Right? You go ahead and you perceive people based on the reality of past circumstances. Same thing, right? If you had a negative interaction with someone, do you ever really look at another interaction? Do you really ever be objective? Do you really ever see things for what they are? Or does your pain color every single thing? And if a sense whatever, although it is true that this situation of davening to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to judge someone does actually exist in the Messiah, doing it in the absence of Ruach HaKodesh and explicit clarity to see a situation for what it is, don't do it. Whatever goes on, he says, it's Kofayin Aleph, we'll do the truth and we'll stop for today. Rebbe says, ומאחר שכך להוציא מליבו הנקיוס, קודם שגומר בדייתו, שורה לבריאות ומותר לקבלות. He therefore says that because a person has to go ahead and remove any nekius. Nekius means like any, I guess we'll call it like consciousness. Like I have to remove any consciousness from my heart. I have to make sure that I'm able to see things for what they really are. Before, number one, I judge someone, and number two, curse them. He says, David HaMelech alav shalom ba'oshem yishma, amud le'el, omer al atzma al shachosek, v'libi kalo b'kirbi. Another example of cursing people who are wrong with Leos, who behave negatively. Another example of that is David HaMelech. You know, in secret there are examples of David HaMelech cursing his enemies. And his enemies are not non-Jews. His enemies are members of Klal Yisrael. So how is David able to go ahead and curse other people? So again, back to David's model. When someone is wrong with Dios, it's someone that seems in a way that hurts other people, you are permitted to go ahead and intervene, to judge, and even to curse that person. But David says, before I did that, what happened? the libi hollow bikirbi, which literally means my heart was hollow inside of me. What does that mean? Says Rabbi. So that's what I'm saying about Kushi Yishami, Shahargo David Hamelach Yitzhahara. Hard to even understand what this means. David Hamelach slaughtered his Yitzhahara. David Hamelach came to a point in life that he was able to totally overcome his Yitzhahara. בפירוש כוונתו היינו שאמר דוד שמותר לו לקלל אסונות מפני שאין לו לחוש לשם נקייה שמא הוא עושה לתאוות עצמו. So you see David HaMelech, before he judges another person and sort of before he curses another person, what happens? Because Rebbeinu Shalom checked by Yisrael. Checked by Yisrael. And that's the level that a person has to be on prior to going ahead and judging and cursing another individual, even for what may be objectively the most egregious behavior.
Just fucking breathing and shit, you know what I mean? You have a hit of anger whenever you say something funny. I've noticed that.
So listen, if you bring this all together, which is this gospel today, but if you bring this all together, the Rebbe really developed an incredible model, which highlights a number of lessons, even though what the Rebbe is suggesting in actuality is not Lamaisa as the Rebbe himself explains. So number one, I will say we see that watch at the end of the day, how much HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks at someone who's Lalavios, someone who is compromised in their being Adam L'Chavira. The Rebbeinu Shalom could go ahead and handle a lot if I'm not good in my being Adam L'Makom. But the moment I begin to mistreat individuals, the moment I begin to trample upon the dignity of another Jew, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, opens me up to Klala. And in fact, says the Rebbe, if I see someone who is Lalavios, I have the right to go ahead and daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to curse such an individual. So lesson number one, how seriously we have to take on another and how seriously we have to take how we treat our fellow Jews. And even things that may not seem so significant to us, if it tramples the dignity, tramples the freedom of another, to go ahead and receive. Lesson number two, says the Rebbe, but don't curse unless you know that you are seeing things for what they are and you have objectively true clarity. Meaning what? He says that either you have Ruach HaKodesh or you've slaughtered the Yitzhahara. So either if you have no Yitzhahara or Ruach HaKodesh, then we can stand in judgment of another. But if I don't possess either of those things, right? Just understand, you rarely see things for what they are, and your view of reality is often skewed. Especially if the person in question has visited charm upon you. Another incredibly important issue, how when we are hurt, and when we are hurt and we are involved in a situation which results in pain, how difficult it is to be able to see things for what they are and to recognize that often our judgment of the situation and our judgment of others is so fundamentally skewed. And therefore, says the Rebbe, if I know that because of my pain, because of the hurt, I'm not seeing things objectively, I'm not seeing things for what they are, I have to be so careful to abstain from judgment and certainly from cursing the other. All right, well, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the Meretz Hashem tomorrow in Ayin.
Wow. Just let us know the Girl Scouts do go during Calabasas. There he goes, Pete Cornacci on everybody at PDC.
It's very true. Even more so he was the king.
Josh brought up one good point. I would love to see Josh talking to Girl Scouts coming to his store.
Oh,
wouldn't that be amazing?
I have no idea how much I love to buy your cookies, but I do not have money at this time. I'm so sorry, sir. Now that's what you sound like. Alright, just relax. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Well, we've come to that part of the show where we've come to our two final regulars, as always, here. It's always fun to watch the constant
growth. All right, so good morning. Let us begin.
Going along with last week's tradition of flipping it, keeping it flipped
We are
for
picking up
the
the
show
answers
as
from
well.
this
When we
morning
bring
in
up first,
Saturday,
she's going to
and
Florida.
again yesterday, both
I
Island
believe
House.
at the end of this week, and she will be with us.
Whenever
Rumored to be the next
we
two
are
episodes.
that
That's an automatic
even if
alarm
one
for the fan,
sees
right?
Maybe
that
she's trying to
another individual is a
overcompensate. She's
Russia,
trying to
one
negotiate
should
sending
not
in a
have to
recording
go
or
ahead and
talking
curse
with
that individual. However, or
I think
wish
bacon needs to go
evil
in that
upon that
place.
individual.
wow.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the Rebbe said
Bacon here?
that halacha
There's
l'maisa,
bacon in the back.
Would you step into your
person
cousin's
should never go
footsteps
ahead
and do
and
two
ask
sets while she's in Florida?
for something negative to befall another
She
person.
doubts that she wouldn't
Even
even
if that
save
other
her
Jew is in fact a
to save
Russia.
her cousin from
The
a
Rebbe
platypus.
qualified that statement and said that applies when the individual in question is in Russia in terms of his
Yeah, that'd be
being
great.
Adam and Makam. In terms of his relationship
That'd
with
be
that
fantastic. That's what we
the
should do.
person
That's
is in
probably
fact
right.
practicing
It's
Russia, the Adam Makabelo,
fantastic. Her
and he's
stand-in, her
consistent
blood stand-in.
then
Well, here she is tonight, everybody. She was built and created here.
to
Drop
go
out of
ahead
college.
and
She
dive
keep
into
doing stand-up in
to a
Hollywood.
powerful,
She
this
really
is
did.
something
It's
terrible for
fucking
all this
hilarious.
individual
And
that
every
we
week
should
you're
stop
around here,
with
she
his
is Kimberly
wishes.
Condon
We
and
should stop
everybody.
with this evil that he is engaging towards his fellow. Now,
Guys,
what's the logic of that? So we kind of
Miley
do this
Cyrus
quickly.
wins
I want
sword
to
for
put
Ghost.
some test.
Or a few days ago, I think.
It's good sound test.
I
Gloria
think they were
has
having problems
left
after
hand
she
side,
fingered
the
herself.
end of the paragraph. Now, this is
And
about
she tried to
Adam
fix it,
Shulman
but it just
Reels.
wasn't working out.
It's located in Adam Machavero. But a person who is evil,
In
is
other
in Adam
news,
Machavero, shooting the streets and hurts
I'll be
other people.
turning 23
Well,
on
he
Wednesday.
shoots, he says,
So I'm excited. I'm
Until
excited to get my shit together.
means
Like, I
punishment.
think I need to stop flashing my tits for ice cream
How so?
and
Well,
start
okay.
flashing my tits for cars.
Shame Shahu
You know,
Iraqi.
I think
Yeah,
a relationship is
Russell,
nothing without a
saying
little
that
bit
this
of trust.
person is focused on doing something negative
I
to
want what
his
every girl
fellow.
wants. I want
But
to,
Osa
hear
Hamida
those words
is
come out of
on
my
his
lover's
car,
mouth.
Shemuto Levaki from his Balarash. In that same midah, it is mutter to go ahead and
I hated everything
ask
but that
the
last part.
disciple to go ahead and punish him for
I
his
hated
So
everything
now
else.
the
I would
indicator
never
of
repeat
Nida is
anything like it
this
again.
person who
Except
is
for the last
not
part.
Except
who
for
is
the
the
last
other
part.
Masabala.
Yeah, I like
This
the last
person who
part.
is
I
negative
really
in
like
interpersonal
Restream.
conduct hurts
There's
other
funny
people.
word jokes to me.
It is
I mean,
mutter
why
to
they
say
make
back
me
when
look
it's powerful.
like that?
Please
It's more like
visit
I'm mad at
Please
myself.
visit
I
Ras
faced it.
on
I
this
wanted to
and
go
that's
more
the
into it, but then last week
That's
we
the
got
Like that, yeah.
No,
I
it's
mean,
a
yeah,
very,
the trick with the
very,
puns, and I guess I didn't get to
I
say
know
this
it
earlier, is if
very
you're
shocking.
already killing and you've already
Only
shown your
because
skill set of who you
any
are, it works. You know what I mean? And what I like about you is that
actually speaks about
normally
going ahead and
stand-up
seeking
comedy, you have a
out
pretty
fun.
defined
For what
voice.
it
It
is,
seems like tonight
you
you're
understand
like
the first
testing out
question
things
over
that
here
you see,
is the
that
person
we
who's
all
called
see.
damage.
Comedians
This
do
person is
certain
called
things,
hurt.
but
This
it's
person
very
is called
important in
harm.
this
To another
infantile
person.
stage that you're
First
at
of all, in
to
general, we don't gather
stick
for
with
people
what
to get punished for
you
things. Gather for the divine
like,
system
the
of
way that you do
justice.
things.
Like,
Yeah, I wanted to
Mashumi
ask
and
you
Alfred
because
is
I
sick
feel like I
well.
talked about myself too much.
Mirega
Well, you didn't say I
Sobe.
did too
That's a
much. You said just to
supplication to
recognize
God.
it
But
to
we
maybe
don't
try
show
something
Run the
else.
world with
So I tried to
justice.
do something
Run the world
else.
with justice.
And now
But
I
it's
feel
fascinating
problems.
that Tzaddik is teaching us you can't gather for a
Normally,
to
she's talking
punish
about
a person
mom and like
who's
some
not
really
in Adam Lamakum. You can gather to punish a person
and if you go
who's
for it with
not
that, I mean,
in
you got
Adam
to dig deeper than
Okay,
twerking.
so I want to show you put in a couple of examples, but I'll show you some fashion. Turn the page. Turn the page to
Oh, everybody's stopping them up with
Kuf Ayin. So on the right hand column, I see this right, this part at the bottom right. He said, listen to this. This is incredible. Blood skipping this. You know, and
which
today,
is fine. I can
this
tell the
person
immersion
must see it that Torah Hashem is God. Although they have no, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I'm not even aware. He says in the
Yeah, it's one of
Kalalecha,
those things
or
where
HaKadosh
you know,
Baruch Hu
I
says,
didn't
in
even
the
really
opening
show
to
off
the
my fun
Kalalecha,
side to
Hashem
even
says to
a lot
Avram,
of my
those
friends
who curse
here
you
until
will be
I
cursed. Diamonds.
was
שאני
established as
מקבל
funny. You know what I mean?
את אלו שאין
They had my
מקלות,
trust
אלא
because
רק
then it's
את
funny.
מי שמקבל אותך,
Yeah, puns
כאילו
are
רע
something you
לביאות.
sit on for
So it's interesting,
a
why
while.
does Baruch Hu say, Tara,
And
those
the
who
other
curse
thing,
you,
like,
I will
the
curse.
other thing where it's like
So,
you, that
Tzaddik said,
continuing thing
the
that I've
Prophet
seen a
said,
lot of
Avram,
female comedians
anyone
do,
who
not so
curses
much
you
lately, but a few
is
years
Ra
ago,
Levios,
where,
sad
you know, that
people.
trust fund
Like
part,
this is not, is a Russia in
trust
terms of
fund,
his
like,
item
I'm just not a fan of that either. And I
So
would
if
nip that
someone
in the
is
bud well.
not in his
You're
interpersonal
still
conduct,
getting
then
your,
ultimately
your
again, I
muscle
will
built.
curse Gracias. So Tzaddik looks at this as a paradigm. You see that almost is committed to go ahead and wish for wrath upon those who are terrible in living out in the Havera. So if you curse Adam and remove HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says such a person will be punished, because that's what happens. See what comes out here. You have to see that if I'm wrong, it might be Adam and Baruch. Like, evil is bad, there's like there's a question of there's a question if you're around the fields, if you're bad to people, there's much less forgiveness for that. Which makes sense, because if you understand why I'm fighting I don't see him, like, I don't always and I can't necessarily always relate to how can you
Anything else from Kimberly, guys? Anything you want to say?
How can you trample over another person? So as much as I can't think this room and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and visit Rab on a person who's Rala Shemayi, deciding to get out of the Makam, I answer this to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit punishment upon someone who is lost in the infinite of the Havera. And again, the Tzaddik ultimately uses Akron and he would ask you to. However, in the left-hand column, you can find where a little bit of what we'll start with.
There she is, everybody. Quickly found it, right? Fantastic.
The Tzaddik not symbol to qualify this idea. The outcome is similar to the color of the Bhakti as well, even though Tzaddik says and explain that it is committed to actively beseech Hashem. And so we'll see what happens. This person is going to be Aliyah Leifon, who's been with us since episode 1, and she's always here. Periods go for Sarah listening job. He's very careful about whether or not
Breaking news yesterday, Grand Theft Auto 5 grossed over $1 billion in sales. And related news, I still count down my $90,000 for my payments I agree.
So interestingly enough, one of
I don't know if you guys play Grand Theft Auto, but it's nothing around. You basically drive around Los Angeles, and it's all cluster stuff. But it's great, and you can do whatever you want.
He cured the waters,
If you don't play,
and then
if you
there
don't
were a
want
group
to
of
play, if you
boys,
don't want to play the game, play it based on the simple fact that you can pull the LED out of the car
and he
and
cursed
punch her
them.
in
A
the
bear
fucking
comes
face
out,
and
goes
throw
in
her
and
around
kills them.
based on
So
parking tickets
the
alone.
Tzaddik uses as an example
It's a wonderful
of
feeling.
being able
To
to
pull these
go
like,
ahead and
here's my
ask
chihuahua
that
and
confirm
mini side back
using
bitches
God
out of their little
upon
fucking
people who are
convertibles that shoot
compromised,
them in the
people who are
head.
bad
It's a
and
great
living
feeling.
under the Havera. So Tzaddik says, but be careful with it.
Those guys,
Because
those rock
even
stars,
Elisha
used to be so cool.
was
Got
stricken
got
with
the barbed
illness
wire
as
tattoo
a
on the
result
hat.
of having
Well,
been
not
the
a fucking Range
cause of
Rover.
the punishment
Run him over.
for these young men.
Run him over.
And
I'm not very good at that game, though. I always drive.
aside from the fact, see, what
And I
Tzaddik
clip
is
somebody,
saying
and
is,
the cops
at the
come.
end of the day, a
Fly
person
the
has to be
helicopters.
working hard, whether
And
or
then I
not
flip over
they
and it's
want
over.
to be the cause of someone else's punishment. In other words, I might have a right to God and trust in Baruch to say, Baruch Ruben is so terrible and he's been Adam Lechavero. Please punish him because look how much sin, look how much misfortune he has brought upon others. I might have a license to do so, but whether or not I should do so is a whole other matter entirely. Elisha has the license to do so also, but yet it came with incredible repercussions. Not only that, Milad says, Sha'alu ha'adam le'ani shashach, yesh oz tam gam kirizam lekalo. Listen to this. There's another reason why you should be careful about cursing a person. He calls it cursing. But davening that a person should go ahead and be punished for their misdeeds. Listen to this.
Yeah, I bought it. I
Goes
pre-ordered
so
it. I stood in line at
Kilo
midnight on
l'chol
Tuesday and just
adam
set up.
choto lekalo. אף מישהו לא מביא את שרי אמרו חז"ל באלישע ויראים שראה שאין בהם מחלוקוס והוא רב. So I'm just skipping a little bit. מי שאינו בעל רוח הקודש יש לו לחשוש ולהימנע מלקלו. So let's say, I probably should have done an example inside. It's probably not an example of this, so Tzaddik uses this Elisha. So Elisha goes ahead and he goes to the city, he sweetens the river waters. These young men act very disrespectful to him. And it wasn't just the fact that they were posing in the suburb. These guys were bad guys. They were bad guys. They were bad guys to the residents of the city. They were just bad guys in general. So the pasuk says, this is incredible. Vayifet Acharov Vayarei. He looked behind them and he saw Vayikalo, and they cursed them. The tzaddik over here quotes from the Marshal, who says that before Elisha cursed them that they should die, he looked into their souls. He looked into their souls. Was there any element of good contained inside of them? And if there was some element of good or some future good that would come out, he would have abstained. So what do you see from here? Before you curse another Jew, you have to really be able to see them in their totality. You have to really be able to see the whole person. Or in other words, you have to have Ruach HaKodesh. A little thing called Ruach HaKodesh. If you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can see a person through and through, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you could sum up the totality of an individual, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you could see what a person is, where they came from, and what they will be, and it still looks like Rishos, then that's other thing you can curse. Then you can curse. But in the absence of the ability to have that Ruach HaKodesh, says the tzaddik, never daven for the misfortune of another individual, no matter how much pain they may be causing. Now, let's not to stop over for today, but this is an incredibly important episode, and we see ultimately where we're going to go with this, which is this serves as the basis for how careful we have to be in terms of passing judgment about others. Because often all we see is what is in front of us. Always, and sometimes people objectively act in terrible ways. And sometimes objectively they just cause terrible pain, and they're wrong. You know, not everything is being done with cop's foot. I mean, yes, it's always been done with cop's foot. Sometimes even after you're done with cop's foot, people do bad things, and people do wrong things, objectively wrong things. But how I react to that, and the topic says, what I'm going to go ahead and dive into, I'm going to do to that person, be careful. Because at the end of the day, very often, all you know and all you see is the person who's standing in front of you. But you don't see that in their totality. So sometimes I was going to go back and say, even in Elisha, who serves as an example of davening for Ram, who is Ram of Brios, had Ruach HaKodesh. Be careful what you daven for the individual. Be careful the judgment you pass upon the individual without having the ability to see that individual in their totality. Stop over here. We'll pick up and spend one more day in there on Monday. I know. We'll stop over here.
I wanted to hang out with you. I wanted to smell your pillow.
There you go. That sounds like something you'd say. I feel like that's something you'd say about a chick on this.
I would smell your home.
Oh, there you go. Well, Sarah, there you go. You got some advice out of that. Staying in the GTA 5 pocket is topical and interesting, and it is obviously highly connected. Yeah. And I agree with everything Matt saying that the realist part is you talking about your video game degree, you can really get more into that. Like, I should have paid more attention when somebody was mentioning. I shouldn't have said, oh,
Alright, so that's a good morning. Let us begin. So this morning we're going to be getting
get into something about how you almost or should have or wish you would have met the right people while innovative gaming is
I'm reading over here a really beautiful kind of like it. You notice, by the way, sometimes these sections of the subject flow into each other, and sometimes they don't. So in
There was a really big boom in the gaming industry.
Down idea that from destruction comes incredible building, and from sin comes cathartic growth. And I am Ali, the leather switches dear Lord. He writes as follows. We're taking up, it's marked with Kuf Samuel Tess, Os Ayin Aleph, and we're going in the Uriah Chasidus, the bottom right hand column. Says the letter. In this follow in the Vakish Yashan Yishvara, Liros Ras Shum Adam Yisrael. The person should never davened to HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
That Sarah
to
must have
see
jolly
the
adding
Ra,
another
to
60
see
seconds
something
of
terrible
words to the
happen
overall
to
bigger
another
picture
Jew.
as always.
Yeah, for instance, shouldn't daven to see something
And
terrible
what do you
happen
guys
to
have
another
coming
Jew.
up? Anything to promote?
Vafilu
Anything crazy
Lashon
going on?
Lam.
At Megature on
Even
Twitter,
if
at
that
Jamar
other
Gamers
Jew
on Twitter.
is a
Who
complete
else?
Russia. Kimo Sha'amru Chazal, as Chazal said, Alakaso Kitamu Chatan Min Haaretz,
Follow these two
Kitamu
guys on
Choti
Twitter
Ein
because
Sin
they're
Babasi.
gonna end up being
So
fucking
let's
famous.
take a step
I'm
back
so
over here.
excited that I'm
We'll discuss
you
where
guys
the
still
subject
aren't
gets
famous
this from.
enough that I'm
So
big
the
on the
notion
show.
that even if someone is a Rasha, one should
And see
not
Iron
daven
Patriot,
to
follow him
HaKadosh
on
Baruch
Twitter
Hu
at Comic
for
Patriot. That's
somewhat
at Matt Edgar
misfortune,
with
for
one T,
something
by the
negative
way.
to
And
occur to that
Jamar
person.
Neighbor
Now, where
Starks
does this
at Twitter.
concept
It's
come from?
Matt
If you
Edgar
take a
with
look
one
in
T.
the Makoros to the footnotes, on the bottom, you'll see footnote Reish Samech Gimel. In footnote Reish Samech Gimel, the guy says, "How the Gemara Bracha Shem is to the story. I know Baryonim, the Havi distributed Rabbi. There were these Baryonim. Baryonim are Russians, right? No goodness, right? There were these no goodness that were in the neighborhood of Rabbi Meir. Bahava Kamitzaru Leituva. And these guys were causing Rabbi Meir an incredible amount of difficulty. Havakabai Rabbi Meir Rachami Elihu. Rabbi Meir wanted to daven that they should die. This is the Ma'aser. We saw some brothers. He wanted to daven that they should die. They were causing him so much tsar, they should die. Amalei Beria did this. Beria, his wife, said to him, "My that did. What are you thinking? In other words, why would you daven for them to die? Mishum d'chsev yitamu chatoim, miksev chosim, chatoim ksiv." Beria had such an incredible view, such an incredible insight on the passage. He said, "Does the passage say yitamu chosim min haaretz, that sinners should cease to exist in the world?" No. What does it say? Yitamu chatoim, sin should cease to exist from the world. Not sinners, but sin. No, Shachal is sacred with God. Furthermore, she said to Rabbi Meir, look at the end of the passage. What does the end of it say? It was shut in and the wicked will be no longer. So how do you read that passage? Kevan the Tamu Chatoim or shut in over. Once you remove the sin, there are no more sins. What Beria was telling her husband, rather than Beria said to her husband, daven for their benefit, daven for the have compassion on them, that they hug you with tshuva, there's the tshuva, where it's shut in Odenam, and they will no longer be wicked. Sure enough, Vayiracham Iluya, Vahadju with tshuva. But Meir davened on behalf of these who shut in, they did tshuva, and they became tzaddik. Or at least, I don't believe in but they did tshuva. They did tshuva. So the story is fascinating for two primary reasons. Number one, what Beria was saying to Meir is that essentially there aren't bad people, they're just good Jews who do bad things. And a person's face has to be able, when you look at the other, be able to differentiate and say, yeah. Very often, we automatically assume that we characterize the character of someone based on their actions. If you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what Beria was trying to highlight was this incredibly so, but that's not necessarily the case. Other bad people, of course, are bad people. But very often, there are good people who do bad things. And if you're just able to stop the bad things, to remove the bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of davening, says Beria to her husband, that these guys should die, davening, they should do tshuva. And if they do tshuva, you come with kata in the haaretz. Let sin cease from the world. And if there's no sin, we shut him over. There will be no rishon. The person, the Gabra, is good. Just sometimes the Gabra corrupts himself with the wrong actions. If you correct the actions, the Gabra, the individual, is restored to his primary good. I will say, what Beria was saying over Meir was essentially this concept is the cornerstone of tshuva. Right? Without this,
especially friends, but if you are coincidentally are in the same city at the same time, it's pretty much like a
bad.
thing that I'm
If I'm bad, so is there really some significant degree of hope for my salvation or personal restoration? This entire result, I am a good person who does bad things. I may do bad things very frequently. That's quite possible. I may even do more bad things than good things. But at the end of the day, my inner good still exists on some level. It's just often eclipsed and tarnished by the negativity. Remove the negativity, remove the sins, and at the end of the day, the good comes out. As an aside, by the way, I'm sure you remember, when we did this sugya in Brachos, there's another famous kasha on this sugya, which is, how do you daven for people to do tshuva? Right? Meaning, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, "Hakobu Shemayim," except what? Folks, Yira Shemayim. Yira Shemayim is your relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, relationship with Hashem. At the end of the day, is up to you. It's up to you. Like the Gemara Masechet Nida says, Kadosh Baruch Hu determines how tall or how short you're going to be, how rich or how poor, how smart or not smart you're going to be. All of that HaKadosh Baruch Hu determines. One thing the Lord does not determine is what's the nature of the Yirat Shamayim. Who you are on the Yirat Shamayim level is absolutely up to you. So it is interesting that over here the Gemara says, so you would normally think you can't daven for someone to be about Shuvah. You can't daven for someone to be about Shuvah. So there's a lot of different answers to this. It always bothered me a little bit, and then I realized the answer wasn't yesterday's daf. This is incredible how this intersect often happens. The answer wasn't yesterday's daf. Remember again? You saw the Gemara said, "Haomer, Sela, Zulit Tzedakah, B'shvil Sheyichya B'ni." Let this Sela go for tzedakah in order that my son should live. And remember again, we saw the beautiful insight by the Chozeh of Rubin. And what did the Chozeh say? Remember again, the Chozeh said, "But what's the pshat?" It's not talking about physical life, but rather it's talking about spiritual life. That at the end of the day, a person could give tzedakah, do nice and token, in order that the child should spiritually live. That's the whole yisod. That's the whole yisod. Right? So you see that there's a concept of engaging in dynamic spiritual activities for the benefit of someone else. So perhaps that's the yisod over here as well. At the end of the day, can you daven for someone else to do tshuva? So you could daven that your zikiyah should inherit Hashem, push someone else, push their merit in the right direction. The same way that I can daven for the ruchnius, I'm obligated to daven for the ruchnius, do mitzvahs for the ruchnius of my children each and every day. So to again, perhaps that's the pshat in the Gemara. How do you influence someone else's ruchnius when ruchnius is the one thing that's in a person's own control? So perhaps again, when I daven and I do mitzvot and I direct those zikiyos for the benefit of the other, then ultimately that has a cathartic effect on that person as well. Those are terribly not to be on the so the study. So going back, we have another minute. We'll just focus on this. Go back up now top. So the Rebbe writes, he says, therefore, in his follow he was actually for Hashem Yisrael, he lost to other Yisrael. A person should never daven that something terrible should happen to another Jew. Not to the Russia government. Even if this Jew is a Russia government. That's an incredible use for it. See why this is. You should never daven for misfortune to befall another person, even another Jew, even if that Jew is a Russian government. And now we have a close to Gemara Masechet Brachos, where again, that the man wanted to daven for the misfortune of these individuals. Julia intervened and said, "Don't do it." Why? Bitamu chatoim v'lo bitamu kotim. So let's say listen to this. Then we'll stop. So this is interesting because why not? Why not? If somebody is a Russia, right? If somebody is a Russia, somebody's evil, right? So why can't you daven for their misfortune? In other words, so look what he writes. First of all, the Rebbe qualifies it. He says, "V'zeu klal hanoig rak ba'adam shirula l'shamayim." The whole day, today, adam l'makom zohar. When can't you daven for the misfortune of someone? When ultimately, again, they are an individual who is Rava Shamayim. A person who is terrible and eating Adam Lamach. A person who is a Rasha, violates every single mitzvah, tramples upon halacha. Such a person, a Rasha like that, you don't daven for his misfortune. Sha'al Adam Kazeh in Levaki Hashem Rakshi Anish. Let's say, listen to these words. Aval Adam Shivura Lebrios, V'chote B'nei Adam Lechavero, Ansho Hu Mida K'neged Mida. So Reb Tzaddik says you can never daven for the misfortune of another Jew, even if he's a Rasha. And a Russian meaning what? Even if he's terrible, he's been Adam Lamakum. You see that he managed tramples on mitzvahs, tramples on Torah, tramples on halacha. But if a person is terrible, he's been Adam Lamakum. If a person is terrible and is a person who mistreats people, hurts people, then ultimately says that Tzaddik, Unshow who needs that Kineged Midah. Such a person like that receives a punishment that is Midah Kineged Midah, reciprocal. Ulachein, Shin Shulevaki Shia Ramu Zulaso, Ba'osa Hamida Yi'anish B'kach Shemuter Levakish, U'Yispala Mahashem She'anish Ala Asogam. And ultimately, again, says the Tzaddik, there's a Midah Kineged Midah. Because when a person is terrible and they do Adam L'Chavero, and therefore he actively seeks out negativity towards the other, so ultimately I am permitted to go ahead and beseech HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit negativity upon that person as well. So we'll have to, we're going to stop for there for today. We're leaving off in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot, right? Because the notion of davening for the misfortune of any Jew seems to be a little bit counter to how we would think to act as people. But yet, the Tzaddik is making this profound speech. We never daven for the misfortune of a Rasha who's a bit Adam in the Makom Rasha. But if someone is a bit Adam L'Chavero Rasha, says that Tzaddik, it is permitted to daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit justice, so to speak, upon that individual. Why tell the deeper meaning of that? The Meretz Hashem will continue to know.
Oh, that was hilarious. Oh my God, I laughed so hard at this. Yeah, you can't do U-turns in Ohio, which is the stupidest thing ever. But, you know.
So I would do a U-turn, and then we'd be like, acting like the other drivers, right? Like they freaked out. They, you can tell.
Right. They're just like, what is that maniac doing? What is that? Some kind of witch?
The witchcraft. And then you got a hotel, a $50 hotel that you bought online, and it's called the Knights Inn. It's downtown Columbus, on the worst part of downtown Columbus.
And it was on the map, and I forgot what part of Columbus that was on the map. It looked legit. But the 2 miles or mile and a half or whatever to the actual city that it was the worst mile and a half in all of Columbus.
Next to a used mattress store.
So, yeah, and it was next to a used tire store. I mean,
it's like, I need to buy a new tire. Just take this off and then put it back on. Thank you.
Used tires. Only in rural Columbus. So we got to the Knights Inn, and I'm like, fuck this shit, because it looked like every bad scene in Breaking Bad. And
one story where it was just like hookers hanging outside the door, like, hey, it was like their in call, I guess is what they're called, where they just go, come on back to I got a hotel room, it's like, all the rooms were rented by the hour, and then you actually said,
All right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning in Sikas Sadi. We are picking up in Os Ayin, and we left off on Pin Sami. So we can just orient ourselves a little bit. The Tzaddik is speaking about this incredible idea, namely that the area of life in which we experience profound deficiency is often the area of life in which we find the greatest amount of strength. So, the Tzaddik essentially is teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight and show us what our potential strengths truly are. So, the Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today, we're going to focus on one incredible example. We're on the Samachat, the right-hand color in the Vidya Hasidus. First paragraph on top, about 4 lines. Derech Zeh, Yansi Masi, Masha'anu HaKamim Yizam. You also find what Chazal said, and they wrote, Yom Shenekra Bor HaBayis, the day on which the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. Kol Bayom Nolad Melech Mashiach. On the day in which the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, the Melech Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, the son says, Hare, Sheish Skula Shadafta Bisman HaKilkul, You've only bought you not because I think you're leaving. You didn't get this idea, you bought one of these ideas. So on the day that it is, and this person was destroying the Shia for Yerushalmi. He quotes it over here in paragraph Reish Nun Hey. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. Yerushalmi. Dahava Bechad Yehudai, Dahava Koim Radei. There was a Jew, there was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? God first say Kumai. The ox, he let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox is. Like the ox let out a groan. Abba Chad Agoi, the Shamakano, was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amalei Bar Yudai, Shari Kurecha, Shari Kansanecha, Haharik Desu. You, go ahead and unhitch your ox and unhitch the plow because there's a witness in the temple and it's been destroyed. The Arab was saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything. Your base witness has been destroyed. God is minded to you. So then the ox rolled second time. Amalei Bar Yudai, the Jew, whenever the owl say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow, the Hayalit Narcomitu. So your Messiah is just born. This is the source for this idea. Right? On one moment, the Messiah is destroyed, and in the very next moment, Messiah is born. Amalei Mashmei. If you ask the Arab, what is the meaning of Messiah? If you ask the Arab, the father, Amalei, Amalei Mashmei, Menachem. Ultimately, what's the name of the Mashiach? What's the name of this Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amalei Mashma Dabri, what's the name of Menachem, of Mashiach's father? Amalei Mashma. It's a very, the Gemara itself is a very gripping story. The Gemara then goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. Why? This is the Tzadik's thesis. That from destruction, whether it's personal destruction or whether it's national destruction, in that destruction are the very seeds and the very catalyst for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as you mentioned already the last 2 days, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. It's very important. Speaking about this a little bit. People rarely improve when life is going well. Like usually, again, when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what Tzaddik is saying over here. So when is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. When the Adam and Chava begin their redemption, when they're covered with the fig leaves, the very thing with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes, and I realize, you know what? I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here, and now I know exactly what it is that I have to fix. So Tzaddik goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. We went in the second Sanhedrin discussing the idea. Where do we know that there's a concept of Siyasa Mason, of election of the judge? Where do I know that that concept exists? And the Tzaddik goes on and it says, you must be a number of different groups. There was a second Tzaddik goes on to say something that says, what is the concept of Siyasa Mason? Think about this for just a moment. And it's such an interesting insight.
They all had sex. There was no doubt
something
about
that
her.
is
Not
dead
just Stephen or
comes
Brooke.
back
They
to
had a
life.
threesome, two
What
little
is
people,
transformation?
and
The
one kind of
paradigmatic
sex.
example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic
Oh, I
era.
mean, just
Like
I
what
can't tell you.
is
It's
that?
hard to
What is
describe.
that?
Just the
And
fact that
Tzaddik
I
says
know
something
that
so
some
beautiful.
shit went down. If
Transformation
there's two
is the
midgets dating
paradigmatic
another female,
example of
so
the
then you're
ability
wondering
to take
if
something
they
that
if
is
they're having
broken
lunch with this
and to
guy.
go ahead
I
and
heard
once
this is the
again
fucking pounder. You
make
know
it
what I
whole.
mean? I
Isn't
was
it?
like, I wonder how that
And
works.
that's
I bet
why,
that they could
what's
like
the
double
emotional
like
Mashiach?
69, like
What is Mashiach
build the
all
bridge.
about? Mashiach is all
Like the
about
guy
repairing
clearly
the
on the
world.
bottom,
Mashiach
right?
is all
And then
about
they could
going
build like
ahead
the Golden
and
Gate
repairing
Bridge. I want to say
ourselves.
something like that.
We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach comes. And what Mashiach comes often that opportunity as well. But the Meister Tzaddik says, the fact that the concept of transformation tells you that no matter how badly something is broken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? Each and every day, in Shona Esther, right? If I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Kriyas, if I believe that the dead will come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of me can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look at the left-hand paragraph. On page Kufsan says, is there in your Para Aduma? Again, the study just goes on, he's just giving a number of examples of this, but the reason why it's divided into the examples, they're all highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken emerges that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. From that which is dead, has the ability to come back to life. We just want to share those stuff for today. He says, "Go in your paraduma." This is in your paraduma. What does Paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from the ritual purity with the Tumas mace. Now, what's unique about that? Paraduma corresponds to which Adira, to the Eagle Azov, to the Case Eagle, to the Sin of the Golden Calf. The Sin of the Golden Calf. Like the eagle caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much horrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Pita Eagle, but the stain that the Pita Eagle left on the spiritual consciousness of Klal Yisrael, a stain that has followed us throughout the generations. And yet again, it's the Egla Arufa, it's the Para Aduma, like the red heifer, that has the ability to cleanse us from the most profound, intense source of tumult, from Tumas mace. So once again, the Tzaddik says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately again, we begin to see the ability of the very building blocks to build our. So again, and the Tzaddik goes on. But again, we'll say, well, we'll stop over here for today, but the Yesod is very profound. Because very often, when we make, on a personal level, when we make mistakes in life, so we look at them just as that, as mistakes. And clearly, again, this mistake is something that's broken. And we forget the second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents a manifestation of that which is broken, of that which is deficient, of that which is in the spirit of. So now, what's the bracha? The bracha is I know what to work on. I know exactly what to work on. I know exactly what my next area of growth has to be. And therefore, says the Tzaddik, that's the bracha of sin. If you can say something like that. The bracha of faith is that now I know exactly what it is that I need to work on. I know what my avoda is, and therefore it comes out as a tzaddik. That faith itself becomes the very building block for personal Israel. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up a marriage session with Ayin Aleph tomorrow.
Yeah, is there a quick one? Like, I can tell how deep. I get what you looking like deepness. Yeah, that's what you would want to try to figure out how deep it is. Because you don't want to embarrass yourself. I was with one girl, I will share this, and I'm pretty good, but this one girl kept going deeper, and I was like, oh God, this is my deep. This is it. It's hard. There's no special extension.
Alright, so this is good morning, let us begin. We are continuing the year from in Os Ayos, in which began with particular piece by the letter in yesterday's year. And the other reading highlighted this incredibly profound episode. This idea is supposed to Russian again, but also double to the new trap we saw in the new article in the very clean light in which you find your efficiency, in the very clean light in which you find your lacking. That is the thing that the Rebbe says, Mukhan Lahadia al Ma'arasha. That is the way that you will come to recognize and to actualize your singular and your unique milah, your unique character traits or attributes of strength. So let's remember on a basic level, what the Rebbe really highlighted to us is this idea that, and we've seen this before in Sipkas HaKadosh, that if our weaknesses that truly teach us or show us what our actual strengths are. As we mentioned yesterday, we often think that there are two buckets, there are weaknesses and there are strengths. But the truth is, there's only really one bucket. There are strengths. There are strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. How do you find out about your unactualized strengths? How do you find out about the focus you possess that you don't yet know about? So Study Cause is something amazing. It says you find that out through the expression of your weakness. When you fail, or when you fall, or when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a koah that is waiting to be harnessed and rechanneled. We gave the example of Abaye, where Abaye felt that perhaps he was lacking morally because he had such a taiva. He felt he could not resist the taiva to be able to sin in a particular situation. The Saba, Ivyanovi, shows up and tells him, no, that the fact that you're about taiva, the fact that you have desires, shows that you possess passion. And that in and of itself, that passion, if channeled in the right way, becomes your greatest strength. So that gives another example. There are page bottom left hand column, we're reading in the Be'urei HaChasidus about 5 lines up. He says, Ke'inin sha'amru chachamenu zal, this is incredible, ala pasuk, v'yisperu alei te'ila, v'ya'asu lahem kavir. The pasuk says, after Adam and Chava sinned, so what they do, they made for themselves clothing out of fig leaves. Clothing out of fig leaves. So in other words, why fig leaves? Why make themselves clothing out of fig leaves? And that is quoting Rashi. Because the very things that Adam and Chava sinned with, that's what it's been very interesting that is. There was Machlokas in Chazal. What was the eighth Das Tobara? What was the truth? The one thing that everyone agrees with is it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. But it's actually interesting. So why is it that the apple is so closely associated with the eating of the fruit? So remember again, if you fast forward a little bit, to Parashas Toldos, and remember again, we have the story of Yaakov and Esau, and Yaakov dresses up as Esau to go ahead and get the fruit. So Yaakov comes to get the brachas. So Yaakov comes in to his father, Yaakov. Yaakov comes in to Yitzchak, and Yitzchak says, Re'eh, Re'ah B'ni Tereach HaSadah. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. And that was a compliment. Rashi says a compliment. If after you go hunting, everyone knows after hunting, the smell of the slaughter is disgusting. It's terrible. So Rashi says over there, Re'eh B'ni Tereach HaSadah, like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. And Rashi says, the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Gan Eden. So somehow the scent is the same, so kind of that association over time leads us to think that the fruit that Adam and Chava ate was an apple. But in fact, again, there's a machlokes in Chazal. Was it wheat? Was it grapes? Was it ta'imim? Was it figs? It's interesting that the machlokes all revolve around items of Shibachanim, 7 kilos. But in any event, we'll go with the Pasuk Shot. Let's say eat from a fig tree. They ate a fig. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. So listen to this. So the Hainu, Bachila Sakhi, right? To go atzmo miskin. Once you see here, it says, here's the expression of my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sin was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the fig tree, they ate from the te'ina, and ultimately, again, what covered their nakedness? What covered their quote-unquote shame? In the aftermath of the sin, the fig tree. The fig tree. All miskinu atzmo b'kach she'asu me'ale itatayina kaduros k'dei lechasos es b'tkosan efes es maramei. V'davka mikach lamdu chazal she'itadas haya eitayina. So Tzaddik said something absolutely amazing. And this, I think that this is an incredible finish. The Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that it was a fig tree? How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fig? So there was a second mistake out here. Second mistake. Throw it all away.
You moved to the bedroom at 1.2 Keller.
If it was a steak, then it's probably going
What's the verb? You just start strangling
throw
her.
it all the way to the
Starting to
bottom.
chop up the
Don't
bottom.
we do that every single day?
All right, well, here we are. Everything's set. The wheels, as always, are in motion. I feel like the energy is here. You guys ready to get this thing banging or what? This place is packed. And as always, we're here to test out a new 60 seconds of material and get a chance to be interviewed by us and talk with us a bit. You have 60 seconds. At the end of that 60 seconds, you hear the meow of a kitty. That means your time is up. Don't go any much longer, or else you're going to hear the
Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? So Tzaddik posits, and this is really incredible tradition. So Tzaddik posits that Chazal works backwards. The fact that the Bible is closed on the Mechama in the Oli in the fig leaf taught Chazal that it must be that the fruit they ate was the fig. Why? Because the Tzaddik says here is always the model. The thing with which you ruin yourself with, the thing with which you sin, becomes the very thing through which you are uplifted and remedied. That's the way life works as a tzaddik. So if they were remedied with the fig leaves, it must mean, says a tzaddik, Chazal understood that they sinned with the fig as well. Mailam Yuchades, Uskuli Yisera, the Takin is a Kilkul Shenigra Minachila Mimenu. So this model that Tzaddik is espousing is an incredibly profound one. Because essentially what the Tzaddik says again is that the very things with which we sin, the very things through which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things through which we are able to attain unprecedented levels of growth. Listen to this. This is so before we get to this piece, it's like, I just want to crystallize this idea that Tzaddik is creating a model, and the model is the thing with which you destroy is the very thing through which you build. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the creation of a beautiful spiritual edifice. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with me. If I know, because I do it, person is not doing well. Person is not doing well. The only way to remedy illness is health.
I think the part that he missed is when he saw
before the medicine, right? Okay, assuming you're not self-medicating, right? Before the medicine, what do you need to do? you have to get a diagnosis. Right? In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize, well, why am I not getting better? I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe you're taking all the medication. Maybe you don't know what the problem is. In other words, that if I don't know what the diagnosis is, and if I fall and I break my arm, and I take Advil, and I realize, I don't know, why am I not getting better? It's because the bone hasn't been set. In other words, just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. So the incredible Yisod the way it says in the subject is, I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find out what I have to fix? That says the subject is the beauty of faith. It's the beauty of sin. The beauty of hate is hate tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So I said that's a subject says it's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst for growth. We'll have to stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible example about Mashiach. Tomorrow morning, Mashiach and Kriyas HaMesim. Mashiach Kriyas HaMesim tomorrow morning at 5:45. Probably be that to be on time.
And even that, I think the crazy twist in it is that in a room full of black people, some white guy said the N-word, and at the very end, because all you wanted was to get a good video clip, you ended up being the most offended when nothing happened, when the situation was diffused.
Yeah, man.
Well, there you go. That's a big bunch of tags.
I will say it was a suspenseful story. It was very interesting. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah.
And it's so real. You're using your perspective as a door guy. People are probably wondering when they come see a comedy show, man, I wonder if anything crazy ever happens. So, you can help that. Yeah. There you go.
Some of those crazy things.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to start this morning in American Hashem with doing our Seder in Tzidkas HaTzadik. So then American Hashem will start the daf at 5:55. Just a public service announcement. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, see me after share or add to the WhatsApp chat. And because I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing in American Hashem today, but if you guy to invest in a set of Tzidkas HaTzadik, I'll send out the edition that we use. You can order it online. It's a beautiful paper and an important addition to one's library. And also, it's good to learn from the paper rather than from sheets or other things like that. So I'll send that information out today, but at least for today we'll get started. So we are picking up in Rosh Hashanah this morning in Os Ayin in Tzidkas HaTzadik. And here, the Rebbe says something truly beautiful. He says, I'm on page Kuf Sanach Zayin. If you're following along on the PDF, so the Rebbe says as follows. Ba'os Davar Shebo Nirtzach Yisarn HaMiyuchad Shel Kol Adam. We'll translate the words, and then we'll try to understand with a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life where you find your greatest Kisara. Kisara represents that which you are lacking. So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, in that area in which you are most deficient, Dafka ba'osa davar, uba'osa inyan manish, ba'ayada atzmai. Dafka through that very thing through which you are deficient, it is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is cutting here, we've actually spoken about in previous sections, that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Now, in fact, they are totally dealt with their weaknesses, but they also represent, says the Rebbe, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represent what the Rebbe says, my ma'ala amiyuchenes, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first of all, if we take a quick look, he says in footnote 8, he said, "Ra masha kasav Rabbeinu Le'el, mish yishlo t'shika gitva, the Tavas Hagel, he gives an example that if someone has incredible types, incredible desires, so a person might take a look at their desires and they say, oh, what a lowly individual I am. Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire. The Rebbe says something amazing. He says, Yad Rabba, Uklimuchan L'tokef Avos Uklimuchan L'risha Havos. So let's say, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of good Chazara in Gemara in the Sefer Sukkah, where the Gemara quotes it under again that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in an inn. Right? You remember again the story that they said, oh, let's travel with each other tomorrow. So Abaye said, oh, you know what, I'm going to follow them because there's no doubt that they're going to sin. And Abaye thought, I'll be the chaperone. They're not going to know I'm the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone, I'll follow them, and this way, when they're ready to commit an Avera, I'll be there to stop them from sin. Remember the Maisa who follows them, they get to the crossroads, and they say, oh, how nice it's been to travel together, but alas, you have to go this way, I have to go that way, have a good journey. And Abaye saw that Abaye did laugh. He said, if I was in that situation, and I had the opportunity to sin, and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted temptation. So here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the showman. Right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, he sees that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have to resist. The Gemara says, Abu Saba was an old man who appeared to Abaye. Now, of course, in that mysterious old men appear in the Gemara. Usually, it's getting hard now. And then we told Abaye, Abaye was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what was highlighted was such a fundamental deficiency in who and what he was. But the Saba, the old man, appears to Abaye, and he says to Abaye, don't be upset. He says, he goes on, he says, essentially, he says to Abaye, the greater the tzaddik, the greater the Yitzhak. Right? The more, see, it's interestingly enough, in the world of spirituality, the greatest anomaly is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, the easier it becomes. Right? The person wants to it, sometimes the greater the challenge because as I grow, my Yitzhahara grows along with me. But the Tzaddik is pointing out over here very interesting that the Saba, Ilya Hanavi, was not simply comforting Abaye by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater Tzaddik, ultimately what you have greater Yitzhahara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way. He was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhahara, the fact that you have these taivas, that's not a weakness.
I think the premise is better than the Boston Tea Party, if that makes sense. Like, I think you can go with that tea thing and take it even different directions. Like, you know, was T-Boz from TLC. I don't know. You know, you can get weird with it. That's just the first tea I thought of, by the way. It was me that I'm hating on my T-Boz joke right now. It's just an example, and it's still got some
sometimes said to them, and this is what he's saying, that which is our greatest deficiency, that which is our Achilles heel, actually is channeled the right way to become your greatest strength. So Abaye, you're upset, you're dejected because you say to yourself, oh, if I was alone with this woman, I would have committed an Avera with her, right? I could not have resisted the temptation. What does that say about you? That you have great desire. That you have great desire. See, you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But I buy you that same desire. It's harnessed and channeled in the right way to accomplish incredible things. And that is what the tzaddik is going to look once again at the Lashon in Ayin. And the verse I said like the link by this part. It's so important. It's not have your own concept. It's so such a space. So let's just look at these words again. But also davar shebonim sabah yisaro hamiyum b'shol kol adam. In that particular area where you find the yisaro, in that particular area where you are deficient, dafka, but also davar uba'osa inyan mamish. That's in that thing. In that deficiency, in that struggle, see, let's say, often when we start saying we have to stop this, we're starting to say in life, we think that there are like two buckets. There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses. Right? The strengths are things I want to build on, the weaknesses are the things I have to leverage again. And it's not true. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strengths. There are two kinds of strengths. There are strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. It says that tzaddik not only that, but sometimes the greatest strength that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those very weaknesses. Look at this time over here. Again, in Eretz Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this host, and over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of what we can look at this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual, intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in the examples.
Like, what is the picture? It's just like a one little small picture. Like, I don't have anything. A cheek, but is it like a face? No, it's just faces. It's like faces or like body pictures, but some of it might be blurred. You know what I'm saying? So, how blurred? I'm just saying, it's on my cell phone. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm using my cell phone. I'm not using the laptop. So it's limited. It's limited as far as what you can see, but it's for females.
You know what I'm saying? Based on that headshot, you can't.
Yeah, it's free. It's free as fuck. I'm saying, I've been to a lot of sites where, especially out here, you don't meet Tiosaurus on Christian. They are, man. I'm telling you, they're everywhere. They're like, no. You might want to check your settings on your live. I never had this problem ever. No, I'm talking about I'm just saying, since I've been out here, I've never seen that shit. I'm like, you gotta say that too. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't want to get about that. Yeah, because I'm like, it's like I felt like I was in a little red ride hood, because I said I got tricked. I met a chick online, so that's why I moved out. Whoa. So you met her, and that was the real name. Yeah, it's a transsexual. No, that's a joke. Yeah, we can't because I do the matateo, like how he got food. You know what I'm saying? So I got food and moved in here because I met some chick online, and when I saw her, I went to go meet her, and the bitch just had the door a little bit open, and I'm like, no, the door was open. I'm like, bitch, I'm not coming in, so she sticks her feet out. You know what I'm saying? The bitch got big feet. I'm like, big feet. I don't know, man. I don't even keep up with it. I know they all do. That's all I care about. It's another thing to add with it. So
go
love to
ahead
take
and
this. It's all now here.
even though
I was like, if you click on some shit, because you know, you're just clicking on to see a picture or whatever. Like, it could be a trick. Like, that could be turned or it'd be like a lot of people in the picture. They get you with that, you know. Like, you see, like 2 or 3 women, you be like, well, which one is the bitch? You know, like, we're new at this. We still have our training wheels.
So what's your requirement for the full? What do you need? A full photo? No,
email. So start to kind of like Gmail, if you know what I'm saying. That's it? All right, this is a fucking weird crowd. When in
I'm never going to do why. I'm never going to do it. I don't need to worry about this. I'm like in awe. Because when I think about myself, there's nothing gay. There's nothing I can say that I don't insult you. Like, dude, I would never, ever do that. I can never imagine myself doing that now, but when I look back in my life, there are layers that I did that I never thought I would do that I did do. So, how can a person ever say, I never, ever do something like that?
How do you not know this?
People, you never thought you would do certain things, and unfortunately did those very things. To the idea of
it's the science earlier.
on a base level, desensitize you.
I don't think you need it at all, man. I think it's a whole different thing. That should be the amount of like, you take all the things that just happen here, and it's a base stuff to you.
As soon as you grab that mic, I feel like, oh
So
shit,
these horizons, that is,
I'm curious.
look
And then
at what I've done in the
I
past.
heard a couple
I'm a good person. I've done many good things, but I've also done
really tiny pieces of something much bigger that I think you have thought about or not thought about. It sounds like you start talking to each other. No, I've thought about it. Rather than fucking say that. Say the shit that you're thinking about anytime you're like, oh, this one would be cool.
That's okay. That's, I mean,
Maybe have
so I
conversations with people
constantly
about this
remember
shit.
my haters.
Naturally funny.
It's not that I'm
Just float
beating
out with all
myself
your takes
up
on
over what
it.
I've
Yeah,
done.
like one thing
It's
about
that I'm
it,
being
we're trying to do,
real
don't
with
cheat.
myself.
Like,
Because
say
people think that they're
the whole
above
thing, like, don't
push.
think we won't
And
get it.
people think,
We'll
that I
understand
would
because we
never,
enjoy, like,
ever
all those
do
pieces
that.
you might not know.
Usually,
Where you can
they
jump off,
do
or like
that.
if you open it,
But if I remember
Boston Tea Party
all
right
of the
now
things
is
I've done,
like,
again, not just beating myself up,
so
making
someone
myself feel bad. It's just reminding myself how incredibly fabulous what the things I am that allows me to live life at a level of and that was the basis for what we talked about. But the subject is the subject is saying, as we climb the ladder of spiritual accomplishment, become a better person, we begin to act like it. We begin to act like it because it magnifies
Yeah, there you go.
the
Well,
things
bro,
that
everybody.
so you know what as I begin to act like my potential show that I really could be. Well, once I show what I really could be, then to a certain degree it amplifies the value of the past. If I'm capable of being this, whatever the this is, but holding a life, okay, I've done that. Right? So before I became this, before I reached this new level of spirituality, for that, the simple thing is it might have been justified over the month, right? I continue on staying, forget maybe stuff like that happens to people on that darga, on that level. But once I reach this new level of accomplishment, I'm capable of this. I'm capable of this greatness. But once I do what this greatness, this failure becomes even more magnified. So the subject said, therefore, it's this incredible, like almost strange dialectic on the more I grow, the more I have to reconcile
It's a shower. Hold on your hand. All right, the next comedian, everybody.
So for the subject,
Eric
I am
Spedden.
perpetually lost. Here's this subject once again. Subject to pick up. Gemara has the opinion that says constantly being robust to the ideas of the past. Just for the subject smile, it's incredible. The more I grow, the more I grow, the more I have, the more I see my capacity for greatness, the more I have to reconcile the mistakes I made in my life. That was a single case of It's really incredible idea. It's good selling people. Bottom left hand side, really see anytime you see something that reads out, which is actually quite amazing, and has the fact of how the Neshama is judged in Gan Eden for it. That's around. You don't want to get this back. That comes. שניתן בלוך נסעים של ידידה וצורך עלייה. concept
Just
of
me,
Yerida
it
L'Tzorech
seemed
Aliyah.
like
That literally a descent
word, like as
for
a whole
descent
word.
for the sake of the
This is
future
terrible.
ascent. I was going to start it. ולהיכנס בכל אופן מפעם לפעם ירידה ממדרגות
No more jokes about
אולם
apathy.
מכניסה היא לגרום לו עלייה. So it's like the path of wisdom,
Thank you.
like the
Here
path
it
of
is.
spiritual
All right,
growth,
here we go.
is not linear.
All right, here we
But
go.
rather, again, it is this concept of Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah. And more often than not, what happens in life is
Just right off the
I
bat,
take 2 steps back in order to
do you
take 2
give a
steps
fuck
forward.
about those jokes?
That's the way it works. And often when I fail, failure in life itself becomes the catalyst for future growth for a variety of different reasons. When I fail, often you become much more introspective in moments of failure than you do in moments of success. When I fail, I recognize what my weaknesses are, and therefore I know what it is that I have to work on. And when I fail, in those moments, I realize life has not gone as I wanted it to, and therefore I really need to live with both hands on the wheel. But so there's also that concept of Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah. By the way, concept of Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah is in and of itself, I think, the most profound concept in human because in a sense, if you don't have the right perspective when it comes to failure, you get very easily derailed in life. Failure is just that, failure. But every time I fail,
Is
it's
there a lot more
pretty
behind
often.
that? What you
It's
described,
just
child?
give up. But the ultimate concept of Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah says no. Every failure paves the way for some greater future success. I know my weaknesses. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. I know how I have to focus. Again, that becomes something so honestly amazing. But look at the episode because we'll have to end. He says, שבבייס שלום על המדקדקים בו באדם, ומקפידים על כל פית קשיוס לו, ואז הוא עיס הירידה, ואז צריך האדם לעשות תשובה, ולאחר כך בליבו חרטה יוסר עמוקה. Listen to this. The Stoic says, in my model, you know what Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah means? You know what it means? It means that every single time he changes the meaning a little bit. It's Aliyah Tzorech, sorry, Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah. Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah means that Yerida is a necessary part of every Aliyah. What does that mean for this study? That whenever I ascend a ladder of spiritual accomplishment, there's an automatic Yerida involved in that. What's the Yerida? What's the descent? The need to go back and do tshuva for my previous life. Like I say, every time there's an aliyah, I'm pulled back a little bit. There's a yerida into that which was. There's a descent back into faith. There's a descent back into the mistakes and the missteps of the past. There's a descent. There's a yerida back to go ahead and reconcile my behavior. Because what's the incredible know? So every single thing is yerida that is a tzorech aliyah. Every single time I grow, I have to now take a step back, reconcile with the sins of the past. Now, once again, that I see my capacity for greatness, to a certain degree, amplifies the of the past. Because how could I have done those things if I'm capable of doing this? As it ever goes on, it says the Agmas ever starts out. So Mimash Nitzka B'Chatov. Well, actually, I just want to point out that to a certain degree, so how do you do tshuva? In other words, this is a pretty intense model, right? In this intense model, pretty much my entire life is always tshuva, right? So remember, I'm doing tshuva for the averos that I've done now, and when I grow, I'm doing tshuva for the averos of the past. So tshuva. So the simple answer is, yes, yeah, that's actually. The Talmud says, Lav Dafka, that is Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah, is, let's say, an in-depth process of choice. Sometimes it's just a pain.
You look like you do.
And
You should
I
have
must
enough.
snap it. You know, as I
Yeah,
grow in
either
life,
that or you look like
and I
you
realize
bag
my
a wardrobe
mistakes,
from
I have another
set of a
epiphany,
pizza
which
out of every.
is that how much bigger I could have been had I not walked sidelines by the other
Not so much the accent so much.
like
Not so
the
much
way
the guy
you
who's
like
making the
sometimes you see
as much as the guy in the hatchback that has to get into a place.
Is this your normal look? Like if you were an action figure,
children, you see them doing some learning or tests or stuff, you think to yourself,
like how
you know, if I was doing that at
this
that
would be your attire.
what I could have
It's always a hat.
right, what I could have been, had I not made this mistake, had not made that mistake, and not gone down this road.
Oh
What
wow!
is the point there?
It's
You know, you can't realize too much like that.
it's that
Because certainly
British
that Agmas
Dr.
Nefesh
Hip.
is and that Agmas Nefesh is in and of itself the form of choice. Almost like, so
No,
we
I
just
don't.
put it
But I
together and
always
we'll have to
think he
stop.
looks like the
What
DVD
Absalom
box
is
set that
introduced
Amazon
to
sells
is this
for
idea
$2.
that every time we grow, spiritual growth requires some level of introspection into the past. Because as I grow and I realize what I can become, I am once again totally accountable for what I have or have not done. And the subject says this is the meaning of the concept of Yehuda, Yitzhorah, Aliyah. And at the end of the day, every Aliyah, every ascent always comes with a necessary descent. What's the descent? As I go up, I am forced to go through now, go down, and re-examine the sins of the past, do sugar again, reflecting now that I know that I'm capable of so much, I must reconcile with the mistakes of the past. So the top of your, if you're in there,
He just said 2 plus 2 is 4. So like this, what did you do? Yeah, where it becomes right? And you don't need to like rebelize, but like, no, like, just tell the story. Like, what did you do? Like, that's
my assistant made an angry meeting.
That's what I'm saying. You did 2 plus 2 equals 4, but then I was like, God damn, not 4.
Yeah, so that's the point.
But even people that are hearing that get angry about that, like, take more attention to about to make them. Obviously, you're making them feel something emotionally connected to what you're talking about, which is great. So now they're with you. And so now it's like, where you make it a unique bit to you is where you follow up on whatever your actions are after that.
Maybe there's even something in like, do you even really need to call and complain? Because if they're really listening, they should know you're already on right. You can just sit there on hold and give them they put you on hold, you just start spouting all their complaint you have because if they're listening, they'll hear it. That makes sense. I mean, it's sort of another 2 plus 2 equals 4, but you want silly, right? Yeah, exactly. I get it. They're already listening, they're already watching, they're watching your past. I love that it says there's always 3 lines on the side of the name, their Twitter, and the topic. Eric Spedez, your time to deliver.
Even Brachos
You didn't
which
mention
were
your
from the
two.
sun. And Brachos which were said, and Brachos committed by the authority to us, because we needed
Not lately.
What's the social commentary on burgers?
Well, I feel like burgers are pretty American.
Misha over our
Yeah, they're definitely German.
someone goes ahead and fires
Germans like burgers, Germans like burgers.
and what happens? John and Chop the thing my love. Let's see why this is so special because this relates back to something we just learned in Utah.
So, yeah, I don't really have it.
Whatever the idea is.
I want good
Carmen
burgers.
Chop is people bring my love.
I sit down for hours and write, and I'm like hoping for
Or
to
the
have
particular
to connect
Nico
with
Bubble,
creativity.
the Comadrega Shula,
Yes.
Zomu Nach Yosef Kuta, Miss Orer Agad, Shon Arakatan Katababa.
It's very specific. I just found it very funny that you got really fired up there. The most fired up you've been about
Seems like that's something that you have
now what
felt more emotion about than, the
shows
actual even
themselves
social
literally
commentary on
the
the stuff with the spying on you and stuff like that. Seems like you really are passionate about
I work on
burgers.
myself to become a better person. And I'm obsessed. I'm able to reach an elevated level of holiness
Seems
In
like you're
every
here.
level of
things that
elevation,
are important to me.
in every new degree
So
of
it's like I have to
holiness
bridge
which
the
I
gap with
reach,
the burger and the burger.
Misower
So
Allah
what would you say
Kusuk
if we were
ala
to bridge the
Hassan
gap?
I'm like digging myself a
Once
big
again,
hole here. I'm telling you,
there's
I sit there for hours.
there's
I'm grinding.
judgment
it's okay.
that
It's all
is
good.
awakened
It's all good.
against me
Just when you're
for
sitting
the
there for
awareness
hours,
of
what are you thinking about burgers? That's
First, I
frustrating.
I'm just thinking about fucking America, just American
very
burgers,
strange
and
and
being like,
supplying the source of that which is over. So again,
Oh,
in
scary.
Avera,
I
I
love
did
it.
two of
I ate
the
a fucking burger.
I
I'm
became
thinking about
holy.
little children
I
that
became
starving
holy.
when I eat a burger.
Again, I realized my downfall. I realized my weakness. I
Yeah.
took a course to work on myself. And now I find myself on a new level of elevated holiness.
Eating a
As a
burger.
result of that elevated level of deep holiness, and that new level of elevated holiness, there is a junction that is once again awakened against me for the idea of okay. In the field of Madriga Kadasha, ain't do nechsharet shuvachos asur barkers of Shabbat, because now in this
I've
new,
never seen an
in this
American
new
with a
level,
bloated
in this
belly.
new darga,
Just go to
in this new
Walmart.
Madriga, in which I find myself, in which I find myself now, in this new elevated level of holiness, the tshuva that I did in the past is no longer
Oh, no, I mean from
based
starvation.
on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is no longer
I mean, I did
sufficient
the
to remedy the
Indian
Avera.
reservation.
Okay, therefore says a prayer. Yesh kolach for the
Eric,
moshe
I like your
of
style.
tshuva al kasal.
That's Eric
Therefore,
Smith.
again, it says that when I reach this new elevated level of
Fuck yeah,
holiness,
man.
really I
He's
need
got
to
an
do tshuva
interesting
again.
perspective on
I need
things.
to do tshuva again for all of my
All
past
right, your
averos.
next comedian.
The charata,
It's
yoser
Joseph
anuka.
P.
With a
Larkin.
sense of remorse, for choosing people, a master project when I said this down. So I said, you know this? Again, when I said this to you, it's just to find the things
Alright,
of
hey
every
guys,
single
Speculation,
thing
I just
in all
learned
of that
Slide
tshuva.
Elysium.
Right?
I'd
Remember
like to start
again, I
off with
commit
an
an avera,
impression.
I do
This is my
tshuva
impression of
flavor.
stand-up comedian.
Now, again, I
And
grow, I
best-selling
become
author
even
Jerry
better.
Seinfeld
I've
suffering from
always
throat
thought
cancer.
that what's the process? You shut the door. You shut the door. You did tshuva, and then you did tshuva. You become a better person. Shut the door. Something says, no, just the opposite. When you commit an avera, do tshuva, you now become even a better person, a heightened level of holiness. Where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past
I
is
didn't get my money's
insufficient.
worth, so
I need
this
to
is my
do
impression
tshuva
of Steve
again
Jobs, also
for my
suffering
avera
from
of the
throat
past.
cancer.
I was literally right. וזהו עניין מה שאמר דוד המלך על עצמו. This is what David HaMelech said after this. This is the Gemara in Second Shema. וחפשי נגדי שונאי. My hate, my sin is always the opposite.
That's
Once
awesome.
remember again,
I
we
fucking
focus
love
on
it, man. That's
Gemara
hilarious.
about
That's a solid
averos.
perspective.
That's the
Sure.
tshuva for
Sure.
the
Is
past.
your robot
You have to,
autistic?
let's say you did not repeat the same sin over the course of the last year.
No.
You have to do tshuva for it
Like, what's
now.
going on in
So
there?
again, we have a conflicting psukim. Ashrei Nesuin Kasha, like praiseworthy is the word, right?
But
The person who sins Avera. And then we
It
have
really
again
is. Really.
these pasuk.
I remember being a
David says,
professional
the
wrestling
David
fan
says,
when
you
I
always
was
have to
young.
do, as you grow
And
in
there was
life,
a part where the
you have to go ahead and
Undertaker's
do need
brother
tshuva
came out of
on the
nowhere and made an
Averos of the
appearance for
past,
the first time. His
because
name was
based
It
on
was
where
like
I'm
a huge
holding
deal
you
when I was
now,
a kid in wrestling.
the tshuva of
Undertaker
the
had a
past
younger
is no
brother
longer
who was the
sufficient.
same height as
I'm
him.
Papi,
He had got
Shehem
caught in
in
this
David
house
HaMelech,
fire. The whole
Shekhan
house
established
storyline. He was
Shuvas
all
was
on the
ranking
edge of
apart.
his
Even though
seats.
David HaMelech knew
Anyway,
that when he
Kane,
betrayed,
after months of
was that
just
David
crushing
HaMelech knew
people, it was
that
a
his
big
tshuva
Monday
was
Night Raw.
accepted.
Tonight,
Now,
Kane
again,
speaks
that's
his
his
first
movie, the
words.
episode with Bathsheba.
And he
And
came
how did
out
David HaMelech
and
know
he had
that
a
his tshuva was
microphone
accepted
and
after
pulled out of
Rafi?
his
David HaMelech had a
spandex,
great gift.
basically. One
The
of
gift
those,
was
basically,
that Nasan and Navi told him,
And I remember being a
he was
kid
explicitly
seeing that
told
being like, what
that
the
he
fuck
bonus
is
or
that
no
thing?
forgives you.
So then I
Moshe
went
Ne'emar
to
lo
my
V'gim
mom
Nasan
goofing
and
around
Navi,
like later that
Gan
night or
Hashem
something like
Ha'adir HaKasha. Hashem
she's
has
like, don't ever
removed
do
your
that
sin.
because she has this
Mikomoko, but nevertheless, even
terrible
though again,
fear of
David
she was
HaMelech was
once in
told,
an elevator with
let's
some
see what's
creepy
the
guy
Mikomoko
that was
Mufishtu,
like
David HaMelech lo
a
Hayu
girl
Omi,
or
V'yishta
something like
V'osha
that.
HaMadreka
So
Shahayt Lo
yeah,
B'Kas
when
Shuvasa.
I see those things,
ובכל
it's a
יום
long way to
תמיד,
that story, but
היועלה
just that.
ונשאר ליוסף בקדושתו
That is
הנשגבה
considered like a very
ממדרגה
scary
למדרגה,
tool. Is there
ושוב
anything else
דוד
you think
המלך
of it, or is
הכניס
that what you got?
מדרגה דעה חוגי, and it's like מדרגה to מדרגה, and מדרגה of today is greater than prayed of yesterday, which is greater than my prayer that he was on once he sinned. Lachin hayafam kutsi tshuva al chakol. Therefore, God will not have for perpetually. Tshuva or his cause that let the possibilities this is incredibly dramatic. So I think we're going to be understood on two levels. On a basic level, on a basic level, I make an idea. I do tshuva for the idea. I grow. So let's say, as I become the holier you become, the more profound your process of tshuva is. So on a basic level, what Tzaddik is saying is this. The tshuva I performed after the faith represents the spiritual level I was on. That was the quote unquote the best tshuva I could deliver at the time. But now that I've grown, and now that I've become someone better, I have the capacity to go ahead and do a better tshuva. And as a result of that, right, I am demanded of me to now put forward a better form of tshuva corresponding to the newly elevated spiritual status in which I find myself. The tshuva of the past was fine because that was the level I was at. But now that I find myself on a new level, and I have the ability to deliver a heightened level of tshuva, that's what I'm obligated to do. So, and that's just what Tzaddik says. That's not meant when he said, as I grow in life, my spiritual growth demands a new tshuva. Because now I am capable of delivering a heightened level of tshuva. Now perhaps we'll just watch that. But perhaps we'll try to see something else as well. Okay, look at when I commit to Avera, so why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because, again, the person realizes I'm not perfect. Why does he know I'm not perfect? Because he needs me with all of my imperfection. So that's the rationale for tshuva that I recognize that at the end of the day, and if I'd be able to teach people, listen, how can I make the case when I do it, now all of my grow. What is that growth highlight? What is that highlight? Well, once you demonstrate the capacity of grace, the culpability of sin becomes even more apparent. In other words, once you think about this, 3-year-old child,
yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, I say fucking extend it. I want to see an hour.
Takes a couple of minutes to close on the table. You get annoyed. But there's a limit to 12 years old. If you're 12-year-old, goes ahead and comes down to something more comfortable. There's a high level of responsibility. Why? Because you know better. So when I sin and I commit to Avera, there's forgiveness. Because again, okay, we all make mistakes. But then once they grow and I become a holier person, they don't take it for now. There's a capacity for grace. And it's not just a capacity for grace. That highlights, that even brings, once it gets to the point of the culpability for sin. You're not incapable. You're not unable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the capability for sin becomes even more manageable. So the great anomaly that Tzaddik is, the more I grow in life, the more tshuva I have to do for my past. Because the more I grow in life, the more apparent it becomes how much I'm truly capable of. And the more I'm truly capable of, that highlights the culpability for sin even more. Therefore, says the Tzaddik, see, I wasn't saying again, going back to the Gemara in second Sima, the Gemara made it all about did you commit the Averas together, right? I did an Avera in 5780. I did Shiva for 5781. So now the Shah is up to Shiva for it again in Rosh Hashanah 5782. So the Gemara made it kind of dependent on, well, did you commit the Avera again or not? Tushuk Tzaddik said it actually has nothing to do with whether or not you committed the Avera. And the created anomaly is did you grow? So you would have thought just the opposite. that the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past. And the Celtic says it's the opposite. The more I grow to a certain degree, the more responsibility there is for the past. Because my growth shows how much greatness I am truly capable of. And then once I demonstrate and actualize that greatness, there was no place to go. What was there? That same greatness was there when I committed the Avera last. That same Avera was there when that same greatness was there when I committed the infection, I committed the transgression, and I misused that co-op. So the greater I become, says the Tzaddik, the greater my responsibility to do tshuva again for the past. Look, I want to point out, this is not a owner. This is nothing to do with punish. Like once I go out and I do tshuva, ownership is there. It's looking like this is a personal responsibility. That the greater I become, the more I realize that I really do have the ability to control myself. And I really do have the ability to actualize my personal greatness. And I really do have the ability to accomplish great things in this world which says totally like couple girls do.
If you're going to talk about how to hate black people, please do it in front of black people. Don't do that shit in front of safe white shit. Then you'll see it's really funny. Yeah. That's all you gotta do.
Something amazing. Whether or not I recommit to the Avera of the past, if in your Hashem I want to trajectory of growth, the more I grow, the more I have to reflect and repent for that which I've done in the past. We'll stop over here for today. We're going to spend one more day on this shit because it's truly transformative shit, which again brings up the Gemara for your teaching humanity different view of it as well.
Listen, that is definitely hate women now.
So you're honest about the women part. You definitely hate women is the words that you just said. And you said, and also minorities less than a second later, but that's not true at all. She's sitting right next to you.
Twitter handle at Wishwashy. Single white male.
I wonder if that thing will work if, all right, white male. Joseph P. Larkin, there he goes. Thank you, guys. I want to see an hour through the voice box next time. I had a feeling when I saw at white male, I'm like, it's got to be a little racist.
I went to school with a guy, last name Larkin. He was an interesting kid.
Yeah.
I wonder if you guys
Probably his older brother or something.
All right, so what's next morning?
Do you have an older brother, Joseph?
Today,
there you go.
Son and father. Let's pick up on
Oh, look at my little defensive baby over there. A lot can penetrate that thick layer of armor he has on. Why do you call me? I think he said artistic, and you are very artistic.
Some type of rock.
Oh, yeah. We noticed a few weeks ago that he has a left arm twitch when he gets excited about something. Oh, wow. I can see that. You're not allowed to do that, though. I don't want you doing that. I don't want
It's supposed to occur at the end of the day.
Is that your catchphrase? Yeah.
It will not happen.
Oh, I like that one. Oh.
Gives me rough.
You know those things that
Whatever
you pull the string and
Yeah,
like a cow or
Yeah.
a horse. You should get one of those and tape it to the side of him and then tie the string to his arm so every time he pushes it,
That your heart
I don't like you doing it. I like the natural twitch one, so does everybody else. No, man, I'm telling you, when I was in Phoenix and Columbus, I had a lot of people come up to me and specifically even mention your arm twitching as being one of their new things. Of course they like it.
So to get your heart without
You're not getting any ladies either way, Patrick. Come on.
Listen, it's very important.
2004, bro. Never forget.
And the goal, purpose of everything.
Let's get another comedian up here. This is so much fun. So glad you guys were able to do this. Coming down the straightaway. Great hands together for Keith Soul. Oh, he's not here, and you know he is blacklisted. He'll never be able to do the show again. That's how it works. Yeah. And
So they're
sorry,
considered a
Keith,
fascinating
you're
Gemara
done.
Mishnah.
I was pretty
The
surprised because we
Gemara,
were
well,
just
let's
about
take
to
a
make
look.
it through
The
with
Gemara
no
says,
blacklist.
Gzar-din shel Adam, v'nichtav b'Rosh Hashanah, v'nechtam b'Yom Kippur. So this is actually an interesting discussion in general the Gemara has
There is no legitimate
about
sign up to be a
when a
professional.
person is judged. So
It's
one
either
school
from Kenny
of
Lyons
thought, which is the dominant school of thought, says that man is judged on the Hashanah and his judgment is killed on the Kippur. Now, there can be a second opinion, which we'll touch on as well, we're not going to spend too much time on it, that Adam Nidon B'Choyom, that a person is judged each and every day. Every day has its own independent judgment. So look what the Rebbe says. So he says, not only that, the Gzar-din shel Adam, v'nichtav b'Rosh Hashanah v'nechtam b'Yom Kippur. So we'll say, remember again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that a person is judged on his Gzar-din, his decree is written on Rosh Hashanah and is sealed on Yom Kippur. Now we'll say, now think about this for just a moment. If that's true, that I'm judged on Rosh Hashanah and then I'm sealed on Yom Kippur, then what don't I have to do?
They can't work because they're dead.
Daven. From Daven Lord. In other words, if everything is, I have to daven maybe Elul, Rosh Hashanah, Tshuva, Yom Kippur. Obviously, I have to daven leading up to that judgment. But at the end of the day, the judgment is moving, signed and sealed on my life. That I realize that I will have to look for the rest of the year. Everything is already decided. So look at what Rebbe says. He says, "Lo chokim al anshe knesset hagdola, she'ein tiknu es seder haftilos, ha'amida sheyesh ladon zabachol." That even Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir will agree.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fun adventure.
But what about the fact that I already, again, judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why I said this. Ela sheladaitam mispalim gam al ma shekvar nigzad Rosh Hashanah, mishum shenitzrachas hatfilah k'dei lahotzias ha'gzardin b'chol l'chol. Listen, this is incredible. This is what Reuben and Meir will agree. That even if we accept the theological construct that all is decided on the Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and comes Yom Kippur, the Gzar-din is sealed. The Meir and Yehuda will still say you still have to daven each and every day. Why? To bring the good that has decreased for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate the bracha. So it could very well be that if I follow through the creed, signed and sealed, that at the end of the day without tefillah, you cannot bring it into the realm of reality.
Luckily, he got her surgically removed at USC Hospital.
In the Paul Hakol, tefillah is necessary in order to bring things into reality. Well, it's such an incredible idea.
Is it a house or an
Think
apartment?
about this. It's so profound.
He's got a house.
Like this.
That's what I'm
A
saying. Like,
person
you went from nothing
can
to
have a
something.
whole life
Sure, you guys aren't squatting in some empty house,
but without
raking the lawn,
tefillah,
at a house from homeless to house.
that bracha means one. So we believe that the Torah will always judge us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do you leave on the table? Like, how much bracha do you leave on the table to the tzaddik? Because I'm not davening. Because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that has already been allocated. But you can't get it unless you take hold. Such an incredible yesod. He goes on, the tzaddik goes on. As I'll also point out, there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that as much as
Alright, Kenny, we're done with you.
in general,
Kenneth Lyon on Twitter. Kenneth Lyon is like the animal talking about Russian this topic.
so there's a judgment
You have a question?
on Hashanah. It's sealed
Yeah, we're getting towards that end of the show. We're ready for our final segment. Thanks to all the comedians who signed up, and I apologize if you did not end up keep signing up. We'll see you next week. We'll always have more fun guests. Now, for the regular part of the show, we always have two women who have been being built in this room every 6 seconds for 18
go ahead and claim the Broncos.
One right now is
But
in
the
Florida.
Steelers
She let us know that she was going to be away. She's still running a few minutes. She sent it in to us, but between technical difficulties and another previous player, we're not going to get to her material tonight. So instead, we're going to just go with the woman that has been with us since episode 1.
Where I am at the
She
time
was
of
the
the
only female on the show
But
now.
when I said
She's still with us, episode 18. Put
so,
your hands together for
then it's
Sarah
possible
hosted
sometimes,
Johnny.
you know, I'll give you a good muscle. Think of like tax law. That means if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money. Now let's say a person earns $50,000.
So
$50,000
I'm bisexual.
at a certain rate. The Baruch Hashem, if you low,
Nearly
you
as
earn more
supportive as
money.
my parents.
And now you earn $100,000 being a different
Or
tax
as the guys
bracket.
that
Has
like
the
to
tax law
date
changed?
call it.
Have the tax law changed? No. What's
I don't
changed?
really understand that. I
Your
actually think there's gonna be a lot of threesomes in
It's a
there.
good muscle.
But I think we all know when you like a girl, the last thing you want to see is somebody with younger. So I don't think so.
You understand? Which
I guess
is
being
that
disappointed
I
by
consulted
like
with
one
me
gender
Zargin.
wasn't enough for me.
He
I'm
gives me a
like,
decree.
money.
Being the told, being the rat
Sorry.
That's the decree.
I actually,
That's
to be
the
honest with
decree
you guys,
applies to me
I
based on
had
where
a
I'm
show
holding.
last night.
But if
It's
I
actually
change myself, I put myself to the upper in a different bracket. It's not the fact that I put myself
You also
in
mentioned
mind.
the show
It's
last
not
night
that
that
I
was
put
more
myself
important to you than
This is a decree that was
I'll tell
handed
you,
down
you
was for me in a certain place. If I move myself
really stretching it.
somewhere else,
Oh, yeah, you
then by definition,
But luckily,
just the
thanks to
original
this, I have
decree
like
doesn't apply to me. The original, right? The taxes
not really. I
on
think I have a
$100,000
good
are different than
13
the taxes on
million.
$50,000.
Holy shit.
And at the end of the
That's
tax law
exciting.
has
Hey, I like that 40
nice
seconds
personal
a lot.
circumstance.
And I've been saying that
So
that's
what you see
probably
over here
my
is
favorite
at
of
least
everything.
you don't have
It's
the
so much
ability
fun to see
to
both.
change us.
Like you
But
made
the
that you
product
stayed
is
in one
highlighting over
topic
here
is,
is
I mean,
even if
it's
we
an
accept the
interesting
premise
thing.
that
It's
everything
true,
is
right?
sealed and decreed
Right.
on Yom Noraim,
Right.
at the
And
end of the
and I
day,
like how you played
don't
off of their
leave
response
bracha
and
on the
the
table.
way that you did that,
And if
I
I
mean,
don't
for 18 weeks or
in
whatever you're
order
at,
to
I mean,
forge
that's
your
already
relationship
cool
with
that
the
you're just
Baruch
naturally
I think it's a
playing around and just feeding off of that. And since you've been,
that we go through life
sort of just doing
with
this as
so
a regular
much
thing where
bracha
it's seeing
that is
these
waiting to be
appears that it's
cleansed
mostly
by
about
us.
material, even though it's not.
Perhaps because
And
I'm
the
not
fact that you can
dialoguing
bounce
with
off
you
of some people, obviously somebody back there, and that
because
happens.
remember again, we do that to make this stop.
No matter
The
where you
whole
go,
point of the
there's always
bracha
some comedian
is
in
to
the back
forge
there
relationship.
that's
And the
ready to try
only
to
the
be
bracha
funny
forges
off of
relationship
somebody
that I
else.
said, if
So
it access to
means
the
you can always
portal
count
of
on that.
Tefillah.
I kind of, you know, what's really funny, and I think I learned this
I know
from
this
something
comes
that's
from
someone
you.
else.
I
It's
know
just to
it's
kind of
only
have
from
those
you.
things prepared,
And then
depending on people's
if I'm
reactions.
not,
Like if you get like a
the bracha
positive, if
doesn't
you're expecting
biological and
positive or
relationship
negative reaction,
connection.
having something
And
to come back
ultimately,
on
again,
that
the bracha
naturally already in your head, so you're kind of prepared for that.
the first
So,
time a whole
and I
lifetime
know,
of
I haven't
bracha
like
is
been preparing for the other show.
but it only
I have
becomes
been,
yours.
you guys, hello.
Let's stop over here. We'll pick up the main session tomorrow.
What are you doing? No, why would you were in a thought?
Yeah, why would you not? Because why would you not? Like, not prepare as much for this 1 minute as you would for the other show last.
Well, that's why that was a bit short. I had prepared that for this week, like I've been saying that this whole past week. But I really needed to I do like between like 6 to 10 open mics a week. And this past week I just kind of been like running through the stuff that I've done, because I'm constantly in a cycle preparing for this. So I don't really get to like perfect and like chisel the stuff that I will have. So that's kind of yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I actually like the first really good set that I did here was about E3. That like a camera. And that whole set now has just become great because I mean it started here. Like Tony and Sarah Gianna, like kind of helped me tag and a lot of people tweeted me or other commentary ideas, and that's just evolved into something that's really it's almost like 4.5, 5 minutes on just that one thing, and it came from doing this, so.
Maybe there's something feeding in this since you're trying to establish
לעמוד בתפילה, שם כבר, לעמוד בתפילה על השם יצחק, צריך האדם לכל דבר המוצלח. A person requires
This side is kind of like a
a
lesbian.
person requires tefillah.
This side is kind of like
A person requires tefillah for everything. Now,
But
it's
then the
literally
just to be
translated
reserved
means
for the
the
guys
standing
right
prayer
now.
before Hashem is necessary
Wow, there
for
you go.
everything for
There's
which
a
the person
classic
requires.
red band. Oh,
What
you're
is it?
right.
It says,
Just
how come
using
Krishna
red
Chaim
hands,
is
just
going to
playing
Hashem
it
Yisbarach?
cool. He's
Should
got a
Dava
gun
Zay
filled
for example,
bullets in the
even if
chamber.
HaKadosh
Those
Baruch Hu already
bullets are
ordained
the
or
balls,
decreed
asshole,
that a
vagina.
certain thing
It's-
is in fact going to materialize or unfold, especially there's a decree. There's a decree, a good decree. The Baruch was decided that I'm going to benefit, that I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The proposal, Sarah Ha'adam Le'Talo, Shafei Ha'yadam. The person still needs to value that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch was saying. It looks like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the Rebbe is using that to cause that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained, something is possible to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial, that benefit will not be material, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. So listen, so just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from, if you think of what the footnote based on the Dallas, if you give a footnote actually quotes you, even if the biblical Makar, the biblical source for this idea, Rabbi Moshe Amar, the Chosiyah Hasoda Keren Yevar, the Choisif Hasoda Keren Yitzma, Elohim Shir Hashem Elohim Ala Aretz, Ba'adam, Ba'adam, Ba'adam Ein La'avodas Ha'adam. So the concept literally means as follows, that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why, remember again, because that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the authority did not yet bring rain. Why did it not yet? Why did the authority not yet bring rain? Because again, Ba'adam Ayin La'avodas Hadam, for there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not, humans were created, so there was no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, so beautiful. Rashi says, Rashi, Adayin lo haya ba'aretz kishen nikmara brias ha'olam b'shishi kodum shnevra adam v'cha isev asada lo tzamach v'lama kilo himter. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Ayin, why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? Ma tamo himter l'tisha adam ayin la'avodas ha'adama. There is master b'shamach for b'shamach. You finish being the footnote. L'tisha adam b'yada shem tzarchi olam b'spana. Ultimately, again, so Rashi explains because there wasn't no human being.
We're at the LA Podfest right now.
There was only one under the Kaaba on the earth. They opened down for the rain.
Holy
That's
moly.
the rain
This is excitement
comes.
if I've ever
That's
heard
the
of it
rain
before.
comes. So the Rebbe, so what's
Thanks
the
everybody
in other words,
watching in
the
Daily
station is
Motion.
there. The station is there. It's sitting there right
I
beneath
would
the
say
top
make
of
some
the
noise,
soil.
but we wouldn't
It's all
hear
there.
you
The Baruch Hu
guys.
hasn't planned the planet to be
Sure.
for vegetation,
Bedrooms,
but
right?
yet it cannot, not it cannot. The Baruch Hu does not bring it forth to someone who is there to stop. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds a philosophical and theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Rebbe Shalom is ready and
I know I
fully
already did.
giving bracha,
Dog, when we
does
were in
not
there, the dog
materialize
actually
in
came out
this
and had a
world
little something in its
unless
mouth.
it's
Thought it was
preceded
food for a moment,
by
but what was it? It was a little chocolate.
Tefillah is the necessity
This
to
tiny
bring
dog
about
found a
divine
tiny
blessing. Now,
chocolate
let's
and was
pause for a
walking around
moment.
with it in its mouth.
And first of all, we're going to
So
analyze
thank you,
it, at
Sheraton
least from the
Delphine.
perspective of religious. Because from the religious, we get that. So why is that? Why did not the Baruch Hu bring rain? Until ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it. What's the whole
Hell
point of the
yes,
bracha?
as
What's the whole
always,
point of the
please
bracha?
put your hands
The
together
whole
for our
point
head
of
of
bracha
security,
is
the
one
one
of
and
the
only
ways
Iron
in which we
Patriot is
worship
here,
and
everybody.
with the Ribono Shalom. That's one of the ways. Like the whole everything that has to Baruch Hu gives me my home. He gives me my love. He gives me a family. He gives me these things.
There
And
is
my
a real
goal is to
human
see
being
no person
underneath
don't
that
just happen
suit.
by themselves.
And tonight was the first night after 18 episodes of this show in which we actually, Ryan and I, and Scott, people close on the show, got to meet the man under the suit, Jeff Crabtree. Saw his face.
Without prayer,
We're excited to have you, man. It was amazing because we always knew that the $5,000 suit shipped from Norway under $700 of shipping costs was a really big deal. But when he pulled up today, he got his car valeted, and he needed all of our help because the suit actually is in 3 separate crates and 2 gym bags. Am I exaggerating?
Everything I have is only because of the Rihanna from over. So if there's no Tila, which represents the theological awareness of this
It's
soul,
unbelievable. And that's how he found us in the first place. He showed up after episode 1 in that squeaky, fantastic uniform that we all love. And he came right up to me and he goes, Tony, I'm a big fan of the Death Squad. I'm a big fan of you. I love to be part of any show, anytime. And I go, well, that's great. Because you're our new head of security. For no apparent reason, because he can't even move in the suit. He really, he doesn't know what he's looking at. He never knows which camera is taking the picture. And that's really what we love about him, is that even though he has a huge thing of armor, there is one regular, very normal human being underneath it all. Also, in the past episode, he said that he put chocolate on his dick the second time he ever came. He let his cocker spit out, lick it off of him, when he was younger. He does not know to lie about things either. And he actually changed into this outfit in my room when I wasn't there with my little shih tzu. Did you fuck my shih tzu? Is that your chocolate? Yeah, were you the one that planted the chocolate there? This whole thing's coming full circle right now.
The quote says, "Yo, go to Apple, Hillary." It's Hillary. That's not my fault. Yeah, my tiki never Africa.
Alright, I'm really not sure how that applies to anything. Let's look at Dawkins again. Another funny thing about the Iron Patriot that we've noticed over the last few weeks is how the big story of him is that he has an unusual left arm twitch. I told you not to do that.
Why is that?
Take your hand out of that. That's awesome though, man. Like your character has that arm twitch. Yeah, the left hand.
Helen nice. I thought this stuff is here to the world which you can matter.
I don't think you're turning on the ladies regardless, Patriot. I don't think that should be your worry. If you don't take your hand off of that little pocket that that's your left arm twitch, I swear to God, we're going to hire the other one and Patriot to take your place.
That's the bracha.
Slightly pushy
That's the
now.
blessing.
Right.
Ultimately, is materialized.
Well, this is so exciting, Patriot. Yeah.
By the way, Patriot used to be in a band in Austin, Texas, was it? Dallas, Texas. In the 90s, he had a band when the grunge era was going on, like, you know, sad, depressing, fucking shitty music. He had like the happiest band in the whole entire room.
It was basically the B-52s of Texas. And, you know what, I think I'm going to bring up our guest tonight.
There's a Jimmy Kiva. I could have all the requisite merits. Like I could have all the personal qualities. But without the Kiva, the ruffles don't come. Without Kiva, the ruffles don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the ruffles are only meaningful if I recognize it from the left. The ruffles are only meaningful if they need to build the bond between myself and my creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? Because here is when I am able to express everything I have in this world to be like even if I couldn't find promises it.
You can see why the band didn't take off. The Iron Patriot, everybody, and his banana helper.
And that's actually a very racist song. The lead characters are monkeys, and the names were what?
Laquidra.
That's the general classic phenomenon Russia with Cold War discussion. You know what? That's always the theological outline.
I like the female brothers, Tony. I'll tell you what. I like Beyonce, Kerry Washington. I like, all the female brothers.
One thing you should know about the American Patriot is he's from Texas, so he has that innocent racism that you know he's being racist.
It's accidental racism when you don't know that it's racist, like when you call black women female brothers.
Yes, I like the female.
That is not a natural thing. You created that. Other people don't do that.
Yes. I like the female hombres too. Even Longoria, she has some really cute feet. I like the lick up her toes. Yeah.
Well, what's amazing is that the Patriot is just here to make sure that nothing goes too crazy during the show. The actual format of the show, for those of you just joining us for the first time, is we take, normally we do it out of the Comedy Store every Monday at 8 o'clock, and there's about 30 to 35, sometimes 25, sometimes 40 comedians who sign up and hang out in the room to be part of the show, hoping that their name gets picked out of this here bucket so that they can do 60 seconds of material in front of us and always two fantastic guests in hopes of some kind of constructive criticism, either positive or negative or anything in any way to help them for the future. And they are open for any advice whatsoever. And tonight we have pre-booked 10 of the finest young rising comedians around. One person, I do believe it's their first time ever going on stage, which is something that naturally happens on Mondays at the Comedy Store. And we are so very excited. You guys ready to bring up our two guests tonight? I think you're going to be very pleased with the quality of our guests. First, return guest. You know him from the hit movie Super High Me and his new show on the internet, Meeting Doug, who went high. Put your hands together for Doug Benson, everybody. Yes, he's back.
Trying to figure out exactly what the
And
nature
our
of
second
that
guest,
podcast
one of my
is.
favorite comedians in the world. You know him from his hit podcast WTF and from the hit show Marin on IFC. Put your hands together.
This is like a dream come true, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, my female brother.
I'm embarrassed about the fact that
Mark, I gotta ask, what's your initial reaction to the Iron Patriot? What do you think of that?
I was in the elevator with him.
So why
And then he said, oh, I'm on the same show
about
as you. I'm
Robert
like,
and
oh,
Nick was
what is this circus? What is this red band fiasco? What sort of strange, desperate activity am I involved in? Oh, is this something you do at parties, or is this something for this?
Yeah, I live down Hollywood Boulevard. I come to the Comedy Store every Monday. Something I want to say to you, Mark. On the 3rd episode of Tony, we had Dean Tilray on the show.
Yeah.
And I was telling him how much I enjoyed the podcast you did with him.
Yeah.
And there's something you don't know about that interview. Because 2 days before that, he hurt his balls riding a bike. He was on medication, and he said he didn't even remember your interview.
From that,
Well, he said to me that he wasn't sure you wanted me to post it because he was on the pain meds. And then I sent him the interview and I said, dude, you were great.
I wish I
And
had never
it's
done
okay, Mark, you're
I
really having a
don't want to be
conversation with that guy
associated.
right
I'm
now.
embarrassed. I don't want to be associated. I dismiss myself. No
Doug, I want to say something to you, Doug.
Je me suis assis dans
Doug, can I talk to you for a second?
I'm sorry, Adrian, what's up? Oh, do I gotta
and
go
ultimately
Patriot?
again, strengthens his own answering the thing. Part of the
It was great
thing.
meeting you,
It
Doug,
has
in August
answered
on
the
Tony
thing.
13.
Et has sorry
We
of it.
bonded
As
quickly
that has
over our
sorry
mutual love of Bridget
Avant la
Fonda's feet
médaille,
and
la
Jackie
médaille
Brown.
est
Now, you
No
know
rest
that
in
you
being
both love
happy.
her feet and Jackie Brown.
Yeah, what's it? When you're proud of something, you're proud of something.
He comes to the store dressed like that?
Yeah, he has to ride on the bus standing up because he can't sit down. Once the suit's on,
I
it's just like
don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want
And he's also an extra, though. He's also in a lot of TV shows. You can find him on Easter egg.
is an embarrassed and Dr. don't want to be embarrassed. And Dr. don't want to be identified. I'm embarrassed. And Dr. want to play the distance to myself. He's about advisement. Or should I think it's not part of me. بعد العطاء ما أنت أصلا most هيشتغل طيب دراسة الحاجة أساسية الرقمية ممكن الضوء أخي لأحد الملوك
I thought, if I get into this thing early enough, maybe some other guys will come along and they'll be much bigger than me at this.
Because it's making me bigger than him. Of who I am.
I have that.
Yeah,
it's okay, but it's like,
I
this thing
don't
called
want
handheld comedy. It's like a site that never not
I
funny.
don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this space. This does not represent who and what I am. Says around. That's true. That's true. Because at the end of the day, what is the point of I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want this to be associated.
When you sing Patriot, are you a little jealous of
That's how the success? That maybe
your song was too happy
embarrassed
because
about the
all
thing.
their songs are
It
sad.
means you don't want to be associated with it.
People don't want happy robots, they want sad ones.
You don't want to take it out. You want that's good. Go each the color dark. My flavor comes by you. Each so dark secrets of the past, Mark. Don't you think? Everyone what? Has dark secrets of the past? No, what's this story? I thought
$6,000 worth of armor. I love that he has his microphone that he talks to is pointed at his applicant. That's balls. Is this a standard? Is this a standard superhero thing, or is this like a special?
That's on the Iron Patriot from the comics, not the movie, not Iron Man 3. This is from the comics. The Norman Osborn that fought against Green Goblin. I mean, no, was Green Goblin and fought against Spider-Man. And he stole Iron Man's suit and became a villain. He tricked America into thinking that he was patriotic, but he was really a villain. He's a patriot.
This is what happens right before he puts his fucking
Right.
exactly. Like that tone, it's like, no, you listen to me. I met him earlier today in the elevator, and when he was outside of the suit, and he's much less emphatic. When he's in the suit, he really lays down the law, but when he's just hanging out in the elevator, he looks like a stoner that I could pick out of a lineup. Yeah. It's just starting to creep me out.
You always think how powerful you are.
You know, Patriot, you just made it worse. You're gonna have to ask her, and it's a weird request. I take it as an insult. I feel
That's the opposite of argument. Yeah, we should
that's his actual laugh. That's not some robot button that he hits, by the way. Why would you take someone loving your girlfriend's feet as an insult? No matter who it comes from. Because it was prefaced by a guy in a fucking suit saying he's going to come to my house and invite me. I'm supposed to say, like, oh, thank you. What do you mean uninvited? He asked for your address. And I told it to him earlier today.
Mark, this is another podcast I liked. I liked when you interviewed Aubrey Plaza because I am an extra on the show Parks and Recreation, and I saw her on the set, and I told her how much I enjoyed that podcast, and she told the story about how she almost had a heart attack. Remember that story where she had a stroke?
what I'm
I love
not.
that podcast, Mark. I'm a podcast
Therefore,
lover.
again,
The repetition
I'm
of my
just
name.
coming the opposite of that.
Also, the opera class that told you a story is hard to swallow.
Or they can't
How
go
long
for a
did you
long
talk to her?
time
I
to
just
reach
told
for
her how
me
much
that
I love to hear her on there.
Yeah,
the
that
process
she
is
called
not
security.
therefore
Yeah.
then when does Kapara occur? Kapara occurs
Which is not you on that set. You're just an extra.
Yeah, I am just an extra. I'm one of the city hall guys. Yes, you see me in the background. I just did the premiere last week, and I was right behind Rashida Jones in a screenshot.
So everybody look for him. This is the guy who you don't know what he looks like. He'll be right in there.
See, go to my Facebook page and see all my pictures. I got a lot of great pictures.
Just look for his crazy thing he does with his left arm. You are the your left arm twitches. That's a mixture on Michael Jackson. Like the Firebox. Yeah, you should be on Michael Jackson Recreation page. That works out. I'll take that.
About my Davis.
Well, you know, as amazing as it is, the Patriot is only secondary to the main format of this show. As you guys know. I thought this show was just talk to the Patriot. It's one of the special components of the show. Talk to the glowing hands of the Patriot. Well, that on itself could totally run as a podcast. I know. The actual format is comedians, you know, trying out the Patriot. Even in the shot in the Daily Motion. Oh, it's hilarious. I'm sorry, I can't explain it for this show. No, fuck yeah. So, comedians do 60 seconds. Doug, you've been on before Mark. First thing, I saw Doug. I'm gonna just tell him Doug. Okay, I go.
One more piece of the audio, which he was also incredibly profound.
Because
You have to start Hatshuba,
you are so,
nothing
I
your
don't know how
portion of the
to word
passage
it.
of
I mean, there's no way to word it. You're so balls
give
deep
it to you.
into
You have courage
comedy.
to start
I mean,
to
you
take that. Hatshuba in and of itself is an incredible
That's why I preface it. Yeah, my dick is way up into super in comedy. Like, I mean, you ever think about other comedy? No, man. Balls deep in comedy's my life. Right. Well, you know, I
that the way the world works is you get knowledge. That's the way it works. There's that's definitely part of it. That's Question number one is that God does not want us to
jumped up on their chair
that's where the
and
world
then
should
put
go.
down to the ground as
You
they
get knowledge. That's
excited
number
about
one
that
is
real?
that there's delayed punishment. That's number two is the concept of Shubha.
Excited about the sound. At least we know the Patriot is ineffective in those situations.
He goes on to capture Akira's Harapan, Akira's Hamas. The high note is listen to this. Little
Guess what you're looking at right now? That's going to
will
take with feet in the front row.
if you are able to
Toe sandals, dude.
the high note should be yours.
So they do 60 seconds. In 60 seconds, when they hit that exact time frame, they hear the meow of the kitty. That's what it sounds like. If they go too far out of time,
When they color the Haradas and leather.
was it your idea?
Yours is not coming.
Is that a real question?
The concept of Shubha, even a little bit further.
His feet don't make
A little
noise.
further. So what
And
they
if they go
do is
too
they
long
say,
after their minute after that, if they can't wrap it up after that, the angry one's totally prepared.
Right. So let me take you back just a little bit more.
It sounds
You
extra
might have
angry
said
tonight.
that when a
It's
person
like
is
this
able
is
to
game for
Shubha,
this one.
has the ability to go ahead and negate the
Normally we're in West Hollywood, we do this.
right? For example, you could take the Shubha and you could transform your Averos into sensual actions into all of that.
So, what do you guys say we get this thing started? 10 rising comedians doing 60 seconds each. We randomly pull them out of buckets, so it's spontaneous.
But how is
Let's get this thing started.
here?
So your
The
first
ability
comedian
of
tonight
Shubha
goes
to
by
go
the
ahead
name of
and
Ari
uproot the
Manis.
stage
Everybody,
over.
here he is.
I was saying, think about this together. It's totally different. So I'm name's Ari. And it's ability to make t-shirt and jeans kind of guy. Right, so I come into Avila. That Avila, every Avila, big or small, comes with an oath, comes with a punishment. Hey, I think your credit card got stolen. Sugar comes along, and I can do the process. Doesn't match up with your nightly purchase at Taco Bell. I can do that. There's what's your gas takes $6 at a time. Girls say they want a nice guy. This guy's not going to take advantage of them. Girls don't want a nice guy. Girls say they want a nice guy. They want a nice guy. I should get the punishment. I do Chuba. Girls say, oh, the guy's got to write a poetry, take him for long walks on the beach. Yeah, that's true. Girls want those things. Having get pounded by a dick. To make it like the act never even happened.
You only did
Forget about
27
turning it into a
seconds.
movie. Like another level. And those things are so like retroactive uplifting act like you never heard. How deep that dynamic is. We'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on Cuba on the streets of the night. We'll pick up with the streets of the next one tomorrow. And once again, we'll meet you back in the next two tomorrow to back to it.
Then I heard it.
But yeah.
Then I heard it. Stoosh. It's disgusting. I did not know girls did that. I was not told. Maybe you should have stopped at 20. Yeah, I should have stopped. We see why you brought the 27 seconds. He's like, I got my time. Check out this. I'm gonna do that joke where the girl takes a dump. Didn't work out the way I wanted. I'm gonna go to the saver on this one.
Oh boy. What are we supposed to do now?
Anything you want. Whenever I actively criticize this really hard. What's your name? Ari. Ari? Yes. You? Yeah. Oh, surprisingly, yeah. All right.
First of all, am I starting?
Yeah, sure. Are you a teacher? No. 24 years old, college graduate.
So what was the first bit? I'm sort of a teacher in jeans kind of guy.
Oh, a t-shirt. Oh, a t-shirt. Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna know you lost mark at your third word.
Yeah, I just think
I'm a teacher in shirts.
You get an interesting thing is that you had good setups and then the punchlines actually felt like more setups. Like the punchlines were not.
Thank you.
No, the setups were good. I mean, there's a structure there. You should make the right choices with the tags.
That's my note. That I felt that you delivered it all extremely professionally. Like you seemed confident, and you seemed like everything you were saying was funny. And now you just need to get something that's funny to say. Slip that in there.
Like for instance, like $6 withdrawals from the bank at Taco Bell. Like the setup's good. They're like,
Alright, so we are continuing in your consumption post site. So we started this post last week a little bit, and then also kind of like this up. Quick review from the beginning. There's seven quick stuff. So this concept, this incredible concept of running the power of fusion. The power of the diet. The entire suffers from one another. Let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the
Seriously, you've got your polish. Just keep doing what you're doing.
I like the idea, though. It's a good idea because it is like when 6 stars of gas, you're taking all in there. We all got that dollar. I got the dollar.
I think these hearts in the right place. Totally. I think that the 6. Also, Mark 6 always good at best for
Every idea of
I think that the $6 worth of gas, you did too, right? On that?
Every action of a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore by definition, every idea has an origin. It says the subject. When we speak about the student suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, Alexander Fonini had tried about as myself was reading scripture to learn already. Let you sort of believe Allah will start us, it go from the test. Let seven him manage to discover a secure Gehenna, and it's suffering low, today A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, that is also a form of misery. That is also a form of suffering. So not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva. It's also a form of repentance. L'chein, we'll explain how that works in just a moment. L'chein, Amri Chazal b'sot harachamid is brachos, achvalo uset is our avera, v'hamitzayim ba mochel lo achvalo v'nosa. Those are the things that we define. You remember that it's brachos. So when a person is embarrassed as a result of an avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause of his forgiveness. That's what I mentioned before. The repetitive thing was just kind of interesting. Right from the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh, inner turmoil. And now that I've replaced that with the word embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averis, so again, I was putting together the brothers, a person is forgiven for the power of dusha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. But I will say now, what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, Saval Onet Yehenon, the Exim Habusha, Mishno Machmas Akiyas Avira. Because through the embarrassment, it's evil that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. But the power of embarrassment is such, the inflicted embarrassment is such, that it's the evil I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of who's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment, knows that yes, absolutely. The fear of embarrassment. I don't know if that's never been of Gehenna, but we know that sort of fear of embarrassment can be quite overwhelming. So let's talk about this because this idea of if the leopard is thing over here is that Busha has this twofold aspect. Number one, Busha itself is a feeling of tshuva, right? When you learn about Busha, you know it says that a person who doesn't have Avera and then is embarrassed by that Avera, he's forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. The vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to the subject, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna is what the difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are very dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason that the shaman goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day, at some point, they'll be able to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some of the shamans can go right to Gan Eden. Others in shamans need to go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be a shtickle punitive. That's the fun. So the idea over here is that somehow the Busha is Gehenna. Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore, by definition, that affects the so we're going to kind of branch this out. So let's think about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then again tomorrow, the power of Busha. If you take a look, it's footnote 5 and then 12. It's a very, very profound speech over here that we're going to see. Now we're going to see just like when we're shaking the back, first from the third one, we're going to let them start the office, and then we're going to see a piece from the incredibly profound. So footnote Kufman Bob on the bottom. Page Kufman, the chat should be following along, and footnote Kufman Bob. I would say also, maybe even I've studied for a little while, it's Kedai, it's a good investment for your library. We're using the old Hadar version of Kufman, something I'll send you. The version, it's a beautiful set of funds to own. So it's so very much quite us to send you the PDFs. but the Torah says a Rav should do that. Kara also cover in the Dayish for more Korbanos. Shem is Dayish for him. Shabusha all over Tshuva. So here, the Shita Mikabet says expounds on the Gemara and says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shem is Dayish for him. He says this physically because the Busha all will Tshuva. Busha counts as Tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the cake, that embarrassment in and of itself is the Tshuva. So what's the shot? The Meiri, Shabusha Sha'adam Ispayu Shamash Echada, who Yisod HaCharata, HaCharata Yisod HaTshuva. This is incredible. So the whole site, now it goes to Meiri, according to Shita Mikabet, according to Meiri, so you're going to see it's going to kind of so right, so Shita Mikabet says that what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the case? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Meiri says, because the Busha is the equivalent of Charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And Charata, the Charata part of the Meiri, is the soul, the basis, the foundation stone of Tshuva. We're looking at this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea that Charata, remorse, is the soul of Tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. We'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then it could be, how do you know if you really recognize that you're doing that? So let's be honest. Sometimes, and the truth is, there are two reactions I had. That was incredible. I'm not going to do it again. Do I regret it? No, I regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said this is what we call more like intellectual Tshuva. Intellectual, and you see a lot of companies, when people make, profound, changes in their life, so maybe the reaction to that is, I can't say that I regret it. That was who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that there's almost like intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true religion of Tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata, to have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says really, that's the sort of Tshuva. How do you know if you had charata, that you should be positive? If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows ultimately that if I could take it back, I would. And if I could take it back, I would. That's true. So we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces. You're going to see Mas Olam, the Maharal, and then I'm going to see last Yesharim in there. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Busha.
How about call the police? Tell them there's a gunfight. Every year, thousands of people die because of gun violence. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do about it. I'm going to teach inner city kids math. In no time, they'll be throwing down their gang signs. They'll be throwing up cosigns.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. I also there are copies of the new old
Usually it's only an even odd number that gets that.
the pilot gave us
Imagine if I told me that wasn't funny, and now it's been proven.
I'm up on 31. Yeah, that one.
Wow, it's sounding in an easy
Okay, so guys, let us know beautiful, beautiful new host. Today, hosting is always keeping involved in that. We'll make our way back to everything one day. One day, let's take a look. Let's start from the Victoria half of all of the names down. Whenever I do something, he says, are you Syrian and you're trucking or Adam? You know what Iraq did not see right now is us. Because the people of the concept of sure doesn't mean suffering.
But I just, that was impressed. Like, there was another punchline you had
Plays an incredibly pivotal role.
where, like, you got
Again,
relaxed,
sometimes
outside,
Syrian
and I was just like, I don't get it, but everyone's doing it.
Syrian are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Needs some kind of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because of our daily sometimes cleansing the results ultimately again are not living up but that's the role of Yisur. That's the role of Yisur. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. The Rebbe says when we think about Yisur, when we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand. There's another form of Yisur as well. Elegam b'chomini hatzar ba'azmas nefesh reach ba'adam b'libo al ha'deyo shachas. So the Rebbe writes something close to that. Profound moment of profound moment of suffering. It's not physical suffering, but rather again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the azmasnefesh. Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person commits. On the other side, what the Rebbe is saying is that we have to do something that all of us heard from parents or authority figures growing up. But sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you feel it. And I will say we all know this from our adult life. I can make an idea, and why do I make an idea? Because again, I actually love to give you an idea. A low. A person doesn't sin unless this person thinks that there's something
every time you take a pack of cigarettes or you have a pack of cigarettes that takes off 30
low,
minutes of your life, so I freaked out,
low,
stopped
not
I stopped
don't
smoking,
sin unless
but then
there's
I realized I
something
could
in
just
it.
wake up an hour
That's
early
our
every
general
night and everything
understanding
will
of
be
life,
fine.
which is people are very utilitarian. People do things if they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit for me. Generally, I'm not going to do it.
in a math gang.
And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And instead of just saying, that's inner turmoil. That feeling of profound sadness that I've said is one of the greatest forms of fear. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. And if they put on the back, let shoving in money. Giving these words. Giving Saba of the Suya Gehenna. Al-Israqim lo kedei v'nidate u'v'isnakos al-Usadirah shenishayit al-Shasa. This is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of Agmas Nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to call it just a little bit. But the feeling of embarrassment and the Agmas Nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an Avera. The Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, we don't need to ever tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have eventually do bad decision. How many times can I call you do something, didn't,
question for
and then afterwards,
you disappointed
I
that there's
just,
no
I can't believe I did it. So sometimes in life you make bad decisions, you're upset, you're angry, but then you realize, you know what, I made the best decision I could at the time you have to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever reason, I chose anyway, and it wasn't a clean back, ultimately to ultimate, hey, how did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that percentage of the truth. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like I'm doing things. I'm not sure I'm doing that. If it ever says something amazing, if it ever says, so listen, before we get to this, so first of all, think about how powerful this story is. Because I would venture to say, we're not going to take a short time, but I venture to say that we feel all absolutely relate what did I just say? We all make decisions in life, where after I make the decision, I'm not sure I can get it. I'm not sure I can get it. I can't believe I did this. So let's see, so two Nakudas. Number one, the Rebbe says, to shove the Jewish faith. You know what the good news is? The good news is,
oh my God,
that level of Atmas
it's jokes
and
like that
in the aftermath of that decision,
not only is
that's unbelievable. That's part of my Shiva. That's the most thing about it. Just, well, why do I feel this way? Because there's like a part of the recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing in and of itself is feeling of my Shiva. It's a feeling of my Shiva, which is very profound. He goes on, he says, but I just want to point out also, what this does is, the goal of this Rabbi, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from in life. There are certain things that occur that the truth is I'm powerless to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of defeating. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and be subject to the scrutiny of Agmas Nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agmas Nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept, before the commission of the path, frees me from engaging in self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I did, the quote-unquote good news is, those feelings of Agmas Nefesh, ultimately, again, in and of itself count as part of the Shiva. Whoever goes on to one more line, and we stop. So this is just another formulation of the previous concept. The Gemara says, person committed an Avera, the Hamisdayish Ba, Mokum and Law Kalvana. This is very profound. If I commit an Avera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Avera I committed, ultimately, again, I am forgiven for it. Mokum and Law, I'll call up on those. I will say, now why is it that Busha, why is it that embarrassed serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Right? Why is that work? I commit an Avera, that I'm embarrassed that I did it. Mokum and Law, such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the shot? The other thing about Hamaka, he kvar sabal onesh gehenom be'etzem habusha sheyish l'machmas hasiyat ha'avera. And then we'll say it's very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. Or the Moshe, when the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed after an Avera is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? The busha is punishment. The busha that I feel, I'm going to say again, the incredible, sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose the punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's kind of like the involved coming out from tonight. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life fortune because I've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha,
How else would you describe her? Like what you wear? Red riding hood? feel like I'm getting raped on the stage. I wanted a blowjob. Is that wait? Oh my God! I hope you're never raped.
Because of course the problem is, if I don't feel Isha, in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible state that is prepared. But Lamaisa says that the feeling of that Busha is in and of itself is the terror that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that Busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has like a cleansing cathartic effect of Shuvah. So we'll stop here for today, but I'm saying that it's equally as important. So I could avoid this. I could avoid this. Ask anyone, who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? The Lord is going to write people stupid out Gehenna, and the goal is, there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So let's say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really created for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity to decisions. And a recognition that I don't want to act my friend. I don't want to do stuff. I don't want to do it. As much as like my Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are there, in the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain all of us. All right, so stop over for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with the continuation of this concept tomorrow.
Mike's not interested. Do you want me to hold on to some bananas for you? I'll sing the banana song. Yeah. Sing it. No.
Will you actually give it a try? Can we try to download that real quick?
It's good, man. It's good.
Josh Martin, everybody. Good guy. Unbelievable. And a special extra shout out for Josh for being so helpful over setting this thing up this week. He's actually our producer. I'm hoping to get to the point where one day he's the announcer and he brings everybody out. I think that'd be good. Totally, man. Who needs these announcers with perfect enunciation?
Exactly.
It's changed the game.
I think you're right.
כל זמן שמסכינים דייתן מתיישבת עליהם, והרי די הרי נמצא שהזיק נרטיב ומסיף למעשה. Furthermore, we have the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zokin? What's a zokin? We associate old age with the and we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see these practical recoveries on the one hand, young guys put up a minute for a second, and old age is quoting in Allah. You tell me, roll to the one that leads and never returns. And almost it's a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, becoming old age left out. How does the person acquire wisdom? By reaching in there such an old age. So what's going on over here? So look what it says. שיש אונו והסתערו על כך שחסק ימי הזקנה כוח החמדה שיש בציור וכוח הישרהרה של טבע. And so this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age? And what was Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the loss of the evil inclination, right? The loss of the desires of life. Because the book says, when you're young, and the fire of desire is burning within you, there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as you get older, and those fires are diminished, on one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life have diminished. But along with those struggles, one of the diminution of those struggles is a diminution of that. And we have also brought up something before, that in this world, there are no good co-hosts, bad co-hosts, are still inside of me. No good negroes, no bad negroes. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you channel your internal personality. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So as Shlomo says, remember your creator when you're young. before actually you may have raw before the days of negativity come. Shalom Baruch is just saying, China, when you're young, remember Hashem, use your energy sphere and hold us Hashem in your life because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's like calls it you may raw the days when you just won't have the same amount of chaos. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the youthful vigor that we possess when we are young is something that when it ends and we just doesn't come back. So says Reb Tzadok, that's what Chazal, that's what Shama are lamenting. When you're young, you have so much of this korah, and you can use that korah. But when you're young, you have so many more titles, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and holding so many together. It's very true. But Maisa, at the end of the day, if you channel those vocals correctly, you also have the ability to go ahead and accomplish great things. Whereas when you get older, and that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes right now. So we'll say, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say chas v'shalom, that when you get older, you don't have the ability to accomplish chas v'shalom. What a tzaddik is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we would all agree that when a person has their youthful vigor, they have to learn that. So as I say, take advantage of channeling that youthful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it, or one day you won't have as much of it. And when you don't have as much of it, ultimately again, potentially diminishes as well. All right, so we'll stop up here for today. We'll pick up again some of the last leg of
you gotta remember the first 4 seconds of that were him saying, like he said, my name is Frank Castillo. Do you always open with that? Only. Thank you. Thanks for bringing the thunder just for me.
All right, Josie, good morning. Let us begin. We just started spending the morning this morning with I didn't want to say about being the next week whether you're in business. So, there's 4 of us. Start to begin at 5:45 a.m. This video that I'm finish off the show with Frank. So I want to.
He's at Frank C. Comedy on Twitter.
Does it end in an E or no? Has, namely the concept that the process virtual tshuva, i.e. tshuva, is the same process as the purification process for physical. This is what Tzadok explains, that to remedy physical smart, one must undergo 2 processes. Process number 1 is Yila in the mikvah and Ha'era. Process number 2, that's called Kara. It's called Kara purification. The second part ultimately is the beginning of the carbon, which is called Kapara. The Tzadok said that in the process of tshuva, there are these 2 pieces as well. Where Tzadok first said the 2 pieces in tshuva really are the concept of charting a different path forward for the future. What he calls Kabbalah, Allah, you're going to be different and you're going to be better. You're going to be stronger.
What's up, guys? So I don't know if you've heard, but you can make your own dick bolt now. And dick bolt sounds weird. It sounds like an STD or something. A dick bolt is actually, you can get this kit so at home, you can make a replica of your dick.
What he called Kabbalah,
And I'm
Allah,
thinking I might just
the
make one.
ability to go
And
ahead
keep it in the
and
drawer
make a
next to my
heartbreak
bed,
with
so
the
if I get
past
too drunk to fuck,
and chart
I'll
the
just pull
different
that out,
paths
use that,
forward to the
kind of like
future.
a backup tape.
That's alluded to
Or
in
I'm gonna make
Harab
copies for my
Shemesh
gay friends
as
and just let them borrow it and tell me
the
how
Harab
I am.
Shemesh we still got yesterday is a bit more clear. The sun sets, the day is over, brand new
Today's
day
weed
ahead.
is so strong
Starting a new
that the
day of my
edibles
life.
are even crazier.
Immediately with love, I'm thinking, what is it
I had
what is
one
it
weed
then?
M&M at high school graduation, and I was high for 6 years.
It's when a
I
person
don't remember
immerses
anything from
themselves
college.
in Torah. What I do is I go
I
ahead
feel
and I
like it would be
bolster
the worst
I
thing
make
ever
myself
to die
stronger
from masturbating in an inappropriate place,
the ultimate
like while driving
bombard. So remember again,
or at
the
work.
focus
So I was
now in
thinking,
the
what's the
future.
worst
How
job
do
to
I
die
make
while I was
myself
driving?
stronger for the future?
Gardener?
So that I don't
Elementary school
repeat
janitor?
the same mistakes over and over.
Thanks.
Torah. That's it. Immersion in Torah doesn't have to mean that a person puts their
Nailed
things up.
it.
It's funny
And
how
then
bitchy
she
girls
will
trade sheep and gardening because I'm an honest.
but what immersion in Torah means wherever nice the time you have. dedicate yourself to Torah in that amount of time. When you have that level of immersion, it fills you strong, and that newfound strength is what will help you to resist temptation going forward, help you to resist making the same mistakes going forward. Now, let's say I want to point out the last. What about okay? So that's the past, right? That's the what we'll call. I'm sorry. That's the future aspect of Erev Shemesh. This day is over. Ruby has begun. And then there is probably doesn't even discuss that very much. But there's an incredible profundity in what this is well. And sometimes in life you just have to say, this chapter is over. New chapter has begun. Right? You have to be able to experience a sunset. You have to be able to say, darn it, fun. That I can't control. What's in front of me, right? The life in front of me, that I absolutely have to go control. Immerse in the midst of Torah, make yourself stronger, and you're ready to face your future. What about the retrospective art to feel like a cup dollars? You know, this is really beautiful. The Indian Kapara, and it's not as the other upper Hashmama Hakara. Just remember again, then there's especially when it comes to physical. When it comes to physical, so whether it's the Kapara, right? How you would use the Kapara from physical Torah, that's the carbon. Right? I go ahead, I offer up the carbon. That's my kapara. Whoever says kapara is necessary, the retrospective piece is necessary by carbon as well, by Shiva as well. What's the retrospective piece? Incredible. So too, you got the car on effort to contact the Gaba on. Let's say I spend my efforts starting my path forward. At some point in time, everyone must come and use this.
I can just picture it now. 8 years from now, Tony, I have 3 hours on deck. I didn't know what he was saying. I was every time you said it. You said it tick-balled. It was so fast that you said it like tickled or tick-balled.
And now I'm starting, going ahead and starting a new day in front of me.
All of us are going to be like, oh, yeah.
Difficult part of Shiva is when I go ahead and now I have to work back. Sometimes difficult sense of sudden. So remember, in the realm of physical flow, you bring the carbon. So pretty right. The hang with that before you cross the left carbon. Yes. How do you take carbon? The person with the most is starting to joke like that. It's a completely so I have to go back. And of course, my concept, how you take carbon. So none of it is left flow. It's kind of a concept in the realm of physical. How do I count that? It's a carbon in the realm of sugar. The realm of what's the point of the carbon? What's the point of the carbon? The point of the carbon ultimately is carbon. You come close, color. You come close to like a sparrow, right? You don't come close to my teeth. Right? It doesn't need my health. It doesn't need my name. It doesn't need my life. I see something physical as well as next to the wish to be called look at that. So what do you do with this kapara access by Shiva? Is it more so? Yeah, was incredible. The muscle carbon, the guy saw off the ether, the relaxos, and transgender. So what is there of kapara? What is there of retrospective of Shiva? Ultimately, again, in what is there the retrospective part of Shiva? In other words, Shiva is Shiva, what the carbon is Shiva. And the same way that when a person is coming, the past part of the Shiva only gets rectified when a person so to the retrospective part of Shiva, where I have to go back and exactly what I did and why I did it and where was the breakdown. That part of
I thought the first
so fascinating.
I thought the first thing he was going to say was, come on, feel it.
Carbon is there to make me color, make me close to that color.
It's vibration. When the comedians only do 60 seconds, we don't get
we often have a little bit of a tefillah. And usually the primary role
And the
of
comedians
tefillah
are only doing
is to
60
ask the
seconds
second
of
part
me
to
to
say
no
what
room
you
for
want, or
segues
what you need.
whatsoever.
But
So I love that part where he goes straight on him. It's like, give it to my gay friend and he'd have my dick bowl too. Pod's crazy nowadays. Just has to go right to the next thing.
How do you create any life relationship? You can first.
First time that was
Let me say
amazing,
that
man.
myself. What's what's happening in my life? I open myself up to
So much, guys. That's one for life. Very interesting Twitter handle on Ambulance Witness his first time recording. It's at MMURRR, 2 M's, a U, and 4 R's. Good luck with your career, Marty. I'm sure. What about cat furniture? Two. Expect negative 3 new fans every time. Thank you. I think you to change your Twitter name to Dick Mold.
of what I did wrong.
Do it tonight. The internet's open all night. That shit's already taken. It's gonna be Dick Mold 7. And sign up for affordable health care while you're at it. Dick_mold1193. It's gonna be great.
I wandered off a little bit. I just wandered off. If the connection is strong,
Your security, not talkativity.
the connection is solid, the relationship is solid, then peace wouldn't
The
happen.
next comedian,
Because at the
everybody,
end of the
goes by the
day,
name
when I
of Scott King.
energy I get when sinners, that's indicative of the fact that the relationship is not as it
I gotta
should
be
be.
gone in
The
60 seconds,
the
kind of stressful.
closeness that
That's
you
okay, I
categorize
work well under
relationship
pressure.
is
That's the way
not
the fat
there.
chicks like to
How do
fuck
I
me.
establish that?
Why buy the cow when you got some magic
So
beans?
to some extent, it's not the
Be
fact
careful
that
with
I
those.
really going back
One of them's
and
more than
examining
half
everything I
fulfilled.
did and why I did it. I'm getting to the root
Found out the
cause.
other day I got a
And the root cause
girlfriend.
is
I found out because my box of condoms turned into a box of tampons. Oh, jeez.
Healthy more in my life.
I woke up next to her the other day. I thought I had my very first wet dream. Turns out it was
How do I take care of my health?
Oh, that's all I got. That's all I got. Okay, chop the voice down. So you're going with you made the weird guy decision. Yes. I'm going for the electric. I've seen this happen before. Weird guy. Harlan Williams and Neil Hamburger had a baby. Yes. They named him Scott Kid. How'd you feel about what happened? I had fun. I had too, man. It's all right. I felt like there's a lot of effort going into it. That's my grandfather. That's your grandfather? Hey, scooter, beep, bap, diddle-a-doo. Is that really him? Really? Yeah. Why don't you just do an impression of him and then do that? I don't have a banjo.
I don't have.
You have a banjo? I don't have a banjo.
That
What's
guy.
I gotta do
That's
that?
always the
That's what he used to play. I have no
I
idea. Like two bodies meeting out. I don't know. I just think you gotta be careful with the weird guy decision because I think you've already hit the wall with your
I
weird
often
guy.
when talk to the academy, it's not because
The weird guy decision is not a decision to make lightly.
hey, it's because I don't really understand what he's doing. I pretty much all too often I'm thinking about and let's move on. I'm talking to people, I'm talking about this part of but it says understand what I'm doing on the I can't think anything about I know that I am useless if I don't have a strong relationship. I know that I'm more vulnerable if I'm not close. I know that's the reality. But I've sinned. And as a result, ultimately again, of those time, ultimately I know that I'm weaker. So when I do Shiva, instead of tzedek, how do you rectify the past? Strengthen your God. Strengthen your God. Strengthen that connection to the emotion. The closer I am, the stronger I am. If it says, okay, we're stuck this one, this is one, this oath, but they're going to have to be done. Yeah. So tzedek ultimately tells us that the process of Shiva is the process of purification from Truma. Truma needs mikvah heret shemesh and kapara and carbon. Shiva needs mikvah heret shemesh, close the door in the past, move forward. Mikvah, for tshuva purposes, immerse yourself in Torah. Torah makes you stronger to face the challenges of the future. The retrospective part of tshuva. So remember again, Tuma has carbon, but tshuva. Because at the end of the day, when I look at my transgressions of the past, it only happens not because of and not because I'm not in control of my type of issues in control that I want to be in control. The reason I do sometimes because our relationship is not strong.
Well, no, but that's
It's in my
true.
dialogue.
That's true.
It's in my dialogue. It's in my daily connection with our authority. That all feels you again as a little stick. But I'll be able to use
I can't see for shit.
Let's stop over here. So we'll pick up on the subject here, as I said, after
The look also seems to fight
okay.
against what
All
you're
right, so sad. I
It's
know
like
how to
it's
tell
kind of a
people now,
slick
people love
suit.
guys.
It doesn't seem like you would.
I mean, you can learn a subject on your own. You know, I'm not that important about it on
Yeah,
myself.
or most people that wear that suit don't have a bag of jelly beans in their pocket. Or like you might be selling some lady bros on the street.
All right, so I'll say good morning, incredible.
Prop. And yeah, that. What was that about? The prop was weird. I don't have any pills, so I just you went with some random array of jelly beans and Mike and Ike's. That is what it is. I think not even from one package. Like I wouldn't eat any of those because I swear you're trying to kill us. I'll tell you this. This is the only thing I'll say to you. There are enough
All
short
right, so good morning, let us speak.
Wow, it's really great. Really crazy part of it, Mark. Just say that every time I get out of here. The Patriot always with the best advice. Really enlightening.
Physical
More
impurity.
of a hybrid.
That process is mirrored in the purification process of spiritual impurity.
Say
We
one
call
of them
tshuva. So the Rebbe said, remember this very quickly. In the process of being the kind, the process of purifying oneself, and let's just for example, Tuma, Rebbe said there's two parts. There's Tara and there's Kapara. Tara, purification itself, is achieved.
Do you guys want him to do a
Mikvah,
joke in his normal
Eva,
voice?
and Tara setting of the sun.
Alright, this is
Kapara
start.
is achieved ultimately through Tama.
Alright,
That
great.
deposits
I'm in.
that
Okay.
the process of
So
purity
Grim
requires
Reaper,
these
Grim Reaper, right?
well.
Grim Reaper
It is
touches
a
you,
para,
die,
it's a
right?
para piece.
Because it's
So
you,
the
you
we'll
die.
see. Like now, the para piece was the kapara piece.
Still
Not
be
just
dead.
the Rebbe brings it was
What if the Grim
in
Reaper
Shema
kept
there's
fucking
two
you?
parts.
Would that
There
be
is
considered
a
necrophilia?
oriented part and
But
one
the,
is different.
literally translated, necrophilia means the
The
love
one
of
is
death.
you need to
And since he's
I want to
dead,
live differently, I want to
wouldn't
be
that be
better.
considered a
Then
self-love?
after that, there is
So
a
all I'm thinking is,
of
if the Grim Reaper ever fucks you,
There's
he's
going
really
ahead
just
and get
masturbating.
stick with them or not.
Stick with the
So,
character.
then there's a recognition
in the weird voice. I know he does masturbate. It's better for that.
You can look around each comfortable,
Sometimes even people
the left hand
know
column
comedy are wrong.
about we'll start 3 lines down. Without time up, without
Yeah,
because double is first, but
just became a man.
as the person is coming, you know, back for a moment, physical impurity. So a person who is physically impure requires two things that you have to be able to become into muscle. In order to go ahead and fully purify himself from what's his name, Alice,
It's kind of
Alice,
like you
we're
are,
going to
because it's
focus
like
on
you get 10
they
people
were
that are
going to
going
focus
to,
on the
10
concept
comics that are going to hate you and be
of
uncomfortable around
purification.
you, like you
So
want
what's
to
Tara, like you said before? Viva, sorry, Tara, Viva, but Mikvah, the
They're
Hara.
also mad that nobody
Remember
raised their
again,
hands.
the purification piece, the Hara piece, is served through immersion in the Mikvah and sunset. The other something amazing is Harametes al Tikkun Nafsho Mikanu
First of all, I
Lahava.
heard your left
That
arm
is the
twitch after you
first
said
holy
that.
called Hara is the future-oriented process.
It's a very
Future-oriented
defined
process.
noise.
Even if you think about this,
You ever think about using any WD-40 on that
easier
suit
thing
or
to
anything?
appreciate is Hara Shemesh, right? What does Hara Shemesh represent? Right? What's Hara Shemesh?
It's a
Setting up
way
the
to
sun.
sell a
What is the
suit.
setting up the sun really represent? What does it represent? New
You
day,
won't see my eyes
new day.
because of
Right
me.
past
It's a
the
control
past,
trap.
new day,
Here's the
new
thing,
chapter.
Patriot.
I'm starting over.
Whatever you just
So
said
the
is
Rebbe
interesting,
says
but
that
I'm
the
going to talk
concept
about
of
this.
Tefillah and
Like
Herav Shemesh
calling these
represents
people who are
what he
just trying
calls
for first
Tikkun
time
Nafsha
mediocre
Tikkun
is really
Halalaba.
not, it's
That
not
is the
fair.
purification
Like
process. That's the part of
putting
Tshuva
themselves out
that's,
there.
well, that's the part of Tara that's future oriented. I was Tameh as I enter into this new day. That's what's behind me. There's a new chapter. There's a new chapter of life in front of me.
Easy to do.
That the Rebbe
Yeah,
says
so we're not
as follows.
here to like
I'm
tell
going
them
to
they're
focus
mediocre.
much more on
We're
the
here to tell
concept
them
of
they fucking
Tefillah.
suck.
So I understand that
No,
to
we're here
rid
to,
myself
try to help
of
everybody.
physical impurity, I have to go into a mikvah. Remember,
I just remember
again,
I
what the
had
Rebbe
a
is
lot of
highlighting
props.
over
My first
here
set was at the
is the
comedy
same
store. I had a
process
bag full
to
of
go
props.
ahead and remedy physical sumo
At the comedy
is going to
store.
be the same
And
process
I got
like
laughs and
left
it encouraged me. So like that's what I'm
spiritual
hoping everyone's getting tonight.
Shuvah.
Is
So again, if I'm coming, I need Herav Shemesh, I need mikvah. The Rebbe says that refers to the future oriented part of Shuvah. So Herav Shemesh, I understand, old day is over, new day is ahead of me, new chapter. What about immersion?
I have to get something, right?
I need mikvah ha'adah. Yashia es laughs. Ibnei Hadash. Shutini beremez l'Torah. Harochetzes u'mitaheret es das ha'adah. So in general, water, like the concept of immersion in water, is such a fascinating idea, right? Why is it that water is always necessary for any type of thing, right? It's such a fascinating idea. What is it about immersion in water? You know, it's some of nature as a whole, as a whole beautiful piece of creation that, well, the last time we did this whole things that water just holds the primordial substance. Remember again, what was the both beginning, right? The world was water, right? Right? The world was right. It was water. Water represents the beginning. So when a person goes ahead and immerses themselves in water and allows themselves to it's like you can't get anything between your body and the water. You wrap yourself in a block which you are
I would take out a stuff thing.
You are recreating your body.
That was in the bag.
Something can understand a little bit different. Something can understand that water is also
it was like this plastic egg.
That just like water sustains, and water is just so Torah sustains and Torah is like, and then for the rest
And
of
so
the
I would just hold the penguin and then like squeeze
because
it and the egg
in
would pop
physical
out.
impurity, you go into water, right? You wrap yourself in water. In spiritual impurity, Shuvah, what's the tefillah?
Like I was very influenced by like Andy Kaufman, you know.
The immersion is not in water.
They gotta laugh. Like people would laugh every time I did it. I just stopped doing it. So I was like, this is ridiculous. It's getting a laugh, and I'm doing nothing. Like I'm really running this thing.
And Rebbe goes on and says, you can probably use Sahara. Torah is literally is the remedy. The Sahara. Kevan Shimi Vateles, Esther Kule Avera. The Torah gives the Muslims go ahead and engage in the Torah Nikris Tim Shimi Tavaso. Incredible. Remember something Rosh says. There was a person struggling with a particular Sahara. A person, what should he do? Must hear the base of it. Right, crash when he gets to afterwards. The first step is bring him into the church. Why? Because the truth is, when I learned Torah, I feel like beginning in psychology of psychology is very sometimes
What's up, everyone? I hate Jimmy Buffett. I hate Jimmy Buffett. Okay? I hate Jimmy Buffett. I hate Jimmy Buffett, and I hate Jimmy Buffett people. The people that go to see Jimmy Buffett. I want you to imagine being at a concert, watching a middle-aged man talking about how it's 5 o'clock somewhere, with just fat people in Hawaiian t-shirts with daiquiris. Fat white people in Hawaiian shirts, guys.
spiritual
Talking about it's 5 o'clock somewhere,
my
you know?
water.
And I feel like most Jimmy Buffett fans, they became fans because someone said
He
to
goes on
another
and
person,
says, La Torah,
if you cover up one of those
also
T's, it says buffet, so you know it's gonna be good.
וזהו, התארו מתרומת
Like
חזק הרבן
Margaritaville?
חייבו
No. I
ובלבד
have
זאת,
bigger dreams. Not just
צורך
go to Vegas
איתם
and see a fucking Margaritaville. Like, I want to go like to country. These people are like, let's go to
מגינה
Vegas.
על האדם
Let's go
הירסים
to Vegas. We'll take out
ומצהיר
the country.
לעצמו
We'll just,
מסהרה
you know,
שלא
go to
יחשבו.
Margaritaville.
היינו שמצהיר את האדם מהדרוס כך שלא יחדה מכאן ולהבא. So let's stop with it.
Right out of the gate, I'm
It's not
pushing
just
for
saying
the Jimmy
it's
Buffett duty.
quite incredible. So remember,
That was a real
the
Jimmy
book
Buffett
sits now
rant.
on
You were really after him. Yeah, I worry
It's
that
very
like the
incredible
audience doesn't
that
relate to it because we're all sort of like
the
sort of
future
past,
parts of
you
Cuba
know, finding
comes
that
before the
you know
past.
To be
you're
negative.
too angry about Jimmy
It's
Buffett.
very
But
psychological
but I
dynamic.
like your
Normally
passion.
we assume that the first part of Cuba is kind of reconciling with my past. And then I should go to the future. And the sun is
Jimmy
effectively
Buffett tried to
I'm going to
crash
focus
cities
on
at the
my
White
future,
House
and then I'm going to just as an
officer was
aside
injured.
really fascinating because sometimes
No, but you're very
you're
angry and
it's difficult to reconcile with the past.
I just
Like, so
directed it
if I
somewhere.
stare down my Davis and I have to actually make an account of the past by the
There
past,
are
then I have to do things
Margaritaville is a current thing,
shut down
Mark.
the
It
entire
exists
process
now.
altogether.
Yeah,
The
and it is
beauty
fun.
of something smart is let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future.
With
Back
your
to the
phone
past
or an
at some
alcoholic,
point
what's
in
going
time.
on?
But right now, let's just focus about not what was, but
Sometimes
what
not often.
will
But
That's probably why you find
So
that
how do you go out and plan for that future? Well, again,
it's
in
like
physical
normally
trauma, how do you plan
I
for the
lead
future?
into it. I first talk about ranch, and then I move into how ranch people. It's all like part of the same culture.
Ranch?
Yeah, like people that use the condiment ranch like on everything. Like
Oh,
it's
like
like
ranch dressing.
yes, and how to me I associate that with someone who would
Mikvah,
want to hear about cheeseburgers in
right? Erev
paradise. Not
Shemesh,
culture,
New
not
Day,
this kind of
New
like
Day,
Ranch dressing.
the ranch
Mikvah.
dressing
I
like
need to
white
go back
America,
to the
like
primordial
Walmart,
substance
like
of
that.
food, right? I need to restart myself, right?
Normally I
That
like
someone was
lead
part
up
of
to
a
it. It's not
previous
so
chapter,
angry, but
now
I
you need to go
didn't say the
forward.
ranch thing because I
Take
wanted to
Shuvah.
So with the
Shuvah,
ranch
how
thing,
does that work? It's Shuvah. What's
I think so.
Shuvah? So the
You're not on
Shuvah
track.
is
You
Torah.
say
What
you're
what
working
is
out
this
something
thing?
right
It
now?
was like, again,
Well, like I've done it, but I haven't done it like a bunch of times. You know what I mean? Like
Torah. I'm gonna go on record. I like Torah.
No, I meant
I'm
like
a
you only
big
have
fan.
1 minute.
Like,
Special
sometimes people kind of just give it as like a blue bear.
like I don't know because you guys give tags, so I wanted to get some tags.
But
And
I
like,
just
not just tags, but just like feedback and advice.
What an asshole.
Torah has a profound cathartic impact on you.
You're trying to
Torah
characterize
protects. Torah creates a bubble around me. And the more immersed I am in it,
Well,
stronger
yeah,
I
or
am.
like the people that go to these concerts,
Right.
like that are like, I can't wait
what
to go
this is.
see Jimmy
Before
Buffett,
I
and they're all
buffer
wearing white
myself
t-shirts
with
and
Torah,
like lays on
the
their
more I
neck and like
begin to
spilling
stand
the
up to the
daiquiris, and
Torah
they go
of
away
life.
like, wow,
So
that
when
was
I
so much
stand
fun.
up to every single one of them, of course not.
Hawaiian
No,
shirts.
all the time. But the stronger you
Yeah,
are,
I don't know.
it's
I
interesting
get what you're
when a
trying
person takes vitamin C. And why do you take vitamin C? I want to build up my immunity. Right? I want to take a third booster shot. Right? I want to booster shot. I want to build my immunity. That's all I want. So if I want to plan a future, how do I plan the future? And what I know is I want my future to be different than my past. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. I don't want to engage in the same behaviors. I don't want to be the same person. So how do I make sure that that's going to happen? So, all I feel of immersing oneself in the mitzvah of Torah is that it builds that better. Right? Ultimately, again, but really feels that better, right? It goes ahead and actually bolsters and strengthens the person in dramatic ways. With a 1,000% assurance that I'm never going to sin again. Of course, the only way to get that assurance is when?
It's almost there.
When you're
It's
dead.
just a little
Right?
too
Then you
angry,
have
like,
1,000%
be more
assurance
chill
that
about
you're
how
not
I just like these things.
But the
Okay.
nice stuff, if I bolster myself, immerse myself in Torah, I buff myself, strengthen myself, I'm better able to do it. So I just stop it for today. We're going to pick up for the rest of the day.
Honestly, Jimmy Buffett, people are usually sort of comfortable, wealthier white dudes. You know, they're not like you're trying to attack.
Nobody here, I think, is for or against Jimmy Buffett. No one has really filed their opinions.
Well, that's
I
like,
think I have a little bit of a problem with him.
Yeah.
Oh, see, there's you're
Yeah, I
speaking to
don't know.
somebody.
Just the culture, just like I feel like when I looked up the tour dates, it was all in the middle of nowhere.
She
I'm
looked
like,
up the tour
this
dates, you guys.
Yeah, I did.
Did a lot of research.
I was
That should be the whole bit. So I was on the internet looking up Jimmy Buffett tour dates for this
I
person,
did.
and I got angry.
I did. I really.
All right, thank you very much. He's performing nowhere near me, and I've got a Hawaiian T-shirt that I want to wear.
She's on Twitter at Princess Shank, SHENK.
Shank.
One more comment. One more to our regulars. We actually found this.
Yeah, there's 3 more comics until we get to our 4 regulars, and we'll wrap it up.
Here's a semi-regular. Next comedian, Jerron Horton. An audience
Not a very intimidating looking guy. So the gangbangers don't really take me seriously out here. Last week I actually wore a blue UCLA shirt in a blood neighborhood. The niggas told me to stay in school. Like, I went to high school with these gang members, okay? They didn't respect me there either. Senior year, they voted me most likely to still be alive in 10 years. Like I'm a punk or something. And I'm light skinned, and that's probably why I don't get much respect. It sucks like white people ask me shit, they won't ask no dark skinned person. Like black people, I really do. But why did all of y'all vote for Obama? Like, you're going to assume because I'm black, I voted for Obama. I'm a felon, I can't vote. It's true, I am a felon, though. In Georgia, where I'm from, it's illegal for a black man to go to college. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, first question for me is, did you seriously vote for Obama? What's that shit about?
Actually, I overslept. I was gonna vote for him.
Overslept the whole day.
I overslept the final day of registration.
Oh, very
So
serious.
if you would have lost,
Well, that's what they wanted you to do. Good job.
I think you had some good jokes.
That was great. That was great. I just felt it with a joke because I have no charisma. Yeah.
thank you.
I connected with the crowd mostly because they're scared of you, but you made them feel better by constantly talking about how non-threatening.
There's going to be
Thank you.
equivalent.
So I was supporting you there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You know, I mean, absolutely. It's unbelievable. Jerron Horton, everybody. There he is. What can you say other than that's it?
That's really quick though. I'd really like to know what the Patriot thinks of the.
Yeah, good question.
I understand.
What do you think of that? Were you trying to be a peanut first?
Yeah, I love La Habba. New York Post.
I understand why you made the heart attack reference because, of course, you have that artificial heart in your chest. That, you know, if it gets unplugged, you could die.
Let's talk about the other
So
side.
it's
Look at the two parts. There's the setting of the sun. And there's the think about it.
There you go.
Setting of the
Wow,
sun.
I've always liked the Patriot, but I did not know what a truth teller is.
To close out every show ever since its inception, we've had 2 lovely young ladies who every single week are the only 2 regulars on the show. Every week they are numbered 86 seconds of material.
They started
Yes, and they've been with us ever since.
one of them's in the background.
And they're both female, which is weird because like females are naked shit on.
I love La Habba.
It's weird seeing a stand-up
They've been
comedy.
called females.
Look at La
Sort
Habba.
of weird fucking alien species. We got some females coming out here, everybody.
Forward, good.
And they're
Shit on females.
And days.
No, I love female house. I shouldn't know house.
Days of stuff says
They're mouse, not on
big
them.
cheese. That can happen in the past.
Hi-yo.
He likes a challenge. Fits it right in there.
You know
Could have been their butt. A double. All right. You're
He's always going to take a premise and do more initially.
right. And then just hammer that shit. With the butt. And they are here with us tonight. So to get it started, she was with us episode 1. She's with us here tonight. Put your hands together for Sarah. Most of the job.
Which one comes first?
What's up, guys?
Past or future? Past.
So I am bisexual.
This way it works with the Rambam. This way it
About
works
the
with
same
the
reaction from my parents.
But I want to point out to you something very
Or there's the guys I did like to call it yes.
The Lahaba.
Which I know they're thinking like threesomes. They're gonna think like, yeah, this is gonna happen. But the last thing I want to see is some other dude fuck my girl. So that's for sure not gonna happen. I've been sleep internet surfing. I get on the internet and I look up kittens. And I email people about kittens. I think my subconscious has completely misunderstood what pussy hunting is about.
Going forward.
Alright, that's what I have. Thank you guys. Yeah.
How much on that was that?
Go ahead and say, you know what?
Listen to that, actually. I stopped playing.
First,
It's actually like 30 seconds.
Want to do some more?
Then,
I have another joke in that same pocket is that I'm bisexual because I guess being disappointed by one gender like wasn't enough for me.
So these are the two levels in Absalom.
I don't know, I'm still in that. What? Somebody just barking me? What's up? Yeah, right.
כגון זוב ובצורה שני דברים כדי להתערב את
Anybody bark out there?
Am I just here not only if you am I asleep looking at cats and hearing life's not going well.
So, tell us, can you repeat all of your jokes one at a time? And then we'll take them because I take what I've already forgotten. Well, use your microphone voice.
Ultimately, again,
He can sit up in his chair at this point. She's bisexual and she disappointed her parents.
Oh, I like the joke about she doesn't want some dude fuck her lady. What else was there?
First step, and after
About the sleep, I literally have been like sleeping and surfing and emailing people about kittens. I feel like I wake up in the morning to text message with pictures and kittens like, hey, you want this cat? I'm like, no. Do not. That is not possible.
And you did that while you're sleeping?
I've done it twice.
Did you take the sleep pill?
No, I just.
What makes you sleep well? Ambien, take Ambien.
No, I just train myself to sleep. I can't. Well, no, I just my brain is processing so many. I feel like.
All right,
I like to listen What do you end up saying?
I just said text me about the kid. That's what both times they text me about the kid. They text me literally a picture of a kid, and I'm like, oh, thank you, I'm not.
Whatever it is, a picture of your pussy.
is that the Ribono Shel Olam may allow a person to be successful in life in a particular endeavor, even if the Ribono Shel Olam does not feel that that particular endeavor is a good idea. If the individual feels positive, committed to the fact that they are performing the Ratzon Hashem, performing the will of God, a dramatic idea that Sajera, the person truly believes that they're walking along the Derech Hashem, the proper path, even if they disagree. The nice thing is they talk about how along that path. To give an example here, yes, because
I got an email that said it would
בטענת נאמר, לא בשמיים, כלומר, לאחר שכבר נוספו לנו הר סיני, אין אנו משקיעים בבקשו מן השמיים, הגם שהיא אמת. לא שיש הלכה, אבל לא בשמיים, ולא בשמיים, that even if halacha l'maisa, a person was to go ahead and be supported by a gospel, like if we're going to do this tomorrow, the Bible come out and say the halacha follows so and so. If that would not be a definitive raya in halacha, to give you an example, if we were the Gemara, it's not going to let me it was a machlokas of Kimo and Kaya. That's the same dough, which is oven that was comprised of different pieces. So the machlokas, and what happens? Yosef Shabbat calls the Shammai Ba'amra, Shalocha Kimosa B'Chol Mocha. The basket here said that the halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, Ba'amar Rabbi Yeshua Arad Lo Ba'amar, Lo Ba'Shammai. And yet, interesting enough, Rabbi Yeshua gets up and he says, even though the basket says that the halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer, we pass him Lo Ba'Shammai. Ultimately, halacha is not decided. Halacha is not decided by the Ribbon Torah. It's talking the Rosh Torah, and we decide the halacha. I know it's by Rosh Torah. The Ne'amar by Halacha Shabbat, the outbreak in any machzis mabak. What does that mean? In machzis mabak, what does that mean? It seems to be that it has any words in the city, any argument. That the halacha follows that particular thing. Remember again, there's another place of Torah. What's the place of Torah? After the following charges, so this is the majority felt one way. The other felt a different way. And then the halacha follows the majority. The basketball came along and said that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. Very nice. That's very nice. Something incredibly impressive. But the Mesa does not alter the halakhic process at all. So the tzaddik those are the very interesting guys. I don't understand. So why did the basketball come out? Okay, you hear the shayla? The shayla is, okay, Achayrat in the Hashem. Right, you go ahead and you follow the Raj, you follow the majority. I understand that concept. At the end of the day, why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? The Rebbeinu also knows what's written in his Torah. After all, again, he authored it. He also knows. And when I said he knows, he also knows that there's a dinner majority. And there's a dinner majority, so why even have the basketball come out at all? It's a good concept. Mr. Tzaddik says so beautifully. He says, nevertheless, the case who wrote that, they make the direction. Okay, so the text is found in the end of the day, Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was correct. Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that his position was truly reflective of the direct Hashem. And he's close with our general concept of Kaderach Sha'adam Lotze Lele Rabbi Eliezer felt he was correct despite the fact that he was human and not. Rabbi Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that there was a physical principle. And then the Reformation only sees that someone is convinced of their Derech, of the correctness of their Derech, and truly feels that their Derech is the Rachman Hashem. The Reformation only lends his support to that individual, even if objectively what the individual is doing is correct. This is like looking to take a sound show. It's almost like, if I'm thinking about this a little bit, that taking parents, especially doing so, as everyone has an idea and wants to do something, and in your event parental mind, you think to yourself, I did do it. Absolutely, it's such a bad idea on so many levels. But you see, if your child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and if your child genuinely feels that this is a good terror, because we're talking about where a child wants to do something because you just think it's just not a good life to see. But my son, my child is thinking, and every parent knows, like there are times when you feel the practical maybe it's such a harmful, you should step in. But then there are other times you know what, okay, it's hey, you know what? It's old enough, probably old enough to young children, but old enough and still enough. Hence, you make informed decisions. I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you spread your wings, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day, I fundamentally disagree. But that's really what the stuff is. Ultimately, again, is being tolerated. It's this idea that at times in life, it is almost that when it goes down to this, I agree with what you're doing. And of course, when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But for myself, I receive my conviction, and it seems like dedication, and it seems that I'm really committed to this. Because, okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Objectively, it's not right. But I just keep believing when you get a together from the rest of Hashem, I'm not going to spend an hour, I'm not spending late. That's why a Bosco comes down. So they say, oh, but we all know that story of Rabbi Eliezer telling his parents the last night. And everybody bothers by the same fundamental question, which is that Rabbi Eliezer was truly wrong. And why does the Bosco come out? Why does the Bosco come out? Because when the Bosco stands in contradiction to the halal principle, that the one from himself went ahead and espoused Elamite, because of the Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that the Ratzon Hashem and the derech to other most lyric movies, the one last piece in the top. So the Tzaddik says as follows: "Va'al derech zeh, nebor ma'chum shadam to loneliness when you start almost to the alon, you can make the Torah va'adach." What's the message to this? Going back a couple of weeks, part of Torah. Remembering it was something amazing happens. The earth opens up, follows the Torah and its followers. Right? A pretty clear indication that what? That Torah is wrong. Moshe was right. What's Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing the Torah? Atem amisem es am Hashem. You, they accuse Moshe. You look, you're killing Jews. You've killed Jews. What? First of all, Korach started. Second of all, this was an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't make the earth open. Hey, Moshe can't make the earth open. Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu can make the earth open. And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Am Hashem. What's the pshat? He says, Mikol Makom Chashu, turn the page. Mikol Makom Chashu Alzeh, Kilov Hashemayini, V'lachin in Lismoch Al Pelach Zeh Shal Blias Ha'adama, Ki Ochacham Min Hashemayim L'das Ber Shadinim. Listen to this. So Tzaddik essentially says, the Klal Yisrael said as follows: Fathers of the Moshe, you're Moshe, and the derech to other Moshe later you're powerful as Moshe. And there's no question in our mind that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the rest of Hashem, that is almost so Olam is going to help you down that derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow Korah? Choosing Korah and his followers? No. You know why you did it? You did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that was the stage they truly did. So again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer and Parish Shalach. You're like the Bas Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that you have conviction, and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, and at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have conviction, you're dedicated to your cause, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You know, that was the time. This concludes Yos, and what comes out of this are a couple of, I think, our number of different lessons, a couple of sub-lessons. Number one, you see the power of having conviction and the power of believing. Now, I see so many times in life we're like tired on things. If we ask people, I think you find it a lot. I think a lot of times we're involved in a lot of things, and a lot of things aren't. What am I creating? What am I creating? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able
But
to
yeah, so
sway the opinion of the
That's some
Ribono
scary
Shalom
talk.
in a certain
Speaking
way.
of scary, that makes me think of Halloween.
The
We
power
have
of
some exciting
dedication
news
to
about
an idea,
Halloween this
to
year.
a principle,
yeah,
to a
Segue.
cause
we're gonna be in
is
San
so
Diego.
strong,
We're gonna have a
is so
midnight
intense,
show at the
that
American
even
Comedy
not be
Co.
the Ribono
It's gonna be
Shalom
Tony
to my
Hinchcliffe,
side.
Sam Tripoli. There's a lot of special guests
They,
that we've
which
already
is the
booked.
primary
Secret guests.
lesson of
And
the subject,
we're even talking
which
to
is
the
how
Guild
important
George
question on
here.
nefesh,
Oh, wow.
introspection
Like
is
we're in
in,
town. So
and to really
it's gonna be
examine
a
and
good
to look
party
at the
at
depth,
American Comedy Co.
the path we have chosen for ourselves in life.
You
Because very often
like,
we
is there
assume
anybody here
that
from
if I'm
Windy City?
successful,
We get right here.
that's indicative
Yeah,
that
yeah,
my path
yeah,
is
that's
blessed
awesome.
by
So
God.
it's all that.
And what
I
the
know,
subject
I
is
got
highlighting
booked
for us is
last
that's not
second to go to
necessarily
Seattle and work our
that a
first day
person could
Friday
be
and
enjoying
Saturday
life
night.
success,
I traveled
but nevertheless the
Sunday to
path
get
that
back
I've
here
chosen
yesterday.
for myself
But
is not the
I
right.
can't believe that I
How
missed
can
this
you have
weekend.
success
Of all
without
the
divine
gigs that I
support,
had,
without
I just
divine
found out that every show
approbation?
time
It's very simple. You got extra Adam wrote a little
But let's
to
just
us.
say that
Yes, sometimes
I
likes
got,
to
if
happen.
you get a
You
few
get out success, give me
$60-some
a couple
dollar
I don't
tickets
think
and you
it's like
forget
that.
to pay
As long as
those
I believe it's the right path, the man can
well, I
struggle
guess
to
you
protect
get
his
guilty.
success.
So when you get
How
offered
important it is to
something,
be able to take a
there
step
was
back,
part of me, even
to
though
introspect,
no
to
comedian
look
should
at the
ever
way
turn
we're
down
living,
big.
to
There's
look
a
at
part
what
of me
we're
that's
doing,
like,
to look at
well,
how
I'm
we're
not gonna
behaving,
tell
to look
you.
at what we're
I'm gonna
engaged
stick
in.
for what you say
Because
we
even if
did.
we're successful, it
It's cool
doesn't
seeing them,
always
like,
mean
they're gonna be there or
that
something.
it's the
Maybe
right
check it
path.
out.
I'm obsessed.
It's
It's
better
one of my
to take
favorite
a
movies
step back,
ever.
But seeing it with
despite the
a
success.
That's
Almost
what
like
killed me, is
very
that I'm one
easy
of
to
its
be
biggest
introspective
fans. I
when
obsess
things
about
don't
it.
go well.
watching
You know you have
watching
a
every show.
Like it's
And
very
then,
easy
and
to
then
be
like at the
introspective
beginning, heard that they're
when you
fine,
kind
you
of hit
know,
a brick
us
wall
here and Harry
and the
sitting
things
there in
you're
the front row,
engaged in
of course,
are not
plumbing with, and
yielding
we
the
kind of
fruits
give
of
them like bags
success.
of
That's
popcorn and
easy.
like
The
pouring it
topic
all
says
over and
it's
stuff
no
like
less
that.
important that
Wrapping
everything
them up
is
in
going
toilet
great
paper and
and
spraying
everything
with
is
water
going
crystals. It
beautifully.
was
Right?
I
You're
can't
going
believe I
according to
missed
plan.
it. I can't wait
So
to.
still
I
take a
hope
step
there's some
back,
way to be able to watch
introspect,
that
examine, and to truly
eventually.
figure out and make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing
As
is
always,
true.
guess who's here? Everybody, our head of security, the one and only
Oh yeah.
Iron Patriot. All right. It's always something a little bit different with them. Patriot, how have things been?
I'm glad to be here on Columbus Day with you, Tony.
Oh, it is Columbus Day.
You know, it was 521 years ago that Columbus first landed in the Bahamas.
All right, so we'll say good
It must have
morning.
been a scary voyage for
Let's
him,
start
Tony.
with you. Actually, gonna
Why?
spend a little
Why
bit
is
less
that?
Because he
time
didn't know
on
he
the
was going to
subject
see land.
this morning in order to be
Kind
able
of
to
like
get a
this show.
little
We're
bit
on a
of
skill, we're on a scary journey with King Tony. We don't know if we'll ever see land.
but we'll spend some time
What the
together.
fuck are you talking about?
It's cool
Anyway,
feeling
Tony,
well.
I had
Remember,
fun
you
at the
can continue
podcast last
our
night.
business some
Mark
valid.
really did like me.
Consider
He said I could come over to his garage anytime. I didn't hear him say that to you, Tony.
True conviction
Oh,
and true dedication on taking a path.
I'm
I
a
think
little
that my
excited
path
at the end.
is
He
the
said that I could come and look at his girlfriend Jessica's
we
feet.
both will help me down that path, even if
Yes,
that
yes, it's
path
true.
may not
You know it's
be
true. I'll take you if you're nice, Tony. I'll make sure.
the true will of the Ribono Shel. So let's give another
As soon as I get time out from my busy
Cooking
schedule,
above,
you know, I'm a
left
very
hand
busy man.
column,
You know, on
and the
Tuesdays,
other
Wednesdays,
hand
Mark's
is
on
the
Grace, and Thursday, Bingo.
שהשם יתברך
Friday,
נתנה את
Wait a
האוזן
second.
בסימן שחגים עצמו
Wait, say
מבין.
you work for
ונראה
Parks and
בי
Rec,
נקודה
but
חדשה.
Thursday's bingo?
המספיק
I
כדי
do.
להגיד. מספיק
I
כדי
do
להגיד.
yoga too.
והקדוש ברוך הוא conducts himself
Bingo with where?
You play
with a
bingo?
person
I do meetings
in a
with
way that
Scientology.
a person believes is emes.
You're a
A person believes
Scientologist?
is בדרך הישר. גם אם האמת היא שדרך זו אינו ישר בעיניה, שם
We did get
עצמו,
to meet him.
even
It was
if
our
it
first
turns
time
out
meeting him without the
that the
costume.
Ribono
He used
may
my
not feel
hotel room
that
at the LA
this
Pop
particular
Fest to change
is
into his
the right
outfit.
דרך.
And he didn't
הלא
even
סיוע
suck, by the
בעליון.
way. It
לא
was
היה
upbringing, but it was
בעליון
so
המלך, הוא היה
crunchy.
בעליון.
Oh, stop it.
אמר על אחו, חי השם אלוהי ישראל, ויהיה השם
That
העיר
must have
על
been
אומות.
somebody else's
Let's
screen.
remember
Oh,
again,
yeah, somebody
Eliyahu
else.
Hanavi asked for an incredible fallout.
I
His
saw that
Achov,
picture with you of Jimmy Kimmel
Achov was the
at the
king
10-year
of
anniversary
Mount
of Windy City Heat,
Israel.
which,
He
by the
was
way, is a film I love.
unfortunately
I love
a
Scary
terrible
Movie.
Obed
I saw the
Avodah.
picture with you.
Achov, you know,
Back
the
in
real
May
tragedy
of
of Achov
2012,
was
I
not
was on the
just
Jimmy
the
Kimmel show with my
The real
ever
tragedy
Arabian
of
suit.
outcome was
For
that
the
he was
premiere
so
of The
close
Avengers.
to being
Scarlett
triggered
Johansson was
a
on the
couple of
show. He
different
had a
times,
contest where we
and he
joked
had
to wear
failed
retro
to do so.
t-shirts.
In
The
any way,
Hulk was on there,
maybe on
Chewbacca,
there was a dramatic
SpongeBob,
fallout with Hulk,
Bob the
and
Eagle,
as a
my good
result,
friend
because
that does
Hulk, there will be no rain in Eretz Yisrael.
The weirdest name
There
dropper
will be
in
no
the
rain.
city right now.
Ba'amud Chazal, the BPH man
SpongeBob,
for the Torah was
Chewbacca,
the
it was
Yisrael
all
of
the
the
Hollywood
Shemayim and
pilot
Asiyat
people.
Shamata
Yes, yes, it was the
Shemesur.
characters and we were there.
Rabbi Shalom, the Gemara says that
scale.
they're doing my
And
paper,
they even
they're
played it
three
again and we got paid
which
another
are for the
check. So
Torah
it
to
was
never
nice. I liked it.
dispenses to an emissary.
It was
And
a
one of
fun
those
time.
keys is במאחר עכשיו בשבת, לפי הבריאות. Yet Eliyahu Hanavi
Well, we
requested
sort
from
of just
Baruch
talked
Hu
about that.
to be handed over the key to rain. So remember again, how was Eliyahu Hanavi able to make such a declaration like this? That there will be no rain for so amount of years. But the only way to make a declaration like that is if you control the rain. So we asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give Yaakov the key to rain. He must rule us. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu in fact gave him the key to rain. And as a result, Eliyahu withheld the rain for 3 years. Some results to give Yaakov higher kosher lefonav Yisrael. The Gemara says it is very difficult for us in Baruch Hu that we shouldn't be rain for 3 years. In other words, what the Gemara is saying is it's not necessarily the case that the Ribono Shel Olam agree with Eliyahu's decision. Not so comfortable how Baruch Hu decided that this is a good idea. But again, Eliyahu Hanavi felt this was the proper course of action. He felt that it was the right one of him. And so maybe that's the Ribono Shel Olam to bring the decision over the future to the sun. Sorry, I've had no mustache or I've had this coming with him. Ultimately, to Bara as Obama, because never before in this of the world that the Baruch Hu ever give over the future rain to anything new. The Judaism of the Baruch to Eliyahu Hanavi Ba'atzmo, Yirtze Lahatchir Kasach Agashem, Kedisi Yekabel at the Makech of Shiyat HaMeis. Interestingly enough, remember again, we're not getting all the details of that right now. Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to perform an act of Shiyat HaMeis on the lesson of the day. Well, that's another excuse. The Baruch says, this is that we want to give Shiyat HaMeis, we have to give back the key to raise. The Baruch ultimately gets his key back. The application, Amar lo Eliyahu, Le'izah, Tufanisa leChatchidma, Tufanisa leChatchidma, V'nimtzata b'nachal Chutz, Tzapni al-Lagim. V'azara Hashem Yisrael Miyuchad, V'yisastem Achav b'nachal Chutz, V'achiyel b'derech Mitz. So Arzu Nabiim lo Lachas. Remember, as most of you know, Achav did not take kindly to this withholding of the rain. Right? He did not take kindly to this. Actually, he ordered Eliyahu Hanavi killed. Eliyahu Hanavi's time, right? He hides in a place called Nachal. The cliff ravine, Nachal Chris. Nachal Chris. And there, the Kodesh Baruch Hu sustained himself miraculously. Every day, ravens would bring him bread and drink him meat. Where he was able to from, and no other place other than Nachal Chris. They literally put Achab chalice and brought it to sustain Eliyahu Hanavi Nachal Chris. He goes on, Bahari Ilu Haya Melech Achab Moshe Eliyahu Hanavi Haya Achab Machlipo Lebashar Satiras Hageshem Yitzon Hashem. So the question that was that, if Moshe actually Haya Achab Shenira Eliyahu LaAchab V'Yard Hageshem. Interestingly enough, had Eliyahu had Achab found Eliyahu, he would not have necessarily killed him, but he would have gone ahead and told him.
I can't imagine listening to that for 3.5 minutes like a normal song. Because you just, all right. And you always have like a little cute dance break in between choruses. Yeah. Like, I can shake your thing. Yeah. Just bring it back a lot of memories. I appreciate it, guys. Let me do it.
And in fact, we can give you all the presidents of the United States of America also. It's probably didn't want this to be. It's probably didn't want to withholding rain. Because remember again, if it was holding of rain for 3 years, many innocent people suffered as well. So the Baruch did not want to withholding of the rain. But again, because with Moshe Achim Achakach, with Moshe Achim Yoram ben Acham Elisha Navi, the Bikisher of Ispal Hashem Alamayim, Hare, what do you see from this? The Ad She'in Ratzon Hashem Ba'atiras Hageshem. Even though it was not the Ratzon Hashem to go and withhold the rain, Yitzia the Ad Eliyahu is Chader B'nei Acham B'nei. See, here's what's interesting.
Always with us. He's never missed a show.
The Devotion didn't want to. Number one, he didn't want to withhold the rain. Number two, he still did not want to withhold the rain for a long period of time. Which is exactly what it took for 3 years. So yet, what did I tell this part of the do? So you did two things. Number one,
whatever the
It
fuck.
gives it will decrease.
So,
Number
what do you
decrease.
say we get this
Number
thing started by
two,
bringing up
you
our guests tonight?
hide
Both of
video
them very good
versus
friends of
stream,
mine,
and
two of
right,
the
you hide
funniest
video
people I
and
know,
stream
no
video
particular
for a
order.
prolonged
The
amount
fighting pride of
of time.
Kansas,
When you
everybody.
put
I
this
mean,
all together,
holy
you
moly,
feel
this
the
guy
feeling
is
of the
hilarious.
almost distributed and
Check him
some
out on
course of action.
show The
Even though what?
Ringer
Even though
Experience
what?
now on YouTube. The
Even
one and
though
only
the
Rick
bonus of
Hager
Odom
is in the
did
house,
not
everybody.
agree.
He
It
was
was
here
once
during
again
episode
voted
1. He was the
subject
only guest
primary
on the show.
we
And
show
this
us
is
that
his
EDS
first return. This is
Number
a
one,
pilot
that sometimes
episode.
the
It
person
was actually called
particular
Hinge
direct
Flips. Yeah,
belief
I was going to
is
say,
the proper
he said he's
direct.
never
That's what I
missed
said.
an
Even if
episode.
it's
Right.
not,
Well,
the
that's
bonus
true.
that Odom will
That's
go ahead
right. You're
and
the only
help
guest
along
that
that
hasn't
path.
had the
And number
Patriot
two,
experience.
number two, just because the person sees success in a particular
Oh,
path,
and
in a
also
particular
our
endeavor,
other guest.
does not necessarily
Just when you
that
think
the
it couldn't
bonus
get any
of
better,
Odom
there's two
is
guests.
actually
I've seen him. This is
And
one of
look
my
at
oldest,
the
best
second
pals.
part
We've been
that's much
roommates.
more meaningful and
One
significant
of my great
for us.
buddies, you know, from
Because when
his
God chooses
appearances
to
on
tell
Mad
us, when
TV
God
and
does
Comedy
this to
Central,
us,
Periods got the
that's
same
something
in
what
the
talks
end.
to discussion of his plenty of
Mad
time
TV, it wasn't
that
Mad
we
News,
cause
though.
something wrong something to
Mad
occur,
TV.
and therefore
It was
prevents
Mad
it from
TV.
occurring. That is nice and Napoleon. What's
Wow.
important for us and what's trying to take away from
Mad
this, but
TV.
it's constantly reinforcing is
That's
don't
interesting.
assume that
As far as
that
anyone
success
knows,
in life
it never
is
existed.
indicative of divine
Okay,
favor.
so
In
Sadie,
other
this
words,
is your first time on the
obviously,
show. This is
I
Rick's first
can't
time
be
with the page.
successful
I had a
without
brief
actually
cameo
follow
on the
allowing
show
me to be
with Paulie
successful. So
7
don't
weeks ago.
allow
Yeah, that's
success to
right.
be translated as God is happy with the path I am taking. Because sometimes that's true, but
Do you
sometimes
have,
it's
do you have
not.
like a car
And it's
catalog
important
system
to
in that too?
understand, because it makes things so much more complicated. Because if you think about it, life in general will be so much
It's one of the
easier
main
if I can
issues
live with the
with most
following
of the
approach.
Iron Man movies.
If I'm doing
is
well,
you can never
right,
figure
I'm
out what
succeeding,
time it is.
that means
It's
God's
true.
happy. I'm not
All this
succeeding,
fancy
that
and
means
everything
God's
is
unhappy.
exactly the way it
That's
is
a
in the
great
movie, which
way
is cool.
to live life. Because it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. Instead of starting to being really muddying the waters for us. Right? And telling us that you can be wildly successful in life. And so you're trying to fucking happy with what you're doing. Your success may be for a variety of different reasons. But a person who tries to perpetual hustle and effort
Oh, thank
tries
you.
to understand
I like
the
the ring
path
with it
down
knows his
going down
dates.
is true and correct path in life. I wrote for some of it for today, we'll pick up the answer some tomorrow.
Oh,
You want me to do it the whole entire time?
As much as you can, because I love it. It makes me laugh.
it's all about him with this. This is telling.
Dude, it's a whole thing with you. Dude, it's not happening, dude. It's gotta be what? It's gotta be organic.
Oh, he just gave you the laser beam with his left hand. That means
Is that like getting the light? Molly got the light.
Alright,
Molly here,
so
Patriot.
I'm dying to hear it. About me? Are you saying about me or to
Listen to
This is a fascinating idea. Often in life, we do that when we are engaged in something, we will find success in that particular endeavor. But that is indicative of the fact that they don't always happy with the direction that I'm taking. When I engage in an endeavor as successfully well, that should be indicative of that. But with unhappy with how I'm doing.
very
And
Iron
so to
Man?
highlight the
I
idea
love
of
that of all the
that a
research you
person
did on Rick, the thing you
realize
wanted to talk to him
success
about with
and a
the
particular
stomach
endeavor,
pains
but
that
it
he
does
had.
not mean that the bonus of all is happy with the chosen endeavor. With the chosen
Wow.
path.
Well, this guy, he knows a lot about people's moms. He
But
does,
sometimes what
he does
happens
his
in life
research.
is
He's a big
I
fan
can
of
follow
that.
with you that if I have chosen a particular
Yeah, I
path,
think we all
because
would.
I believe that ultimately this is the right path. This is the
Like
right
superhero
path.
is shit.
This is the true will of God. So somebody says, if that's what I believe,
I want to meet
that
your
I can
Cocker
probably
Spaniel.
continue along that path, even if technically speaking, that's not really the right way to go. This is really a
Those are your
manifestation of the
parents'
concept
names?
of the Dara as a
In
multi-layered
real life.
movement of self. The
Wow.
Dara that I choose
Bubba
will
Joe
probably
Pedro.
help in the long. Now, again, as others kind of qualification of this is, I have to believe it. In other words, that's what we spoke about before, that when I follow this through values
My
over
life is
anything,
something that would
we
make
think
Sandusky cringe,
code
which is
project
good.
when you're into
Nazi from one of
and
the
the thought
Indiana
wants
Jones
to be
movies.
genuine and committed. Right? But as long as there is a sense of genuinity and commitment,
That is a bright yellow jacket.
I'll help you along that path. Even if I'm so, even if I don't, even if I God don't believe in the path, right? Don't think the path is right, I'll help you along. It's Kufman involved. So
Why don't you do
give
your
an
research,
example of this. He
Pedro?
says the master lumber comes out as a spot on the left hand part, excuse me, the right hand paragraph,
There are
right hand
inaccurate
side.
rumors
You
about
can
you
go
and Paul.
there.
There's a lot of stuff
Second
swirling
paragraph.
around about me on the internet.
Don't believe anything you
The
heard on
half
country
master
music
lumber comes
television,
out
first of all.
as a flower
When
has
we were
that.
having all these
Garment
electronic
and
topics,
other
I remember that
things
time
are
period barely.
So
What
the
was the
writer
first
says,
summit ship
this
that
is
you
a good
remember going
example
with? I
of this.
remember just you
Is the way Hashem conducts himself with Philip.
I mean,
Shebetchila Amaru Hashem Lokiru Zimayim.
nonstop.
Remember again, so we
I
have
went
the
into
story of
diabetic
Philip.
shot when I was in New York. When I was with Bobby Lee and
Philip was a
Freelon
Gentile
Head.
prophet.
But I didn't have insurance and I'm a fucking man, so I just didn't eat for about 6 days. So my blood sugar would drop to a
And
decent
Philip
level.
promises Philip
Pretty
paying
much
fortune
for sick the whole
everything.
time.
I know.
Spent a lot of money going to doctors first, and that's where I found out doctors don't really get it. So it was a fun lesson.
Can't go. It's in the people. You can't go
Because
with
you
them.
didn't know that that's what it was.
There are lots of people. So what happens? Well, I'm family kind. And I remember again,
What did you
Philip,
think it was?
like your systems.
I was told
And
that
Philip
it's
did not give up. So Philip
severe
Philip
flush and
asked
just
him to
migraines. And then
Well, I'm family kind.
it was like
After
a
a certain
weird
amount of
Greek
time, what
doctor.
happened?
And
So
that's when I
Philip
learned
said, well,
never
because
trust
Philip,
Greeks
whom
for
lays
anything.
go,
It's
go,
just
why?
have
It's
you
the
ever had
Philip
any illness
Russell.
like a
It's
migraine?
the left hand
So
sorry,
true.
Bob.
So true,
It's
Weez.
a dark color here.
Gotta think about
Philip
stuff.
wants to go. Philip wants to go. Or if you keep asking, if you listen, he very much wants to go. And therefore, what happens?
Wow.
We
You're
got
like a
it,
fucking doctor.
well,
You
we
just
got
barely
it, so,
figured that
and
out.
somebody,
It's like, where's
we
the
felt
fucking
it
cancer?
thought that ultimately Philip wanted to do this. And for
I
example,
know.
time he also
Short,
saw
sweet.
that Philip really thought this was the right thing to do. Not true. When you look at Rashi, you look at any of the Farshim, you see
Anyway,
them from that
so where did you
one
get this?
written
I
by
know he showed
Ralph,
up after that episode. I would
Circa
first
and
episode.
Harvard, but perhaps there was some element that Philip also felt that this was his pathway as the prophet. That it was his opportunity to flex his
She was
prophetic
very young,
muscles
so her body was
and be able to do
accepted
something
it a lot easier. But
right.
yeah, she went
He
through
was committed
the
to
same
this
stuff
particular
too.
approach
I
of
did
action.
great.
He goes on and says, for
Was
the
it,
Torah,
that's
well, Haisa Kavanas or Kavanas Philamara Shalala, ultimately, again, now when you look at this, Philam's intention was not to go
Oh my
and get
God.
a Torah.
All right,
Because
well,
it says,
that's
and
the
one
part
of
of the
the
show
says,
where
well, maybe
Patriot
you
has
could
a
hang
lot of
out, then maybe
insight.
Philam's
Right
intention for
now,
Philip was to
it
bring
almost
some out.
makes you hate
The
America or something.
difficulty is doing the Philam's
It's
intention
true.
to change the
Maybe we could
lives.
change it to a
That's
country
what
we
he
don't
calls
like
it.
Patriot.
Don't
The
right.
Canadian Patriot.
So it's hard to say that their intention was to take to heaven when heaven is telling people go. אבל אם זה סוף של המבוא לאל, שגם לפי דייתו,
Sounds like it's gonna be a tough campaign.
המסולפת,
But the
so
reaction
Bill
you got
Marasha,
of the original
if
pitch
you
of it.
sit your delayed side
Dude, it
below,
just got sequestered,
הידע
right?
תזור
Holy
היחד,
don't
אבל
say that's
תזור
too many syllables.
Dude,
Zero,
it's nice of him to be here during the government shut.
So Bill, as much as
Well, I'm
he
super
was
excited that we
God,
have Polly
he's not
Shore in
going
the
to God.
house for,
He
you guys know the
understood
format of the
that
show.
what he
So
felt
there's a bunch of
he was
comedians.
right
Ricky
thing.
down before San Dimas. They know it's
Yeah.
fun, right? Awesome. So comedians each do 60 seconds. When they hit 60 seconds, you'll hear
It
the
was
meow of a
not
kitty.
the will of God. He knew
And
right
then
from
when
the
if they run their time, the angry West Hollywood bear comes
because we
out.
both had told him, don't
So
go.
don't run over
Don't
your
go.
time limit or else
Yet,
that bear's gonna
somehow,
come.
some way, he still felt that it was like he could do.
Oh, that's a different impression that you just went into.
That's crazy.
What was
That
that?
is, well,
Was
who
that
tells
one of
you
the sound
that
effects?
clearly something is wrong, then of course, how could you ever do it? Okay,
It's weird
the
seeing
most
Laney
it's
without you.
nice thing the whole yom.
Where is she?
But the
Oh,
things
wow,
that
Laney.
tells us
Hello. There's
are
Jeremy.
absolutely
Here's
unequivocally wrong.
spooning a
And
couple of
somehow,
teenagers.
some way, he still finds a way to justify
Like dog.
doing that.
The
In other
pride
words,
of
this is
Aspen.
human nature. Human nature is, I know what I'm supposed to do, I know what I'm not supposed to do. And it's like very rarely, sometimes
That's
in life,
fantastic.
you have
Have
like
you guys ever talked to the Iron Patriot before?
where you're not
If you had one
exactly
question
sure
for the
what
Patriot, what would it be
what's
between
going
the two
on
of
with
you?
them. But more often than not, pretty clear as what I'm supposed to do, what I'm not supposed to do. Yet many times I find myself on the wrong side of the law, doing things that I'm not supposed to do. How do I get there? Because we have this incredible ability to go ahead and turn
No one
things
said they
that
wanted
are
to hear
really
the story,
against
actually.
what I'm saying.
Dude, but one thing in common I
That it's
came
good,
for years
that
ago,
it's right,
too.
that it's correct, that it's warranted. That's happening with Zillow.
He's already got the money. So let's get the show started. Our first comedian tonight is ready for this or what, huh? It's crazy.
Yet Zillow convinces himself
God, so many
this
talented
is
names.
the right
All right, your first comedian
thing.
tonight is Scott Kidd.
Oh, yeah.
And if you truly believe that what you are doing is correct, and you
Professionals.
truly believe that some way, somehow, what you're doing is the proper data to serve me,
Wait, that's
I
old
can't
shit,
stand in your
right?
way. I can't stand in your way. He goes on, he says,
Judge Martin did
he
its
says,
job.
"Bakasha
He's
Shiroi
doing well
Raka
till it.
James left that paragraph. Kima Shuritora Shamakashi
There it is.
We'll move on.
Can we reset the
That's
timer?
tonight. Thank you. Sono, Hamuta,
All right, how y'all
Sorry,
doing tonight? All right, let's get some energy in the room. Yeah.
She wants to
Make
give
some noise. Hello. All right. Wonderful. Great. Strong intro. Anyway, so I work in a casino, and I don't understand. Those are gamblers. I understand them, but I don't understand why they still continue to live. One reason I don't understand them, because when they sit at the table and lose all their money, they go,
Now again, all but it requires two things.
but what they're really thinking is,
Number one, that you genuinely believe that this
just
is
imagine a guy jumping off a building or two trains hitting each other, I don't know, 9/11.
In other words, that you're going to
Yeah,
work
it
hard.
doesn't make any fucking sense.
Those two
And
factors
if
are there.
Asians are good at math, then why do they
Even
spend
if
all their
halakha
time in
like the what? Even
casinos?
if halakha like the not,
Anybody want to answer that question?
there's what will help you along.
All right, I'll say something else racist. So different race. Damn it.
The mayor came out quick on that
That's
one.
why halakha
I
like stuff.
don't think he has a watch either.
And a particular like that, don't automatically
Oh, I'm sorry.
assume
Well,
that
you started
success
out strong.
equals
Yeah,
divine
yeah,
pleasure.
He cheerleaded.
He cheerleaded his way into a good
All
beginning.
success means
And then he
is
hit
that
him strong
I'm
with the
committed
segue.
and I genuinely believe that what I'm doing is correct. But not that's what I'm not
From there,
Skyrocketed to success.
that's right. I'm sorry, I just finished saying I can't wait to not be called out. And then they said my name and I called me. So I figured I'd make an even bigger ass of myself.
And now you realize how scary it is.
It's a good game plan.
A
Yeah,
person
it's
who's
not.
successful,
Did you
however
make an
you
ass
define
out of it? Did you say that
the
too?
person who's
That you weren't going to get ahead.
in a particular
I was
direction in
secretly
life, and yet
like
I can totally go in the wrong
sending
direction.
it to you, Tony.
Totally in the wrong
But then I
direction.
guess you read it.
Which is why that
And
life
yeah.
Yeah, that might be the creepiest shit that you guys have to look right in my eyes and said. I was trying to telepathically send it to you.
It looks like
It's like, that's a
sometimes
weird
in life
attempt.
when
It's better than
you
you
it's
just
hard
I was
to
looking
figure
right
out.
at you.
It's not easy to do a test for that effort. But
It
I
got
realized
weird.
things
And
aren't going well.
he was
I
not
said,
doing
it's
well.
low level.
So then he was like,
Lower.
well, now that they
So if it's
don't
not
like me
going,
as a person, I should go
and it's
racist.
not going, let's just step back and say, okay, how do I course correct?
Interesting.
Sometimes like
There was
everything's going well.
also one part in the
Things
middle
are
of it all
working
in
out.
which he had
I'm
also
being
abandoned
successful.
everybody
It's
liking
in
him
those kinds
out
of
of nowhere. I don't even think in a proper place. Just said the words 9/11. Oh, I'm in this hole now. What's that doing well, though? Because if you just have jokes that don't go well, you can just abandon them and say 9/11. If you repeat that enough, it becomes a good hook. Right. Yeah. Push the government. All your jokes should just fall off a cliff, and then you mention 9/11 and move on to the next joke, and do that again, and be like, so 9/11 anyway. Yeah, maybe end every set with a full suicide bomb.
Another example, this is
No. Get the ice house. Get the ice house. I think if you're going to talk about having a job as niche as a casino worker, you got to try to relate it to jobs that other people have. Oh, that's a great one. Like, can you imagine if you worked at Petco and people got addicted to that or something silly like that? I bet they do. That's great.
Wow, why are we getting judged?
I should get judged for saying that.
There should be a panel of
There should be a panel of lawyers judging the judges. But I don't know. That's just
also he nailed it with the comic jack.
I thought that as soon as he got up here. It's cruelty free.
Left, so I know there was a little bit left behind Kimmel, but it didn't affect him.
Singer, barely made
So
sense.
it's
Anyway,
being days,
stretch.
we started to
Well, I mean, like, where do you get a jacket like that even from? Like, where do you?
Macy's thing, right? It looks like Pacific Sunwear, if I'm being 100% honest. Macy's.
It was Macy's.
Yeah, it is.
Got that at the
Study
DM.
things like that, beautiful idea of the influence of a mother on her son, the influence of a father on his daughters, and the rest of the city. He goes on this idea as well. Yeah,
There you go. We have a lot of people. So there you go. Scott Kidd, everybody. He's got a little something for. He's going for it. So you can take that Petco thing, and in case he wants to just continue to fail, he could have the 9/11 book. So whether he goes good, he's got something, and if he wants to not do good, he could just be that 9/11 comedian. I've heard a lot of people say, I like a lot of comedians, but
it's not exactly how many people are other. A lot of the days numbers
the problem's going to be
and
there's
can
going
be
to
far
be
from
conspiracy
sight.
theorists.
Sometimes the person will look like they will see that the evolved of them is hooking them in a certain way. But opening you had the whole I sent this out yesterday on the WhatsApp as well.
Patriot, what do you think of Scott Kidd?
So the person will see a person look like and they'll see that they're accompanying some level of success. In other words, I'm doing things that Baruch Hashem are being successful. The first, the real though, the oath has carried this Baruch masking, Let's say some experience in general,
He's at
when we're
Devo Kid on
successful
Twitter,
in
by
life,
the way. DEVOKIDD.
that success
Anyway, your next comedian
is the
goes by the name of Jay Metcalf.
It doesn't work both ways. In other words, there are plenty of times in life where I'm not successful, and that's not necessarily a sign of divine displeasure. That can be a sign of a variety of different things. Sometimes I'm not successful. Let's say, not everything is Hashem. Now, let me clarify that. Everything is Hashem. But sometimes I'm not successful in life because I'm not working hard enough. Right? Or sometimes I'm not dedicated enough. Or sometimes it's because it's the wrong outlook, it's the wrong approach. And sometimes it is because the Rosh is upset at me or unhappy with me. Whatever it might be, but certainly the first part usually is how we do things in life. If I am successful, that is a sign that God is happy with me, and in particular, that the Ribono Shel Olam is happy with the particular derech, the particular direction I'm taking, the things that I'm doing. Sharei, in Mokim, Lahaya Ozel Miyuchad. And again, and the logic is very simple. If the Ribono Shel Olam was not happy with what I was doing, he would not give me the after the shrine. He would not provide me with divine assistance, and I would not be successful. I recognize that my success in life only comes because
You don't fight the bear, don't fight the bear.
because of Hashem. Which means that therefore, whenever I encounter success, that's the result of God's involvement. And if God is involved, he must be happy with what it is that I'm doing.
There you go.
He says, in calls that, listen, go to absolutely wild.
Lit up an
In
old
calls
firework.
that, ain't no, not started that in this game after this part.
Fuck yeah, J
But
man.
it says, even if I'm successful in a particular endeavor, that does not mean that what I'm doing is good.
He looked up at the balcony for a look at that one.
It's incredible, no? I know, I
that
said
snort
it's
during
such a
that was actually, yeah, it was a beautiful snort.
Yeah, it was not only a nice snort,
You know, you
but
put one more
Asian
time.
girls
I
still
know
come
when you
around.
see the bunch of successful in something, that's a sign that I can borrow who is blessing.
That really did happen. I totally thought it was you because you should have done it.
You can go
It
ahead
was really
and
ill.
encounter success
That's
in life,
amazing.
and it's
Man,
not a
that's like
lie.
a
It's
ventriloquism.
not
You get
it's
to
not
throw your
about the
snorts.
fact that
Heck yeah.
actions are
G-Beck,
just
do you often get a, do you often draw a lot of snorts from the audience when you're doing
Now, what is
comedy?
that? How am I to understand that success in a particular endeavor does not mean that what I'm doing is good in the eyes of Hashem. Or I could be successful in something,
It's interesting.
even if what I'm doing is not good in the eyes of the
Polio, what do you think of,
Is that
what do you think of J-Mac?
Mishum
Dude, we like him,
شعب
right?
بزنه
Dude, look at him.
هي شنو تاخذ
You're a big hit.
ولما دخل هو ما
Dude, I
تبغى
know
في
you're
درجة
telling me. So did
ومن
all right.
خاص زيادة
Son-in-law's
درجة
the reason why Oklahoma fell in
حفظوا
love with me.
شبدرك شقدم
Yeah,
روسا
bro.
ليريكا
I want to
مولي خنوصا
squeeze
وش
you.
تبغى تتنسى
That is what Polly's actually like, by the way. If you guys have been down
شبدرك
now,
شقدم
but
روسا
wait,
ليريكا
I
مولي
yeah, I wish we could replace Polly with just
life,
anything Polly.
then you don't have to hold on to
If we talk to Mitchie, she'd be like,
I have the feeling. I have two choices. So urgency and begs and excuses. These are the choices in the right place.
oh, that's
But at the end of
great.
the day, it's mine to choose or abuse.
J-Mac, where do you keep
And
your
whatever
bandana
path
thing
I
that when you're like
choose in life,
asleep?
that is the path
I
to
picture you as the kind of guy for
Well,
some
we
reason
sign
like
women
that
at time
with
by
like one of those
giving
sleeping
folks
hats on.
God
One that's
is
like
this.
all of you
God
extended.
is in Hashem Yisbarach Rodzeh.
That's his guy.
Do you really have
God
one? Do
is
you wear
in
You
Hashem
really do.
Yisbarach Rodzeh.
How do you have
Even if
that?
Hashem does not want you to speak his path,
It's a different
he'll
kind of
help you.
interesting question, yeah.
That's the choice I make.
I have
That's
the
what
kind
the
that God
authority
gave you.
helps.
You're going
What's
with
so
the kind
really
you're
two incredibly profound things happening over there.
more or less.
This is really connected.
But
Number one,
you have the American kind.
success is not me or
So yours is the pure American hope.
that I could be successful in
That's the only
something
thing I
in life.
can
And
think of.
still
That's why I think
not
I didn't
doing
know
the
for
right
so long
things
because I'm not
I
overweight.
want to do.
I have
Why
juvenile
is that?
diabetes. I just didn't
Because
get it
the
until
guy
I was
the
30.
road to live, only you know, so Hashem helps
J-Mac,
me.
you were in
Hashem
the
helps
comedy
me down the
boxing
road I
matches
want
a
to
few
go.
weeks ago.
Even if at the end of the day I
And
can
just
just
say,
not feel
the best part
that
about
that
that match was that you
Jara.
chose to wear your shirt.
An incredibly dramatic idea. And as it goes on, because there's
That was
personal
frightening. Oh, yeah.
says there
My
is
belly
an
button
important
was
qualifier.
like, it was like the crater
Incredibly
of killer
important
dinosaurs.
qualifier. It says, Masha Mukazal, Zagara, Shadamotelele, Hanabi Amar, Matifa Badafri, Masha Mukazal, Loma Nazala, Matifa, Shabakabaka Shnamar, Derek, the safest slave, Derek had Torah, Bani, George Yoborel. I knew. Ain't Hashem is also good for qualify because when you think about it,
There should be a certain weight by the
so
law
I
that if you
understand
hit
the
it,
answer
like
to that,
you
other
can't
motivated
not wear a shirt in
so,
public.
and I also understand that a brother
Like,
can say
like
that
it's swimming. I mean,
that
why
I
do
want
you wear your shirt while you're
is
swimming?
not the right direction in the eyes of Hashem. That he follows all of
Do you
what's still
float or sink when you're in a
that
swimming
that's
pool?
what I choose.
Really?
But listen, is that
That's
actually
amazing.
the case? Right? At the end of the day, does that actually nourish? And what if the derech is terrible? And what if the derech is sinful? And what if the derech is harmful? Does it make sense that when you go to the things that help you down that way? So
I can
it's
see him
qualified
swimming
to
with
be
the
a very
shirt off
important way to say.
just because he doesn't want to be like
Lo
Mexicans.
Shalom, derech
It's
HaTorah
true.
B'Hamitzvah.
I mean, he does have
Lo
an American
Shalom,
flag
El
wrapped around his
Oshim
entire right now.
Ve'im Hashem Yisbarach, Misayeya, U'madrich Lo'odom B'Hafsu Esasot,
He's got a great
Elo
underwater
Yishua
Brazilian
B'Daita
body.
Al
He
Kohanim,
looks fat, but you should see him
Oshe
with an
Shuvah
underwater
Derech
body.
HaTorah.
It's like Funhouse Beers. It just works for him.
When do we say the derech HaAdam Motiveh Motiveh?
There
The
you go.
fact that I
It's
can
J-Mac,
follow for one
everybody.
thing to
J-Mac.
say, the fact I wanted to be better myself, one thing, there's only one prerequisite. You have to
The
believe
name
in
of that
the
joke, by the way, there's also a one
You have
area
to
on these
believe that the
sign-up
path
sheets
that
where
you're taking
sometimes
in life
people
is
write down
fully
their
the love
topic. There's a
If you
space
believe
for it.
that
And the
the
name of
path
that
that you're taking in
he
life
just talked about
is
up
the
here is
true
what he
and
calls
correct path,
reverse
then Hashem will help you down
stereotypification.
that path. Even if what?
That's the name of that.
The reverse
Reverse
knows it's not right.
stereotypification. Scott Kidd
Social
talked about
knows, you know,
smoking.
can you
That's not what he
imagine?
talked
I
about.
won't
He
talk
didn't
about
mention
this.
that whatsoever.
So
Scott
the
is a
those
fucking liar.
and probably
It
thinks
provides
about
some
the
different
things
stuff.
each and every day that
Should
everyone
have
does in
stuck with the
different
smoking thing. Yeah, no kidding.
Like you just imagine you just sit there, you know,
All right.
shaking your
Polly,
mind
I've
head
been
like
fine.
right? Everybody thinks they know my will, and everyone thinks that they're my ambassador. Everyone thinks,
Ooh, this
right,
looks
if they
like
would
a new
only
name. Put
really
your
like
hands
to be
together for
able to, you
Joe.
know, a lot of times in life, we are quote unquote performing the Ratzon Hashem, and it's not the Ratzon Hashem I'm performing, it's the Ratzon Hatzmi. It's my own will I'm performing. I just happen to go ahead and be cloaking it in the will of Hashem. So subject to something absolutely amazing and qualifies a very complex concept, which is the derech she'adam motiveh molichin so. Hashem says, listen, you choose it bad, I'll help you on it. The prerequisite to that is you have to believe that what you're doing is correct. If you truly believe that your derech is the pursuit of Ratzon Hashem, or your derech is the pursuit of absolute emes, then Hashem says, right, listen, Whether I agree or disagree, you have the freedom, and they'll help you down that path. Like, the most incredible extreme example of this, right? That's the most incredible extreme example of that. The most the most extreme example.
Staying here. I don't care.
Sorry.
Okay, I went to Cinco de Mayo.
No, Governor Mela.
Blonde girl, she was very drunk, falling on
You'll,
everybody.
Paro. Right? Paro is the most extreme. Right? Because you also remember again, we often unfortunately comment on this. Right? Actually, this Reptilic is in a quote below as well. But if you think about this, Paro is the cat's I could Paro can take away Paro's Vira because Paro ultimately again he understood. He's looking at it as punitive to a certain degree. It is but Lamaisa, the removal of Paro's Vira ultimately allowed him to do what he wanted to do, which was to be defiant and to stand up. Now again, Paro did not believe in that himself. Paro believed that he was the king. Right? Right? Paro couldn't, he was the deity.
Joe, you know what I liked about your material is that I couldn't tell when Jim started and ended. I want to tell you this until you said next one, right? So that didn't work. Like, I didn't even know it was anything. Is it just me? I mean, you guys were completely silent.
I was supposed to be funny though when I said, well, I finished fucking you.
More than anything of us.
But
what was she saying?
Believing something.
I thought you said that she said the same thing as you.
And we have
I said
absolutely
was,
no
she said,
passionate
Joe, I don't have
conviction.
visions fucking.
Right? People are so paranoid. People are so paranoid. And the truth is, they can go through life,
But why would she tell you that she doesn't have
like, what
visions?
do I actually believe in
I asked her out.
an exciting way?
You
What
asked
do
her
I
out on a
actually
date.
believe in?
How did you say that? Like, how did that go?
What is it that counts? Well, it says, the
I
death
just
of the
walked right up to her
if
and
you
said that out
believe in
to her.
something, if you believe in
called her?
something,
I called her.
I'll help you.
How'd you get her
I may not believe in it, guys. I may not agree with it. But as long as you really believe that this is Emes, and you really believe that this is the Ratzon
So you're in
Hashem,
Hawaii.
then I'll
Yeah,
help
I've been
you
there
along.
about 18 years.
But you have to really believe it. And that's why we do not have to stop a bit for today. That's why looking back at the end of the day, a person can see success
How did
in
you
a
find
particular
out that
area
she
of
had
life.
broken up with her
But
boyfriend?
that success is not
How did she tell you?
necessarily indicative that what I'm doing is doing for the eyes of our responsibility.
You
I
what?
say, by the way, the
You got
muscle
fed up with her working part time for 10 years.
credits to a
But
human
where were
parent as
you
well.
when she told you this
Many
information?
times our children
Wish you
make
were now.
choices, and
Were you
I
staying
think
at that
that is
hotel?
very
No,
important,
I used to go visit her.
a very important.
You used to just show up
But
at
they
the hotel.
believe this is the right
See, now I think we're getting somewhere. Here we go. So you used to show up at the hotel that she worked at, but you weren't staying there doing anything.
You
You're just
believe in
there.
this.
I was just
So
visiting
what
her.
parents often do,
Even though she had a
right?
boyfriend.
Not only do they not stand in the way, but sometimes they're even
I
supportive.
don't know what's
Sometimes
crazy.
they're
I
even supportive. Because when I
don't know what's crazy. The fact that you would show up at that hotel regularly, or the fact that she would update you on her boyfriend breaking up
that
with
it's
her.
right? No. Is it indicative that I agree with it? Absolutely not. But sometimes you have to let people believe in the things that they
Where did
believe.
Sandy work?
The subject says, the actual other ones related to religion also.
Oh, she's
If you have to believe it.
Did
You
she
have
have
to
a boyfriend
actually
too?
believe, you have to believe in something with a fiery and a fierce conviction. And if I don't respond, listen, you believe in it,
I think there's
then
a
I'll help
chance
you.
that maybe there's
Then I'll help you. I might not agree, but I'll help you.
There might
Therefore,
be a
says
chance,
Upsal,
but
be
I'm
very, very
amazed that she
careful.
would tell you that
Because
she
sometimes
didn't.
we're successful in something like you think that's meaning.
So you said,
Temple, right?
how did she gave you her number
On
too?
what I'm
That's
doing.
interesting.
And
She's
sometimes
like one of those girls likes hanging out with other guys and not girls.
Upsal takes incredible self-awareness to live through life and to really think about.
Did you ever hang out with her outside of the hotel where she was
Success
working?
is not always the metric of divine pleasure or divine happiness with my life choices. Sometimes the Baruch who helps me because I believe that this is the right thing. But I have to be self-aware and perspective enough to really try to figure out is what I'm doing through these directions. All right, well, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again session with this tomorrow.
How many chicks have you killed before?
How many girls?
Yeah.
Should I include prostitutes and strippers? Yeah, no, that guy.
Just innocent victims.
Let's see. When I had hair, 8, then
All right.
Chicago.
It's about 3 chicks.
No. Well, in school I was pretty good. Tied in school.
Wait, you just went from 8 to 9.
5.
Joe, I'm pretty sure we're all going to have to testify in court after your appearance here tonight. So, thank you. And you guys have any questions or anything for Joe, guys?
Dude, I killed Stephen Baldwin's career.
True. You and Christ.
All right, we're just
I know, babe. Don't
Really want that sequel, don't you?
Yeah, dude.
You think the Baldwin would ever do that?
Dude, he's been calling me up to do it. But it's like, he wants to do it without cursing and no drug references.
You're out of fashion.
Yeah, dude, you gotta have that stuff.
Remember again,
But
over
most
the
Nicky
over
Punch,
over
but most
on the
Nicky.
Facebook, we've been privileged to see the developed spiritual DNA of Amish, highlighting this idea that different people
Sure.
throughout our
Yeah.
history
Yeah.
have given
How dare you?
I like how he wears a Hawaii shirt to do Hawaii materials.
And shorts.
It really nails it. Really hammers it home.
You know what? Maybe that first guy should have worn his
that
casino.
if one is able to
Yeah, I was
put
thinking the
within
same
himself
thing.
these
The little
particular
green
traits,
visor might have
one
really
is
taken it up.
of his spiritual personality. So remember again,
Yeah.
when he had,
Joey,
well,
I'm
we're
on
not going to go
Twitter
through all of them again, but we are but we'll see that again, each of these traits in their own way represent
You know what? I wish
something
he's
unique.
ready to date, but he's not ready to
Spiritual
tweet.
tapestry on himself.
He's not
So
ready.
whenever
At least he
Exalted
knows where he
says something
stands.
like
Should
beautiful,
always
it
be like a
says,
driver's license. You should
Vircha
have to
Lucas,
be able to show you can tweet
Vircha
before they give you
says
that
as follows,
privilege.
Vircha Lucas משפט השפטים ובאתי אבות
Have you
שמפורש
seen my
בתורה
Twitter?
ותקני
Actually,
חלוקת
you're one of the only people
המעלות
I ever had to
המיוחדות
follow
בהם
immediately unfollow.
בשלמות המידות.
What
So
do
the
you
Rebbe says
mean?
that, you know, it's interesting because so
Paulie,
many
if you think
times
if I
in
were
the
to
Torah,
ask Sandy
Am Yisrael is
what
divided
some
by
of his
families,
favorite
by
Paulie
Bati
tweets
Avos,
that he's
by
seen, what would they be?
Mishpachos. So of course that's nothing new to us. But the Rebbe says that embedded in this
But
idea
to
of
God
being divided by
save
families is also representative of the fact that different groups
Wow.
possess different midos. Different groups use different midos. וגם בייחוד בהלכות כל עם של כל משפחה ומשפחה שנזכרה שם, כמו חנוך, חנוך, חסרון, וחמי וכדומה, מחזיק בשלמות מידה מסוימת, ומחלה ופגיעה להם כאילו לדרה. The Rebbe says the way it works in those משפחות, and the Torah goes out of its way to highlight this family and that family, because generally families inherit the
Yeah,
traits
that's not
of
true
their
at all.
familial
The fact you just
ancestors,
said.
which means that different families really personified or excelled
There you go.
in
Our
different
next comedian,
areas,
everybody,
different
goes
midos,
by the name
different
of
areas of life. What is that? A master of Hanukkah Hasidos, which feels enough influence to Israel, but also that Hayam of the Avodah. Listen, this is incredibly beautiful. Rebbe says, listen, let's think about this a bit
I
more.
learned quick that
He
you gotta
goes,
be a
right?
color
So remember
appropriate.
again, the
But I
Nida
didn't
of
know it applied
Yosef,
to Hollywood. I was walking down the
the
street
Nida
on
of
Hollywood
Yosef,
Boulevard.
Yosef was a
And I was
tzaddik.
approached by this
So
gay
he spoke of the
girl
idea that
that came up
the
behind
Nida
me
of
like,
being
what
a
up,
tzaddik
kids?
is
What
the
you doing out
ability
there,
of
football?
someone to maintain
And I was stunned.
a heightened sense of morality, even when being bombarded
It
by
wasn't gonna go
temptation.
well if I got
So
jumped by
the
what
family of
somebody
Yosef
around here.
excelled in that
So,
Nida.
I
David
didn't know what I
Amalek,
was gonna do. I got
family
in
of
trouble.
David, were
I went back to
Hasidim.
my roots.
See, not
When I was
Hasidim
like,
like Barat Tzaddik, right? But
I
they
don't know
personified
anything
the
about
need
the
of
Hasidic
Hasidus, which is the
I'm just
ability
trying
to
to
be
get up over
fully
here.
and fully
And
embedded
they let me go.
in
And they were like, he
Avodah
wanted to go to the
Hashem,
next
in
time.
the service of the Ribono Shel Olam. Well,
That's
so
it.
think about this just a moment. Imagine that the offspring of Yosef and the offspring of
Fuck
David
yeah.
get together. They get together. Are they the
Hell
same?
I mean, you killed it more than the other people.
No.
I have that
No.
same
Who's
punchline
better?
for a lot of my
Who's
jokes.
better? They're both wonderful. They're just different. They're
Dude,
just
that's one of my jokes
Yeah.
for
You're excited to trying to highlight something absolutely incredible.
I stole the
Which is so kind of
Dude,
unique to the
sometimes people
dramatic
just, have the same thought.
that the goal
That's
is
true.
I always like
conformity.
like a brother.
The goal is conformity. Everyone should
Oh,
look
you're
the
going
same.
racist.
Everyone should be the same.
What do you
Everyone should act the
Dude,
same.
I was in the
But in
wash.
fact, that's
Shut the
never
fuck
been the
up.
goal. Right? So let's think
Wash,
about
I don't
it.
even know
What did we
about
just
that.
learn?
Dog and
We
Dre.
just learned that all of our great people throughout history
Oh,
personified
that's what
different
they
egos.
call it.
David
I've
didn't
always
have
found
the
it a
ego
little
of
crazy
Yosef,
that
and Yosef
gangs
didn't
do,
have the ego of David, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have the ego of Yaakov. Yaakov was with Moshe. Everyone personified their own particular midah, and they pass those midos on to their children, which means that their mishpachos develop differently than one another. And the Tzaddik says, so what's the takeaway message? He says, so certain families were stronger in a particular area. Going Halazim, the midah Takar Shebahem, ואילו האחרים חפץ נוסעים בזום. And other families, right, were more proficient in different midos. כגון, בני יוסף, שעיקר עבודתם היא בשמירה נזרפות. example, children of Yosef, again, ultimately tzaddik, certain morality, they were stronger in this particular area. Unknown.
Anybody ever tried to get you in a gang?
So what does he say? Every one of these matters were true. Otherwise, one thing to be clear, but something when he was going through the order, okay, I want to be clear, with the exception of Moshe Rabbeinu, how did he order the midos? How did he order them? In chronological order. And he wasn't ranking, this is more important, this is less important. They're all great. He puts Moshe at the end because Moshe Rabbeinu personified a different type of music, which was just different than anything else. But he says they're all amicus. You support these Yisrael, Shaykhus Akulon. Now let's remember again, when we learn this, we have a Shaykhus. Remember the way this works, the Tzaddik said, he got in the beginning, the person personified the Midah. He then passed it down to his children. But then it becomes the purview of all itself. So when we learn this, we see these titles like, I look at this and I say to myself, okay, what do I want to work on? Maybe I need to be a little more of a Yosef. Maybe I need to be a little bit more of a David. A little bit more of a Moshe. What do I need to work on? Because they're all shayach to me. Elu, to the Mishpachim, the Banim, Bolko, Yosef, B'Kachachot, Kumala, Harris, Bolko, Komatas, Yosef, B'Kashnia. So I'll say, and again, when you look around the world, when I say around the world, you look around Israel.
Fuck yeah, Jonathan Tumblin. He's J Sherlock T on Twitter at J Sherlock T.
No one is
Flip.
strong.
What's the name of that?
All
What's the name of the
areas. Not one of
We
us.
should always bring
I
black
know
people
the
up
topic
with
is
it.
saying is
Yeah,
there
that's
anyone
funny.
who possesses all of the
Patriots
Beatles?
known for
What's
his
the answer?
accidental racism.
The
He's
answer?
originally from Texas.
I think the answer is you possess all of these Beatles,
Just doesn't
but
know
you
any
don't.
better.
No one
Exactly what he's
possesses
saying.
all of them
You'll notice it
with
pops
the
up
same
sometimes
level of
like a
intelligence.
Patriot. What you
In
think
other
of
words,
Jonathan
it's
Tumblin?
human nature that we gravitate towards certain things and we excel in certain things. So can I have a little bit of all of these Beatles? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I become proficient with all of these Beatles? Most probably not.
Went off on a real.
Probably not. He goes on, in the Olam, Tachlis Kulam, but he says that's okay.
What did he say?
He says again, Elubishpashtusam, the Banim Boltos, Boletos Malazu, Yosef Bekasachos, Umala Cheres Boletos, Yosef Bekasachos. And so ultimately, again, you'll find these mitos coming out in different ways, in different groups. We Olam,
Have you ever been with the
Tachlis
chick that
Kulam,
had hairy
Bahagiyah,
legs?
Lishlemus, the Chol HaMalos, Kideli, Gabi, B'Shul, Hashem.
Have you ever been with a
What's
chick?
my stated goal?
Oh yeah, but it has been a while. When's the last two
It's to
times you
try
went
to
to
be
the
all of these levels. That's my goal. Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way by all of these goals? Probably not. But that's okay. Someone goes, yes, that goal, even if you hope, because probably not going to fully reach them. You still have to have them. He goes on and says, look, in Amr Chazal, our couple is beautiful. And Amr Chazal, our Kola Machlotis, we spoke about those being fascinating, I thought of Israel. And Avaz, Miklihutin, Nashoseyan, Uma'alos, Hanatas, Hakayamos, Chazel, Yosef, yes. So okay, this now gets even more important. The Tzaddik says, when you look in Halom, and you find Machlotis, and again, that's really very much the topic of the next case as well. Look at Machlotis. The Tzaddik comes with, where did Machlotis come from? Okay? A Machlotis is Shem Shemai. Remember again, this is very apropos. Right? This is last part of Parshas Torah. It's Machlotis is Shem Shemai, Machlotis is Shalom Shem Shemai. When you speak about Machlotis, you read Machlotis. Like even tomorrow, you read a Machlotis. Where does the Machlotis come from? Those are the Tzaddik houses. The often Machlotis comes from
The Sugar Shack.
because people see
Did
the
you ever
world in
fuck during
different
that?
ways. Because a dying might be proficient in one midah, and Rava may be proficient in a different midah. And that
Have you
Nida
ever tried to fuck any of
shaped
your
the
Twitter
world
followers?
view. So we'll say a machlokes that shapes Shemayim means two people each coming to the table with proficiency in a different
Can I ask
Nida
you
of the
something? If
Nidos
you had
we
a girl that
discussed,
adored
and
you
it was
because of
seeing
your
the
solo
world
with
through
the
that
costume
lens.
on,
Are they
you
both
fuck her
correct
with the
lenses?
costume
Are they
on?
both correct lenses? Absolutely. But they're different.
No
But
hesitation there
they're
whatsoever.
different.
I don't
And
think you
you've
got the
started to
final
cause
word out on that.
that's where machlokes comes from. Because some Chazal call machlokes used to call those coming to Yisrael. Kalavanas Mizrahitim
What would your court
Nafsosem,
name be?
Uma'alos Hanefesh HaKayamos
Would be
B'zeh
the Iron
Yosem Ezeh,
Patriots' core
V'elu
motto.
V'elu Divrei Elokim Hayim, La'akol Emes.
Wait, share your
Yeah,
banana.
we'll say, on certain type of machlokes, we say, Ezu V'elu Divrei Elokim. You have to be careful with this because,
Hey, Iron
you know,
Patriot, we
it's a
actually have
beautiful
a
idea.
lady in the
Ezu
audience.
V'elu,
It's
yes,
in the adult
these words and
industry.
these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next post. That was how the Ribono Shalom described the machlokes Shammai and Hillel. It doesn't apply to every machlokes, right? To be clear, sometimes there's a
Do you
machlokes
ever work with the Iron
that is right, there's
Patriot?
one person is wrong. Not everything is always right, but often when it comes to machlokes, like you see in the Gemara, you see Edu the looking high. Yes, these are both correct.
We're
But
already
how can people
questioning
correct?
whether or
Right?
not
Doesn't
because
make any sense.
Marvel in
Out
some
of my sense of
forms,
study,
it's
because when both people see the world through beautiful and magnificent needles as you described, but they're different. But they're different, often their conclusions
well, we already found
are
the
not the
solution
same.
actually because we
Yes,
want to
they
avoid,
can both be
there's
correct,
been
but
rumors
obviously
of a
again, Lama
lawsuit,
Halacha,
pending
you have to
lawsuit,
choose the path
death
forward, right? You
squatters
can't
and
accept everybody's opinion,
and
you have
we
to choose
wouldn't
the
want
path
any,
forward.
we
He says,
wouldn't want anything of the such, so I think we're going to bring up,
Yeah, we're gonna start
Le'aka Shakol,
bringing beards.
so Zera
We're gonna
Kodesh,
try
Kubai
some different
Kodesh,
looks for you.
Lekol
For
Machlokes
hipster
Beineihem,
bullshit.
Urakti La'avodat Hashem. Yeah, it was like, again,
I think you could call yourself the Rocketeer because I think
because
that
a lot of
counts.
times you see
Because
Machlokes
you're
in the
something
Gemara.
that's gonna
It's not in the Gemara right now.
Yeah,
Where
it's
does the
gonna
Machlokes
fit on
come
the
from?
head and call
The
yourself
other
the Rocketeer.
is that Machlokes
really
comes
appreciate
from
it.
the fact that
Those supposed
one
to be a
Tanakh
giant
brings to the table one particular Nida. Maybe he's a
Wow.
David, and the second
Yeah,
Tanakh, maybe
Laserdisc
he is
is the
a
best way to watch
Yaakov.
them live.
And because that's the Nida they excel in, and that's the Nida which shapes them, that's the Nida which creates
Back
the
to
world.
the
That's the
bucket we
Nida which
go on
creates the
that
lens
note.
through which
Our
they
next
see the
comedian
world.
is
And therefore,
Maria.
again, even when arguing halacha, that's how they're going to see their reality. Who's right? Who's right? They're both right. They're just coming from different, correct, beautiful, spiritual perspectives. That's the
I was a
Elu,
virgin
the
until I
Elu,
was
Divrei
20.
Elohim.
I was even in
They're
a club
both
called
correct
Abstinence
because
at
they're both
School.
espousing needles
Because I
necessary
was
for
waiting to fall in
yourself.
love.
That's one of
And
my those
I
that
found
I
it.
think we're
I
going to
fell in love
cover
with sex.
because we'll have to conclude
Thank
is
you.
this idea
We're going on a
that
year
we've
and a half,
just
and
seen
we're thinking of
the
taking our
smorgasbord of
relationship to the
needles.
next
And listen, I
level.
want to point out,
Anal.
you'll see these numbers, there's so many, aren't there so many more
Excited.
needles in the world than needles?
But that being said, I've
Yeah.
only had sex
It's
with
probably
one
just
guy,
telling before the
and
primary
it totally
categories.
works in my
If you
favor.
delve
So,
into
like,
this more, you'll
whenever
find
we're in
that
a fight,
each
I
of
gotta
these
hit him.
categories of
Or so
needles,
like,
there are more subdivisions of needles. But La Mesa,
and then when we're
these
happy,
are the
it's
primary
still the worst fuck
categories
I've ever
of
had.
needles. And the stuff
He's
it
7
says,
years older
although
than
the
me,
goal
and
would be
I
for
love older
everyone
guys.
to
But
possess all
there's
of
one
them,
thing that they do that I
most
cannot
of us end up
stand.
becoming
I'll be talking to guys who
physicians
find
in
out that I'm
specific
21,
areas.
and then they'll be like,
And this is like, first of all,
am
figure
I
out
gonna
what
get
area we're
arrested
focused
for
on.
talking to
Which I
you?
think part of our role is now that we've seen these needles to figure out, okay,
Meanwhile, you're talking
what
to
do
me.
I need to work on? Who do I need to resemble a bit more in my life? And I don't think it's one person for the rest of our lives. I think it's one person for now. And however, when we go ahead and really reach the level of accomplishment in a particular area of legal development, then America Hashem is trying to go on to the next thing. And so on and so forth. We make our way through the Olam Hamidah, working on ourselves more from external. It comes with probably it's so important to recognize that our goal is not to be the same. It's very important. Because often we think that Achdos demands conformity. But that's not true. Achdos means that everybody should become the best version of themselves. Everybody should develop a Midah that they feel speaks to them the most. There's no one that's more right. There's no one that's more wrong. Because absolutely everyone is fundamentally necessary. Each of the Midos are fundamentally necessary. So let's stop a little bit. There's so much more to talk about on this. we'll stop over here for
Yeah,
we're
it
gonna
was
pick
that
up
they
again
he
tomorrow.
played a, it's another thing, much
Gimel.
like the Rocketeers
Building
that we
on
haven't
this
thought
idea,
of in quite a
you know,
while.
the level takes it
Whiskey
in
business.
a
Yeah,
dramatically
you like
different
this
direction. Okay,
situation.
this was again, I know how much
It was Polly Short
learning this paper in the morning is so focused and so powerful. The subject never had to
Fuck yeah, well what an
put it in
interesting perspective you must have as a
This
21-year-old. How long have you lived in
the
LA?
paper in the morning, you know, we have we become the spiritual children. Giving this to the Torah,
At least
in
two.
an incredible
You're,
way.
you're
Not
okay.
only the benefits from the Torah, but how did I know
When did
this
you first have
benefit
sex?
from
How
the
long
Torah
was
as well?
It was on my, well, I was technically 19, but also 20. It was like on my 20th birthday, so
Jesus, women are so fucked up like that.
I'm saving it for the evening. But yeah.
Yeah, I think just, more fucking.
cool. I can do
All
that.
right.
You really gonna do it, Have you done it,
Tried.
Oh,
Didn't work out.
Never heard tip on
So we
No,
left
it
off yesterday.
didn't work.
Oh, because he was cleaning or something?
I know. I want to try again, but
So picking up which
So
Alex.
smiling. You gotta have a glass of red wine and a Valium.
Pretty sure he just
No, okay.
pretty sure he just heard Red Band coming as plans. Like I heard this weird liquid release and like little splash. I actually heard fuck yeah. How long you been doing stand-up?
Almost a year and a half.
Where a person desires
6
nothing
months of pre-fucking
other
comedy.
than
No, I was a virgin when I started. So I had a lot of material that
my
emerged and
particular
then
personal
I had to
desires, all of
scrap
my
all of
human
that out.
desires, are
Finally,
somehow sublimated, are somehow relegated to a secondary status, a secondary field in light of the requirements
Did you
of all
find anyone at a comedy show ever
this
related to your
concept
virgin material?
is established with the opposite. The Mishnah says,
Most of the
I
guys.
say it so far, so
some girls like out of
Make
the
the
video
lesson
mood,
of
like they're
Hashem
proud of me.
your lesson.
Why did you choose to remain a virgin for so painfully long?
I was waiting for love.
I can struggle between what I want and what HaKadosh
Yeah,
Baruch
you're
Hu
21.
wants.
Well, that'll.
And often there's very different
I
things.
can't
What
wait
I want,
until
I'd like
she's
to do
25
A, B,
to
C,
see the
D,
fucking
and I
material.
think Baruch Hu sometimes tells you,
So, I do a lot of anal, and
you actually do. You want to do something totally different. And the whole
That's gonna be soft. It's gonna be a beautiful set, though.
somehow making my Ratzon HaKadosh Baruch Hu
did I announce that last name right? Now we're with the K.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ratzon,
An
my
hour.
Ratzon.
Wow.
If at the end of the day,
Weird subject matter to talk about how you just had sex and you only had sex with one person. Because it automatically makes us all think like,
Baruch Hu wants,
now we're all thinking about sex while looking at you.
Sure.
And so it's very weird.
Is
that
But at least it's not like a dirty way.
No, it's in a really very dirty
no
way.
one wants
I'm thinking like fucking your ass while fucking a dildo at the same time and shit.
Sure. I'm not talking about that though.
It's amazing that you have that stuff like that in the back of your brain to use when the time still isn't right.
And honestly, but when you talk about it, you're so beautiful when you talk about such a thing like this, you automatically kind of like, I got brainwashed, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I know, look at the mic. Jesus. It's weird sitting next to dudes with boners on the stage. That's so weird, but it's only weird because it's out of his passion. Would you fuck her? Would you fuck her boyfriend to get to her? Is that her boyfriend, the guy right now? He'll take her from behind, and you take her from behind him. But anyways, what I was saying is that it is distracting when you bring up sex and you're so innocent and beautiful looking. So like, be prepared that like your material is probably going to be a lot of guys going, instead of like. Another option is to keep the material and get fat theories. Yeah, always a Patriot. What did you think of me?
That's why I'm going to constant anal sex can be dangerous. When you get a habit, you might have to wear diapers. Just follow. Let me tell you about this place. Let me tell you how amazing it is.
That's basically, it's pretty much as good as I think Dr. Drew would say it if he was here. So,
No, I was like so afraid that he was gonna look at them actually.
That ultimately, again, the Prophet did not need to do this.
What's
The
wrong
good
with your
thing about
feet?
being God is you say
It's
something people
retarded on
have to
those.
I don't know, it just like freaks me out
so
doing
as
it.
well as just let Adam go. He wants to have that
Shoes you're wearing.
and once this becomes the
Naked shit. It looks like you're not wearing shoes.
what my goal in life is that I want to develop
there you go. See, he already looked. That's why he said he wasn't going to look. He already
I
looked.
wanted to be living 120 years and there's this war between what God wants from me and what I want from
How
you.
long do
I
you
don't
think she was
want
on the
that.
stage until you had to
Instead,
look at
what
her
I
feet?
really want is I
Tell the truth.
Sono
Tell
call
the truth.
Sono with Sono call. I want to make up the call from will, my will. I want us to be on the same
Yeah.
page. God, I want us to
Actually, you're
be.
not. We can
That's
see where
what
you're
you
looking,
want
and it's
for
only
me
within like
out
a
of
30
life.
degree
I
radius.
want
So.
from you out of life.
Seriously, Patriot,
Says
what part of her being up here did you look at her
He
feet?
says, Shem Chassid. What's the Chassid? The Chassid ultimately, again, is a person who just wants the
That's
Ratzon.
right, Patriot. When you
The
have a
Chassid
foot
is the
fetish, you
person
own that
ultimately,
shit.
again,
I
his
don't know.
Ratzon,
You're the
his
only
will
girl
of
that I know
life
that
is
has a
what
foot
he
fetish.
wants.
Would you consider
Is
going
simply
to
that
podiatry
Baruch
school?
Hu wants for. That's the level of Chassidus. Goes on. Zocha David Amalek Alav Shalom. So David Amalek was Zocha.
What'd she say?
She said she didn't want to tell me.
That's a
In the
perfect
in
answer.
the
That's
color,
exactly
you know,
what I
open
would
up.
say too. We
You
can
quiet it,
hour
and you
everybody.
within himself. Now listen, which is David Amalek was the device of an example.
She's got an O-ring
Because
that doesn't
remember
even
again,
let
if
dicks
you ask
in
David
at this
Amalek,
point.
what did he want out of life?
Very,
David
very
Amalek had
tight.
simple
Most
goals
chicks
and
at 21 are
aspirations.
just,
And what were they?
they're on the city
He was
already
younger.
nowadays.
That's all he
You know,
wanted.
this
He
guy
did not
already
want
phone
anything
recording.
more
Yeah, I think
complex,
that's what's happening.
anything more complicated, anything more profound out of life, right?
Because
All
they'll
he
be full
wanted
looking back.
out
You're
of
surely
life
going to get a
was to
DM
be
in about 13 minutes.
and to have a sense of
You like how I put it powder in?
That's
It's
all.
that easy.
And what actually
Hey,
Baruch
welcome
Hu
to
wants
show
from him
business,
is
kid.
something dramatically different. The Ribbon Shalom really
Yes.
hoisted the mouthpiece upon us.
That's interesting.
Without a has a
Bruce
choice. I
Boyman.
could either spend my entire life
Oh, wow.
lamenting what I would have liked for myself, or I can embrace the rest of
Fuck yeah.
And that's when you embrace the rest of He becomes David Malcolm Yeshua. He becomes David Amelech, again, the father of a dynastic monarch, the father of the Messianic line. So that says the Tzaddik is Hasidus. He goes on to Mela King, Nochalo, the Olam Kozar, the David Acharov, Lihios, the Ma'alas Chassid. Chassid, the Acharis, Yamin, the Sabta Ha'aris, Mishpachas, the Tzaddik, the Tia Mishpachas, the Fedes, the Chut, the Pnei Chashivusan, the Fedes, the Osid, the Hu Mitzad Ma'alas, David Acharov. Says the Tzaddik. And again, in the future, or leaving aside the future. So one thing to remember, Tzaddik has the same model for everything. You have an individual who acquires a particular mitzvah, and then what happens, that individual inculcates that mitzvah within his mishpachah, within his family, and once that mitzvah becomes accessible to that particular mishpachah, then what occurs, then ultimately again, it becomes the purview, or it becomes accessible to the rest of the world. Was it a progression of this mitzvah of Chassidus? And by the way, once you know that this is the mitzvah of David Amelech, you actually see this concept without sacred prayer. It's actually
Wow, that's a minute. I am an instant fucking fan of Andrew
over
Boyman.
and over and over.
It's cool
I say
because
it's
he
so
reminds me,
so
like,
I
from the
don't
waist
want
up, he's
to
like a
live
dad,
in
but then from the
I
waist
want
to the
your
knees, he's
Lord,
like
one
stone
of
cold.
This is
Yeah,
the Abbas Sha'ati Yisrael Usu.
you are your
This is the race I said.
yeah. And I'm sure it won't be long until he has the two black knee braces, so it actually is just going to grow more and more into stone cold from the waist up.
But instead of piercing and crushing medicine,
Chris, I love your fucking style, man. Like, you'll do a joke and then it goes right into something like some kind of interesting. I love the bark and the kibbles. I mean, I didn't like
my
the nipples and clits
that
that
becomes
much, but
the
when that
active
part came out,
of every single thing.
iTunes
I
changed
say
it
with
immediately.
Sono, with Sony Pro, we go to avoid that conflict by making the rhythm to revolve over my will, send them something. That's
It's like
going to be the
fucking crazy ass
So
technology
the
to record
to
this.
pick up the rest of them with the
We got it
bikini, the
special.
Sonata was being covered. They
The
discussed
short
it.
sleeve business shirt
Interesting
definitely
tomorrow
would
child.
suit. But he's got a cubicle job now.
Here's being a chiropractor.
You were a chiropractor?
I'll tell you something.
Figured you'd go into career change and start cracking people up, huh? Am I right? Chiropractor joke, Steve. I've been waiting to do that for 9 years.
All right, so we'll say
Well, you know, a
good morning,
chiropractor
we're
is
going
up
to
for
see you today
Obamacare
in
pays
the
for this
session
kid.
of the
Look at I work up to a
Sunday
robot.
days.
Fucking Obama. Fucking Obama. The mayor is angry that you tried that joke out at that time.
I think that joke would have worked if he had a parking or release laugh like sound effect.
Can you do the eunuch just that whole part again? At the end of that? Just say the word
They
eunuch.
then passed down those particular
Is that what you
kids
do?
to their responsible families. And
Did
subsequently,
it
once
differently
those
that
kids
time.
became embedded in those
Still in
families,
love with you.
ultimately, again,
So what do you do now? How long have you been in LA? You live in LA?
they become accessible to regular individuals as well. What they bring over the course of first time is going through these primary characteristics, going through these primary traits of different individuals. So we actually started last week with the media of symptoms being inside. I'm picking up on what you read. So we actually read a lot of this.
So I turned her into
We
Homeland
read a
Security.
lot of this already. So remember again, we started to put back the idea that minor change cycle. And those people that lose flexibility, the area has to get left hand power. Marvel change cycle. Marvel being decided that when you someone have risk, look up at your shape on time. Remember again, the studies explain.
And I'm sure Patriot, you must be a really big fan of Patriot. You must be a really big fan of Bruce because I'm pretty sure that underneath the suit, you guys are about the same age, right?
And he represents his body just like you. None other than your shape on time. And we talked about this idea last week.
Oh, Jesus, well, take it easy on me.
Bombarded by constant he has the ability to go ahead and make strong. The ability
Good
to go
valid
ahead
point.
and
Thank
experience.
you. Thank you, Patriot. Meanwhile, the guy that was making your suit had health issues with whatever paint or whatever the fuck's on that. And you
Moral
trimmed your
adversity.
body and then
That
God
says
only
the
knows how
subject
long.
is the notion of
Wait, the guy that wears an Iron Man suit is the same guy that sculpted your uniform?
The sanctity of the Maccabee, the sexuality. So the study then went on and explained that this is why Yosef has the
Fuck
ability,
yeah, there you
Yosef
go.
only
Bruce is
the
up here for
Yosef
this. Yeah,
has
Bruce,
the
thank you
ability
so
to
much.
go ahead
Please come back. Sign up again soon. Very funny. Just hold the microphone like a priest reading. Oh, he's shut business cards. Yeah. Oh, shit. He insulted us and called us officer.
against the will of God. I think
He doesn't have a Twitter handle, but you can call him at. No, I'm just kidding.
everything is left. Nothing matters. Everything is content. And no matter what happens in the world, a moment to yield to the reality of the existence of the Ribbon.
I had no idea who this
enough,
was, and I saw
a
the card.
moment to know they have the same exact color. It's the same strength. They just use it different ways. What they do, Yosef's actual is not against the left hand strength, but Yosef's actual is for the left hand strength. Like, no matter what happens to Yosef, Yosef will not will not be there. Yosef
I don't know
will
where
not
your
lose
ex-wife is, but I think she can see
So
this
it's the
winning
same
now. Hell yeah,
exact
man. Totally.
It's the same exact caricature.
All right.
She
Yet
would have got the money.
interesting enough, just used fundamentally different ways.
Did it
So
not go well, the
if you
verdict?
look on page Kufnon, Be'uria Hasidus,
Well, feel free to come back here. Use this place as an outlet. One more time for Bruce Boyd, everybody. Find it in streams. Great sense of humor. Keep rocking it, Bruce. Fans got your next comedian, Jeff McKinnon, everybody. Here he is.
King Hara has no power over the offspring of Yosef. Now what does this mean? Ein Ein Hara, some good cooking out of Ein Ein Hara, so let us find the David. Took most from the worst fun she's ever had. That's when I don't think she realized I don't give a shit. And interesting enough, I know that you said earlier I have to fuck the media to her. Yeah, I'm not putting anything on the table, but don't lie, you like sexual, which is a label I don't. It's not a label I like. I prefer sexual number correct. But one basic idea I
When people hear bisexual, they're like, what? So they just mean you just fuck anybody? It's like, no.
And I
You're still
conduct myself
utterly
with my
people.
girlfriend in a way which
Like, I like very specific types of people. I like short people, I like women, and guys who look kind of like me.
and a person never stops talking about this.
It's been like the last 25 years trying to figure out what bisexual or just the most extreme narcissist. Narcissist, thank you. That's it, everybody.
Whatever the
Thanks.
mistake might be.
Jeff
So I'm taking
McKinnon,
care of the rough
everybody.
of me. How it's becoming a source of pain for someone else.
Interesting.
Our person, Baruch Hashem, is blessed
So
with
you're the one that took
and
Leah's
then what
virginity.
happens? They work
Fucking hey. So
in a
do I
way
just
which
put
is
it if I'm on your cheek or
I
something
don't
like
think
that?
it's hurt others
I just
to
drag
make
it on
it
your
struggling
chin.
and
Red band just
everybody.
retweet me
What
once,
is
and
happening under those
you get a buck.
circumstances is the patients from our says always
I think
we
it's
see
you
only
kind of look like a little bit.
only is using this process
He's
in a way
bisexual. How
which
did the
hurts
ass
someone
sex not
else
work out?
that ultimately
I know that was going to be posed. You know, in general, I mean, I'm not a fan of butthole humor. Oh, okay. Across the board, I find the butthole to be disgusting.
So when you're with another dude, you guys are just like blowing each other,
that's
shooting your dicks. Like,
there are other applications and other manifestations of it as well, but that's not the idea. They're also taking something in that halacha l'maisa, the characters of Ein Hara, doesn't apply to the
Joe
offspring
the
of
plumber
Yosef.
said, one thing a white
You know,
president doesn't make you
Why
racist,
doesn't
it
it
actually
apply
makes
to
you
the offspring
American.
of Yosef?
Actually, it makes
The
you a
prophet
racist
says that the
American.
Yosef
I just retweeted that.
the
Thank you,
offspring
Brian.
of Yosef.
All right,
Be careful
man.
with your
Can we get
fear
you out there?
Like
Patriot,
Yosef is
secure the
careful.
bank. We got
He's
this.
not
This is
looking at issues taken by.
If you
He's
want some
careful
podcast too,
ultimately
so
against
this
trying to avoid pleasing the
looks like a
controversial.
no retweet.
So because Yosef is careful with Shneir
my only advice
Yosef
would
is
be,
careful ultimately
you should
again with
definitely
what he gains
break up with that girl.
Therefore, our Ein Hara
Look, I'm trying to help Red Band here as much as I possibly can.
So the Midas negative is Tzidkus.
Comedy
Tzidkus of
couples
Yosef
strange.
ultimately again
I think in
caused him
general.
to go ahead and be careful what he looks at, and because he's careful with what
It's
he
either
looks at,
going to
therefore
not
again
work
Ein
out for you
Hara
guys as a couple.
only has a limited
As
ability
comedians.
to
Yeah, to be honest,
half
if she had
Nida,
done much better than me,
Nida, and so nothing.
Well, that's funny you say that because I was going to say she actually did better than you.
you're in business.
I, even though the pasuk means Shai is the Tzaddik, pasuk
Jesus
says
Christ.
the Amit Kulam
Thank
Tzaddik,
you.
Wild,
which
but I
means
have
the
heard
nation.
the snore too.
How you do that, you tell it to get you
She'll let you
the
fuck
Amit
those
Kulam Tzaddik,
gay
the
big
nation is
nostrils.
all righteous. The Ainus, Shefanishu Mishon Mishon
Because she's a
That
snorter. She
considered
was the
the Tzaddik.
snorter. She
But
doesn't have a
anyone
weird
who
nose
is
or
a Jew
anything.
is called a Tzaddik. So it doesn't sound like it's the
Okay,
unique
Jesus.
version
I
of
just got
Yosef. But it sounds like every Jew is a Tzaddik. So how do you reconcile that? Because there's not a problem.
So that's
Because in the war, the Maya Tzaddik in Trio, Dan Bishar HaShivak in the Lolaktik Yosef.
fuck
All
yeah.
the pasuk is
So what are you
saying
gonna
that
do now that
the
you're
Nida
single?
of Tzidkus is not only found by Yosef, but rather it is found by all of the Shvatim. Ulam Yikomakom Yishkaro
I know
Shal
a pretty
HaKoach
desperate
Yosef
man by the
Tzaddik.
name of
This is
Bruce
Barrett.
Boyd.
Well, so this is one of the studies said before.
I think probably the best way to make his XYZ much better he's going is to get a shot
of
of
a
a
person
man
to
sucking
be
his
habit
dick.
resides
And there's nothing
with
much gayer than having your last
But the
name
truth
be
is, we can take this a step further, kind
So,
of go back a little bit to what I said before,
I mean,
which
other
is
than Larry
that
Lady
Allah
Roy, that's pretty much
Yosef
it.
was the first to really
Yeah, you got
cultivate
you two should
this
totally
new job.
follow.
He was the
Bruce,
first.
would you be interested in fucking Jack McKinnon while Redman fucks his
Everyone
girlfriend?
has the ability.
Where did it become that he
So
was
this is
a
the Musa.
Listen, man, you don't like, you said you don't like
The Musa
buttholes, so
sexual purity,
Bruce is down
the
with
Musa
anything.
of the
Fuck yeah,
ability to go
totally.
ahead and
There's nobody that owns that pair of denim shorts he
exhibit
was wearing
incredible
that
moral
doesn't
strength
love anal.
in the face
That's
of
fact.
I
incredible
make sure
temptation.
you want these Levi's shorts that go above your knee. Do you love anal?
Being
And the
careful with
answer's
what
no.
you
They're
do
like,
that,
you gotta go
and
get
to
red.
recover something when it's the
You're
thought
required to
of
steal
at
the denim
night.
shorts
Is
usually,
that if
unless
I'm
you have
careful with what I look at, if I'm careful with what my eyes consume, then ultimately again that stems the ability of
That's
I
boner
cut
pills
off
right there.
and it impacts on me. That's the music
That's
never
what
need
this
that.
program
This was primarily
brought
need
to
of
your mind
Yosef,
on Tuesday,
then
but
becomes the
it was
need
what
of his
fuels
Mustafa, and now ultimately becomes accessible to all
Absolutely.
of the
Hey,
Amizah
Snorter,
Army.
would you be willing to
Who,
snort some,
Let's begin the next part. Just
Hog
start
Ride
with a line.
5000?
Two
Snort
sausages.
a motor pill?
About
Have you ever snorted a
done.
motor?
We'll say next need is the need of Hasidus. Now, what I want to point out to you is that the need of Hasidus is also
There goes Jeff
a
McKinnon,
lot of
everybody.
people
Wicked
learn themselves
comedy
to
on
multiple
Twitter.
layers of
Fuck yeah.
interpretation. For
She
example,
waited for love,
the
and
Paul,
love
most
was
Tatos,
the
in
bisexual.
Muslim Sharon,
Unbelievable. He loves blowing
where
heads.
Paul points out
She's
this is
waiting
not
for
the
love, he's
definition
waiting
of
for
need
love
of
of some sort.
Hasidus.
They really are in
He
love. I
says
just saw
that
them. I
someone
just
who
saw them
goes
give
to
each other a
the
kiss on
to
the
us
lips when he got back up there.
customer service goes above and beyond.
Just like
It
everything's
goes
cool.
above and beyond expectation.
Dude,
All it's the
bisexual is when
way
you have sex
how
again, and then you say goodbye, right?
mitzvos
It's like we just
are
fucking made
indicative of things that are from
All
Baruch
are
Hu likes.
unbelievable tonight.
It's like a particular mitzvah,
All right, I think
but
we
the
have
thought
about
was saying
time
this
for
is an
about 10
area
more out of the
that's
book.
important to me. So again, a regular person, which is
Put your hands together for
no
Sarah
small
Wine
person,
Show,
really,
everybody.
goes in to the approximately delicious and going to keep it. The question says that the mitzvah represents something that is new and dear to our
What's up, everyone?
How can I build on that even more?
Anyone
That's
eat
what the question does.
raisins?
So, for example, I see that the prophet tells me to
I'm
lend
the only
money.
adult I
Which means
know. It's weird. It's like, take off the onions, okay? This life's hard. There's lots of challenges. Alright.
Fuck yeah. Notice that you have a lot of food jokes.
I know. But I just like it because I don't know.
All right,
I was like on the fence. I was like, do I want to do food again? And I was like, yeah, I do. But I have other jokes too. But lately I've been like on a real food thing right now.
It's awesome.
Do you really like raisins a lot?
I hate
So we
raisins.
cook them giant because that's how we
It's
sit
so disgusting. Like, everyone wants raisins. Like, I'd much
So
rather
the
have chocolate chip.
says, let's begin with it. We have
You know?
Cheetos, white so the controls lots of
yeah.
Of course.
The happiness
It's a ringing endorsement for the raisin brand right now. Really
Remember
is.
again,
Free advertisement.
Really? Have you been smoking pot lately, Nature? Any deep thoughts or insights from all this?
son, I'm sorry, but we'll say, well, 2 pages back,
There you go.
son, I'm sorry.
Sarah, when you're writing
So
raisin
picking up
jokes,
bottom
like,
of
are you
page book
looking at
man,
raisins? Are you Googling raisins, like, for inspiration or
bottom
anything
of
like
hand,
that?
how
No,
much
I was actually hanging out with some children babysitting, but I didn't want to say that because it's good standard, you know. So I was babysitting and I was watching this like little girl just eat like handfuls of raisins, and I was just like, that's foul. If I was hungry, I would have a snack. I wouldn't just be like taking a handful of raisins and like pouring it in my mouth.
Because they sort of are just rotten grapes.
Yeah, it's just like a bad taste, not even like sustenance taste.
What are prunes again?
Prunes are dried plums.
You like Dr. Pepper?
Then
Not really.
the water, do not check the
I
light.
like Diet
So in
Dr.
order
Pepper.
for the husband to play the piety card and go ahead and subject his wife to
Hey,
this
you
particular
already have a
process,
girlfriend on this podcast and a boyfriend. Yeah.
this way, the husband needs to build a lot of buffer and stability between them.
Just
So he
yes,
comes
hey,
up with this
just
that
keep them both for now until you figure out which one you really like.
he's going to destroy the look of this dynamic. And what the Rebbe is going to do is
Play
keep the
both sides.
dynamic
Already are there.
and really expand it into something very
You
powerful.
babysit a lot. Is that a lot of your day? Is babysitting? I mean, do you have a lot of material that comes from like watching kids?
I spend like a few
A
days a
person
week
has to be
babysitting
very
during the
careful
afternoons.
before causing pain
Yeah,
someone
kids,
else.
but then
Bidgabe
not too much kids, because I don't want to isolate people, but just talking about
regarding
kids.
something
You know,
that
not
I
everyone has.
myself am
But
guilty
everybody
of
does have food.
Yeah,
issues by.
it's true.
Now,
Yeah.
the following is just
Some
the
people
Yeah, wait till
But
she
that's
gets out.
the idea of causing pain of pain as a symptom regarding a particular doctrine or disease when I myself am guilty of this very thing. Now, what is this? We go down. Coming inside me to you, the last chemical of the IUD is this number. IUD as an alcohol reaction inside. You will say, at times, someone comes out with something I've done wrong. It's very painful. And for all of us, as much as we're good for someone to come up doing something wrong, because that's the way you grow. And feeling progressive. It's difficult when someone tells you, someone points out to you that you're doing something wrong, you have to do the reason and the close to his place. Being in the Daito, the Kabbalah Shila, Bata Arkamu Rishara. So, being in the low inside, we should look at Kabbalah Shila, should become a relate. The Fox Ramasa, the Manila, Negro, Sarah, Arkamu, Shaloka Kabbalah Shila. So, we'll say, so sometimes when people cause us pain, they cause us pain in one of the reasons. Now, to be clear, the pain that the Rebbe is explaining here is the pain that comes down when someone points out something wrong that you've done.
That's
Or
the line
someone
that
highlights
you can't cross.
something wrong that you've done.
It's like
So sometimes, when a person
You're my
causes you
favorite
pain
kid
as a
fucking
result of that,
superhero, no doubt.
intentional. In other words, they
Green
want to
Lantern,
cause you
thank
pain.
you.
And the way they're
Well, it's
causing
time
you
for the
pain is
regular
by
portion
causing
of our
something
show.
that
We
I'm
are
doing
now
wrong.
on to
And
two
other times,
lovely
it's
young ladies.
unintentional. The
Regularly
unintentional
giving you
doing
60 seconds each
unintentional
week on the
doing is the
show.
person says something.
No particular order.
Yes, pointing out
Let's do
something wrong
tonight
I've done.
first.
But they
Kimberly
don't
Congdon,
intend to
everybody. Here she
Right,
is.
their intention is to reject. Sometimes it's the act is positive.
Hi
To point out
guys,
something
what's
I've done
going
wrong
on?
is an effort to
I
hopefully
want to
allow
talk
me
about
to
something a
become
little
better.
serious
Or
tonight.
sometimes it's just the person
I
says
caught
something
my
wrong
little
that people
sister
hate
sexting,
in order to think about the
and I
impact
wouldn't
of
be so
what it is
upset about
that
it,
they're saying.
but she's 12 years old.
Mokhin hadvarim
Yeah,
amurim
it's true.
afילו
And
kishenigla
I'm like,
mashar
what are you
mikol
sending?
kabbalah l'shem
Like,
shamayim. This is the
is she
13th.
sending pictures of
So
herself completely
possibility
naked?
one
Like,
is the person
yeah,
says
just got
something
a
with the
Brazilian.
intention to hurt me. So
Yeah,
they
you don't
point
even
out
have
something
armpit
I've
hair.
done wrong,
You
and
know?
their only intention in doing that is to cause me
She's
pain.
being really bad. She
Possibility
offered
two
our sister,
is the
our other
person
sister
just
for a
says
threesome.
stuff.
And I'm like,
Sometimes in life people
you
just say
can't
stuff,
even have a
and there's no
two-some
particular
or
kabbalah.
a
They're just
one-some.
making a statement. The statement
I'm like,
statement
hey,
has to be
Mom
about
and Dad are
something
gonna kill
that I've
you.
done wrong.
They can never
And
see this. So
possibility
I did
number
what
three
every other
is where
good
a
big
person
sister would
points
do.
out something
I
I
helped her
have
download
done wrong,
Snapchat.
but their intention is actually to help me. Their intention is actually to benefit. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order to remove a gap to the
Snapchat's something
There
that you
is a
send like
mitzvah
a
of
photo
review.
or a video, and it disappears after a short period of time. So you're like, oh, look at her tits. Oh, it's
And you only have
gone.
like
Are you great friends with your little sister on
He wants to point it out, but once the
That's
point
a
about
very
this is
uncomfortable material to
great.
go down.
Once it comes to that, the point of it is because I love mythology. I love that person.
Scary.
Maybe
And
not
so I
make her 12
want
because that's
them
She
like
is 12.
to be able to
She's
engage
16.
in course to
That
that
is crazy. Yeah.
activity.
yeah,
That's
this is
what
probably
the
one
law
of
is.
those that it would be
Who
funnier
goes,
if it wasn't.
Shahaya Mokiho, Imatis Lomoser, Amaisa Haroy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's disturbing. Especially when you start talking about her pussy hair and stuff. It's just like, all right, she's 12 years
So what's the
old.
bottom
You're
line?
talking about some
Right?
pussy hair.
So
Now,
whether
like,
again,
think
right,
about 12
yeah,
year
I'm
old pussy.
thinking right
Right.
now.
Why
We're calling
do you
Ruben.
usually?
Ruben is coming and pointing out something I've done wrong.
Dude, I know.
And there are
man.
two
Ryan wants to
possible
decide when
motivations,
he
right?
gets to think about hairless
Motivation one, you want to
He
hurt.
doesn't want anybody telling him.
Motivation
He's not
two
if there's grass on the field, play
hard.
ball guy.
Right?
There's
Rather
a
motivation. You
field,
know,
play
people just
ball.
talk. It's unfortunately, too many people
First
just
period.
talk for the sake of talking.
12-year-olds
Possibility number three
love playing in
is that he
fields.
cares about me and loves me
Yeah.
and is pointing out what I've done wrong because he's hoping that
You
if
said
he
that she
points it
invited
out,
you to do a
that'll
threesome.
heal
No,
me
she
in
like
my efforts
okay,
to
she's
do
really
better.
innocent. She
And
doesn't
if you're
actually
cleaning
like
up whatever the
hook
motivation,
up with boys.
the result is the
And
same.
she was
What's
just trying
often
to
the
impress an
result?
older
What's
boy,
often the result?
so she thought that was like
I'm
a cool
hurt.
thing to say was to like
I'm
have a
hurt.
threesome.
Right? So again, and also
She's already
I
a
mentioned
former
this
god to you.
before,
So
I
you're
you know, like, okay.
Basically.
And so again, the bottom line result of it is I'm hurt. Whether the motivation was
Well, you
negative
need to
or
have a
motivation
serious
was
talk with your
positive or
sister
motivation
before
was
she
positive,
can
at the end
physically
of the
get
day,
pregnant.
no one
You need
really
to talk
likes
to her
being
mom
told
about
to
this
do
or your mom
something
about
wrong.
this.
I did.
And
She told
often
me to
it's
make
just
a
a
joke.
hurtful experience.
Your mom.
Just to be right.
She was like, oh my
In
god,
closing,
keep me. You have to do that in your
הצעה
freaking
שנגרם
comedy.
מזולסו הידו,
See, I think maybe if you had
במיוחד
done the
באידיוס
mom accent,
הרצוע
talking about the
הרצוע
little sister,
המיועדת לחסות משמעות מבשר,
there you go.
ויעשר בו
Oh, okay.
לגרום
Kimberly
הצער עליו.
Conman, everybody.
She wanted to take it to and she says, be very careful,
Yeah,
be very
something new
careful
and different.
when you hurt
Sandy, I
someone
love this look.
by
that you
telling
have.
them something
Yeah.
they've done wrong.
It's like the dude in
Because in
illusion.
your effort to point out to someone else
Very
what
Rick
they have
Ross
done
over here.
wrong,
That's what I was
just
going for.
understand that the divine microscope
All right.
I drink a lot
back
of rosé.
to you. If
Our
I mean,
second
you
comedian,
being the
as
person
always, regular
pointing
here
out
since
the
episode
wrongdoing
1,
to the
Sarah
other.
Mustajabi,
So, okay, let's
everybody.
see. So I'm going to tell you that you didn't, you're really suspicious in this area. Or you've really done something wrong.
I'm not ready to
Whether
be
my
a mom.
intention, again, is to be
I'm
hurtful,
not ready to
whether
wake
my
up
intention
angry
is to
every
be
day.
helpful, or whether my intention is
I've
to
been
be
thrown up
kind.
every day for like
The
20
topic says
years,
the
and I'm ready to
moment
like give
you
up
go
all
in
that
and
hard
point
work.
out the wrongdoing of someone else is the moment that the divine
Yeah, fucking
microscope
that's it.
shifts back to you, to the
You know, my mom
Moshiach,
told me,
to the
she said, Sarah,
rebuker,
whatever you
and
do,
after the
don't
Baruch
have
Hu
kids.
says,
You're just gonna
okay,
fuck them up.
if you're on
And
such
I
a
said,
level
well,
to
you
go
just,
ahead
you
and cause
don't
someone
want
else
to like
pain,
pass down the
whether
tradition
again,
or
purposeful, helpful,
have you be nice.
unintentional,
I'd be afraid of
let's
what
have
kind
a
of mom
look at
I
her
would be.
life.
I was riding through
Let's have a
Burbank
look
the
at
other
her
day
life.
because I hate
He says,
myself.
"V'im aba ipam
And
al
I saw
usa
a mom
avinu
carrying a
sashini
tiny little
ne'enachti
dog
lo
and dragging a
Because at the end of
child
the day, I
on
go
a
over to
leash.
Ruben. I say, Ruben, you know what, Ruben?
That would
I'm really
definitely be the
disappointed
kind
to
of
see
mom
how
I
much
would be.
Russian color you speak.
I've only
Really,
had
it's
one
terrible.
thought
I
or
don't
dream
know,
where I was a mom, and
everybody and everyone who works
basically in the dream
It's
there was a
terribly
baby in a
disappointing.
crib. I
Now,
put a piece of
okay, so
paper on
there's a
his
little
face
bit
and see.
of
That was
Because Baruch Hu
that's what
says,
being a
Ruben is
mom
going
is
to be a
like.
bit sad. Ruben is
So
going to be a
it's
little
just
bit
not going to go well. If I lay any
Seductive,
eggs,
a
I'm gonna
little bit
step on
crushed
it. You give her a
because
gun.
no one likes being told that they're doing
Who
something
says you
wrong.
have to keep
So whether my
it?
intention was
Control
purposeful,
on me.
whether my intention ultimately was purposeful, or whether it was
Casey
habit,
Anthony.
at the end of the Baruch Hu says, okay, now I want
Lovely,
to
Casey
Ruben
Anthony.
through my rebuke. Let's have a
It
look.
was just a matter of time
Let's have a
before
look
she
at
started
you.
doing
Let's see
comedy.
again, you're giving most of my horror. Let's see
Well, we're on the
ultimately
subject of
again
Casey
how
Anthony,
it
though. I
is that
think
you
there's
are
still a
doing
chance that
in
Kate
that
killed herself.
particular area. He goes on and says,
No, I mean, it's
Because
like
how he
Michael
found
Vick's
his
dogs. Like, those dogs kill themselves because they wouldn't
the
let them fight
brackets, the
anymore.
brackets now. He says, "V'im aba ikama usadila
Very young
sashini
suicide.
ne'enash bigla lo Allah."
Then
And what I
plus
can
the
literally
self-burial,
looks at
it's hard to
is,
explain.
have I ever transgressed
Talent is talent.
Yeah,
That's
Vera,
when things get really
for
hard.
this I am
I love your
giving
smile.
someone
So
else.
like this entire podcast is just
Which
me
was like,
enjoying your
this is
smile.
a very
It's so
exciting
amazing.
shower idea.
I know.
What the subject of the sentence is
Sitting
like,
at Lower Hunter.
so that before you review and tell other people how to get their house in order, make sure your personal.
Just so you know, that was the hottest thing
Because
ever
it looks
did
like,
in the
now
show.
again, there is a,
What? Oh yeah, no pull out. Got it.
so
I
you
love
see,
those permanent little coat
which
hanger
by the way,
things.
it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
That
What
doesn't
the
sound
subject is saying
comfortable
is
at all.
like,
I
think
like
about
the
a
bit that
world
you had
in which
holding the
everyone
dog
stopped
and dragging the babies that we
points
saw.
out
Yeah.
Yeah,
faults
that
in
you
the other,
make sure
and
you
instead
emphasize
use
that
all
because
of that
that
Torah
almost
inward.
sounded like
That's again.
like
Now,
how it was
what I want to
supposed
point out is
to.
something
Yeah,
very
see what I mean? I
important.
almost was like,
Is
wait, she said
obviously
the
there
opposite.
is a mitzvah
That's
d'oraisa
but yeah, you know what I mean? Like you kind of just kind of floated over that and went to the next
There
one.
is a mitzvah,
Really emphasize that
right?
next
There
bunch
is
of
a
jokes,
mitzvah.
especially in the city.
Again,
Yeah.
I never
I legit saw that, and I was so
sound.
confused by
It
it.
did sound like
It
you're
would
telling
definitely be the exact
Right,
pattern.
but the
I
mitzvah of
would know in a
God
carriage, but I
when I
definitely
see
don't know
someone
dog
doing
carriage.
something wrong,
Patriot, what's
you
your
know, I
input?
love to point it out, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, I absolutely have to point it out. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the younger, sometimes this is a hard part of
Well, I
parenting.
don't see myself having children. I think that's what this
You
whole
have
book
to
is
go
about.
ahead and be
That's pretty much what it
child,
is.
even if the area in which you are refuting yourself is the area in which you are highly
You're
imperfect.
crazy,
Because
Patriot.
again, remember, the whole point of home, and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single thing about this. The Gemara says that there is a
You should start hanging out
natural
with her more,
chaos.
Patriot.
Yeah, I think we found a love mate on Kill Tony tonight, everybody. There she goes, Sarah Mustajabi, everyone.
I am not jealous of my child.
So much fun tonight.
The greatest successful area is if your child is Christian. That's
Hey,
the greatest
I got my
success.
money on
So
Bruce Boyd.
again, so there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day, I still have to give that review. But at the end, it says of Tzaddik on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and ask someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, when my son, am I really working on all cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Because otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to another becomes the very opening for divine judgment of me in that particular area. However, we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up again the practice of the
Social media responders of the show. So I'm Tony Hinchcliffe, Red Band.
And I'm Red Band. You'll see us October 31st in San Diego, American Comedy Code. Thank you guys.
All right, so let's do this one. We are keeping up with our host of tests. Sit class outside it. Switch it up again. Rather introduce us to the share stage for the virtual desk. The week before, rather introduce us to the host of the test. The idea. Now, although we learned the host during the class, that sin has incredibly profound effect on people's introspection by identifying our shortcomings or shortfalls in understanding. So when I take an idea, I now explicitly know what it is that I have to work on. That's the power of
Hey, coming to you live from the Comedy Store. How you guys doing today? This is a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
It takes me so long to get to my seat the way that this setup is. We never really made that any easier. We never made any adjustments to the big entrance where I have to walk around 3 chairs. How you guys doing out there? This is so exciting. This is 21 Mondays in a row that we've been having this fun little get together, and yet we're still at the very beginning of something that I think is very fun and exciting. Yeah, so here we are. 21. Yeah, your Patriot is here, our head of security. Put your hands together. What happened, Patriot?
On Thursday, I was on the set of a new show called The Goldbergs, starring Jeff Garlin.
Yeah.
And we spent the whole day at the Santa Anita racetrack. That track first came alive
on Christmas Day in 1934.
He came alive.
Well, that's when it happened. But it was a great day. And, Seabiscuit won its final race there in 1940.
Okay.
Do you like horse racing?
Enough horse racing fun facts. Did you get to talk to Jeff Garland when you were
No, I didn't. He wasn't there. There was an actor, George Segal, and a young boy actor. It was grandfather and grandson at the racetrack for the day.
Now, for those of you that don't know what he's talking about, the Iron Patriot also, when he's not working with us every Monday, keeping us all safe in this room, he's an extra on TV shows. In fact, some of his most recent work was on 2.5 Men, correct?
No, that was in 2008, that thing I sent out on Twitter.
Okay, well, just for example, that's him.
Creepily in the background. So if you see this, get a screenshot if you ever see him in the show, because this is the new Easter egg.
And he gets a lot of extra work. If you listen to the show, you'll find out almost every week he puts on. Now you got the Goldberg, so you think they're going to be in a frame on this? How many people were at the racetrack? How many thousands of people were in the stands? This thing.
Well, they had a bunch of extras. We were down at another part of the track. The people that were we watched a few races, and we were waiting every 30 minutes to film. But we were in another section filming the rest of the people, but the whole place doesn't fill up anymore. It's not like it was back in the glory days, but there was still a lot of people there. It was fun.
Oh, so they were filming during actual races?
Yeah. Well, in the morning we did some stuff before the people got there, and we had to be there at 8 in the morning. And I was getting real sleepy. They kept telling me, you got to wake up. And, it's really beautiful out there with the mountains. Have you been to that track, Tony?
Who told you? The people that were running the extras?
They said, hey, you, wake up, go over there.
Wow.
It's tough being I like to think of myself as a background artist. But, it's tough. It's tough doing that because you got to keep awake. And I was there for 12 hours, it was a long day. Wow. It's hard, But I'm a member of SAG-AFTRA, and I get paid a little better than the rest of people. But, it was a good day. But that episode that Red Band just showed, that was called The Devil's Loop. That was back in 2008. And, I spent a lot of time that day sitting behind John Cryer.
That was the name of the episode?
The Devil's Loop. Yeah,
really?
That was the episode.
Wow, look how edgy 2.5 Men was it?
Oh, yeah. I was sitting behind John Cryer, and he's got kind of an interesting hair to it. It almost looked like he had black spray paint painted on there.
It probably was.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but I got a close look at it. It's like, I'm kind of providing you some behind the scenes here, too.
Well, they have this amazing thing that I've noticed since getting the pleasure of working in show business, which is this thing where in the makeup room for men, there's like this pepper mill that's sitting next to like hairspray and shit. And what they can do is they can take this pepper mill and just basically grind up pepper hair on your head, and it fucking looks like hair afterwards. It's pretty crazy, and I think that. Yeah, and I think that a lot of people are using this thing.
Yeah, and you can't see it on the camera, but I was up close, I can see.
Heck yeah. There you go. So next time you're looking at the back of John Cryer's head, make sure you get a sneak peek of what.
I hate to talk bad about it, but he make a lot of money. You don't care.
Heck yeah. Why burn bridges in a city that's telling you to wake up and keep moving?
Yeah.
I love it.
Tony, when I get to know someone, I kind of like to know what they eat. Could you walk me through your day? What do you eat when you get up in the morning?
You really don't want to know. You really do. It would creep you out knowing what I eat.
I've known you over 4 months now. I just feel like we're getting closer. And what do you eat for lunch?
Eats the same as what a bunny rabbit would eat.
Yeah.
That's good. You keep it safe.
Berries,
All right. I don't know why you do that. It's like just horrible. It's like that's what 13-year-olds joke about vegans. Vegans don't drink cum, Brian. It's not a gay thing. It's not a gay thing, Brian. Nobody's drinking cum. They told me that smoking cigarettes takes 10 years off my life. And then I read the vegan adds 10 years to your life, and I don't want to quit smoking, so there you go. I'm a vegan that smokes a pack and a half a day.
Well, I'm here to support you, Tony, if you need my support, because I had to quit smoking at one time too. It's tough. I realize it's not very easy to do.
Yeah, you don't want to end up in the iron lung, right?
No, you don't want to have that happen. I know it's tough.
How long did you smoke for?
I smoked for about probably 12 years, so it was a long time. It was tough. It was tough. That really scared me. It concerned me when you guys got me smoking weed again 4 months ago. It concerned me that I was going to start smoking cigarettes again, but I'm able to stay cool, and I did good. I'm just, toking on the butt, but no cigarettes. It's great.
Token on the butt.
Yeah.
That's a guy that smoked a lot of pot in the 90s and is just starting to smoke again. Yeah, I was choking on the butt you gave me, and
we have our big Halloween show coming up October 31st in San Diego. Are you going to do anything for Halloween, or is that a big day for you?
Well, I usually go out for a few hours that night just to make some trips on the boulevard, but I usually start heading home about 9 because it really starts getting crazy out there. It's just way too many people. They might just carry me away and you never see me again. It's too many. They got a lot of police down there. It gets crazy. The only other crazier places like in West Hollywood, well, they have the parade down there and shit.
That's when you're looking at different kinds of events and celebrities for different reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, you said West Hollywood Halloween parade, your left arm twitched really hard when you said that. We've noticed in the last few weeks you have this left arm twitch. And then you said that to go against it, you're just going to press your hand against your thigh. Are you doing that right
Well,
now?
I'm kind of put my thing here together. Hold on, so I don't
Let go of it. Just leave it out.
Let me see if I can. See, I'm talking to you right now, and everything's cool.
Right. Wait, your right arm is so
Switching out.
Now.
Whoa, right, look. He's throwing blows, everybody.
You're gonna have to catch me, Tony. I'm not gonna make it easy for you.
Yeah. Man, if you get any extra work on Michael J. Fox's new show,
Yeah.
you guys are going to have a shake-off or something. That would be great. Just the two of them fucking. You can play Michael J. Fox's mirror image.
Yeah. I'd love to spend some time with Michael.
Oh, I'm gonna burn in hell. There's a thing where you can't make fun of certain people, and I feel like Michael J. Fox, if there is an afterlife for you to check in some gates, which I don't think there is, but if there was, I get the feeling that would be one of the things. We get it, you made a lot of jokes, you got years and years and years of jokes, but how do you explain this Michael J. Fox? What did Michael J. Fox ever do to you? And me just being like, fuck it, you got me.
That's how I feel about Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, I love the innocent people. It's something about you make fun of bad people, that's that you gotta do that. That's part of the thing. But it's my favorite thing to go against the good people. The jokes nobody's coming
And
up.
I think Christopher really proved that he was Superman because he survived that long after having that accident. Most of us would have been gone in a week after that.
Christopher Reeve's thing.
Yeah,
He really was like Superman.
that was from Bright Horses. He loved Bright Horses.
Yeah. Just like in Santa Anita. It's all full circle. Just like a racetrack. Just like a horse track.
I didn't like that kind of horse riding where you jump over the things and it's all this style to it things.
Yeah, fancy stuff.
Yeah, equestrian or something.
That doesn't make it gay either. See, there's not vegan isn't gay. There aren't certain sports that are gay. Gay is it's like a man love thing. No, I know, but
Just like
I've had enough with this vegan cum thing.
It's black on top of the stair. Christopher Reeve.
Like a whole variety of different things.
Well, welcome everybody. We're here, as always, the mainframe of the show. Over 30 comedians signed up tonight for the opportunity to do 60 seconds in front of the Patriot, myself, and as always, I always have two great guests to talk to comedians and hang out with us all. This week is no different. It's very, very exciting. So, you guys ready to see who our guests are tonight? How exciting. Well, in no particular order, you're going to know this first lovely young lady who hosts Wrestling Comedy Central, James Pico. Also, she has her own show on the Jazz Network called Coffin Wood Talk. Please put your hands together for the hilarious good friend of everybody. The one and only Natasha Leggero is here, everybody.
I'm afraid to leave my shit back there.
I know, all these comedians are
Like, there's no open micers coming to do time. No offense, open micers. I think you're gonna be great. I heard they don't say open mic anymore. You just call them mic.
I guess they're all, it could just be a set thing that they're open.
Does anyone want a brownie?
Brownie giveaway. Who's in? We got raised hands like crazy. You guys gotta come together. Get your brownie. Get your brownie here. And your other fantastic guest. He's the host of The Test, everybody. One of my favorite pals. We work together almost every other night. The winner of the HBO Aspen Comedy Festival. You know, from Comedy Central, HBO. We're here together for my pal Kirk Fox is here. Oh, man. Yeah. What's up, man? Fuck yeah.
Nice to see everybody. I'm not sure where we're at, but this is where we're at.
Hell yeah.
I brought them brownies, so they're very distracted right now. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
I did not make these. I just want to get a bad reputation as somebody.
No, these are so like fancy.
Were we supposed to bring gifts?
No, someone just gave me these or something, so now I'm giving them.
Jones on third is like gourmet stuff, right?
And Tony, what's that? I see something to my right that I
Oh yeah. Yeah. Natasha and Kirk meet. Every episode he's been here for us. That's the Iron Pantry.
Okay.
Who is that?
He's not a comedian. His name is Jeff Crabtree. He used to play in a rock and roll band in Texas in the 90s.
Now, if shit goes down, does he have our back or is he with our back?
Well, in all reality, his intentions are to have our back. However, he
And is he
can't
aware of that? He doesn't look like he's focused.
move in that
He doesn't look focused to you?
No.
He's got like laser beams coming out of his
Yeah,
eyes.
but they're not going in the right direction.
Natasha, can I talk to you for a second?
I mean, do I have a choice?
I got some time. I did some research on you today. I think we were destined to meet because as a young boy in the late 70s, I lived in Winfield, Illinois, which was an hour and a half away from where you were born in Rockford, Illinois.
And what year did you live there?
Yes, I lived there as a young boy in the late 70s. The
Okay,
first
so
time
I would have been like 2 or 3.
no, I was born in 66, so I was a little older than you. But anyway, I first became aware of you on the Duncan Trussell Family Hour, episode 16.
All right, I spent some time with
So you're like a robot savant.
Yes. Today I spent some time looking at pictures of your feet on the internet. This is what I
I would have brought my stuff on stage with me.
This is what I noticed. I noticed that the fourth little piggy on your left foot has a cute little pimp to it. Now, do you think I could come on your show, rubbing your toes, rub your toes on his butt?
What the
That would be a trick.
From now on, all your questions from the guests have to go
Can I answer?
Yes.
Good.
Sorry. Now you can.
Qualified and resounding no.
You don't even know me yet.
I have a question. Are you short? Why is that microphone positioned
I
like
got a
that?
speaker. I got a speaker.
You just plastic? I mean, what? Are you very short and you're just deceptive?
I want to see if I really have a curve in my toe, actually.
He doesn't.
He has what's
How did you know that?
Oh my God. I didn't even know that. That is adorable.
So you're an educator.
You go to that website, WikiFeed, that says celebrity feed on there.
Are you serious? That's how deep you're.
You have a lot of free time during the day.
Look, I did some research on you.
Okay, now tell me about my toast motherfucker. Go ahead.
Yes, I was watching an interview you did on Conan.
And we're talking about how stressful it is on your new show, The Test, because they're giving paternity results out. Very stressful. So they said the show to relieve your stress. This is stressful also. Well, we're sending you to a massage parlor with a Thai woman. Yes, sir. And the Thai woman is complaining because your back is too long. She says she has to walk too far.
For example,
So
even when a
what I
person
want to
is
ask
touched,
you is,
that's official
now,
matters
if
that
she
do
gives
with
you the happy ending, does she
Nikra
complain that your banana's too long?
Oh, so we never even get to the happy ending. There's not even a decent beginning. It's hell. Remember, I was hoping you would bring that even
up.
a person is
Thank you,
touched,
Mr.
person
Plastic.
Havana. There's nothing
What
to say
band were you
for
in
the
in the
nice
90s?
but if you
Called Dirty
assume
Glamour, you can look on
how
YouTube.
it's total,
There's some
because
videos
tells
like
you
you
what
know
to do
that
and
leopard
what
skin
not to
bikini
do.
you're wearing on
The
Twitter?
entire
Twitter
value
picture?
of for lives
Oh,
in
are
the
you
realm
talking
of
to me or
being
her?
an
Natasha?
instructed drive.
Natasha,
So
I
what
need
to do in
background
everyday
dancing.
life? Of
With
course,
my
the thing
banana
is
song. I got a
Torah.
song that goes,
Then what
share
happens
my
to like
banana,
just
share it all
what
you.
do I get?
You
What do
can
I
be
get
behind
from
me
that?
with two bananas
That
here.
reminds me that to me that the whole
You can go to
experience
Vegas and be the
sucks.
hottest show
But
there.
even when I learned something that is quote unquote not
Patriot.
Is this one of the
halacha
open
for the
micers?
nice stuff in terms of the do's and don'ts
He's
in
done more
life,
than a minute.
it's halacha and
Yeah.
nice and that it forces me
Patriot,
to
first of
become
all,
a
you're out
more
of control, man.
introspective, thoughtful
I'll
person.
shut
I
up
love
now,
this
answer.
truly beautiful
What are
lady.
you doing?
The
What do we
case of
tell
Raja,
you about this?
it's
There's
very
no
clear
blocking
how
the left arm twitch. There's no crazy questions
She
from
says,
guests. You're still
the
blocking
case
it.
of
I know
Raja,
when you're putting it up against your thigh. It drives me crazy. I'm serious. Take it off there.
first of all, it's a beautiful and moving reputation. Where the pasuk says, "Va'osi azu ve'estarasi lo shamanu."
If
The
you're
pasuk in Eicha says, "Kishal who laments the fact, Klal Yisrael, they have left me, osi azavu, they have left me, sorasi lo shamaru." I'm sorry, this is in Yirmiyahu, not in Eicha. And they do
who's
not
gonna
keep
twitch? I
my
want to see
Torah.
it twitch. He has
So
like
if you
left
think
arm
about
twitch
it,
that he
it
can't
sounds a
control.
little bit redundant,
But
right?
there's
If
something
you
about
say,
a guy
"Osi
in a
azavu, they left me," then of course
There's
that means
something
they
about a
didn't
guy
keep
in a
my
suit
Torah.
like
Same
that when you
idea.
see
If
that
you say they
twitch,
didn't
it
keep my
just makes it
Torah,
so
that
human.
means they left me. So why does nothing have to say both?
You gotta understand
Why
that
does it
when
have
I go
to
out,
say,
the
"Oh, she azavu, they left me"? That's so inside no shamar. They didn't
a
keep
year
my
and a half
Torah.
ago.
So
I
this is
didn't know if I was going to get it. It took a long time. There was lots of
But
delays.
a woman,
The sculptor had
because
health
the
problems. He had
biggest
legal
Yachol,
issues.
the Ribono Shel
And
Olam
I
says,
was excited to get it. For a
"Halavai,
year, I've been dreaming. I
Osi
want to come see
azu,
that squad. And when I got
Sarah
the costume,
Sishamar."
it took me a month to
Now,
work on it. And then I
let's
loved
say,
You need
Trump
to
says,
hire
"You
an
know what?
editor ASAP, by the
Halavai
way.
for you."
Every
That they have
explanation is
just
just 40
left
seconds
me,
too long.
It's
but
fun to
kept
have
my
someone you
Torah.
can just tell, like, just
Yeah,
tell
what
how
does that
terrible
mean?
they are all
So
the
can you,
time.
can you like explain, you know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that.
Natasha,
But I
I
need
told you.
to keep my
Natasha,
Torah.
I
So
was
it's
saying that
the
hell, I'm
hurry,
scared the
this
hell out of it.
action
I told
bar,
you on the
I'm
James
a
Taylor
person
list.
bar,
What I
not
want to
here,
know is,
Ose
did you hear the
bar,
jokes you did when they went like the week that he was writing?
but we
Look,
don't
that's
know
not
what's
how
going
that
on.
chip
Probably
Patriot.
Tony helped me with some jokes. I don't remember if one thing he wrote,
could have
but
lived with
I
that
mean, Tony
as
helped a
long
lot
as
of
they
people
would
with
have
jokes on
kept
there, right?
learning Torah.
I think he got a lot of jokes in.
Learning Torah action. And
Tony,
to those
Tony is one of
circumstances,
the best
Torah
roast
would
writers, I
awaken
think.
the light with
Well, thank you so much.
the
And
person
it
learns.
was a pleasure to work with you because Natasha killed it. Did you see it, Kurt?
When a person learns, they become
Natasha
more
killed it.
when a person learns, they're willing to encounter, they're willing to embrace their own
And
shortfalls
in
and
the live show
deficiencies.
as well, you know, which a
Well,
lot
like
of
I said,
people don't get
even
to
if
know how
Kali
that
Saul
whole
would have totally
internet,
left me,
that part of it
at
is.
least
But,
they would have kept learning my
oh
Torah.
no, it's true.
They
Yeah,
would
they
have
really left
exposed
it long
that
because it's
personalistic
just very, very
rehabilitation.
funny.
There
Very,
was
very
folk who
funny.
lament
Anyway,
the double time.
you know,
Oh,
while we're
yeah,
here,
look,
many
they left
Canadians
me
signed up to
to
do
Sora
60
Sai,
seconds.
Sora Sai Lo
Natasha,
Samara. They didn't keep my
Kurt,
Torah.
two of
They
my
stopped
good
learning.
pals, we're
And when
gonna
you
sit
stop
back and
learning,
listen.
the entire species of disrespect
No,
and the
but if
entire
you want, you can
group
scoot over.
of self-evaluation dissipates. You know, Gandhi says, Shama
I
Oshibara
could only
Torah. The
distract
Or
you.
Chachma HaTorah Me'evo
Right.
Are you one of those guys? What's the name, Patriot?
Axios.
Iron
שנית,
Patriot.
בסופו של דבר, השחוזר לעבודת השם יתברך. It's very surprising.
I'm really from the comic books. I'm not
The
Iron Man.
wisdom
Well,
of
either way,
Torah
Marvel's
has
going to
the
end up
ability
suing us.
to
So
go
what we're
ahead
doing next
and
week is we're putting a
literally
beard on his
eliminate
face.
one
He's going to be the bearded
from the
Patriot from then on.
foolish
You know what's interesting is,
of
see,
the
I originally wanted to job my sculptor to make me an Iron
back to the recall. So let's say securing our sense of self. So we see, turns out, the sense of self is the two elements to learn. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is I don't know why, how are you functional without code? Let's say, how do I keep Shabbos and I don't know what
guys ready to get some
and how do I
comedians
keep
up here
Catholic if I don't know what
Everybody does 60 seconds.
how do I wash my hands
seconds.
in the morning if I don't know how to
You
function
know, 60
with
seconds is something you hear
the
the meow of a
things I
kitty.
need to learn in order
And
to
that's
be
time to
able
wrap it up
to
because if you run the sound of that kitty noise,
this
angry
is
West
incredibly
Hollywood
important
hair
so
falls out. He's been
the
extra
part
angry lately, so don't
and
run
what
the
we
kitty
notice
sound too often.
one of these
And he
dynamics
comes out quicker and quicker every
we were
episode. Every
explaining
over
is
here gets
how
a
we
little
create
excited,
work
and
and at the end of the day the
I
work
notice
is all
every
going to
time
be
he comes out quicker and quicker,
It's
so look
dynamic
out
that
for
you
that
just have
kitty
to
meow. You guys ready to do this
in
thing or
order
what?
to really
Your
understand
first comedian tonight. Wow, there's a
second
lot of
dynamic
names in
Torah
here.
is ultimately again when I go ahead and I learn
It's
it opens my
Rob
eyes
Weissman.
and it opens my heart to what me I feel like a different person I feel like a different person and I'm willing to introspect and I'm willing to self-evaluate and I'm willing to engage in the process of self-judgment and I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can really tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So let's say, so what the subject is causing is there are two ways we come to the process of self-evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, I know it sounds strange, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in the process of self-evaluation.
Because it's easier to jerk off your
How does it
phone
work?
or computer
Torah opens my
than
mind.
to your high school
Torah
yearbook.
wasn't hearing lies the power of
Oh, thank you,
Torah
darling.
opens my
Thank you
mind,
so much.
allows me to be self-evaluative,
And I didn't even go to
allows
high
me
school
to
with her.
reflect, allows me to see me for who I am, both for good as well as for not so good.
Now we're
In learning
technical
Torah,
difficulties. So you want me to keep
fundamentally
going?
transforms us. We gotta go
Yeah,
on.
there you go.
He says,
Oh, man.
בהשפעת
yeah.
התורה על העסיקה יש כמה מדרגות. So let's at least
I think so.
and then America
Is that like a common thing to jerk off to Facebook?
She says, in this process of learning Torah in
I mean, is that what people? I don't go on
The
Facebook.
real question is, why are people jerking off to their high school yearbooks?
There's different levels. Because if you get
That's the real
sartorial
question.
yeah,
I feel like I
you're not doing it. Valuable on the Torah who
I think you can look at it as a brave thing to say that. That's the way I see it, right? I agree with you. It was brave to take a long ball of champagne. Have you ever jerked off your high school yearbook?
Something said,
I hadn't even thought about it. I didn't know
such
why.
the idea.
also like I think it's funny.
Torah provides
I can't wait to get home.
Migna
People don't
means
like
it's a kappa, and again, and Matzah is safety. Protects me and saves me. I was all those
How
two
little
words.
reading material do you have around your
In fact,
house
you
for the
two
high
different
school
things. So
yearbook?
Rashi, for
So you have
example,
to
says,
keep going back to
Migna
that.
Matzah,
How long have you been out
says,
of high school?
which is Migna means to protect me from the certain
Reading
punishment.
material?
Somebody
Still,
says, suffering.
would you like
That
some
Torah has
something
the
other
ability
than
to
a
protect me from punishment and suffering. Matzah saves me, means it has the ability to save me from the
Is there some girl that you went to high
Since
school with?
another joke really quick.
No.
Torah has
Is
the
there,
ability to save me from suffering.
is
Migna
there some girl from
Matzah
high school that you didn't get
So
to
it tells you,
finish?
we're going to see what studies can see that these two aspects show you the two different dynamics within Torah. It goes on to disclose other kinds of Sota, ובכך, התורה מגיעה את האדם, כיצד יוכל להתחתן את עצמו. וזה האחרת, כלומר שאומר המאוד, שבה מחלק אז אני מוזר, or, but then,
Do you
stop
look
over
these
here
girls
for
up from high
pick
school
up
on
on your question
Facebook? Like I
but again, just to know that these dynamics, when you see this, it's not Migna and Matzah, this is not
Yeah, but
very
you're joking about something that no one had
often
ever done.
about the power of Torah. Migna
Wouldn't have given you
saves
shit
me
about
from
it had you
doing
just gotten more laughs. That's
suffering,
the
and Matzah flaw, and it saves me from myself. It saves me from these so a couple of different today. We'll pick up America from with this dynamic.
Take our advice and find a different publication to jerk off to. We're here to help. Okay. We're not even talking about how your first joke was about the Patriots.
Yeah, let's talk about the film.
We don't even. Can we do that? No, we don't need to go back that far. Please talk about the Patriots.
It's funny that you would say that because on Sunday when I was out on Hollywood Boulevard, I did have an itch on my face. And it really is frustrating because I couldn't get to it. I couldn't.
Maybe you guys should take it on the road and just go back to your high school.
Yeah. Rob Weissman and the Irish Patriot. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Rob, do you work out?
Right, for most morning what I'm thinking, yes,
You seem like really buff underneath your shirt.
My P90X.
Is that what that is?
P90X.
So let's begin
I
with
thought
the
it sounded like a P90X. Like it was a certain type of piss that's extra powerful. My P90X is the most powerful piss on the planet. That's exactly fair. I'm here.
So in those
I
areas,
know.
we can cover our other like we left off with criminal class.
No, you just seem like your body's, your chest and arms seem bigger than what your head would have. That's good. And that's a pretty bulky shirt.
It's just a shame you didn't have that body when you were in high school. You would have been banging all
And
this.
it was definitely a
Now
really
that I think about it, you are jerking off to the right
and
book.
I
There
now
he goes,
see
everybody. Rob Weissman.
what
Weissman.
areas I need to address. So
We're
the
already
thing is
off
over
it.
on the other knockdown.
Don't worry.
Oh,
My
yeah, no, that
summons my love is
Until next time we do the time show, I open with that
to
joke.
actively address the
Like every word
But I don't want to think we're just
the
roasting
internal
him.
blemishes that I have
No,
in
he looks like he
toilet
signed up for that.
before
I think he thought this was like stage time.
and if I sometimes when I
It
stumble,
was. It was almost expected. This is what better exercise than talking to your peers?
I'll call him
because
back.
again, like I said before,
That's
those
at
mistakes and
Weissman
those missteps
Digital on Twitter for those of you that are into people with 20 letter handles. At Weissman
Nora
Digital
Zuckerberg.
with two
Yes,
S's and
so I
Weissman.
Tony, how do you get so many people
got
on the
global.
show?
Because
Your
it's an
whole
awesome show.
Lazada
It's
X
Cutting
Master
it down to
Card.
30 seconds.
kind of crazy. This happens every week. 30 seconds out of that.
Your personal thing to themselves well, and I guess maybe
James did seem like it went on for a while.
in order to
Yeah,
figure
we
out
had
what I
seen
need
it.
to fix.
You'll
Now,
hear
first,
the McKinney
that's
for
not exactly a very
Carlos
easy way to take. Second, because again, the goal of course is avoiding this thing and everything. So that is kind of
If a
keeping
comedian ever misses their
them out.
spot, that means they
That
get
is kind of keeping them in terms of like, once I'm seeing, the quote unquote benefits of seeing is that I
he
get to
makes
see
those
like,
noises, and that
see
means
what's
that
going
comedian's
and
not
see
allowed
what
to
I
ever
need to
sign up
address.
for this show
But of
again.
course, the
Isn't that
goal
crazy?
is avoidance of sin.
You should
So
have
if
to
my
make
goal
them
is
like
avoidance
give a
of sin,
letter of
yet
apology,
the
or
benefit
there
of
should be
sin
some
is
sort
that
of
it
like
shows me
cleaner
my
case.
deficiency, what's broken, what I need to address. How do I figure out all of that stuff without
Twitter
isn't that the goal of life? Meaning, I want, it's going to sound strange, I want the benefit.
Or you could have just watched
I want the
and been
benefit
like,
of
why would I
sin
put myself
without
through
sin.
There was
Now,
once,
what does that
We'll
mean?
come back.
I want the benefit of
a
sin
few,
that I want
weeks
to
ago,
know
there
what I
was
have to
there was
fix
a blind guy
without
whose
potentially
name we
having
called,
to make the
and
mistakes,
we
which is the
blacklisted him,
ultimate
and then
goal.
another
So of
comedian's
course,
like, no,
part
he's
of it,
blind, he
you know,
sounds
as you know,
smart.
like
So
you
then
say,
they
you
went
do
to
that,
try to
like you
find
have
him.
to
But
make
if
the
he's blind,
mistakes
he can't hear us
in
anymore.
order to know what to fix. But
He was in the wrong
on
show.
some
Yeah,
level,
he was in the
on
wrong
some
room. That's
level,
what it was.
the ability
He thought Kill Tony was in the kitchen, and
self-awareness
he was wondering why the audio wasn't so good. Anyway.
without having to
All right, put your hands together for your next comedian.
to
TNA,
address
everybody.
the
Here he is.
difficulties that sin itself creates. Because I think to a certain degree, yes. How can you accomplish that? And this is incredible. He says through learning total. Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? He says, יש לו לדעת שעל ידי לימוד התורה בלבד Yochol Nazara Asmachta Mitzvah Prakashi. Through learning, you also have the ability to go ahead and shed light and come to an understanding as to what you see. How does that work? This is incredible. This is not okay. I'm about to say that I'm going to block on it. He says, Torah, Nikrati, Milashon Moreh. Torah is called Torah. Why is Torah called Torah? So the point to discuss is that Torah comes from Lashon of Torah. We'll get into the etymology of this moment. But it's Lashon Moreh. What's a Moreh? The Moreh is like a compass. Like a tour guide. Moreh guide, someone or something to teach you, Moreh to teach, Dara, the way. He says, Hey, she's Moreh, Medes, Adam, A, the Colossal, is actually Moreh. That is just something pretty beautiful over here. Then what is the point of Torah? And if he's going to develop this, the point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can take that which will grow him.
That must have really blown your mind when that bear just kept chiming in there at the end.
Yeah, even Sony Loma, for example, this is incredible.
I like that you're drinking a 24-ounce can of
you often sell Torah a little bit
and
slow.
you're also,
sell
you're
Torah slow.
biking, so I
And he
might
says,
help.
the English Sony Loma,
See, now,
possession
I never
of
thought of that.
Torah,
Like, I know
you
that's
Lashon
drunk
Hora,
driving, but now the
רק
bikers
במה
are
שהתורה מלמדת אותנו, החוקים והמשפטים, לא את המעשה שיעשו. Because many times, someone that Torah means Torah, means instruction, that's not enough Kiddush. This is what people often misunderstand is the point, that the only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us the sins of do's and
You wear a helmet when you bike?
like that's what Torah does. Teaches us
Or
cooking and responses. These things you can't do. These things. Do a lot of this. Don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella, that's because while of course that's true. That's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Allah Horaz HaTorah LaAdam Gam Ba'atzem Halim. So there is something profoundly private in the process of learning Torah. And I will say, what the topic is highlighting here is an unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced. But here, topic is giving verbal form. So I was like, you know what you do? The power of learning. What is it?
Do you always wear the
emphasis on
Do you always wear the
I
sunglasses?
see why do I'm coming from such a great
The sunglasses on
So
top
of
of
course,
your head
on
that
one
you leave
basic
up like
level,
that.
because in order to be a good Jew, you have to know what to do. Right? It's no different. You wanna get your license, you have to study the driver's license. You have to know how many car lanes you need in the car, you in the car parking, right? You need to know how many feet, how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the laws, what are the pass the test. So I need to know the halachas, what is to be a functional Jew. What have to be in the Torah.
It almost just seems like even if not, not even be like, oh, he's covered in a bald spot. It's just like, oh, he's like suddenly come back out for the first time ever tonight. And at the same time, the proof might fall off that you
know this.
when everybody else is freaking out about the apocalypse, you're just like,
Just
what if
become
I
a
got this
different
right?
kind of person. Now that's because I know now what to do better. Look, I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachas from the Laden. I know I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe the super. Is that what we're seeing over here? It's something much more profound. When I do Torah, there's an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows me to introspection, that allows me to see how
Timmy Day. Okay, good job.
I think that Joker in the right
perspective. And listen, you know this. You know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on and says, give the proof to this, the political proof. I'm going to show you that learning has an impact.
Do you guys remember
that allows
at
you to be a
the
more
Potter Fest
introspective and
ago, the Baron
thought-provoking,
Betts and
even
Eric
and
talking
not
about the first few
related per
minutes
se
they were
to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof of this? It's incredible. Shahare, then Isha Adam knowledge of Dino Seder Kodsha. המדבר בין הקבלה, עכשיו עשה קבלה. נקרא בנחשב לו הדבר שהוא עסק בתורה. What's the difference? Let's say a person learning Hadshin. I don't think that explains it. You spend a lot of time on the second Shabbat. I think even in Yuma, we've had Sugyas again of Kabbalah. I'm learning Kabbalah. Right? And what's in general? How do we relate to a Sugya of Kabbalah? Hori Shikram as HaTorah Mora et Darko Umadricha also Kisha Takin as Nachshel. Am Shadavar Eino Nogea Le'ez when I see the form. You know, it's like, when I learn a Sugya of Hadshin, for example, what's the relevance of a Sugya of Hadshin to me right now? What's the relevance? None. No, let's make, you saw this. We're learning Sugyas and you went back to today's Sunday class. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, and the answer is something you have to have we don't third base in this. Hopefully, it's something a lot of times. That's what I hope. Right, so therefore, again, we will go ahead and nurse start saying, no, they lay out. And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the learning. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. Yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur to the subject? So if Torah was just operational, like if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I would emerge from the Sugi and Kutch and I would say, all right, I mean, I just kind of feel like I spun my wheels a little bit. I didn't but the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel like there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha of myself, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shagam Azos, the source of the line. Hari Shagam Az HaTorah Moralo is Darko. Ooh, Madzicha also, because we want to say, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha of myself, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote-unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment.
I saw both arms twitch.
Goes on, he says, nevertheless, Moralo is Darko, Madzicha to Tishula attacking this time. So, Shadavar Eino Nogia Le'ez when I say before. So I will say that something develops again, and I think it's so incredibly profound. Because sometimes, you know, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. Learning. So sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So of course, you're the operational piece. 2 hour learning. You have to think about operational piece of learning is, and you need to know what to do in life. You have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. But people have left on this power of learning is that it releases us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a need for introspection. And that irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. The act of engaging in Torah, the definition sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked right here's incredible. When's the only time that it's normally sparked? When I sin. I think this incredible. That's normally when this process is sparked. When I come into that area, I realize, oh, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. The subject says there's a way to jumpstart that act of introspection, even without the faith. As was Gustavo here, we're going to pick up with this tune in the session tomorrow.
I remember you just arrived from Mississippi a few weeks ago. You made your stand-up. Was it your stand-up debut?
I lied about that because I was so damn nervous. I felt like I let you down. But my very first stand-up was in Hermosa Beach. That little masturbator, Robert Wiseman, he's the one that got me doing comedy. The one he jerked off to the yearbooks.
Oh, okay. Wow. Really throwing your one friend under the bus there.
Hey, that video's actually on YouTube.
It's called Corey's first time at stand-up, and I was living in the youth hostel for most of it.
Carter, you do not need to scream.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm excited. I'm starstruck. Oh man, Eric Carter,
I mean, he is charming.
he really is, right?
Starstruck or starstruck, sir?
But instead, I
Whatever
want to
the
use
correct way to say it,
moment
you know where I'm going.
this morning.
Eric, what is that? It's Eric Carter or
Yes,
Carter?
ma'am. It's
Oh,
Carter.
your name's Carter.
Left hand
Eric
side,
Carter.
left right is
Can you go by Carter?
See how
Yes,
Magora
ma'am.
else. What's the number
Are
again?
you just saying that to agree with me?
No, I really do. Like when I used to play football as a kid, coach always called me Carter.
Carter.
And we love it. That very
I think you
again,
could really
using
benefit
the definition
from
that
a
we established in
catchphrase.
the last
What's
week.
that?
Cinco San
Like, you
Nicholas
know, like,
is not the
yeah,
actual
because you said, oh shit,
it's rather than
and everybody loved it, so maybe you should, like, you know, work on
Trade more than that.
Carter, I gotta say, I like your passion.
Thank you. I like you too.
You came out swinging, and I really, for some reason, I think we're in your power.
and that's why
Yes.
You're the fucking future of comedy. No, I think you guys are a 1-2 punch that will eventually click.
Well, we're about to start a
I
podcast.
know you fucking are. I know you're not.
It's going to be called ER, Eric and
again,
Rob.
remember, if even if I can do it, it should be. If
I
even if I
like
can
you.
do that, there's still going to be why I do
I
it.
think you're in the right business.
Heck yeah.
Because anything any idea that I create is reflective of something which is in synthesis with their insight. Because the insight is with their
I gotta tell you, that's a good joke. That's true.
this is why you're doing
Adrian,
it.
I did not know you had impressions in your repertoire.
No, even when you're
so Carter, you got swagger and you got confidence.
That's what I said, that passion.
Well, I did drive 6 states out here to Little Candy ass hard. I drive here to number 1 and I ain't selling one less.
you know, the children that my parents
Shoot for the
young
top
to
10. Just shoot for the top 10.
you come to la dance, you have to ayudar
That's unreachable.
imagine
I love it down there still.
que
I have to be
se eliminate not be again, right? And at time not be
What do you think about this gentleman's speech?
That
Has
is
opened
not
up
discussing
I like to listen to it. I told you, I only like girls. I don't like guys.
and not the power
That's why you should always wear covered shoes on stage.
Well, I just got back from Dana Point. That's where I live at. I've been on the
You live in Dana Point?
Yes,
Heck yeah, that's the only place where they sell
Everyone
that
here
shit.
is just
when I make mistakes in life, and I miss that way. I
I'm fortunate
understand.
enough. I got like a rich fancy man from out here. She's letting me live with a ranch rate, and I just gave her a muscle. And I'm her cousin Eddie from Mississippi.
Oh my god.
Wait, what exactly is
Just get some cameras in that goddamn house.
Like, I do claim this
to your hand?
Oh,
You say give her muscle?
I would not
that
exhibit
way,
the
but I'm
signs of hunger.
like,
I
not
would
Well,
not
you do
know
closest for her and she lets you stay there.
that without
That's
becoming
great.
sick, without becoming sick,
That's a long drive out here, right? Like an hour?
You know, something so compromising could be
You have a very good attitude.
I had my body not
I told you in your ear a few weeks ago, come back, Eric. I'm so glad you did. Put your hands together for Eric Carter, everybody. You're welcome. Here, hit the rock. Hit the rock.
and
Oh,
ultimately
Jesus.
showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. And once
Hey, there I got you, Eric.
we all know
All
that
right.
something inside of us from a rhythmic
Am I crazy? But I feel like no one in LA
I
talks
know.
like that.
Sometimes
No,
I
they
don't know
don't.
why.
That's right.
I know, but someone, there's gotta be other people here from, how come he's the only person I've ever heard not
We
know?
all know that we need work. Like we all know that there's
That's where the
things
money
that
is.
have to
That's
be
where they
done.
think the Hollywood dream is.
What
Dana
But
Point.
what
They go there for the data points.
I
But just so people know, Dana Point
And then
is like
I put
very
this in
glamorous,
Madeira,
like past
and there's
Malibu. It's like a beautiful
but
beach.
the beauty popping out here, huh? Is that,
Data
oh,
point.
now I know
Dana
my
Point is south.
I
It's
know
south
it.
Malibu.
Oh,
I
whatever,
know
it's nice.
where the problem is. The Avira can just highlight the
He's
things
a
in the
little more
art,
like
right? It goes
sophisticated.
ahead and it highlights
There he goes.
what
It's
makes
Eric
this
Carter
stuff.
on
And now
Twitter.
I
That's
know
Call Me
what it is
Easy.
that I have to work on.
Call Me Easy
Goes
on
on and
Twitter.
says,
He's
you
obsessed.
know, the hospital
Fresh
someone
off the
behind
boat. That guy could be a star. He's like
a lot more
very,
Now, in my Africa, suppose it's not
He didn't come here all the way from 6 states. We know candy ass number 50.
I don't fucking leave Mississippi behind and $1
Yeah,
million a state to come out here and not fucking kick ass.
Yeah, but like we're good people.
I have had a lot of
Rich people.
brand new comics
Really
like
like that
maybe
does it. Like some other dynamic of the story comes from.
okay,
Like
so
maybe
it's
it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe
You did a
it's
great job.
addiction, whatever it might be.
yeah,
And
he's
I
actually
do
got
that,
a great
and I do
point
that
about
my eyes
Billy Bob's
without
got
the
some
internal
emotion,
processing
right?
which part
Does
of
he?
it.
I mean, he must.
He goes on and says,
I mean,
you have a hundred, therefore again, once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the
He was like a #1 movie, so she fucked him.
He goes on, ובזה מבוא המחנות החמוזל, על לוט שנחשב בנוסף, מפני שכל ישלוק אחר בולמוס, חייבת הרייס, סוף שמאכיל את Look, right? Sharon committed insignificant acts of deception. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? You want to say you got drunk? No, a lot of people get drunk all the time.
Great job.
What do people listening think this man looks like?
It's a part
They
of
know what he
the
looks
fact,
like.
again,
He's one of the, they made
Chazal
t-shirts.
speak about drunkenness. There's shikrus
Lo and
and there's
behold, the result
shikruso
of the
shalot.
smoke cleared. It's
You
just
can get
his
drunk
face. It's
and
the
you can get
entire
low
t-shirt.
drunk.
And,
Right? So
Yeah, that's
most
Plutonian.
drunk is what Chazal
they love
meant
him,
for
man.
like
The
when you're
Patriots, like, we
drunk.
found out so much
Like you
crazy
don't
stuff
know
about this
just
guy. I
like
mean,
drunk.
he's so
I was like,
I was actually starstruck
those
when I
of
got
us
to meet
who
him
have,
for the
who have
first time.
enjoyed
The
our
band
time
played
in
the suit, and he
Israel,
came out, sure enough, he rolls out his
many
car,
times.
3 crates of
Maybe
all
on
this
Purim
stuff
or
that he
some
brought
other
because
things.
he always comes dressed as the Patriot.
There's
You
certain
can't even
things
sit down
where
in that
no matter
unit.
how
He has to
drunk
take the
you
bus here
are,
because it'll let him
it would
stand
not
up
be
the entire
born
way
on a
from
normal
the
person.
the bus or do you,
It's good. So let me say, when it happens that a person becomes drunk, true, but then
Oh my God, that's the greatest thing I've
that
heard.
is so
That is my
awful.
favorite
Next
Iron
photo
Man
shoot.
ever.
Right,
Oh
it's
yeah,
wrong.
exactly. How do we get that for
To the
just
point
like
that
30
it's
seconds?
that this
Excuse
is
me,
not like
Mr.
a
Bus
Jewish
Driver. This is
right?
gonna sound
But the
crazy at
concept of
first.
Jesus is
You
just
don't drive in this
basic part of the
outfit?
basic know how to play it all out. How does that happen? The Prophet says that's what happens when inside growth
That is
had
amazing.
Yeah, one more
issues
time.
with morality in general. But in fact, again, the
Let's
Bible
get
is
this
down.
fun train moving along. Your
That's one
next
of the
comedian
reasons he
goes by
wanted
the
to
name
move
of Matt
stone.
Gass.
Was because of the lack of moral faith. So the Prophet says when you are struggling with
Wow.
personal issues, those issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when
It's an
both
interesting
commit to
ending.
sin, the world now knows
No,
what
it's
road
not
inner
that.
weakness is.
They always come up to me the next week like, hey man, I think I got blood.
Of our eyes, the immorality. The Prophet just
Right,
means
very
as
it's
an
got from
example
Melanie
that
Maldonado.
sin is not just a sin, but in our data is a manifestation of this broken on the inside. You can look at again, I just want to point out, according to the Prophet, again, this is why an Avera is a gift. I know that sounds strange, but an Avera could be a gift. Because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an Avera, not that we're encouraging it, but when I commit an Avera, I know what's wrong inside. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest. It becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his law. But listen, by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time?
I'm single.
Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like, Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been Nikshal, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the tzaddik understands that Lamaisa is an internal state of disrepair. He ends below Rakshim Ino Tzaddik Lagavi Barazeh,
That
though
is
you wish
exactly. You
Shobal.
nailed it. This is actually
Alexander
I think
Muhammad
that's
is showing Examine the other man
That's a great premise. The premise of the license plate holders not matching the thing. It's the two funny ones that wonder if there's like something.
The hair was a great.
You know, like you never, if there's one that's another one like that, like something cool, and
I'm
will
obsessed.
commit
I know you're not doing that good because there's a big
sometimes
mustache
very
on the front of your car,
vulnerable
like
with
they're
choreographed
giving people, and that could be like, you know, whatever. You could mix that in there, but it's such a great premise that it's
up in reality.
I'm obsessed with the vanity
So
plays.
sometimes
Those are fun.
I commit Averas,
I saw one the other day.
ultimately again, because those
I
Averas are
wanted
representative of a state of inner dysfunction. And sometimes
yeah,
very
it's an
vulnerable Olam,
double assistant editor one time. Okay, like you think you're only going to win, and you have to know you're only going to win one Emmy when you get to
because
this
I can
place.
follow with it.
Oh, my neighbor it says I'm a doctor.
Who
Like,
wants
how hard up are you for this?
Right.
I don't have to
Yeah, that's your doctor.
I mean, he's probably like a dentist.
creates these circumstances
Yeah,
because
it's not a great
he
doctor.
wants to experience failure. Why does he want to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never
Yeah,
become
it's
aware.
you can
Without the hate, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what
Koreatown's
is it
definitely a
that's
local
You know,
reference.
that's
I
the
still
end of
wouldn't
the
see
oath.
exactly
And
because
again,
the
it
key
is
is
one
still
of
a
the I
Saturn,
told you, I
right?
think it's
Not the
incredibly
same company.
transformative. So in one oath of Tzaddik
Yeah,
Yitzchak, that
it
is
is.
the moment of light on
It
both
is
the
Korea.
sides of Russia.
He is a
It's
Korean.
like a life of
It's a
it's
car.
a life of burning precept.
I know it's.
That's
I drive
nothing
a-
like
I drive a
Korean guy's freaking out right now. Like, how
I'm
dare
both
you?
the Tzaddik and I'm both the
Yeah,
Rasha.
It just seems like
Which is good and it's bad. It's bad because it's most the Rasha. But it's also good because I'm not a total
Yeah,
Rasha.
you live in
If I
Koreatown,
spend
right?
I know it's
I just don't think that place so bad.
a person's only commitment of the in an area for which he can something of the Avira is the
Well, I
magic
agree with you. I think you
of
can play
something
around with
which
that.
is
Does it usually work really good?
which is the gift of the Avira. The Avira tells me exactly what I have to work on. To the point that sometimes the Rebbe himself will choreograph
Did Judy
circumstances
Carter tell
which
you
will
that?
enable me to
She
sin
did.
in order that I
Did she
am
really?
able to see what is in a state of dysfunction that will raise itself.
You're being serious right now? Or are you fucking with us?
They have to pick up here
I'm
some
very,
other
very straight.
Oh, wow.
I'm on my six. Don't laugh.
Wow.
It's
Why have we not read the books? What are we doing over there?
I've read them. I just
You don't send it to the publisher.
Judy Carter will be like, "Oh, you were a homecoming queen, then you should wear a crown on stage." Like she says, that bring a wand.
Jamie Masada was my favorite. I had one of those. I had done the Laugh Factory open mic 3 times.
That's a good joke about your ex-boyfriend.
Wait, what was Jamie's advice to you?
Jamie's advice to me, you wait out there for hours to get out of this crazy middle of the day open mic. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure they're still doing it. Anyway, it's terrible. You can't swear or whatever. Oh, that's a different story, actually. Anyway, he told me for comedy advice, he goes, buddy, very funny, but you know, you need to do you come back, you'd be wearing a cowboy hat. Everybody will connect with you in the middle of America.
Someone told me that.
Definitely not.
That's why I was taking you a little longer.
But is it true that Mitzi, who owns this place, would tell? She told some guy like, "You should change your name to Giant Banana, wear a yellow suit like a banana."
I think she would do that with people that she didn't like. But I I've heard tons of stories of her giving people like crazy advice. Like I heard one even recently, most recently, a couple weeks ago, somebody's like, Louis Anderson was talking about how he said, hey, before Marvel, you want to wear a sweater. I want to see you wearing a sweater. He would wear a sweater.
Don't wear a hat.
Started booking shit immediately because he's a sweater comedian. That's what she said he was. And it turns out there wasn't like a definition of sweater. Mitzi's a different thing. Speaking about Mitzi,
And Judy Carter.
Right.
Judy Carter is always trying to quantify comedy in like almost like it's math.
Right.
What's the best piece of advice that you've read and believed in this book?
That if a person can
It's really
stumble
worked for you.
in a particular idea,
I'll tell you best piece of advice that I've got to talk about books. Do something you like, so all you do is you or even do it so well you pay for it. No, but I want to know all this reading for all this.
Now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an Avera, that's a sin and that's a sign, and the proof that I am not totally clean from that Avera. Now, what is this? This is incredible. So we'll say, let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an Avera. Whatever the Avera. So what does that say about you? So very often mistakes happen. And at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that Avera a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. So it's like, that's not true. When a person commits an Avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that Avera embedded inside.
Where's that fucking banana?
And this is incredible. He says, Hashoge, Nikshot Ba'avera,
You have a beautiful smile.
Nikra Torah B'Kiri.
Melanie.
You can follow her on Twitter. What happens? What does the Torah for accidental sin? Okay. What's saying of a carbon that you bring to the accidental sin of an Avera? So then this is what does that show you? What does that show you? It says in it, motion and life. Let us catch up each other. And we see both said that a person requires atonement even for an Avera committed accident. Motion Asinu, Shechayim L'Karban, Shechayim L'Habit, Listen, this is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is this thing like just from a Hashkafic perspective? Why is the Torah hold you liable for accidental commission of an Avera? Just to give you a very contemporary example of this. A person flicks the light switch on
Really? You can buy those in
right?
Koreatown?
Again, I think it happens down the line. So far, it happens to most of us. At any given point, we'll say, there was a case
Is there like a secret
well,
passcode
we have
in
up the
Koreatown
accident
to get one of those?
to
Like if you go to a Chinese restaurant, be like,
They're
"I'll take number 73.
It's an accident. Accidents
All
happen.
right, your next comedian goes by the name of Bo Scott, everybody.
Why is there liability for a hacker? Why is that? Why is there liability for a showgate? Because showgate is part of who and why. I commit an idea of showgate, but that shows is that there's something deficient inside of me. There's something deficient inside of me. It's the same way. It's the same way. It goes on. Look at his example. He says, so for example, the private example of this is someone who kills someone else for showing. Right? This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. Falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to flee to a mikvah. For an accident. Reuben does. He never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. And then he falls off the ladder. Falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I was saying, we know what Galus means, right? You know what Galus means. And we'll see when we get to the second practice. Galus, your mikvah, your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Well, it depends on what does. You hope to pay, depending on what is of a giant age. And it's an alien health. Because only because others that ultimately affects you. So if these individuals' entire life upended, why is it a mistake?
Your first chance to finish
Because
with
it
the
says,
What was the physical you were doing there? Are you kidding?
if I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's
You know
something
why you were
that's
pretending
not
like you
right.
were playing the drums for that
There's
first show?
something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound
Straight to
state of
yourself.
disregard.
I was really good at it. When I first started coming, I was really bad
And it's
at it.
a nice thing to hold on.
I'm just getting started. I'm fascinated. How does the banana fit into someone?
So can we just explain to the audience at home like he was doing some crazy physicality where he said that fruit grows on trees, but then it was like he was playing it wrong?
One foot up and the other foot was like hand was karate chopping.
Where
nothing to do with what I was saying.
I was
For
like,
those of you listening to the audio, for those of you just listening to the audio, when you get home, go home and just download the video just to watch this one part and make sure that you have a rope or a gun with a hole in it handy.
Misfiring that would allow me to actually maybe it's stress or maybe it's some need that that's but again it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribono Shel Olam holds us accountable for mistakes because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I could
some
commit
guys
this
making
mistake,
you do that for
it's
hours at a
reflective
time.
of some
Look at the
dynamic
white guy that they
that
keep
is
over here
broken
for
inside
$100
it.
an hour. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He just keeps doing this thing where he is suspending and goes to sleep.
You like the flipping the
So basically, your last note, you could put for Halloween 10 bows on all your fingers and be Edward.
Right.
You can really
That's what it
substitute
is. It's a
any
mistake,
noun. You
absolutely.
could be
But
Edward
somehow,
Cowhands.
some
You
way,
could be Edward Banana
also
Hands.
it's not absolute.
Edward.
Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, there was like there are other forms. Meaning clearly when I have a complete awareness,
Let's
it's
just
a
say
complete
going with
awareness.
goats on that was
Like
a
no one
bad
goes
decision.
ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on
Nothing
their
gets worse
desk.
than goat
Because
hands. You can make
I
any
thought
bad
this was
joke.
my bed. Right? No one has that because I have an absolute work awareness.
It's awesome.
So when you have an awareness, you're certain if I do something wrong, there's a lasting awareness.
I
That's
really
what
just
stuff
watched
says.
some
Look at
points.
this such an
Do you
incredible
also
show.
break out
So
into like
therefore,
how
even
there's
when I
little
commit
things
to
that
an idea
are
of
incongruent
the
when you
should,
talk
even when I
about
commit to an
during
idea
sex?
accidentally, it's something says that shows
Oh, that's cool.
that there's some dynamic that's broken
His
inside.
opening was good.
So whatever goes on, it's about
The
that
opening
thing
was
work.
good.
I'll
When
get
you
to
move the
what
mic stand,
this is
like
about this. No, what's that? We'll stop over here. We'll pick up in there with this last piece tomorrow. But let's just come back to the stuff that we do. There's two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned Ocean Pass in the subject, I always assumed that either you were a tzaddik or a rasha. Right? There's no product, there's no ambiguity. The tzaddik says
Don't let it fool you.
most of us are always tzaddik and always
We're
a
not always
rasha.
going to be here for
Right?
you.
I'm a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm
How many
quote rasha,
great
although
shows
we're
do you
going
have?
to
Like, do
mitigate
you
that
have a
sin
lot
a
of
little
great
bit.
shows?
I'm a rasha in those areas in which I'm actually
How
transgressing
many times a
or
week?
desire to transgress. That's level one, which will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quantum status of tzaddik. Lesson number two, that's what we're speaking of now, is responsibility for others. Why is it that you don't have to go to a whole responsible for accidents? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective
Fuck
of
yeah, Bo.
some
Do you live down in San Diego?
of disrespect. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be
What are you, his manager? Did you just fly him
about
here?
what that says about where I'm actually moving. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the answers with that last piece for the conclusion of this.
He started out with his left foot, that wasn't working.
Right.
I can't do it on my right foot at all.
Isn't that the one that you did it with?
Are you dyslexic? Wait a fucking second. This joke is starting to work. Holy shit, you're onto something.
Fuck yeah, who would have
We can get a
thought?
Q&A involved with that joke.
That's true.
We're going on the road with you.
I'm there.
Heck yeah, just us. Fucking goat hands. I love it. Thank you so much, Bo Scott. There you go.
San Diego.
That's @Bo_Scott on Twitter. For those of you listening,
All right, well, so
chat with Bo Scott. It's Bo_Scott. Talk about
in Ocean Pass.
And there's also a line here.
I gotta find out what makes that guy tick.
Whatever began.
There's also a line on these sign-up sheets that is their name, their Twitter handle in the topic. His topic was Halloween /gifts.
Who does not go ahead and experience
Guess what? He fucking
in a
nailed it.
particular area of life. Versus
Halloween's coming up.
left
Halloween.
and right, somebody uses the word Russia, but it's not really what it's referring to. The topic of the non-topic. So the topic is one you never
Mike
experienced.
Stanley, everybody. Mike Stanley.
But an area in which I struggle, an area in which I fall, and I had failed. So one could have the first control
Back home to Detroit, which is a beautiful this time of year, you guys. Where the sunlight hits the property, it's just breathtaking. Tons of time. I was at my buddy's apartment recently, drinking Sangha, chit-chatting, stealing his neighbor's Wi-Fi. When he pulled an envelope off his coffee table, and he goes, "Look at this, cherry duty. How am I going to get out of the house?" I was like, "Look, dude, you're 35, you're in Detroit. If I were you, I'd probably take it to some paycheck. Unless you cooked up some pyramid scheme that involves you taking cornbreads and playing Xbox, I don't really see a lot of career opportunities coming down the pipe, man." And he said, "I know how I'll get out of it. I'm just saying I'm racist." Yeah, you are racist. He said, "Come on, Mike, I'm not racist." I said, "I'm glad you know what pure beauty is to say that you're racist. I think you're automatically assuming that whoever's on trial is going to be a minority." Which sounds pretty fucking racist to me. He said, "Well, how are you going to say you're racist if you're not American?"
First of all, I'm glad that you took the sunglasses off your head and got rid of the PBR from your ear.
All camel drivers are retired. What does that mean? Nickname
Different guy?
Camel drivers, right? If you look at those cooking and bug, so he says, "We ready to my rope, take him all of my soda, Shuma, and you're ready to take nothing. Rope, take him all of my soda,
Yeah, the whole
So can you really get out
Those
of jury duty?
who camel riders are always right. Why? They're actually roughly given to the Iran and coming the Boston Hagamo,
Terrible.
What do you think if you
I think maybe your friends say that.
nature of
Has
riding
anybody else heard that though?
is
That
that both of the
I'm trying to
Iran
get this what everybody said.
their
That
love
you
to
are
get
racist.
leads
When
to
I was in jury
constant,
duty last
you
time,
know,
they made an
ignition of
announcement
Sarah,
to people
ignition
on loudspeaker, and they're like, just because
because
you do
that
not
can
speak
end up
English, no
wasting
reason you
an
cannot
incredible amount of
perform jury like
Therefore,
they were
again,
making.
you know,
Because people
because
were
of
trying to get
that,
out of it by
all
like,
those
don't
donkey
speak
drivers,
English, and they
donkey
were like,
drivers
absolutely
are
not. That still means
retired.
not being part of the
Okay.
system.
Now listen, now
Well,
watch
the
this.
thing about it is,
You
like,
might
they
go
don't
now.
talk
This is
about
the match side
it.
Ashba. The Ashba is the passion. What's the Ashba
Like,
chapter?
so he has to
So
announce
the
it for
whole
everybody.
figure has tomorrow, social, and not social. But there's another tomorrow. You might have a tradition. And what is the the left hand calendar? These are the Shahad Mullen, Ruban Sherin.
But, what could be funny is if one
says
person
that the Mullen
to
camel
tell
drivers,
that what
the
if the person
majority
doing
of
the
them
question here,
are
like, are you
shades,
racist? It's like a giant
righteous
black
people.
guy.
Why?
It's like, well,
I
are
know
you
that
racist
the
against
person
Well,
is
exactly.
borrowed
If
to
you're
the
in
Muslim
Detroit, like,
Judaic
good luck
side,
fucking running that flagpole.
the Uriam the Nafshan in the Shagan the
Well, what if he says I'm racist? Yeah, everyone is.
But actually, why is that? Because we're the camel drivers at the shop, and that's the travel to the desert.
Is it trained
Right?
to buy
And
us
the
there
desert,
for $30
they are
right
very
now?
much dependent on the vulnerable in the desert. They are exposed to all of
You buy a
the
car for
desert.
30.
They have to do
You
all
like $2
of
grand
the
in some spots.
$2
Interesting
for a
enough,
house?
Right, you can give them
uncertainty
use the 30
is
down.
something that often brings the person to work and
The
stuff as part of it.
Chinese are
Because
actually
I
running
realize
out.
at the end of the day, in London, I'm going to be starting Ella Alavini Salasana and Noah, except for the Bono Shalom. So if you really put yourself in the United, on one hand, you're only checking things that says, camel drivers, they're all retired. Why? Because I'm really still with professionals who are on the camel all day, so the experience with us is down to my color, always seeing it. You remember the second position, Ruban Kshir are the camel drivers. That is why they're Ma'amin, they're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Once you know, there's no atheist in the hospital. So they're traveling fast.
Right, what makes you think
Like,
there's
if you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the devotion you are, that incentive is a certain level of room type and personal piety. So as the Ashba, so the Ashba says, so what's going on with you? How do you reconcile these two demands? Are the camel drivers in Shayim or are they Kshirim? Well, guys, that Ashba, the Ashba says, so profound. Shagvan inum sosin delazekla. The Ashba says it's not a contradiction. The MSC, the Gade Union Death, for us, Hassad Spitera, Nechshavim Lofe Hagimalim L'Rishayim. In reality, says it after. When it comes to Hashkafa, they're always being accused. So the Gamal and Arishan, they commit this Avera. However, the Gemara says, U'ulam, the Chozos, Legabe Inyan Sheneshabim Libam, Lamakum, in a Shabbat, so the Rashba says it's a very simple. They are shut in one area and seeking in another area. So they're shutting with the Shikla for Shalavatala, but they're tzaddikim because they have incredible evidence. They have incredible reason to God is God in the front of the supplicate, they petition God with a broken heart and incredible intent. Nay, Shagaras Tzadik on Russia, Ain of the Hefers Koleles is called Pasuk HaMitzvah. Shivose was the Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a Russia is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a Russia? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a Russia. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a Russia in other areas. So that's what the Rashba is introducing to us. And the facility really building out, I think it's one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a Russia, is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because there are also things almost no one fits into that. Or at least regular people like us don't fit into the state. Am I tzaddik or Russia? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas. There are areas that I'm doing greatly, and then there are areas that I'm failing. So what does that mean? Like my status? Who am I? To which Tzaddik really developing it from the Rashba. He said, at the end of the day, the no crazy model can be shutting and can be shading in the same breath. How can you see that? You shut him in this area, shade him in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialectic. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me and inside of my persona, my personality. And I will say it's not a life-affirming idea because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a Russia in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia in areas A, B, and what is it?
Here we are again. Good to be here. Hi everyone, how's it going? Good to be here. What an exciting now we had some
everyone will is valid. You can't simply be a tzaddik in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Russia. Look, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where something gets us. The concept finds its expression in the Sila, in the Sefach of the Tuniga and tradition and the parents of the Rashba, and maybe it's going to develop it more in the
You said it was one. One was written from two was That's right. So excited to have somebody like so much fun.
All right, Trouble, good morning. Let us begin. We are starting this morning a new oath. Here at Fitness Academy, oath will pass.
You ready, Miss Aquarius? What awakened you? What?
I was trying to take a nap and she woke me up. Okay. So I can pray with you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. You, my friend, need to wait approximately 15, 14, 13, 12, 10,
after it's
9,
important for a person,
8,
we've established what's
7,
in the
6,
we spoke about the
5,
concept of
4,
Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna,
2,
although we also understand
it should be
When one has to do with
Miss Aquarius, it is 11 days, 5 hours, 3 minutes, 20 seconds until sticking day.
So after you've spoken about this concept,
It should be.
down cathartic.
You got it, Rabbi. Do it.
I love
Right.
No doubt. Got it. Garbage.
After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, kol michshol b'chit sheshav alav b'tshuva, hu simen b'hocha she'ino naki lechalutin mecheitzeh. So I'll say, the Rabbi here says something very interesting, which we're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. He says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time.
How is
After a
it,
person
Rabbi?
stumbles in a particular
So far,
area,
so good. It kind of just
that's
started.
demonstrative. He says, "Simen b'hocha she'ino naki lechalutin mecheitzeh." That's demonstrative that I'm not naki.
That's fair.
That I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling.
These two are done. They shouldn't even make it
Sorry.
easy.
Got
Got it.
There.
Told
Because also when it comes to a certain area or
Get it.
That's right.
the person is totally nucky.
Okay.
That person is totally
We need these
cleansed
two. We need these two.
ואין לו שום נגיעה משיכה
Right.
נפש שחייבה לאווירה ההיא. And well, so this is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera from which I am totally clean and pure, he says, Vishum taiva la'avera. I'm sorry, Vishum taiva la'avera. I have no desire for this avera. Hari nikra v'nechshav adam zeba shamayim l'tzadik.
Oh, this is a tough one. This is
such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular avera that I don't stumble in, a particular avera that I don't transgress, and a particular avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts of life, of my personal life. They're the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, any area in which I
she's going to retake the lead.
I'm not a tzaddik in that area.
doubt.
Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that
No, you
when
got
I
it.
go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit an avera, I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status?
Yeah.
What's my status? So what's my status?
Thank you.
Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik to the tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik because the tzaddik says the depth of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't live in and which I have desires for. In other areas, and if I haven't done tshuva, or if I've done tshuva, I am a Baal tshuva. But the Rebbe says not a tzaddik. Reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no I have not transgressed those particular ideas. He goes on. And you're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says,
That was crazy.
Just to understand something. So what's the beautiful what's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. In many areas. In fact, one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom.
Nice try.
That's what's too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Lo sita lecha ashera." Don't plant an ashera tree to worship it. Good news. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the Inyan Ashera. I will say the truth is the amazing part is you go through a whole list of this.
Amazing
Right?
strength.
Even in areas of morality, where there are so many types. There's certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So, which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, I will say, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. Isn't, and Reb Tzaddik says, this idea, the Indian zeh, lihichoshev, l'tzaddik, rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam t'negabi sharing gam nechsha kirasha, and this idea that in one area I can see that as tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like rasha, derech shekasem halashma yushav b'nida. Quotes over here, we'll say, in very interesting Gemara in the Seches Nida. Quotes over here. And actually, we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start that on time here. It's Hashem. But just point out, representation is dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same type. And these are new definitions. A tzaddik, I will say, which if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So the tzaddik refers to 30. Those people say is tzaddik. Persona, as much as it defines my relationship to certain averos. So to certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averos, I'm a rasha. Certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. No time before it. No desire for it. No shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble with it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik. Other areas I transgress. Undefeated transgression. But again, I'm about tshuva. But also, what's also interesting about this is that we'll have to stop. According to this approach of Levitt, we'll say that after faith is almost like a person. You ever see situation who's in recovery? You clog up a person in recovery. If you see the people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. Instead, they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible yesod, and it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The Tzaddik says it's the same thing in hate. It's the same exact thing in hate. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Well, see, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the pshat that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and panim chadoshos, bo lekan, right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore says that tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular chait. I become Baal Tshuva. And that's okay. But say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. Just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. We're going to be continued tomorrow. All right, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to in Yirtz Hashem complete Os Nun Zayin this morning. So remember again, yesterday we began the very profound last chiluk, last piece of this Os. David HaMelech telling us Gam Keilech Begeit Salmoves Lo Ira Rokit Kiato Imadi. So the Tzaddik introducing us to the idea that the Begeit Salmoves is actually a reference to Gehenna, which an incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And David HaMelech saying, even though I'm going to go to Gehenna, I'm not scared for you are with me. To which Reb Tzaddik said, David HaMelech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David HaMelech ultimately, again, is the paradigmatic example of the koach, of the power of tshuva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. Al tiftach peh Satan. Right? That's not the way the Jew speaks. It's not the way the Jew thinks. It's not the way the Jew approaches life. To which Rav Tzaddik says the Gehenna, to which David HaMelech refers to, is the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Agmas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the inner stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of hate. So David HaMelech says, Gam ki elech begeitz al maves. I had experienced my Gehenna in the I was thinking about this. The Gemara says that David HaMelech, when we would walk into the base medrash, they would always ask him, they were taunting. David HaMelech suffered from the taunting, from really the abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And when he would walk into the base medrash, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David HaMelech would say, the truth is, the punishment is Misa, but if he does tshuva, he has Olam Haba. But Hamavayish as Chavero Berabin, but one who embarrasses his friend in public, Ein Lo Chelik Olam Haba, has no portion in the world to come. This is David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base medrash. Figure out the external enemies that he faced. He said, Gam Keilech Begeitz Al Maves. I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life. And I will say what we began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again page Kuf Lamites. Look at the bottom right of the Be'orech Asidus. He says, we began, I believe, to speak on this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the tzaddik has been extolling the power, ultimately, of busha and the power of agmas nefesh and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because they are representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says Rav Tzaddik, there's another part to this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the Shekhinah in their life. Because as Rav Tzaddik said, left-hand column, page Kof Lamites, Share'ina Shekhinah Shore Elamitoch Simcha. The Az Machmas Tzarakal. So this is really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. That on one hand, the Agmas Nefesh, the Busha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents Shiva. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a chote. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things. I'm not a bad person. Baharaya, look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the profundity here. Yet Reb Tzaddik says, on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Ribono Shel Olam. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and forge a relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. Gam ki elech begeitz al maves. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world as a result of the averos that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in Reb Tzaddik, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, on left-hand paragraph, V'yalza Amr Davar HaMelech, Gam Ke'ilech B'Geitz HaMaves, Haynu Ba'asmus Al Chata'ai, Lo Irara, Ki Ata Imadi. So Davar HaMelech says, Ribono Shel Olam. Somehow, some way now, Reb Tzaddik here gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our theme right now. But Reb Tzaddik is saying over here something so profound. What David HaMelech is saying is, even though I experience the busha, the agmas nefesh, the visceral emotions of hate in this world, nevertheless, lo irara, I am not worried about a spiritual downfall. Why? There is kiata imadi. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, somehow I've found a way to create this balance between the agmas nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive simchadik disposition in life. So you know what's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound, I think it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. The tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living, requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the agmas nefesh and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha, over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you could lose yourself in it. You could lose yourself in it, right? I could become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done. That's what? That I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is, yes, I have agmas nefesh, I have busha, I have charata, I have all of these things about hate, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better. I can be better. I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The busha, charata, agmas nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the tzaddik is what David HaMelech is saying in this kapitel of Tehillim, in this one phrase, Gam ke'ilech b'geitz ha'maves. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna which is often the aftermath of Chait, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. It didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The busha, the agmas nefesh, the charata, the lo yirara. The lo yirara says, David HaMelech says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Ki ata imadi. Because I know, I'm supposed to listen to what Tzaddik says, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me. Kadosh Baruch Hu, you believe in me because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe in me, that gives me the koach to believe in myself. Gives me the, so therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, with the agmas nefesh, with the charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to hate, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. Lo irara. I won't lose myself in it. Kiata imadi. Because I realize you don't forsake me. You don't leave me. If you believe in me, ultimately that gives me the koach to believe in myself. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with Oslo and Chas tomorrow. All right, Joe, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to finish up. Actually, I think a few minutes head start on the daf, just to get Hashem. Long daf today. Oh, beautiful daf. Right? Good, thank you. All right, so we're finishing off Os Nun Gimel. Now we are leaving off on, or we're picking up on page Kuf Chav Ches. Kuf Chav Ches. So remember again, the Rebbe was highlighting this incredible idea, this really beautiful idea, that when a person speaks, or that which a person says is often an expression of their inner spirituality. And on a specific level, when a person commonly says something, that can often refer to a particular aspect of their ruchnius, a particular aspect of their personalistic kiddusha. Because what differentiates us from the animal world and from the rest of creation is the ability to speak, but it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate an inner or innate holiness in a way that the rest of nature cannot. That's the godless of man. So that's when a person constantly says something like Margala Bakume or for Ragyo Inish the Havila Nema, something that people commonly said, that was often understood to be, according to Rebbe, an expression of a person's inner ruchnius. And what we left over yesterday is not only an expression of my ruchnius, but an expression of my core identity. And not only just my core identity, but sometimes in and of itself an expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to accomplish? What is it that I have to do? Who is it that I am in my essence? So we'll just end off this oath with two interesting examples. He says, so I'm on page Kuf Chof Ches in the Biuria Hasidus, left hand column. Ukahai Gavna, it's in the middle of the column. Ukahai Gavna, and in this manner, Kein Zed Chinu Chazal, Es Miyuchadus Ha'adam Ayidei Diburo. That you could see the singularity of man through his speech. Now again, I will say it one more time. Not just seeing the singularity of man in his place in nature through his speech, but the singularity of man in terms of seeing his essence, who he is, what he is through his speech. He gives an example. This is great. Quotes the Gemara Maseches Psachim. So that's not so long ago. The Gemara says, "Deresh Psachim al hahuda hava amar adam echad shahayra gilava." There was a particular guy who always used to say, "Donu dini." Whenever he would have an issue, he would always say, "Okay, let's go to Beis Din. Let's go to Beis Din." And I was like, now the Gemara is not trying to paint an issue of a cantankerous individual. Everybody has disputes, and most times people try, hopefully, to settle their disputes amongst themselves. This particular guy never felt a real need to settle his dispute amongst him and his disputing, but rather again, his kind of reflexive reaction was, let's just go to Beis Din. We'll settle it in days, and we'll have others go ahead and help us. So the Gemara says, anytime he had a business dispute with someone, he would say to someone, why don't you come to din with me? Come to din. And in general, this individual would never be satisfied unless, of course, a particular reading was delivered by a dayan. So what happened? What did the Gemara say? Done to us. What do you see here? That this individual came and Shevet done. Get the Shevet done. Like done Yadin Amos. Like Dayan, like the one that says, like Dayan is something Shevet done. So the Gemara says that this individual needs the conscience of his speech. And his need ultimately to resolve everything to the mechanism of the day. The Gemara understood then that he was from Shevet done. If you take a look in footnote, quick text 12 on the bottom. The footnote, quick text 12, yeah, Kahuda Amar Zon Amishmani not with Zon Kosh. It said, Zon Yadin Amo, the effort to say Yisrael. The Gemara tells another story. How who the Havaka Azra Ba'amar, Akit Yama, Asisni Biyarasra. But last the age in his doing something. The Gemara tells another story. There's another guy whose life comes in and goes to travel the sea. And they were going to travel the sea. So they looked into the difference. And it turned out he was from David to Yama. He was from David to Yama. This is what I'm doing in Alright, so we found out that he's from the David to Yama. Remember again, it's Gulen, like the Hawk. It says, Gulen to the folk young. This oath himself, this is the last piece. Because the Rebbe explained that this individual who wants to something ultimately give you a little bit of a sense into who they were. So if you heard this video together, what comes out from this trip is that I think it's really incredible. Remember how the journey began with some of the stuff in the world. So did I ever say intrigued by the fact that alternating Gemara you'll find Magala de Kume. Like Chazal will often quote just the common saying of individuals. And as public was about that, why does it become say? Or why does something that people commonly say, why does that find situation means ultimately again, as the subject said, step one is to understand that the method is ultimately again, we have the running word, these are the two ways how you make which the power of a Jew has a particular connection to Torah is embedded inside the Neshama of the Jew. And that's according to a subject definition of the Jew. Even if a person isn't related to it, like even if a person hasn't been related to it, Torah is embedded in my Neshama. How does that innate Torah express? So subject tells it, you don't express yourself through the way we speak. That when we talk, it gives us a little bit of a window into our innate spirituality. So subject says, that manifests itself in a couple of different ways. Either it manifests itself through a window into my core identity. That was the last two examples of the guy from Gun, the guy from Israel. Or it manifests itself in the articulation of my core challenge, my core mission, my core beliefs. So a subject ultimately highlights is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core weakness, into their innate weakness by amplifying. And about that, it's an incredible lesson for us because, we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting to take a step back and look at what are the things we constantly talk about. What are the things we're constantly verbally focused on? And if we look at those things, it's an interesting way to kind of see what is our innate weakness, what is our innate spiritual identity. I think sometimes it's people feel, sometimes the things are challenges, sometimes you're not always focused on the right things. But what the subject tells me is that even if my ego kind of highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the stomach constantly rooted in Torah indicates to me that I have the ability to spiritually use it. So we're going to stop with this for today. I'm taking the episode we're going to do come Monday. Monday night is when today's we're going to start doing the next two significant tasks. Probably a little bit of meditation. We use I haven't spoken to people yet that are going to do it. Some I'll provide you a copy of the but your copies or maybe we'll skip around a little bit. That's maybe I will. But if we ended up over here in the session of the Ocean Dalit, and the session of
That's a good process too. But no, I don't want to do it. I'm just kidding. So what do you do?
That's what that looks like. You go down the always have rubbish stuff. Anything that we can handle it. Allah has people to do the miracle about this. There's no difference between us everything we're alive and everything who are dead, except for two. Which is working with economic destruction because the Sadiqim are both living even in the death. The Sadiq leaves behind the legacy. The Sadiq leaves behind Torah. The Sadiq leaves behind.
All right, everybody. Well, our guests tonight, what can I say? Hangover, due date, Chelsea lately, everything but murder. They've heard a comedy central effect, all about him and his life.
deeper between the robot. Zero
this
is
fall.
so
On Comedy Central. It's called Enjoy It. I'm lucky enough to have it as one of my really great friends. We text. He's a great guy. Very excited for my pal. My guest tonight, the one and only Bernie Stevens.
Now that I understand, it's not just the process, it's like the things that from the animal, but it's truth that represents the very manifestation of my life
Here tonight again.
is what is my life. And at the end of the day says that I've in this sense, give us a new Shara Usan Adam, Uragila Omer of Emerson Snapshot. Which is what it turns out is it's the very essence of my life. And it's the very essence of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, it looks incredible. When I speak, especially things that I'm accustomed to say, those come gravitating short snapshot from the essence of my soul. From the essence of my soul. Are you to inking to or Jayosi communicative? You have Adam Lishon Kalamos, Al Mahus, short snapshot. The other one is incredible. It turns out that if there's a Margaret Batume, or the radio in it, and something you normally say, something like morality, something you often say, so that gives the person a window into their holiness, into their almost their inner rootness, their shorest snapshot, the essence of themselves. Something that is normally said, something you normally say, that means that speech, which in and of itself is the manifestation of your soul, of your holiness. That speech is coming from somewhere within, which means, and again, if I want to be clear, the Rebbe is not saying that every single thing we say is the manifestation of our looks. And we're plenty of stuff we say that's not looking. He's talking about many of us we have our attitudes, right? You have the things that say, just ask your kids, they'll tell you the things. That's the only thing.
I would say it's a lot of pollution. Went to that growing up.
That many of us have the feeling that we want to say.
For the most part, are pretty, the world is saying they'll blur together. Some look a little different than others, and that's what's kind of fun. Getting out, walking on the lawn, I'll go out with Jeff Ross, who'll host the show, and we'll have intermissions, we'll walk around, it's a great thing. You're around 50,000 comedy fans. They're all, into Dave Chappelle. Those are all equally, more so than others into the different acts. So, hopefully the shows will keep going. It'll be another tour like this, and I would highly recommend getting your tickets.
Find its way out in the attitude that a person says.
It does feel
Goes
good
on and
to
says,
say,
and this is what
you're
you're
part of
the
something
deeper
that's
that you're coming with you, left hand power, is the podcast, Take a look at there's something that a person says often. You know how other loopholes and lamos who's sometimes that daily adage, right? So that common adage that a person says is an incredible way for a person to see the essence of his church life. But that's not in your know. Which that you know how many you talk about all the money. No, what is my purpose? What is my opinion? And what is my purpose? And I was like, this is now something else. Now that I'm introducing another dynamic, which I think is incredible. Sometimes not only is the margin of the not only is the conversation the manifestation of my inner holiness and sometimes that which I want to say can also be a little bit of a remnant, be a little bit of a hint to what my purpose in this world. Okay, it's incredible. Sometimes the things just make sense because the things that I always talk about, the things that I always talk about, or the attitudes that I often discuss, they represent what's coming out of my face. That's what somebody's telling me. See, we often think people just talk about that.
You know the format of the show, everybody. We're right here in the heart of the throbbing heart of Comedy Live, the world famous comedy store where so many people come to get their careers
over and over and over. What Chazal would call Margaret the Boulevard. Hadragil Inish Laneimar. Why are you always saying that? The third says that's coming from inside of me. That's coming from inside of my neshama. That's a manifestation of my inner Torah, which the Tzaddik says. First of all, Tzaddik had inner Torah, but now he's going to deeper level to represent my mission in this world. If I'm always talking about the same thing that maybe says the Tzaddik, that's necessary. Like that's not in your no. This is still how you can go on. That's not really saying what is my purpose in this world? You call it a ومجوجة ومنوسة بإيمان شعب الذات قال الله كله بجيبه وسبيل الله so it's going to be powerful because every single person has and every person has a mission in a particular area. We all have perhaps, one could argue, we all have the same shared general mission. So like I'm powerful is this that's a shared general mission that each of us has. But then each of us has a specific mission. This mission, the world needs you to do. I need to be here for me, and the world needs to do it as well. And I think it's pretty incredible. It goes on and says, it's a high God love. So, watching, we'll stop with this for today. But I just want to point out that there's something highlighted because I think it's truly needed. There's a number of things that happen. Number one, remember, why is it that Clubhouse people that often quote Marco love this movie? This is what people normally say, and they just quote like a regular adage. Who cares, right? Or how would you like to hear people normally say? Because the topic says that's what we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness. Speech, working of itself, is not just what you see, it's not only how it's done. But speech is the way things are said that we are speaking an innate sense of Torah, an innate sense of looking for how we communicate our innate holiness. And what I'm trying to introduce to you now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over, right? This is not hear how people reflect on some loved ones. And to me, it's always fascinating, especially when children are able to go ahead and say, you know, my father always used to say this, my mother always used to say this. So sometimes when they quote you, that is better. But sometimes, you know, a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom. And it's dramatic when you hear that. Because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the subject says, where did that attitude come from? The fact that children remember it. Okay, so because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, the children are recognizing you. Our father, our mother, our parents, because of our grandparents, was articulating the truth. And that truth stems from their inner ruchnius, their inner holiness. What I'm saying now is that we'll have this topic today, or continue tomorrow in their time, is that inner truth sometimes also is reflective of a personalistic. That when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept, or the same idea, or the same issue, like the subject, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world. What the world is. We'll stop with it for today. We'll pick up the message from the rest of the world. We'll conclude Ocean Zero America tomorrow.
Start a show, but who in this crowd can give me a copy? I didn't say it like that. I asked. Oh, you're gentlemen. Justice won an epic battle, by the way. He fought with Shakalaka. You know, there is a homeless transvestite.
Beautiful idea. Let's start what we do is go ahead and go ahead and start or what? Regular expression, like being expressed by something, someone of an incredible reputation, and you know there's a lot of things that you can do life lessons from this. So Sunday understood
Yeah,
he actually brought down a number of examples quoted the Gemara in the Second Sanhedrin that the Zion of the time that the Gemara uses Russian Arabic, the Halut, the Hamar Ba'asim, or the person, or people, just to say the following statement.
so I like
When
things that
comes to quote a number of different statements that
actually,
were
that's
said by
fun. Okay, guys.
people,
I
and
got
then
to see
something very interesting happened, which is after the Gemara reported the statement, then the Gemara would quote the pasuk.
I don't want to
They
go
wanted to back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. If you look at the Torah, if you look on the first page on the bottom, you'll notice in the left-hand column, it's actually footnote to state. But in the left-hand column, it's just the continuation of the page about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines. So basically the problem, this is the amount of seconds. How will the common Amar Ba'asim, a certain individual who used to say, now the individual that's quoting is just a regular guy. This regular guy who used to say as follows, Kirachamisit Hava Aziza. He writes, when the love between my son and my wife was intense and passionate, we say this so basically we can be put left together on the edge of the sword. Meaning that when the love was passionate between myself and my wife, we didn't need any distance. Right? We could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. He says, Below Aziza. Now, the hashtag below Aziza. Now he says, the passion is not as intense, the love is not as intense. Who are your things that need you low Sajila? He says, literally again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. So the way the man used to say this, when the Gemara goes on, I'm not Puna, it's like, the Puna says, the Pasha, the Karik says, Haraku the Pasha, the Karik ultimately, again, the Mishkan is created. After the Torah says, I will sit you on the top of the lid of the other. And we know again, the lid of the other is the Daniel, Aaron, the Jolly Kapor, have a Harik and Sodom. This is the height of the lid of the other, of the Government Akarka, Hari Shakal, Baruch Umashes, Naso, Sakar, Father, some of the council. But we broke up at 40 to the school because we were done. The devotion all of the prayer and rescue, within 10 bottom of the ground. So you have to keep up with six. The Hagai is Shapana Hamela Shlomola Hashem, Shishin Ama Argo, the F Rachbo, the Shoshin Ama Komanso, Ulvasot Sit, Koamar Hashem Hashemayim PC, Va'aret Limon is working with that creation. The thing that is the dynamic that happens in the relationships, you have to be part of the response. So, keep on top of the Kabbalah. This means I'll be within 10 kilometers of the earth. Then what happens? Some of the shows larger structures than that. And then what happens? They also destroy cause the dead Hashemayim, the heavens to dry with guys. See the progression. We keep the sparkles right there with us on the top of the other. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to how you see. Then things change a bit more, and the when this guy who is making it about life, like when we were young, and our love was passionate and intense, we could sit together on the edge of the sword. When we're a little bit older, even a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us. It's a similar dynamic to relationships change. It's because what begins as exceptionally passionate one another, this is a example of what the here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a pasuk, he's not quoting the right he's not quoting all quoting. This is dynamic, just the way kind of relationships go. And the thing is, wow. Because that's you know, and really wonderful. So,